The most ferocious among the corpses is known as the zombie, while the most esteemed among Taoists dons a purple robe. If I were to wear the purple robe and transform into a zombie, would I not become invincible in the world? Jiang Chu, a young man who has traversed into a parallel universe, is now a sophomore student. However, a week ago, he unexpectedly received a love letter from a school belle who had long since passed away. Throughout this week, Jiang Chu has tried countless methods, yet he has been unable to rid himself of this school belle. As he stands on the brink of death, Jiang Chu resolves to take one last gamble. He meticulously selects the most haunted graveyard, buries a coffin made of fragrant wood that gathers energy, and pours in the blood of a raven, which is steeped in extreme Yin. Subsequently, he adorns himself in a purple Taoist robe, sealing his inner yang energy with a copper coin mask, and resolutely steps into the coffin, awaiting the moment he transforms into the purple robe zombie king. My name is Zhou Xiaoxiao, a female ghost who has been dead for 5 years, once a school belle in life. 7 days ago, I set my sights on a living person endowed with pure yang energy, intending to drain him of his vitality. However, at the critical moment, the target I had been fixated upon unexpectedly donned a purple robe and a copper coin mask, interring himself within the coffin. Just as I was filled with confusion, 9 bolts of lightning suddenly descended from the sky, striking the coffin simultaneously. Then, I witnessed a purple robed zombie king, exuding an overwhelming aura of death and shimmering with lightning, burst forth from the coffin. Brother Zombie King, I assure you this is all a misunderstanding. Do you believe me? In the northern region of the Great Xia Kingdom, the autumn nights are particularly frigid. Under the veil of night, a melodious young voice dialed 110. Hello, is this 110? Good evening, sir. How may I assist you? Officer, it's me again. Have there been any updates regarding the matter I previously mentioned? Upon hearing this, the initially warm female officer grew cold. Sir, I must remind you once more that this is a police hotline. Frequent harassment will have consequences. We reserve the right to arrest you. Yet, the youth on the other end seemed quite cheerful. Really? Then hurry and arrest me. My name is Jiang Chu. I'm at the playground at Zhongbei University, standing at 1.82 meters. Quite handsome. You'll see me when you arrive. The officer fell silent for a few seconds, ultimately asking with resignation, Mr. Jiang, let us reconfirm your issue. The sound of papers shuffling could be heard on the line, followed by the officer's voice once more. Mr. Jiang, you claim that you have caught the attention of a female ghost. Is that correct? Indeed. She will come to find you at midnight tonight, 7 days from now, correct? Yes, not to boast, but I am indeed quite handsome. The officer's lips twitched slightly as she inquired. Can you provide a means of contact for the female ghost? Andy, you're quite humorous. How could a ghost have contact information? Mr. Jiang, you only need to answer whether you can or cannot. Cannot. Then can you send a photo of the ghost? Cannot. The officer struggled to maintain her composure. Sir, what exactly is your request? I wish for your department to assist me in locating a ghostbuster to expel that female ghost. If that fails, then you might as well arrest me, and it would be best to gather several officers to guard me 24/7. All right, Mr. Jiang, we have noted your request. You will receive a response within 3 business days. Goodbye. The sound of the call disconnecting followed. Jiang Chu helplessly set down his phone, fully anticipating this outcome. Like many others, Jiang Chu is a traveler from another world. He arrived in this realm as an orphan. Initially, he harbored great expectations, believing that he could live another life and attain the pinnacle of success. However, he quickly realized that his thoughts were overly simplistic. Apart from his handsome appearance, he possessed nothing. Fortunately, Jiang Chu had the ability to earn money. After leaving the orphanage, he took up writing novels part-time, eventually amassing a fortune in the 7 figures. Furthermore, with his excellent grades, he gained admission to Zhongbei University last year. Everything was proceeding smoothly, and he was not far from reaching the zenith of his life. However, 7 days ago, after an evening class, he accidentally bumped into a cool and aloof girl who casually handed him a love letter. The contents of the letter were clicked, merely expressing her infatuation with Jiang Chu and her desire to share a romantic evening with him 7 days hence. Having received countless love letters throughout his life, Jiang Chu paid little heed and casually discarded it. However, upon returning home, The very letter he had thrown away reappeared on his bedside table, and it was stained with blood. At this point, Jiang Chu could no longer remain calm. He attempted to burn it, soak it, flush it down the toilet, and repeated these experiments multiple times, yet the letter always reappeared. This supernatural phenomenon made Jiang Chu realize that there were indeed ghosts in this world. Moreover, this ghost was the school belle who had jumped to her death 5 years ago after being violated by the gatekeeper. Returning to his thoughts, Jiang Chu pulled out the blood-stained love letter from his pocket. Today marked the final day of the 7-day period, or rather, to be precise, there were 3 hours and 7 minutes remaining. To be targeted by a ghost, one could easily imagine the dire consequences. Yet Jiang Chu was unwilling to resign himself to fate. As a traveler, he had no desire to die so pitifully. Even in this final hour, he would strive for his own salvation. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. Even if I fail, I shall control the timing of my own demise. Jiang Chu's gaze solidified with determination as he stepped out of the school. In front of the school gate, a delivery truck had been waiting for some time. "Hey there, did you place an order?" asked a middle-aged driver in his 40s. "Yes," Jiang Chu nodded. "Master, it'll add 200 yuan if you take me to the outskirts of the graveyard." The driver hesitated for a moment. Going to a graveyard at this hour? That was no place for a good person. "Kid, it's not that I don't want to help. Make it 500. All right then, hop in. It'll show you some real driving skills." The driver no longer hesitated and stepped on the gas, setting the vehicle in motion. Jiang Chu sat in the cargo area, which contained a large box's final gambit. The two remained silent throughout the journey. At 10:20 p.m., Jiang Chu alighted from the delivery truck with his box in tow. The night was deep, with only a blood moon hanging high in the sky. The eerie red glow cast an even more terrifying ambience over the already sinister graveyard. Ordinary people would scarcely dare to come here, even during the day, let alone at night. Yet Jiang Chu felt no fear. All he desired was to survive. Dragging the large box, he moved slowly, arriving at the center of the graveyard at precisely 11:10 p.m. He sat down and lit a cigarette, finishing it in one go. Then, Jiang Chu opened the large box, revealing 10 neatly arranged paper figures, each one a muscular man. He once again took out the love letter and spoke. "Senior sister, I know I'm handsome, and you're beautiful, but it seems rather inappropriate for us to engage so soon after just meeting. So, how about this? It'll burn 10 muscular men for you to practice your skills before you come looking for me. Let's both take a step back and not force my hand." With that, he placed the love letter in the center of the 10 muscular figures and ignited it with a lighter. Without hesitation, Jiang Chu set the love letter and the figures ablaze. Flames surged, accompanied by curling smoke. Jiang Chu stood by, watching as all the muscular figures were consumed by fire, along with the love letter, which slowly disintegrated. Jiang Chu's expression brightened suddenly. Had he succeeded? However, at that very moment, a red light burst forth from the ashes and struck directly onto Jiang Chu's forehead. Jiang Chu was taken aback, hastily removing the object. Upon seeing it clearly, his expression froze in shock. Affixed to his forehead was the very blood-stained love letter, its writing now a menacing crimson, seemingly mocking him. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Chu's fury erupted. "Ungrateful wretch! If that's the case, then let's see who suffers more." At the stroke of midnight, the biting cold wind intensified. Jiang Chu's expression grew even colder. He returned to the box and pulled out a backpack and a folding shovel. He swiftly approached a pre-selected grave and began to dig. His movements were rapid, and within minutes, he had unearthed a hole large enough for a person. Inside lay a coffin made of fragrant wood, already prepared. Opening the backpack, Jiang Chu retrieved a purple Taoist robe, which he donned with a flourish. The robe was embroidered with auspicious patterns, featuring a golden dragon traversing across it, surrounded by azure skies and white clouds, making it particularly striking under the moonlight. The purple robe, Jiang Chu's final gambit, was not merely about burning paper. It was these items. During these 7 days, Jiang Chu had not been idle. He had been devising various strategies and prepared for the worst. This was his plan of desperate measures. The fiercest among corpses is the zombie, while the most esteemed among Taoists wears the purple robe. If I wear the purple robe and become a zombie, then let's see who is more formidable. His purple Taoist robe was no mere imitation. Jiang Chu had ventured to Longhu Mountain overnight, donating a significant portion of his savings to aid the local villagers, thus obtaining it from the only elder Taoist in the mountain. Next, Jiang Chu produced several items, 3 vials of raven blood and a copper coin mask. To transform into a purple-robed zombie, one must be interred in a fragrant wooden coffin at a graveyard steeped in the densest corpse aura, and then gather the essence of the underworld through the blood of crows, which is most potent in its yin energy. Finally, by donning a mask of copper coins to seal the last vestige of yang energy within, one can successfully metamorphose into a zombie. A zombie, in essence, is but a dead body that retains a single breath of life. With all preparations complete, only 10 minutes remained. Jiang Chu seized a small gas canister nearby and stepped into the coffin. Click the coffin closed. He set a countdown timer, gently opened the gas canister, and peacefully drifted into slumber. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Time gradually slipped away, and Jiang Chu's consciousness began to fade. However, just as he was on the brink of losing awareness, a faintly mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding, detecting that the host is facing supernatural peril. System activation in progress. MP. Ding, detecting host death. System unable to bind. Ding, emergency system upgrade initiated. Configuring the most suitable template for the host. Ding, system upgrade successful. Binding to the purple robe zombie king system. 20, 50, 100. Binding successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a century's worth of corpse aura. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the corpse purple robe. Congratulations, host. You have received the corpse 5 Emperor's money shield. With a tremendous roar, an overwhelming surge of corpse energy violently flooded into Jiang Chu's body. His form underwent a transformation at an unimaginable speed. His teeth elongated, while his nails and hair continued to grow. Even the purple robe adorning his body and the copper coin mask upon his face emitted a terrifying ghostly glow. Outside the burial ground, as midnight approached, the surrounding winds howled ominously, and an eerie mist began to rise within the forest. Through the fog, a figure clad in a bright red wedding gown gradually materialized, her ghostly eyes fixated intently on the spot where Jiang Chu lay buried, a chilling smile spreading across her face. Junior.do, you think death can free you from me? How naive you are. You have merely died. Your corpse can still share a chamber. At that very moment, from within the coffin, Jiang Chu abruptly opened his eyes. An endless wave of corpse energy erupted forth, soaring towards the heavens. Boom. The once clear night sky began to churn with ominous clouds, accompanied by the ominous rumble of distant thunder. Bolts of lightning coalesced with the fury, seemingly poised to strike at any moment. Terror and astonishment gripped the air, causing the ghostly bride's sinister grin to fade, her face now etched with fear as she gazed skyward. Not just her, but in Jiangbei City, many living souls looked up in bewilderment. What in the world is happening with the weather? How can it change so suddenly? The forecast didn't predict rain today. You trust the weather report? You might as well believe that the men's football team could win the championship. Hurry home. I haven't even made my bed. In an underground research facility in Jiangbei, the lights blazed even at midnight, with numerous figures bustling about. Suddenly, the alarm blared, startling everyone within. Instantly, all eyes turned towards the source of the alarm, where a value indicating the accumulation of yin energy was rapidly rising. Within mere seconds, the large screen flickered and emitted black smoke. Upon witnessing this, the pupils of all present constricted in unison, as if confronted with something terrifying. Whoosh! A middle-aged man with a square face appeared out of nowhere, his expression filled with shock. What is happening? Where did the alarm come from? Upon hearing his question, someone nearby immediately responded, Captain, it's coming from the direction of the burial mounds. The burial mounds? Could it be that the entity buried there has emerged? That's impossible. She shouldn't have been able to manifest for some time yet. The square-faced man murmured to himself, but quickly regained his composure, barking orders. Repair the situation immediately. Notify all patrol units to stand by. Await my command. Yes. Back at the burial ground, as Jiang Chu awakened, the coffin containing his remains exploded into dust. Crack! Simultaneously, the heavens unleashed their fury, and it was not just a single bolt of lightning. 9 strikes of lightning cleaved through the sky, descending towards Jiang Chu's grave. The ghostly bride shrank back in terror, trembling as she watched the celestial onslaught. utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. She had no idea what manner of being she was to share a chamber with. How could he be so ferocious even in death that the heavens themselves would strike down upon him? Yet, what terrified her even more was the sight emerging from the grave. A figure enveloped in terrifying black mist leapt forth, its pupils glowing a dreadful red, its face pale. With fangs bared, it threw back its head and emitted a deafening roar, charging boldly towards the descending lightning boom. A blinding flash illuminated the scene, causing the bride to instinctively shut her eyes. Legs clenching, overwhelmed by an urge to flee, an unimaginable crash reverberated through the air. Did it perish? For the first time, the ghostly bride wished that the entity could be vanquished by the lightning. This creature was far too fearsome, instilling dread even in her, a ghostly bride. Slowly opening her eyes, she was greeted by a sight that made her pupils constrict in horror, her hair standing on end. Above, the figure now radiated strands of lightning, illuminated by the flashes, revealing a form clad in a purple robe, long hair billowing, half of its face obscured by a copper coin mask, with eyes gleaming a bloody red. How is this possible? Chapter 3. 9 Thunderbolts strike. Invulnerable to all. Immortal, undying, indestructible. Thunder is the bane of malevolent spirits. A stormy night is when spirits are most fearful, for thunder embodies the purest yang energy. Anything associated with lightning represents an insurmountable force, yet before him, this entity withstood 9 heavenly strikes without so much as a scratch. Jiang Chu suddenly turned his gaze towards the ghostly bride, who could no longer maintain her composure, collapsing to the ground in fear. Under Jiang Chu's intense stare, she felt the weight of endless corpse energy and impending slaughter. "Senior sister, weren't you eager to share a chamber with me? Come." His voice resonated like a demonic whisper in her ears, and Jiang Chu had somehow appeared beside her, the suffocating corpse energy washing over her. His once handsome visage, now twisted by the energy, appeared even more sinister. The ghostly bride instinctively attempted to flee, but before she could move, she realized her body was utterly paralyzed. Suddenly, blinding her vision, a pair of slender fingers gripped her throat. The sharp nails sank painfully into her flesh. "It hurts! It hurts!" the ghostly bride shrieked in agony. Were she a mere mortal, she would have perished by now, but as a ghost, even with her throat pierced, she could not die. "Why run, senior sister? Are you afraid of me?" Jiang Chu regarded her coldly. "Please spare me. I did not wish to kill you. I was being manipulated." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chu's previously calm eyes turned a fierce crimson, a tide of murderous intent radiating from him. "Who?" The ghostly bride sensed a glimmer of hope. "If you spare me, I will tell you. Otherwise, I shall take this secret to the grave. Do you think you are worthy of bargaining with me?" Jiang Chu replied, his disdain palpable. The wave of foreboding washed over the ghostly bride. Before she could utter another word, she felt the grip on her throat tighten, releasing a surge of corpse energy. Boom! The ghostly bride let out a final, harrowing scream, transforming into a wisp of green smoke. Yet, before she could vanish entirely, Jiang Chu's copper coin mask gleamed and sealed the smoke within, defeated the ghostly bride one. Corpse energy points 300. A voice echoed in Jiang Chu's mind, awakening him from his bloodlust. Corpse energy points? What is that? A luminous screen suddenly appeared in his mind. Name: Jiang Chu. Identity: Purple-robed corpse king. Unique: Zombie level, 3rd stage green zombie, level of evolution, 47. Treasures: Corpse purple robe. Corpse 5 Emperor's money mask. Corpse energy points 300, usable for purchases in the shop. The classification of attributes was quite extensive. He was a green zombie, having already reached 47 evolution. Jiang Chu had some knowledge regarding zombie classifications. According to the records, zombies were divided into purple zombies, white zombies, green zombies, hairy zombies, flying zombies, wandering corpses, and undecayed bones. The level of a green zombie was already significant. Typically, it took hundreds of years for an ordinary zombie to become a green zombie. To think he had just transformed and entered this realm. However, shouldn't green zombies be covered in green fur? Though impervious to blades and capable of incredible leaps, they shouldn't be as agile as he was. Host, please do not insult yourself by comparing with those inferior zombies. The attributes of the purple-robed corpse king can be viewed independently. The system's voice resonated once more in his mind. Jiang Chu grimaced. The term insult was quite apt. He would refrain from using it in the future. He quickly followed the system's suggestion to examine further. Purple-robed Corpse King transcends the 3 realms and 6 paths. Undetectable, supreme of 10,000 corpses, capable of freely controlling one's form, unafraid of sunlight, impervious to all laws, immortal, undying, indestructible. How impressive! Jiang Chu was taken aback, astonished by the revelation. Transcends the 3 realms and 6 paths, immortal and indestructible. This is utterly extraordinary. He then turned his attention to the other items. Corpse Purple Robe. A Taoist treasure that conceals heavenly secrets, clad in purple robes, can command the gods and Buddhas. Corpse 5 Emperor's Money Mask. Wearing it conceals one's form, rendering one undetectable, and each coin can seal 10,000 ghosts. Current sealed entity. Ghostly Bride. It truly can seal. Jiang Chu sensed the 5 Emperor's Money Mask, a wisp of ghostly light emanating from it. Within the mask, a ghostly figure materialized, revealing the previously encountered ghostly bride. However, her eyes lacked any spirit, reduced to a mere subordinate of the 5 Emperor's Money Mask. This enhanced Jiang Chu's aura considerably. The concept of sealing malevolent spirits meant that the defeated ghost would be imprisoned within the money mask, serving as nourishment to augment his strength. Remarkable, Jiang Chu was thoroughly satisfied. Not only was it impressive, but it was also practical. Although the effect of slaying just one ghost was not immediately apparent, the potential after vanquishing hundreds or thousands of malevolent spirits was unimaginable. In the blink of an eye, countless vengeful spirits could manifest. The scene is almost absurd upon reflection. Moreover, Jiang Chu cast his gaze towards the figure in the purple robe. The 5 Emperor's Money Shield is designed to seal malevolent entities, whereas this object commands divine beings. Does this imply that by slaying deities, one could achieve such an effect? Jiang Chu's eyes sparkled with realization. Truly, this gamble has paid off. Although he has forsaken his mortal identity, he has instead acquired the indestructible purple-robed Corpse King. While zombies may appear fearsome, in this world, true compassion is a rarity. All laws of the world are devoid of righteousness or wickedness. Only the human heart differentiates between good and evil. Thus, the distinction between the living and the dead holds no sway over Jiang Chu. Yet, he has not forgotten the words spoken by the bridal ghost before her demise. Although the truth of her words remains uncertain, given Jiang Chu's nature, should it indeed be so, no matter who it is, their entire family shall not escape. He swiftly retrieved the blood-stained love letter from his pocket. A wisp of corpse energy infused into the letter. In an instant, a sinister aura erupted from the letter. Manifest, Jiang Chu's crimson eyes radiated 2 chilling beams, as if they were to pierce the very fabric of space. Gradually, a figure began to materialize within his gaze. This figure was a man of scholarly demeanor. Adorned with long hair and gold-rimmed glasses, it is you. The moment he recognized him, Jiang Chu's murderous intent surged forth. The surrounding flora was nearly uprooted by the howling wind. He recognized this figure. It was Zhou Zhang, the only student of the archaeology department at Jiangbei University, now a teacher within the same department. Furthermore, he was the former boyfriend of the bridal ghost. When Jiang Chu was entangled with the bridal ghost, he had sought Zhou Jing's assistance, only to be turned away. You scoundrel, it turns out everything was orchestrated by you. Host has triggered system task. Revenge is a must. Complete the task. Substantial rewards await. At that moment, the system notification echoed in Jiang Chu's mind once more. A system task? Jiang Chu was taken aback, a smile gradually forming on his face. This has come at the perfect time. In a flash, his figure transformed into a streak of red light, enveloped in terrifying corpse energy, racing towards a specific direction. Simultaneously, deep within the desolate graveyard, a pair of ghostly eyes suddenly opened, glancing towards Jiang Chu's direction before slowly closing again. Not long after Jiang Chu departed, the previously tranquil graveyard was illuminated by the flickering lights of 6 or 7 vehicles rapidly converging upon it. Outside the graveyard, the vehicles halted, and figures clad in specialized uniforms emerged. Upon disembarking, they adopted a wary demeanor, cautiously surveying the graveyard. Among them, the leader, the square-faced man from the underground research facility, stepped forward, his expression grave. Captain, the detection results are in. The source of the abnormal fluctuations is not within the mass grave itself, but rather in this smaller graveyard outside. not from the contents within the mass grave. Behind the square-faced man, someone spoke up. He sighed heavily. This is the worst-case scenario. Two major malevolent entities manifesting simultaneously in a previously undiscovered location. All personnel, code red, move in. Chapter 4. The ghostly eye observes the mortal realm. Want to see my true form? Prepare for an eyeful. Zhongbei University, Faculty Residential Complex, IT, was now the early hours of the morning. The once bustling pathways were deserted, save for the mournful autumn wind rustling the fallen leaves. Ion Block 2. Apartment 503. The lights remained extinguished, illuminated only by a few flickering candles. In the living room sat a refined man with long hair. Seated in meditation, before him lay an altar adorned with 3 sticks of sandalwood incense and several mysterious objects. At the center of the altar stood a white bone, specifically that of a woman. Upon the bone rested a photograph. The figure within the photograph was unmistakably Jiang Chu, a pure yang body, and one that is innately pure yang. By inscribing a life array upon your bones, I shall be able to thoroughly investigate that ancient tomb. Zhou Zheng gazed at the photograph, his eyes filled with a wild fervor. Yet at that moment, a loud explosion erupted from the altar. The white bone began to crack, and then it violently shattered. What? Zhou Zheng was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. He leapt to his feet. What is happening? Xiao Hong's bones shattered, his pupils constricted in disbelief. Quickly followed by a surge of rage. I shall see who dares to disrupt my plans. Zhou Zheng's hand moved with lightning speed, scooping up the powdered remains of the shattered bone, applying it to his eyes. With the ghostly eye, I shall observe the mortal realm. Ghostly eye, open. As his fingers passed, a wisp of black mist emerged within his eyes. Zhou Zheng turned his gaze back to the bones and the photograph. No reaction. Zhou Zheng was momentarily stunned, clearly having never encountered such a situation. His ghostly eye was invoked using the bridal ghost's bones as a conduit, as the ghostly entity he had forged. There was a natural connection between them. This technique was supposed to guarantee success. Yet, he saw nothing. Suddenly, the photograph moved of its own accord. Before Zhou Zheng could react, the photograph abruptly adhered to his face. In the next moment, his eyes were forcibly opened. Zhou Zheng beheld. On the other side of the photograph stood a terrifying figure clad in a purple robe, wearing a copper coin mask, exuding an unimaginable aura of death. Gazing back at him, the dread entity lifted its mask, revealing 2 sharp fangs, grinning at him. Professor Zhou, do not rush. I shall be there shortly. In that instant, Zhou Zheng's pupils dilated. Jiang Chu, with a roar, the photograph ignited in a green flame, instantaneously turning to ash. Zhou Zheng's hair stood on end, every strand bristling as if he had seen a ghost. No, this was far more terrifying than any ghost. What exactly was that just now? A zombie! It seemed unlikely. Zombies do not resemble the living. Damn it. What has happened to that brat? Zhou Zheng was at a loss, unable to fathom how a once vibrant human could transform into something so horrifying in just a few days. The mere aura radiating from him was beyond anything he could contend with. No, I must flee. In an instant, Zhou Zheng made his decision. He paid no heed to gather his things, racing towards the window. With a crash, he flung open the window, only to freeze in place. An impenetrable fog had enveloped the residential complex, thick as a tide, suffocating the entire area. The silence was unnerving. Even the chirping of insects and the calls of birds had vanished. Within the fog, the dim glow of the streetlights cast an eerie ambience, rendering the world all the more uncanny. Zhou Zheng swallowed hard. As one capable of manipulating vengeful spirits, he was no stranger to such phenomena. This fog was no ordinary mist. It was ghostly fog, formed from the intense chill of vengeful spirits colliding with the warmth of the living world. However, to envelop the entire complex, this was no ordinary ghostly mist. It heralded the arrival of a great malevolence. In the depths of the fog, Zhou Zheng perceived sounds emerging. These sounds were not footsteps, but rather the clinking of metal, carrying an unsettling aura. Each sound seemed to resonate with his heartbeat. Zhou Zheng held his breath, straining to discern the source of the noise. The fog churned in that direction, and illuminated by the dim glow of the streetlights, he once again glimpsed the figure clad in purple robes. The clinking sound was the collision of the copper coin mask upon his face. Yet, unlike before, this time, He was clearly visible. With a crash, Zhou Zheng slammed the window shut, backing against the wall, gasping for breath. Sweat dripped from his forehead like raindrops. He is truly here. Zhou Zheng felt akin to a frightened child, utterly bewildered. Calm down. I must remain composed. He slapped himself twice, forcing himself to regain his composure. In the face of the sinister, harboring fear is a grave mistake. He had believed he could remain unflappable. Yet, the thought of that horrifying figure in his mind made him falter. It is merely a recently deceased corpse. No matter what transformations it has undergone, I can surely confront a mere ghost. Zhou Zheng steeled his resolve. Just then, a crash resounded. The window of his home burst open. The dense fog surged through the window, and Jiang Chu's figure materialized within Zhou Zheng's room almost simultaneously. His indifferent gaze fell upon Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng, it has been quite a while. Though it was but a single sentence, uttered from Jiang Chu's lips, it sent a shiver down Zhou Zheng's spine, instantly erasing the flicker of confidence he had just mustered. He forced a smile. Jiang, do you believe this is all a misunderstanding? I truly had no intention of harming you. A misunderstanding? Jiang Chu replied with a smile, his sharp zombie fangs appearing all the more menacing. How delightful. My intention to kill you tonight is also a misunderstanding. Rest assured, when the news reports surface tomorrow, you shall undoubtedly appear to have met your end peacefully. Zhou Zheng's smile vanished, replaced by a grotesque sneer. Jiang Chu, although I know not what manner of creature you are nonetheless deceased. The world of today belongs to the living. Your blatant display of corpse energy has undoubtedly attracted the attention of the relevant authorities. Should you take my life, committing murder, you shall be vanquished as a vile specter. Depart at once. If you retreat, I shall certainly keep your secret, and you may yet have a chance to survive. Chapter 5. Kill me? Even the 10 Yama Kings cannot accomplish that. Kill me? At these words, Jiang Chu could not help but burst into uproarious laughter. He is the Purple Robe Zombie King, immortal and indestructible. Who could possibly slay him? What of the so-called supernatural agencies in this world? If he cannot avenge his blood feud, then he has wasted his transformation into this undead form. They are not worthy. Zhou Zheng's expression darkened considerably. He knew that today could not end peacefully. If that is the case, then I shall act on heaven's behalf and bring you to justice. With a firm resolve, he stood before his altar and withdrew a peachwood sword. He bit his finger, allowing blood to smear upon the sword. Chanting incantations, as his finger passed over it, the sword radiated a dark glow. Within that shadowy light, the wails of wronged souls could be heard, clearly the result of Zhou Zheng's doing. Armed with the peachwood sword, Zhou Zheng felt emboldened. You demon, behold my blade. He struck the sword with fervor, transforming it into a streak of crimson light that shot towards Jiang Chu. This was his crafted magical artifact, designed to counter the undead. Even century-old vengeful spirits could be vanquished. You dare to use a magical artifact against me? Jiang Chu observed this with a mocking smile. As a zombie, he was impervious to all forms of magic, especially his physical form, which had become unimaginably powerful. What kind of artifact could possibly harm him? Jiang Chu did not flinch or evade. In the instant the peachwood sword approached, he opened his hand and seized it with a vice-like grip. Sizzle, countless energies of blood emanated from the sword, attempting to invade Jiang Chu. How laughable! Jiang Chu's eyes turned icy. With a surge of strength, he snapped the sword cleanly in two. The souls clinging to the sword wailed in agony, dissipating into ghostly light, sealed within the monetary talisman, becoming nourishment. Not a shred waste, however. This nail is quite peculiar, and it is significantly larger than an ordinary nail, measuring over a foot in length. It carries a faintly familiar aura. A zombie. Jiang Chu instantly deduced the source of that aura, a nail for piercing zombies. Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow, yet it was utterly useless to him. He decided to put it away for later. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system task. Revenge is a must. Task completion rewards 30 years of corpse chi. The system prompt indicating the task completion resonated. Boom! As those words echoed, the corpse chi within Jiang Chu began to surge forth. Although 30 years of corpse chi may not seem excessively abundant, it is certainly far superior to the mere month of corpse chi obtained from Zhou Zheng. Jiang Chu could feel his zombie body growing increasingly powerful. After several breaths, He had completely absorbed the 30 years of corpse chi. He gazed at his cultivation panel. Name: Jiangchu. Identity: Purple Robe Zombie King. Unique: Zombie level: 3rd tier green zombie. Evolution level: 71%. Treasures: Corpse Purple Dao Robe. Corpse 5 Emperor Money Shield. Corpse Chi Points: 2,100. Can be used for purchases in the store. The 30 years of corpse chi elevated his evolution level as a green zombie to 71%. At this rate, it seems that another 30 years of corpse chi would enable him to advance once more. The speed is impressive. He quite likes it. Satisfied with his progress, Jiang Chu decided not to dwell further. He is now a zombie king, no longer belonging to the realm of the living. His understanding of this world remains limited, necessitating a swift departure. Now that he has avenged himself, it is time to leave. With that thought, Jiang Chu's figure melted into the corpse mist. The fog rapidly dissipated, along with his form, vanishing from sight in the chaotic burial grounds, under the leadership of a man with a square face. 2 to 3 dozen individuals clad in uniform attire cautiously advanced deeper into the burial site. Each of them radiated a distinct glow, clearly indicating they were no ordinary people. The wandering souls and restless spirits that typically inhabited this area hurriedly retreated upon witnessing such a formidable procession. Yet, this very team dared not breathe audibly, constantly surveying their surroundings as if fearing an ambush. They had covered nearly half the distance in just under 10 minutes, as they penetrated further into the chaotic burial grounds. The square-faced man's brow furrowed deeper. Upon traversing a thicket, his pupils suddenly widened as he beheld charred marks densely scattered in the forest ahead, spanning over 100 meters. The surrounding trees had all been shattered, evidently bearing witness to an unimaginable force unleashed in this location. However, aside from the fallen trees, the burial ground lay utterly desolate. Search this area thoroughly. Yes, at the command of the square-faced man, dozens of members dispersed, initiating a comprehensive search within the expansive vicinity. Minutes later, the square-faced man arrived at the pit where Jiang Chu had undergone his transformation. 2 personnel were already investigating within the pit. Captain, we can confirm this is likely the source of the recent bizarre outbreak. One of the personnel hesitantly reported after completing their examination. Too new. The square-faced man paused. As the leader of this team, he was naturally an extraordinary individual with considerable strength. Upon entering this area, he could sense the lingering ominous corpse chi in the air. Such corpse chi must have been buried for centuries. Yet, this investigator claims it is very recent. The square-faced man frowned. Could this be an elite corpse-rearing ground? Is that why a single body could transform into a malevolent force in such a short time? How many years has this pit existed? Over 100 years. If it has been over a century, that would be acceptable. But if it has allowed a corpse to reach this state within 100 years, this location must be reported, and access to the underground veins must be thoroughly severed. The probing personnel momentarily faltered, seemingly at a loss for words. Spit it out. The square-faced man glared. The investigator finally managed a wry smile. Based on our exploration and analysis, this pit likely appeared no more than 100 years ago. The square-faced man took a deep breath. Is that truly the case? Can you be more specific? About 3 days. 3 days is still. The square-faced man suddenly stiffened, his eyes widening in shock. Not only him, but all the nearby members stared blankly at the speaker, the atmosphere falling into a profound silence. After several seconds, the square-faced man finally snapped back to reality. Lin Shuang, are you joking? Lin Shuang shrugged. Captain, do you think I would jest about such matters? I have been engaged in paranormal investigations for over a decade, and I have never encountered such an uncanny place, even if it had been struck by lightning. The soil is visibly freshly turned. My estimate of 3 days is conservative. I suspect this pit was created less than 24 hours ago. As he concluded, Lin Shuang could not help but curse. The square-faced man inhaled deeply. Thank you for your hard work. Let's withdraw. Since that entity has departed, it is unlikely it will return. Notify all teams on standby to exercise extreme caution. If any anomalies arise, report them immediately. Also, identify every living or deceased individual who has entered this burial ground in recent days. Investigate them one by one. Yes, Captain. Should we report this to headquarters? The square-faced man shot a fierce glare. Report? How the hell do I report this? Tell them that a corpse buried for 3 days has undergone a mutation that caused our research institute's detection instruments to explode. Do you think the old-timers at the institute will see this as anything but a nuisance? Science, do you understand? We must trust in science. Chapter 7. Controlling corpses, zombies practicing sorcery, even deities cannot stop them. The crimson moon hung high in the night sky, casting a cold light upon the world. Although it was already midnight, the streets of Jiangbei remained brilliantly illuminated. Tianyuan community in a room. Jiang Chu's figure gradually materialized, following the mist. His zombie fangs retracted, and his crimson eyes returned to their original state. The purple robe faded away as the corpse chi dissipated. The copper coin mask on his face transformed into a bracelet that encircled his wrist. Jiang Chu approached the mirror in the room, turned on the light, and scrutinized his reflection. At present, he bore little difference from his living self, aside from slightly paler skin, which rendered his face somewhat sickly. Were it not for the ability to manifest his zombie king form at will, Jiang Chu might have felt as though he were dreaming. Why current state resembles that of the Panga zombie from the Last Life S film, albeit at a much higher level, for the Panga zombie could not suppress myriad spirits or command deities. Jiang Chu murmured to himself. The Panga zombie appeared indistinguishable from a living person in its ordinary state, unafraid of sunlight or Taoist magic. However, it lacked Jiang Chu's extraordinary abilities of immortality and invincibility. This could be considered a reverse form of immortality. With that thought, he refocused. Freed from the threat of death, life must continue. As a zombie, Jiang Chu naturally sought to keep his identity concealed. First, he would bide his time. With the system at his disposal, he need not worry about lacking means to grow stronger. As long as his power was sufficient, what did it matter if he was a zombie? Resolute in his decision, Jiang Chu turned his gaze toward his system space. System, what is the deal with the system shop? Ding. Would the host like to open the system shop? Is that even a question? Open it. System shop opened successfully. The system shop, level 1, each item priced at 500 corpse chi points. Reach 5,000 corpse chi points to unlock level 2 system shop. Higher level shops offer more precious treasures. Note, of course, you may also trust in your own corpse items. Good luck. Number of items in the shop, 10. Automatically refreshes at midnight each day. Or consume 100 corpse chi points to refresh. Note, the more refreshes, the more corpse chi points consumed. The rules are straightforward. Jiang Chu eagerly opened the shop. Indeed, 10 items appeared on the shelves. Item 1. Plants vs. Zombies. Description. Upon purchase, acquire a special seed that, when planted, will yield a pea shooter. Its power may be modest, but isn't it quite novel. Price. 500 corpse chi points. Jiang Chu? Are you kidding? Novel my foot. Is this shop even legitimate? Are you not afraid of being sued for such blatant imitation? Jiang Chu's lips twitched as he moved on to the next item. Item 2. Corpse Chi Shampoo 100. Description. A shampoo specifically designed for zombies. As a zombie, wouldn't you like to enjoy silky smooth hair every day? Price. 500 corpse chi points. Get lost. Jiang Chu swiftly skipped past. The items in the shop were absurdly abstract, leaving him perplexed regarding the system's reasoning. Item 3. Dark Cola 500. Item 4. Corpse Chi Pill. Upon seeing the name of this pill, Jiang Chu's eyes lit up. At last, a usable item has arrived. Introduction. As the name suggests, this is a pill infused with the essence of corpses. One pill can enhance the cultivation of the green zombie's corpse energy for an entire year, and it can also transform the deceased into a zombie. Quite remarkable indeed. A single pill for a year's worth of corpse energy. Purchased. Jiang Chuxian promptly clicked to buy. In an instant, a translucent porcelain vial appeared in his hand. Jiang Chuxian opened the vial, and a chilling aura emanated from within. This coldness would certainly make a living person feel uncomfortable. But Jiang Chuxian found it quite pleasant, akin to a warm bath. The vial contained a total of 10 pills, equating to 10 years of corpse energy. Jiang Chuxian nodded in satisfaction, opting not to consume them immediately. For him, 10 years of corpse energy was merely a drop in the bucket. He could afford to wait until his impending breakthrough to take them. He stowed the corpse energy pills away and quickly perused the 10 items available in the shop. All were rather mundane. It seemed he was not blessed with luck after all. Nevertheless, Jiang Chuxian made another purchase. Item 9. Zombie brand beef can food, half a ton. Introduction. To you, the food of the living is akin to chewing wax. So you surely require a can of food suitable for zombies. This product is made from naturally sourced, uncontaminated zombie beef, not only delicious but also slightly sweet. Initially, Jiang Chuxian had no intention of spending corpse energy points on canned beef. However, upon reading the introduction, he realized that he might not be able to consume food meant for the living in the future. Indeed, he felt a twinge of nausea at the mere thought of it. Thus, he purchased the canned food for emergencies. After a refresh, he was determined to find something better. Jiang Chuxian gazed at the refresh button below and clicked it decisively. Ding! Spending 100 corpse energy points. The shop refresh was successful. Next refresh will cost 200 points. A mechanical prompt appeared. The entire shop page darkened suddenly, and in the blink of an eye, it illuminated once more. The previous 10 items had vanished. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have refreshed a special reward. Corpse control technique. Would you like to purchase it? Huh. Jiang Chuxian was momentarily taken aback by the system's notification, his eyes widening slightly. Corpse control technique? What is this? A divine skill, but aren't these abilities something only the living can cultivate? Can a mere zombie like me wield such power? Jiang Chuxian was filled with confusion. He clicked on the introduction. Corpse control technique? The world is divided into yin and yang. Humans possess vital energy, while corpses harbor corpse energy. By practicing this technique, one can control any living being with corpse energy. Upon reading this, Jiang Chuxian's eyes finally sparkled with excitement, a technique that a zombie can cultivate. This is simply fantastic, as the saying goes, a zombie that wields magic cannot be trifled with. Who could resist becoming a zombie king with such powers? Moreover, while he currently possessed only the corpse control technique, who knows what other advanced techniques he might refresh in the future? It reminds him of the 3 brothers from the kingdom of Cheichi in the journey to the west, who, despite being demons, could still wield thunderous magic. If demons can wield such powers, surely a dignified purple robe zombie king like him could learn a thing or two. Purchase. Jiang Chuxian clicked. Ding. You have consumed 500 corpse energy points. The purchase of the corpse control technique was successful. Boom. In Jiang Chuxian's mind, a flood of memories regarding the corpse control technique surged forth. A wave of familiar, profound energy erupted from his consciousness. He felt no resistance, as if this technique was meant for him to learn. In just a few breaths, Jiang Chuxian completely grasped the corpse control technique. Eager to check his progress, he looked. Name. Corpse control technique. Current level. LV. 0. Divided into 5 levels. Level 1 corresponds to novice, level 2 to proficient, level 3 to minor achievement, level 4 to major achievement, level 5 to perfection. Next level. 500 corpse energy points. Chapter 8. The terrifying longevity of the Purple Robe Zombie King. Only by consuming corpse energy points can one directly enhance the proficiency of corpse techniques. Jiang Chuxian was pleasantly surprised. Truly, this system is efficient and straightforward. He glanced at his remaining 500 corpse energy points without hesitation. System, level up. With Jiang Chuxian's command, a surge of comprehension regarding the corpse control technique erupted in his mind. Everything he had previously found unclear about the technique suddenly converged, compelling him to close his eyes and contemplate. After several seconds, Jiang Chuxian's eyes snapped open, a flicker of eerie red light shimmering within. His fingers trembled violently in the air. Buzz, buzz. In the void, wisps of white energy began to swirl. This white energy was none other than corpse energy. Subsequently, the corpse energy surged forth, transforming into threads, as if capable of manipulating the hearts of beings. Name. Corpse control technique. Current level. LV1, novice. Divided into 5 levels. Level 1 corresponds to novice. Level 2 to proficient. Level 3 to minor achievement. Level 4 to major achievement. Level 5 to perfection. Ability. Manipulate all things. At level 1. Can control entities below the 3rd tier. Next level. 1000 corpse energy points. Jiang Chuxian nodded in satisfaction. 3rd tier, which aligns with his current status as a green zombie. Although his combat power as a purple robe zombie king far exceeds that of others at the same level, this rank is still commendable. The ability to manipulate at just level 1 of the corpse control technique is already quite impressive. Having thoroughly organized his gains for the day, Jiang Chuxian stretched lazily. It was already past 2 in the morning. The crisis had passed, and he had classes to attend the next day. Time to sleep. He covered himself with a blanket and lay down. Half an hour later, when Jiang Chuxian opened his eyes, he felt no fatigue. Even without the lights on, the room appeared as bright as day to him. he fell into deep thought for the first time. Do zombies need to sleep? Humans shouldn't stay up late. But what does that have to do with corpses? He should be the one who can't withstand the sun. Never mind. Since he couldn't sleep, he might as well delve deeper into the system. The following day, morning, after much difficulty, he finally felt a hint of drowsiness. Dingling. The alarm on his phone rang. Jiang Chuxian casually turned it off. Today, he only had 2 classes, the first starting at 8. After getting out of bed and going through a casual morning routine, particularly brushing his 2 zombie teeth thoroughly, he donned a coat and shut the door. Stepping out of the elevator, a ray of morning sunlight fell upon Jiang Chuxian. Huh? Jiang Chuxian instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes from the sun. Although the sunlight posed no harm to him, an unpleasant sensation surged from within, something he had never experienced as a living person. He wished he could shoot the sun down. Jiang Chuxian took a moment to acclimate himself before continuing on. The weather today was quite pleasant, with the fragrance of osmanthus wafting through the crisp autumn air. To get from his residence to Jiang University, he had to pass through a small street filled with food vendors. In the past, Jiang Chuxian would grab breakfast here, but today, he felt no inclination to indulge. Even when faced with his favorite flaky stuffed pancake, in fact, he felt a bit nauseous. Yet, his stomach grumbled incessantly. Although the system had suppressed his craving for blood, he still yearned for it. Initially, Jiang Chu, like many netizens, merely sought amusement from the spectacle. However, as he reflects upon his recent experiences, it becomes increasingly plausible that the rumors he once dismissed might indeed hold a kernel of truth. This world is far more perilous than one might imagine. Fortunately, he has transcended mortality. Jiang Chu managed a wry smile. Last night, in his exploration of the system's task-triggering mechanisms, he discovered that the more treacherous the location, the higher the likelihood of triggering a task. After class, he planned to investigate any recent supernatural occurrences in Jiangbei to test his luck. Should he fail, vanquishing malevolent spirits would still earn him valuable corpse energy points to enhance his necromantic abilities. Jiang Chu had resolved firmly. Though not truly immortal, he was far from invincible. As a violet-robed undead king in a world teeming with living beings and practitioners, he felt a profound lack of security. The path to strength was imperative. Chapter 9. The bloodlust resurfaces. You are truly delightful. No, you are truly wonderful. Upon entering the classroom today, numerous gazes fell upon Jiang Chu. He was quite well known at Jiang University, and it was impossible to remain inconspicuous with such striking looks. During last year's freshman season, the confession wall had been inundated with mentions of him. Old Jiang, over here. Hurry. A voice, loud and boisterous, reached his ears. Jiang Chu glanced up to see a flamboyantly dressed individual with an ostentatious hairstyle waving at him. This was Lin Wei, his only roommate. Lin Wei's father had once been a nouveau riche, later rising to become a prominent real estate mogul in Jiangbei. At the start of the school year, Lin Wei had arrived at their dorm with bodyguards, distributing Rolex watches to each of them. The original 4-member dormitory quickly dwindled, as the other 2 roommates hastily relocated after witnessing the spectacle. Only Jiang Chu, swayed by the allure of the Rolex, maintained a cordial relationship with Lin Wei. After a year of camaraderie, the summary could be distilled into a few words: naive, wealthy, and loyal. Old Jiang, you finally arrived. You have no idea how miserable I've been these past few days. As soon as Jiang Chu sat down, Lin Wei seized his arm, only to pause abruptly. Wait, it's only been half a month since we last met, yet you look so frail. Your hands are colder than mine, and your face is paler. Who the hell has treated you so poorly? You must have been drained like a juice machine. Do you have a girlfriend? Send her my way. Jiang Chu yanked his hand away, retorting, Get lost. You should take a look in the mirror before criticizing me. You're the one on the verge of collapse. His gaze lingered on the faint, dark aura shrouding Lin Wei's forehead. From the moment he entered, he had sensed that this fellow had encountered something sinister in recent days. Lin Wei, initially intent on bantering with Jiang Chu, turned pale at the remark. He cautiously glanced around before whispering, I think I've encountered a malevolent spirit. Jiang Chu nodded knowingly. I understand. Lin Wei was taken aback. You know and remain so composed? Aren't you afraid? Afraid? If that malevolent entity were to see my true form, it would likely be more terrified than you. Jiang Chu pondered for a moment before admitting, To be honest, I initially wished to interact with you all as a regular person, but the truth is, Lin Wei gasped in astonishment. You're also wealthy? I am a practitioner of exorcism. Lin Wei slapped his chest in relief. That's a relief. I thought I had lost my last advantage. You have a truly unique way of thinking. I would love to see how your mind works, Lin Wei continued, but the problem isn't me. It's that my house is haunted. My dad is worried about my safety and said the school has strong young energy, so I should lay low for a few days, however. I just received a call stating that the issue has been resolved. So after school, I'll be heading out. You have no idea how my girlfriends have been missing me these past few days. Ignoring Lin Wei's ramblings, Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow. The dark aura on Lin Wei's forehead had not dissipated. In fact, it seemed to be intensifying. This did not suggest a trivial matter. Yet Jiang Chu chose not to elaborate further. All right, be careful when you return. If anything else arises, remember to notify me immediately. Lin Wei was touched. Are you going to save me? Jiang Chu shook his head. I'm going to a banquet. I eat well with the kids' table. Lin Wei flashed him a middle finger. Damn it. The two engaged in idle chatter for 2 class periods. As the bell rang, Lin Wei sprang up like a wild horse, shoving his meal card into Jiang Chu's hands. I doubt I'll be back anytime soon. I've topped off the card. Remember to wipe it clean. Don't let those greedy bastards at school profit from it. Jiang Chu accepted without hesitation. Although he had no need for meals himself, he appreciated the gesture. He casually clipped a piece of his own nail off and tucked it into his pocket for protection against malevolent spirits. This was no ordinary nail. It bore a trace of the extreme energy from his undead form, ensuring that any nefarious entities would dare not approach. Lin Wei looked utterly baffled. Old Jiang. I've seen my fair share of things, from all sorts of shady dealings, but sending someone a nail, what kind of new trend is this? Get lost. Not lingering on campus any longer, Jiang Chu returned home and consumed a can of zombie food before opening a certain video app on his phone. He sought news of any alleged murders or supernatural occurrences to test his luck. Then, he found himself blissfully scrolling through 2 hours of alluring videos featuring beautiful women until the sun began to set. Finally, Jiang Chu stumbled upon an intriguing video. The footage was captured by an adventure vlogger. Brothers, breaking news, location. Qingshan Road, Linchuan Alley, where yet another male corpse has been discovered today, and the circumstances of this death are quite eerie. I suspect there may be malevolent forces at work in this alley. The comments section was rife with reactions. Eerie? How eerie? Show us. I don't believe it could be worse than downstairs. First floor. Shut up. I can attest. I've lived near Qingshan Road my whole life. What the vlogger says is true. I can confirm. One of the deceased was a friend of mine. If you don't believe me, I won't tag you. Just as Jiang Chu scrolled down, caught between disbelief and curiosity, a notification suddenly popped up. This video has been removed for violating guidelines. Jiang Chu sat up. Originally, he had assessed the risk of haunting at 30%, but with official corroboration, it had now escalated to at least 80%. Qingshan Road, Linchuan Alley. He noted the location. Jiang Chu did not rush to investigate. Malevolent spirits favored the cover of night, much like himself, who had a natural aversion to daylight. He would wait a while longer. As night descended, the crimson moon rose as anticipated. 9:30. Jiang Chu was just finishing his preparations when he suddenly sensed something. He raised his gaze toward the door. Knock, knock, knock. The door to his room was rapped upon. Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow as a youthful, melodic voice called out, Jiang classmate. Jiang classmate. Are you back? The voice was familiar. It belonged to Su Warner, the flower of the department living in the neighboring apartment. They had both moved into the complex around the same time and attended the same school. Having spent time together, they had developed a close friendship. Previously, Su Warner would occasionally accompany him to school in the mornings. However, these past few days, Jiang Chu had been preoccupied with a ghostly encounter, leaving early and returning late in search of solutions. He had avoided seeing Su Warner, not wanting to inadvertently share his troubles with her. He was surprised that she had come to visit him today. Jiang Chu opened the door. Standing before him was a tall, fair-skinned girl of striking beauty. Her appearance was breathtaking, particularly her ample bosom, which commanded attention. Jiang Chu's eyes widened in surprise. How enticing that she looked utterly delectable. How he longed to taste her blood. As this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Chu was momentarily taken aback. Why was his bloodlust resurfacing? Hadn't the system claimed to suppress it? No, The system had specified it was a suppression of cravings for lowly sustenance, which meant Su Wanner was considered a premium delicacy. Jiang Chu hurriedly suppressed this alarming notion. She was his dear friend, after all. How could he entertain such thoughts? What brings you here so late? Jiang Chu inquired. Su Wanner, hearing his question, blushed slightly and mustered her courage. Jiang classmate, have you been unwell these past few days? I made some chicken soup and wanted to invite you to my room for a bowl. What a kind-hearted young woman. Yet, inviting him over at such a late hour. Alone together? What were her intentions? Nonetheless, faced with the earnest invitation from his female classmate, Jiang Chu found it difficult to refuse. After all, it was a gesture of goodwill. All right, he acquiesced, entering her room. The layout of her room mirrored his own. However, in stark contrast to his disheveled space, Su Wanner's abode was impeccably tidy, permeated with a refreshing scent. Jiang classmate, please wait here. I will fetch the chicken soup, she said. Just as Jiang Chu was about to nod in agreement, a sudden realization struck him. Damn it. What business did he have drinking chicken soup? Was that something for the undead? Damn it. The allure of food and beauty was indeed overwhelming, clouding one's judgment, especially when tempted by the daughter of a powerful family and a prime delicacy. Jiang Chu sought an excuse to slip away, but Su Wanner clearly had no intention of granting him that opportunity and had already turned toward the kitchen. Upon the mere thought of the greasy soup that would soon materialize before him, Jiang Chu's throat involuntarily stirred. To compel him to consume chicken soup felt akin to swallowing a 2.5-year-old hen whole, a far more daunting task. After a few minutes of torment, Su Wanner reappeared. Exclaiming, "Here comes the little chicken soup," however, upon discerning the bowl in her hands, which was a murky concoction tinged with traces of blood, Jiang Chu was momentarily taken aback. Are you seriously calling this plucked chicken broth? Su Beauty, have you never cooked before? Jiang Chu inquired, his curiosity piqued. Su Wanner shyly nodded in affirmation. I've indeed never cooked. I grew up with over a dozen aunts at home. Such an unexpected admission left Jiang Chu astounded. You managed to pull off such a fade? Su Wanner hastily continued, but rest assured, I prepared this chicken soup strictly following the instructions in the book. You must try it. Jiang Chu, feeling apprehensive, pondered what sort of book could yield such a creation. Was this even fit for human consumption? Nevertheless, observing Su Wanner's eager expression, he accepted the bowl. With a swift motion, he downed it. Jiang, how does my chicken soup taste? Su Wanner asked, her voice tinged with nervous anticipation. Jiang Chu smacked his lips in contemplation. It's far more palatable than I had imagined. In fact, it surpasses even authentic chicken soup. It seemed that what was inedible for humans was indeed suitable for zombies. He gave a satisfied thumbs up, proclaiming, this is undoubtedly the best chicken soup I've ever had. Really? Su Wanner's eyes sparkled, narrowing into crescent shapes as she spoke with a hint of pride. Then I shall often prepare soup for you in the future. Gazing at the pulsing vein in Su Wanner's neck, Jiang Chu felt a swell of emotion, nearly moved to tears. You are truly delightful. No, you are simply wonderful. Chapter 10. Unorthodox Paths, at a glance. I can tell you are not human. The greatest distance in the world is not that between life and death, but rather standing before you, unable to consume you. Upon exiting Su Wanner's room, Jiang Chu gazed at the starry expanse, wiping away the drool that had formed. How utterly tantalizing! He could hardly resist. It seemed he was hungry once more. Jiang Chu retrieved a can of beef and devoured it ravenously, letting out a satisfying belch before dismissing thoughts of Su Wanner and heading straight for Linchuan Alley. The night in Jiangbei was bustling with activity, pedestrians weaving in and out of the throng. However, as he drew nearer to his destination, the surroundings grew increasingly desolate. By the time Jiang Chu arrived, darkness had fully enveloped the area. Linchuan Alley was an old street in Jiangbei, not merely a single lane but an entire district bearing the name. The labyrinthine paths led to various locales in Jiangbei, renowned for being a lawless zone in times past. Linchuan Alley was quite lively at night. Yet this evening it was eerily quiet. Jiang Chu observed the alley, where only a faint light from a solitary shop flickered. It was a funeral home, appearing particularly strange under the crimson moon. Were an ordinary person to enter such a place, their heart would surely flutter with unease. Yet, Jiang Chu remained unfazed, inhaling deeply, intoxicated by the heavy air of malevolence. It seemed he had indeed found the right place. Since becoming a zombie, Jiang Chu had developed a heightened sensitivity to such sinister energies. He could sense the ominous presence surrounding him. However, could anything here pose a greater threat than himself, a zombie king? As he passed the funeral home, Jiang Chu casually snatched a golden ingot. This paper ingot was unlike the ordinary ones found on the market. It was exquisitely crafted and shimmered with a golden hue, even the texture feeling akin to genuine gold. Such craftsmanship was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Unorthodox paths? No wonder they dared to operate at this hour. Unorthodox paths are not necessarily derogatory. They refer to those subtle practices that deviate from mainstream doctrines. Jiang Chu had not spent his 18 years idly. He had always harbored a keen interest in the supernatural. He had read numerous legends concerning such matters. Young man? At that moment, an aged voice floated into Jiang Chu's ear. He turned to see an elderly woman, over 60, standing at the door of the funeral home. Regarding him with curiosity, upon glimpsing her, Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow. There was no trace of young energy on her brow. How was she still alive? Noting Jiang Chu's gaze, the elderly woman's murky eyes lifted. Are you here to purchase funeral supplies? Jiang Chu shook his head. No. I'm merely passing through with some matters to attend to. Upon hearing this, the elderly woman lost interest, waving him off. Jiang Chu didn't linger and continued onward. The autumn midnight air was crisp, sending shivers down his spine. As he ventured deeper into the alley, silence enveloped him, occasionally broken by the eerie wails of stray cats. Beneath the dim light, his shadow stretched long. System, scan for tasks, Jiang Chu called out. Ding, congratulations, host. Task scan successful. Task completed. You may receive a substantial reward of corpse energy. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. A slight smile crept onto Jiang Chu's lips. Just as he had suspected, it was indeed simple to obtain tasks in places where malevolent spirits congregated. With this, his path to strength would accelerate significantly. It wouldn't be long before he would not only be immortal but also invincible. At that moment, the sound of chaotic high heels striking the ground approached from the depths of the darkness. Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow, peering into the shadows, eye in the glow of the light. He beheld a voluptuous woman, dressed provocatively, staggering toward him. The intoxicating scent of alcohol wafted from her. It was evident she was quite inebriated. She lurched forward, barely managing to steady herself against the wall. Retching and cursing on such a cold night, if only there was a man. Jiang Chu couldn't help but chuckle upon witnessing the scene. A moonless night, a beautiful woman inebriated. It was a scenario that would undoubtedly stir the hearts of all men. He could not let such an opportunity slip by. He stepped forward to meet her. The woman, sensing his presence, was startled by the sudden movement. Who? Don't be alarmed, I noticed you seemed intoxicated and thought I might lend a hand. Jiang Chu's voice resonated in her ears. Upon seeing Jiang Chu's face, her initial wariness melted away, and her eyes sparkled with interest. Oh, it's just a handsome young man, she giggled. Thank you. She stood upright, casting a flirtatious glance at Jiang Sichu, and no need to mention it. Am I not a man after all? Jiang Chu replied with a polite smile. The woman immediately understood, grinning coyly. You certainly are, as she wrapped her arm around Jiang Chu's. She was taken aback by the chill emanating from him. Handsome? Why are you so cold? Colder than I am. Perhaps it's just the cold weather. I've always had a naturally low body temperature. Ah, I see. Then I shall warm you up, but I must warn you. I do charge for my services, she said with a light laugh. No problem. Upon hearing this, the woman boldly draped herself around Jiang Chu's neck. An eerie aura enveloped him, rendering him momentarily immobile. Just as she was about to proceed with her intentions, Jiang Chu moved even faster. His two zombie fangs suddenly emerged, and his eyes turned a menacing crimson devoid of any warmth. Z-zombie! The sudden transformation caused the blonde beauty's eyes to widen in shock, leaving her frozen in place. Before she could react, Jiang Chu lunged forward, sinking his fangs into her neck. The surge of corpse energy erupted, and the woman found herself unable to move an inch. Her body rapidly shriveled like a deflated balloon before collapsing to the ground. Host has slain an evil spirit one, gaining 150 corpse energy points. The system notification chimed in Jiang Chu's mind. The taste of ghostly beings could never compare to that of the living. Even in her transformed state, the flavor was lacking. Jiang Chu spat twice and glanced at the deflated corpse at his feet. From the very moment he laid eyes on her, he could tell she was no ordinary human. Yet she was neither ghost nor human. This woman was a special entity, neither fully alive nor dead. A Zhang. Chapter 11. The Zhang, corpse-controlling technique, capable of commanding all corpses. The most familiar Zhang to people is the spirit that assists tigers. A tiger demon that has gained intelligence devours passers-by, using their souls to create Zhang to do its bidding, luring travelers and siphoning their essence. The Zhang operates similarly but is crafted by humans. It requires unique components: flesh for the body, paper for the spirit, and blood for the eyes. Transforming into a beautiful woman, it lures unsuspecting passers-by. How intriguing! Even the Zhang has emerged, indicating that this is no ordinary matter. I must uncover what is truly at play here. Jiang Chu raised his palm sharply, and wisps of corpse energy began to materialize in the air. Corpse-controlling technique. Jiang Chu waved again, and those ethereal strands, resembling worms, swiftly penetrated the recently deceased Zhang's body. Rise! With Jiang Chu's command, the woman, previously lifeless, suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes had lost all color, reduced to mere lifeless orbs. Master, Master. The voice emerged from the woman's lips. In that instant, Jiang Chu felt a peculiar power. As if he could manipulate everything about this woman at will. It was truly astonishing that even a lifeless being could be controlled, and he could activate her subconscious if she were alive. It would be akin to wielding divine magic to acquire a servant. Jiang Chu was quite satisfied with his initial experience of controlling the dead. Tell me, who created you? It was grandmother. The woman uttered a few words. Grandmother? Jiang Chu was taken aback. Take me to her. All right. The woman awkwardly twisted her rigid body and led Jiang Chu towards a direction in the alley. They ventured deeper into the alley. The surrounding structures transformed into quaint, old-fashioned farmhouses. After walking for several minutes, the woman's body finally halted at a two-story courtyard. The gate creaked open. The entire courtyard was divided into upper and lower levels, comprising 7 or 8 rooms. The moment Jiang Chu stepped into the courtyard, he sensed that this must be the source of the recent corpse incidents in Linchuan Alley, for a strong scent of blood permeated the air. The undead are particularly sensitive to the smell of blood. Clearly, not long ago, someone had perished here. Moreover, Jiang Chu could feel an overwhelming presence of sinister energy in this place. The type of being he controlled was certainly not singular. Just then, one of the rooms in the courtyard swung open. A similarly voluptuous woman emerged, holding a cigarette and licking her lips as she walked through the open door. Jiang Chu could vaguely see a corpse with wide-open eyes. Unable to rest in peace, though, Shaoqing is back, the sultry woman remarked, taking a drag from her cigarette, casting a sardonic glance at the corpse Jiang Chu controlled. Her gaze then shifted to Jiang Chu, her eyes lighting up. So handsome. Shaoqing is quite lucky tonight, isn't she? How about you let me have this handsome guy, and I'll pay you half a month's salary? However, her words elicited no response from Shaoqing, which visibly displeased the sultry woman. She furrowed her brow. Little hoof, didn't you hear me speaking? Don't waste your breath, a faint voice echoed in the courtyard. Upon hearing this, the sultry woman was momentarily stunned. She stared incredulously at Jiang Chu, never expecting him to speak at this juncture. What do you mean? The sultry woman inquired, perplexed. Jiang Chu merely smiled, a hand clapping. Crack, crack. Suddenly, countless fissures appeared on Shaoqing's body, which then burst apart. She no longer had the need to exist. This sudden turn of events left the sultry woman frozen in place, her eyes widening in shock. You killed her. Jiang Chu casually nodded. You undead creatures hunt the living. It is only reasonable that I eliminate you. Upon hearing this, the sultry woman comprehended entirely. The man before her was indeed here to confront them. Furthermore, he possessed formidable abilities. In an instant, the sultry woman ceased her pretense. Dark smoke began to rise from her skin, intricate patterns appearing all over her body. In the blink of an eye, all traces of her humanity vanished, leaving only her eyes fixed intently on Jiang Chu. You are not human. She had sensed an aura emanating from him. Indeed, Jiang Chu affirmed with a nod. Since we are of the same kind, why do you wish to kill my companion? The female ghoul's voice was icy. Jiang Chu scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. Do not flatter yourself. Do you think you are worthy to be my kin? as the one and only purple-robed zombie king who lacks a sense of pride. Upon uttering this, the female ghoul's expression darkened instantly, refusing a toast and opting for punishment instead with a roar. The female ghoul's voice shattered the prior silence of the courtyard, but soon after, a series of crashing sounds echoed from all directions. In the night, figures began to converge rapidly towards Jiang Chu's location. In mere moments, 6 or 7 identical female ghouls materialized behind him. "Leave, or die." The oppressive voice emerged from the previous female ghoul. She was still wary of Jiang Chu, for up until now, she had no clear understanding of what he was. Even though Jiang Chu didn't exhibit much sinister energy, she keenly sensed an underlying dread, a fear that seemed to stem from the depths of her soul, as if this man before her were a primal beast. Jiang Chu surveyed the emerging female ghouls and finally broke into a smile. "At last, you've all arrived. Saves me the trouble of searching for you one by one." He could have easily eliminated the recently deceased ghoul, but he had chosen to wait for this very moment. The female ghoul, having lost all patience, commanded her kin. As her voice fell, all the ghouls roared in unison, transforming into a gust of malevolent wind that surged toward Jiang Chu. The smile vanished from Jiang Chu's face, and in that very instant, his entire being surged forward. A terrifying aura erupted around him, and his blood-red pupils scanned the void. Any female ghoul caught in Jiang Chu's gaze underwent a drastic change in countenance. Yet before they could even process their fear, Jiang Chu extended his hand, his nails already transformed into the form of a zombie, sharp as daggers, sweeping through the air toward the ghouls. With his current strength, crushing these beings was a trivial task, especially since zombies exert a natural dominance over sinister entities. Zzz. In almost an instant, the closest female ghoul to Jiang Chu was pierced by his claws, her entire body torn asunder. The remaining ghoul's sinister energy enveloped Jiang Chu, yet the might of the zombie king was evident. Chapter 12. The Purple Robe Grandmaster. What manner of monster are you? Zombies are inherently unparalleled in physical form. The sinister energies barely tickled him. Jiang Chu struck again, and in no time, the courtyard became a scene of carnage, flesh flying in all directions. Within mere breaths, the ghouls screeched in agony, their bodies cleaved in two, utterly lifeless. Host has slain malevolent spirits X7, gaining corpse energy points 900. The system notification chimed in Jiang Chu's ears. He glanced at his system panel. Name: Jiang Chu. Identity: Purple Robe Zombie King. Unique. Zombie level: Tier 3 Green Zombie. Evolution progress: 71. Treasure: Corpse Purple Robe. Corpse 5 Emperor's Money Shield. Divine ability: Corpse Control Technique. LV 1. Corpse Energy Points 1,200. The points had risen to 1,200, which was quite satisfactory. Jiang Chu retracted his corpse energy and surveyed the remains strewn across the ground, already formulating a hypothesis. This traditional courtyard, likely converted into rental units by the previous owner, was undoubtedly linked to the many ghouls hidden here. The owner was surely complicit in these affairs, perhaps even orchestrating the entire scheme. With this thought, Jiang Chu strode toward the central room. Bang! He grasped the doorknob and applied pressure, causing the iron door of the main hall to shatter. With a flick of his wrist, he turned on the lights. The room was empty, devoid of any presence. However, Jiang Chu discovered a photograph. With a mere glance, his figure flickered and vanished from the spot. Jiangbei, Qing Shui Villa District, a lakeside villa at the center. Lin Wei stepped down from his luxurious vehicle. A hint of worry etched across his features. He had been joyfully enjoying time with his several girlfriends when he suddenly received a call from his father's driver, informing him of an urgent situation at home and instructing him to return promptly. Just as Lin Wei intended to inquire further, the call was abruptly disconnected. Although perplexed, Lin Wei dared not linger and hurriedly drove back home. Dad, Mom, your dashing eldest son has returned. Upon entering, Lin Wei called out. Normally, at this hour, even if his parents were asleep, the servants would be around. Yet today, the house was shrouded in darkness, with even the sensor lights failing to illuminate. The pitch-black villa stood solitary in the night, silent as a tomb. What is going on? Going to bed so early? Is my old man feeling spry, thinking I'm squandering my talents by inheriting the family business and planning to give me a little brother? Lin Wei pondered, perplexed. He switched on the flashlight on his phone and ventured through the yard, directly opening the door. Uncle Zhang? Aunt Lu? Are you all asleep too? Lin Wei called out again, but received no response. Damn, what the hell? Is there anyone here? Lin Wei muttered to himself. Shining the flashlight around the room, he called out, Is anyone there? He quickly swept the light towards the direction he had just come from. Indeed, he spotted two middle-aged individuals in their 40s, stiffly seated in the middle of the living room, their eyes fixated on him with a chilling, terrifying expression. Lin Wei was momentarily taken aback, but quickly chuckled. Uncle Zhang, Aunt Lu, so you're not asleep after all. What are you playing at on the floor at this hour? Curious, he approached them. Uncle Zhang wore a strange smile and extended his hand toward Lin Wei. Revealing a coin, Young master, care to play a game with us? Uncle Zhang's voice was eerily cold. Lin Wei scratched his head. Sure, what shall we play? Uncle Zhang retrieved the coin into his hand. Guess the coin. I wager heads. At this moment, Aunt Lu let out a sinister smile. I guess tails. Lin Wei, bewildered, thought to himself, are you both trying to pick a fight? There are only two sides, and now you've both guessed. What am I supposed to guess? I suppose I'll guess it's standing upright. Lin Wei shrugged it off. The wager commenced. Uncle Zhang suddenly flung the coin into the air. The coin struck the ground, producing a crisp chime. The smiles on Uncle Zhang and Aunt Lu's faces grew increasingly peculiar. Subsequently, everyone stared in astonishment as the coin stood upright on the spot. Uncle Zhang, Aunt Lu? This is possible? Lin Wei huffed disdainfully. Come on, Uncle and Aunt. How old do you think I am? Still playing tricks like this? Fine. I'm off to bed. You two should rest early. He waved his hand and ascended the stairs, leaving behind the two, whose smiles had vanished, exchanging furious glances. What a joke! The night was dark and windy. The birds silent, Jiang Chu emerged from the depths of the alley. His footsteps halted before the funeral home he had entered earlier. The funeral home still radiated a cold light, illuminating the surroundings. Is it you? Jiang Chu's arrival naturally drew the attention of the elderly woman within the funeral home. She furrowed her brow, seemingly puzzled as to how Jiang Chu managed to come out. Upon hearing her question, Jiang Chu did not respond but wandered aimlessly inside. The funeral home was not large, filled with paper figures and horses. These items were almost indistinguishable from the gold ingots outside. Crafted with considerable skill, a mix of various trades, it seems you were a paper craftsman in life? As soon as this was uttered, the elderly woman's previously furrowed brow vanished. A glint of sharpness sparked in her eyes, and her entire demeanor transformed in an instant. From the way of the Tao, almost, the elderly woman nodded. May I ask which path you follow? Which path? Jiang Chu rubbed his nose. I am a zombie. I suppose I have transcended the 3 realms and 6 paths. Unsure how to respond, he subtly manifested the purple robe draped over him. The moment the elderly woman beheld that purple robe, her pupils dilated sharply, her previously calm expression now filled with horror. Her throat moved slightly, and it took her several seconds to slowly speak. The robe, the purple. Run! The elderly woman turned and fled. Her human skin ruptured, and a yellow weasel the size of a wolf dog burst forth, fleeing in a frenzy. This scene left Jiang Chu stunned. Are you serious? I merely displayed my attire. Must you run so decisively? However, his gaze narrowed. A yellow weasel spirit. You won't escape from me. Just as Jiang Chu prepared to step forward, the old yellow weasel cried out in terror. You little ones, stop him with that. All the paper figures and horses within the funeral home sprang to life, their eyes snapping open in unison, blocking Jiang Chu's path. Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow. His aura shifted. A terrifying corpse energy erupted, shattering all the paper figures and horses. Squeak! Amidst the shattered remains, terrified howls echoed. Soon after, several yellow weasels the size of wildcats sprang forth from the debris. Chapter 13. I am not the purple-robed celestial master, but I am the purple-robed zombie king. They were merely minor demons, lacking fully awakened consciousness, only able to hide within paper figures to scare ordinary people. Now, faced with Jiang Chu, they were nearly paralyzed with fear. Jiang Chu's corpse energy coalesced, enveloped in his palm. Suddenly, he slammed down. Bang! The corpse energy exploded. All the yellow weasels let out a wretched scream, instantly reduced to a mist of blood. The 5 emperor coins on his wrist absorbed them. Host has slain yellow weasel spirit 5, gaining 600 corpse energy points. The system's prompt sounded. Jiang Chu paid it no mind, instead gazing in the direction the old yellow weasel had fled. With a single step, his figure vanished from the spot. In Linchuan Alley, an eerie scene unfolded under the night sky. A yellow weasel the size of a wolf dog was desperately fleeing, occasionally glancing back. Not far behind, a white mist surged towards it at a visible pace. Suddenly, from within the mist, a surge of corpse energy shot forth, striking the old yellow weasel. Bang! The old yellow weasel was directly hit, crashing heavily to the ground. The weasel coughed up blood, halting its flight. Its eyes glowing green as it fixated on Jiang Chu, who slowly emerged from the mist. You are not of the Taoist sect. You are not human, correct? Jiang Chu nodded. Since that is the case, we have no grievances or grudges. Why target me? Do you think the Huang family is easy to bully? The old yellow weasel barked fiercely. Upon recognizing Jiang Chu's identity, it appeared less fearful. After all, the purple robe Jiang Chu had displayed was exceedingly intimidating. However, knowing it was a ruse, why should it feel fear? The Huang family? Fox, yellow, white, willow, and gray, 5 types of spirits most likely to become formidable. Even in my past life, I often heard tales of fox spirits and yellow immortals causing havoc. Moreover, these creatures operated within a familial structure, holding grudges and being petty. Once provoked, it would be a fight to the death. Hence, few dared to provoke them. Especially in the northern regions, they were revered as deities. Jiang Chu scoffed, a bunch of beasts, daring to threaten me? The moment these words left his lips, the old yellow weasel seethed with rage. You dare look down upon my Huang family? It unleashed a torrent of demonic energy, roaring as it lunged at Jiang Chu. Unfazed by the old yellow weasel's assault, Jiang Chu wore an even broader smile, tinged with mockery. This expression left the old yellow weasel inexplicably unsettled. What is happening? Why is he smiling? Before it could comprehend, Jiang Chu's voice rang out. Though I am not the purple-robed celestial master, I am the purple-robed zombie king. The old yellow weasel was taken aback. Yet, in the next moment, an unimaginable purple light reflected in its eyes. The very purple robe it had just seen materialized over Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu's form began to change. His hair surged, his mouth revealing 2 sharp zombie fangs. The coins that had hung from his wrist began to move of their own accord, transforming into a mask. Roar! A soul-shattering roar reverberated through the alley. Under the red moon, the purple light surged, casting Jiang Chu as a celestial being. The old yellow weasel's pupils widened to the size of gongs, staring blankly at the transformed Jiang Chu. Its entire body trembled, a primal fear emanating from the depths of its being. The purple robe? The zombie king? Confusion filled its expression. It knew what a purple robe was, and it understood what a zombie king was. But how could these two exist simultaneously within the same being? A monster. You are a monster? Monster? Jiang Chu's crimson pupils held no color. To be called a monster by a mere demon is truly laughable. However, none of this mattered anymore. His figure surged forward. The extreme rage of corpse energy erupted, coalescing into a mass that crashed down upon the old yellow weasel. Though terrified, the old yellow weasel dared not hold back in this life or death moment. A layer of yellow light enveloped its body, forming a pillar to block Jiang Chu's strike. Yet, it was utterly futile. The moment the yellow light came into contact with Jiang Chu, it shattered as if made of paper. Boom! Jiang Chu's fist descended, unleashing the full power of the zombie king. The air exploded with a deafening sound. The old yellow weasel was obliterated. Point 1 strike. Instant kill. Host has slain yellow weasel spirit 1. Gaining 600 corpse energy points. The system prompt chimed in Jiang Chu's mind. Another 600 corpse energy points. Quite a decent haul. The yellow weasel has caused so much trouble for so many. The human world has become quite perilous. Having slain so many yellow weasels, Jiang Chu felt little in the way of sentiment. It seemed that zombies possessed an innate interest in slaughter. He even felt a faint urge to consume the flesh of this yellow demon. Fortunately, he restrained that impulse. After so many years as a human, suddenly becoming a corpse, Jiang Chu still felt a certain aversion to consuming raw flesh. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system task. Task rewards: 30 years of corpse energy, 1,000 corpse energy points. Would you like to claim? The system prompt for completing the task echoed at that moment. 30 years of corpse energy, 1,000 corpse energy points? That reward is quite appealing. Claim. Jiang Chu spoke. A terrifying surge of corpse energy erupted from him, causing him to roar uncontrollably. Roar. Once all the corpse energy fully integrated into his being, Jiang Chu sensed a change. He felt as though his body had hardened to steel. Moreover, he sensed that he had reached the limit of a green zombie, just a step away from another transformation. Home! Jiang Chu wasted no time, his figure flickering, dissipating into mist. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, in the dark corner of the alley, within a hidden lair, two green eyes observed everything intently. Once Jiang Chu departed, that entity swiftly dove deep into its lair. Outside the Tianyuan community, Jiang Chu sought a secluded corner to conceal his corpse aura, blending in like a late-returning pedestrian on his way home. However, upon entering the community gate, he paused momentarily, his attention drawn to two police cars flashing their lights. Parked beneath the third unit, a temporary cordon had been established around the entire building, and numerous neighbors had gathered outside, their faces alight with curiosity, for it is a cherished tradition among the Daxia people to observe any spectacle. Regardless of the incident, as long as there is commotion, there are always bystanders eager to indulge in the unfolding drama. What could be happening? Jiang Chu felt a spark of curiosity igniting within him. He stepped into the midst of the crowd, catching snippets of hushed conversations. Which floor had the incident occurred on? The 18th floor. Room 1804.it has long been said that the 18th floor is cursed. That number is ominous. A middle-aged woman in her 40s spoke in a conspiratorial tone. "Dear lady, you seem to be indulging in a bit of superstition," retorted a younger man. "Ignoring the advice of the elders can lead to unfortunate consequences." The woman shot him a disdainful glance before continuing to whisper to those nearby. "Let me tell you, it is quite eerie. I live on the 19th floor of this building, and just half an hour ago, I went down to dispose of some trash and passed by the 18th floor. You wouldn't believe what I saw." She paused for dramatic effect. "What?" the crowd inquired in unison. With a satisfied smirk, she divulged, "I saw a person standing at the door of room 1804. A person drenched from head to toe, as if pulled from the river, and he reeked terribly, foul and fishy. I've heard such occurrences often involve water ghosts seeking a replacement for their lives. Did you catch the news a few days ago? There was a car accident on the Riverside Bridge. Several vehicles plunged into the water, and many lives were lost. Today is precisely the 7th day for those souls." The woman narrated with vivid detail, leaving the truth of her story ambiguous. Jiang Chu felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth and silently slipped away from the crowd. He glanced up at the 18th floor, raising an eyebrow, for he truly sensed an unsettling aura. As a zombie, he was particularly sensitive to such energies. Could it be that what the woman claimed was indeed true? The Riverside Bridge. Jiang Chu was well aware of its proximity to his community. It was rather famous in Jiangbei. He would need to investigate further. "Jiang Chu?" a voice called out, reaching his ears. Startled, he instinctively turned around to see a girl in a nightgown gazing at him from the edge of the crowd. In that fleeting moment, her eyes sparkled with recognition. It was none other than Su Wanner. "Jiang Chu, you've come down too," she said, jogging over to him. "I could tell you that I just caught a bunch of weasels." Jiang Chu fabricated a lie. "Really? Do you want to see them? I must head back now. I'm heading back as well." The two walked side by side towards their respective units. "Jiang Chu, I heard someone died here. Is that true?" Once away from the throng, Su Wanner bit her lip, a hint of fear evident in her demeanor. "Life is unpredictable. Death is an inevitability we cannot escape. A mere triviality." Jiang Chu chuckled softly. "Are you not afraid?" Su Wanner queried, her curiosity piqued. "Afraid? That's an interesting question," Jiang Chu replied. "Perhaps I could ask the deceased for some answers. Surely they would find me more terrifying than I would find them." Nevertheless, it was only natural for Su Wanner, being a university student, to possess a somewhat timid disposition. "Don't overthink it. It's just a dead person, nothing to be alarmed about." Upon hearing Jiang Chu's reassurances, Su Wanner felt warmth spread through her heart. She nodded vigorously, a smile breaking through as she jested. "You speak as if you're dead yourself." Jiang Chu gasped in surprise. "How did you know?" Once back home, Jiang Chu eagerly gazed at the system panel. Name: Jiang Chu. Identity: Purple Robe Zombie King. Unique: Zombie level: 3rd grade green zombie. Evolution degree: 97%. Treasure: Corpse Purple Robe. Corpse 5 Emperor's Money Shield. Corpse Technique. Control Corpse Technique, LV1. Corpse Chi Points, 3,600, available for purchase in System All. The progression had reached 97%. Only 3% remained to complete the evolution. With the accumulated Corpse Chi Points and task rewards, he had amassed a total of 3,600 points. Exhilarating. Time to advance. Without hesitation, Jiang Chu extracted a Corpse Chi pill he had purchased from the System Mall the previous day. Pouring it into his palm and swallowing it whole, it was cool and reminiscent of ice cream. Upon consumption, the Corpse Chi from the pill dispersed entirely, transforming into a pure essence that coursed down Jiang Chu's throat, permeating his entire being. A year's worth of Corpse Chi was refined in an instant, and his evolution degree surged to 98%. 4 more to go. Rather than consume them one by one, Jiang Chu simply poured 4 Corpse Chi pills into his mouth. As the last 4 pills entered his stomach, he lay back on his bed. Buzz. The moment he reclined, a terrifying transformation began to unfold. The previously absent form of the purple-robed zombie king manifested in an instant. His fangs bared, an aura of dread radiated from him. The green zombie, though merely mid-tier among zombies, was on the verge of transcending to the true higher tier of zombies, the hairy zombie. Of course, Jiang Chu's lineage far surpassed those inferior zombies. Nevertheless, this metamorphosis was of utmost significance. His body erupted with the growth of long hair, rapidly enveloping his entire form in mere moments. These were no ordinary hairs but rather a manifestation of Jiang Chu's Corpse Chi. Within him, sounds of creaking echoed, akin to frying soybeans. The transformation of a zombie did not mirror that of cultivators, who merely required a certain level of cultivation to ascend. For zombies, the breakthrough entailed a comprehensive and thorough evolution of the entire body. The original bones could scarcely withstand Jiang Chu's current strength. Flesh and bone were regenerating. As time passed, Jiang Chu's visage vanished completely upon glancing at the bed. He was taken aback to discover an unexpected addition, a piece of skin, accompanied by a fragment of spine. Is this my bone? Jiang Chu was momentarily stunned. The purple-robed zombie king sheds its original form with each advancement, and the essence contained within the bones of the zombie king harbors the power of its host, which must not be allowed to seep away. The host is permitted to refine it independently, with the suggestion to forge it into a corpse weapon. The system's voice resonated in his mind. Jiang Chu's lips twitched. Go create a weapon from his own spine. This is absurd. How is this any different from the antics of that reckless brother who enjoys toying with his own spine? He picked up the fragment of his spine, which had already manifested information. Purple-robed zombie king's bone. Derived from the source, it can be refined using the host's corpse blood, allowing for complete control. The method of manipulation appeared relatively straightforward. Ordinary zombies lack blood, but Jiang Chu was, of course, an exception. Without hesitation, he extended his fingers, causing his nails to lengthen drastically, and plunged them into his chest. Zombies possess a dulled sense of pain. Yet Jiang Chu still inhaled sharply. With a swift motion, his nails sliced through the flesh of his chest. A surge of corpse energy radiated from him, forcing out a drop of corpse blood from his heart. His blood was peculiar, exhibiting a ghastly pallor. Because he suddenly remembered that Uncle Zhang and Aunt Lu seemed to have died a few days ago during that incident. Moreover, their deaths were quite tragic. How could he possibly see them tonight? Could it be that they had risen from the dead? Should he carry them back to their graves? Lin Wei rested his chin on one hand, pondering seriously for a moment. Forget it, it's quite far. He didn't want to tire himself out. He would wait until tomorrow to return them. After all, it wasn't easy for the elderly to come out. Perhaps they could play a couple of games first. In Taiwan community, Jiang Chu, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes. He glanced in the direction of Lin Wei's house. Had this kid truly encountered danger? Never mind. With his laid-back personality, as long as he wasn't strung up and beaten, he wouldn't care much. Time to sleep. Jiang Chu closed his eyes once more. Drifting into slumber until dawn, he awoke feeling exceptionally refreshed, and even sensed a slight increase in the corpse energy within him. No wonder zombies love to sleep. It was a delightful way to enhance their cultivation. Jiang Chu took a look around but felt no attachment to his bed. He had class at 10, and it was about that time. After enjoying a breakfast specially tailored for zombies, he opened the door, only to find his neighbor, Su Warner, stepping out as well. Today, she donned a short pink jacket paired with a mid-length skirt. her hair casually styled. She bore a hint of a mature woman's charm. Upon seeing Jiang Chu, a smile instantly blossomed on her face. Jiang classmate, what a coincidence. Indeed, quite the coincidence. Jiang Chu chose not to expose her little ruse. A normal person would surely be taken aback by such a chance encounter. But she showed no signs of surprise. Clearly, she had timed this perfectly. How na-ve? The two walked side by side toward the school. As they passed the building where the incident had occurred yesterday, they noticed that the main entrance was sealed off, with several residents moving out. Jiang classmate, are they moving away? Su Wanner hesitantly spoke up. Should we move too? Move? Where to? I have a few apartments in the neighboring community. We could move there. Jiang Chu? Such an unfamiliar proposition. Did she think the community belonged to her? No need, you're living next door. It's absolutely safe. Jiang Chu shook his head in refusal. Really? But what if there are ghosts? Su Wanner clearly sensed something amiss. I swear on my life. Jiang, never lied. Su Wanner was taken aback by Jiang Chu's fierce oath and hurriedly spat a few times. Poo, what are you saying? Of course I believe you. We must both live well. Jiang Chu was momentarily stunned. He glanced at the sunlight above. Live well? You're right. We must live well. In light of your words today, I guarantee you'll live a long time. Su Wanner was curious. How long? Until the day you no longer wish to live. Su Wanner covered her mouth, laughing lightly. You're boasting. I want to live for 1,000 years. Can you make me a turtle? Jiang Chu shook his head. No turtles. According to science, the longest living turtles can only live for about 200 years, which is far from 1,000. Su Wanner was astonished. Then what can live for 1,000 years? Zombies. They can. Su Wanner laughed heartily. Great. Then when I die, you can turn me into a zombie. Just make sure I look good. I don't want people digging me up to gawk. Jiang Chu nodded vigorously. No problem. Just a casual remark. Chapter 17. Official visitors, assisting investigations. Upon entering the campus, many eyes fell upon Jiang Chu and Su Wanner. It was unavoidable. They were simply too well-matched. Wanner. As they passed the cafeteria, a handsome young man leaned against a Porsche, having waited with breakfast in hand point. One could tell simply by the aroma that he was a devoted admirer of Su Wanner, as the department's flower. She had no shortage of suitors. The young man, whom even Jiang Chu recognized, was known for being a caring gentleman and was rumored to be a wealthy second generation. He approached Su Wanner with a bright smile. Wanner, your breakfast. Su Wanner furrowed her brows. Thank you, but that's unnecessary. We aren't that familiar yet. Please call me Su Wanner. The young man's face stiffened, yet he maintained a smile akin to a gentle spring breeze. Su Wanner, my apologies for being presumptuous, but I've already bought this breakfast. You should at least take a bite. Don't worry. I have prepared something for Jiang classmate as well. He then pulled out another breakfast and offered it to Jiang Chu. How considerate! Jiang Chu accepted the breakfast with tears in his eyes, only to casually toss it into the nearby trash can. Warm-hearted guy, Jiang Chu remarked, I'm not targeting you, but I genuinely have no appetite lately. Other than the chicken soup Wanner makes, I can't eat anything else. The young man looked bewilderedly at Su Wanner, who blushed, unable to suppress a smile. Really, Jiang classmate? I researched all night again. After class, I'll prepare it. And when it's ready, remember to come to my room for some. The young man could no longer maintain his composure. Tonight? Soup? In your room? Without saying another word, he turned and left. College students in a room together. All just to drink soup. Those in the know understood. Thank you, Jiang classmate, Su Wanner said, patting her chest. Jiang Chu shook his head. Previously, he had no feelings for Su Wanner, but now it was different. He was truly protective of his food. The zombie-kin food was merely to fill his stomach. Su Wanner was the true delicacy. It was akin to a famished person guarding a spicy chicken leg burger. Although he couldn't indulge, simply watching a delicious meal sway before him was quite satisfying. Don't be so polite. Do you know you resemble a saying? Su Wanner exclaimed. What saying? Delightful to behold. Su Wanner's face flushed crimson. Her heart racing. Was this a veiled confession? After all, what boy would compliment a girl in such a manner without reason? Did he compare her to food, wishing to devour her? Jiang Chu silently gazed at Su Wanner's delicate neck, her quickening heartbeat causing her blood to flow more vigorously. Truly intoxicating. Zombie-kin food. Rubbish. Classmates, please turn to page 137 in your textbooks. Today, we will be discussing. Not long after the class bell rang, a series of knocks resounded from outside the door. leaving all the students momentarily stunned. Point 2. Middle-aged men in black trench coats had appeared at the door, accompanied by a bespectacled middle-aged woman. The students recognized her as their department head. "Excuse me, teacher, is Jiang Chu in?" The department head smiled apologetically at the teacher, who was lecturing at the podium, then turned to the students. Jiang Chu, who had been dozing off, heard someone call his name and looked up in confusion. His gaze immediately landed on the two men in black coats. These two were no ordinary individuals. There was a fluctuation of yuan qi within them. Were they here for him? It seemed to be connected to the events of the previous night. Jiang Chu stood up. "I'm here." As Jiang Chu rose, the two men in black coats exchanged nervous glances, clearly cautious. Only the middle-aged woman seemed unperturbed. "Good, Jiang Chu, please come with us." Jiang Chu did not hesitate and stepped outside. Once outside, the middle-aged woman smiled at the two men in black coats and said, "Two gentlemen, Jiang classmate has arrived." Then, turning to Jiang Chu, she added, "Don't be nervous. These two are from the investigation department and would like to ask you a few questions." Jiang Chu nodded. "No problem." "That's great. Let us go." The group proceeded to a conference room in the adjacent building. Upon arrival, the department head wisely refrained from entering. Only Jiang Chu and the two men in black coats entered, closing the conference room door behind them. Inside the room sat three individuals, with a square-faced man at the forefront. Upon seeing Jiang Chu, everyone in the room instinctively tensed up, causing Jiang Chu to feel somewhat awkward. "Gentlemen, police officers, what seems to be the matter?" The square-faced man quickly realized. Clearing his throat, he hadn't intended to act this way, but recalling the events of that night still sent chills down his spine. "You're Jiang Chu, correct? My name is Xiafeng. I'm with the city bureau. Here is my identification." "Why so formal?" Jiang Chu replied seriously. "I'm Jiang Chu, residing at 502, Building 3, Tianyuan Community. I'm a tenant, so I want TB showing you the property deed." Xiafeng's mouth twitched slightly. Realizing the awkwardness, he regained his composure, though his initial tension had dissipated significantly. Given the records, a zombie could never articulate such words. "Jiang classmate, please take a seat. We just need to ask you a few simple questions." Xiafeng continued. Jiang Chu made himself comfortable, sitting confidently across from them. Xiafeng opened a laptop on the table, pulled up a video, and clicked play. The content of the video was none other than Jiang Chui. "Jiang, is that you?" Jiang Chu nodded. "Yes, I wonder what brings you to the mass grave at such a late hour?" As Xiafeng spoke, his gaze fell upon Jiang Chu's eyes. An inexplicable ripple emanated from Xiafeng, causing Jiang Chu to furrow his brow. This aura possesses the ability to unveil lies. Under its influence, any living person would inevitably reveal their innermost thoughts. However, he is a dead man, and thus it holds no sway over him. Jiang Chu was aware that it was his own affairs that had drawn the attention of these individuals, and he did not mind Xiafeng employing such tactics against him a few days ago. "I was haunted by a ghost in a wedding dress. That night, I went to burn paper offerings for her, hoping to send her on her way." Jiang Chu's words elicited nods from Xiafeng and the others. Naturally, they had investigated the reports Jiang Chu had made in the days prior. "How do you know she was a ghost? Or rather, how did you ascertain her identity?" Xiafeng continued to inquire, skillfully gathering details without diving straight into the matter. Chapter 18. The Underworld Bureau. "I am Yang Jian. My past life was Erling Shin." He was indeed cautious, understanding that a thorough investigation of the zombies at the mass grave that night was imperative, especially concerning Jiang Chu. Given that the mass grave was generally devoid of the living, he was the only one who had entered that night, and there was no footage of Jiang Chu emerging. This raised significant suspicion. Nearby, a figure in a black trench coat was diligently taking notes. "She left me a love letter, one that I could not destroy by any means. Coupled with the unusual occurrences reported in the news recently, I concluded that she was indeed a ghost." "Well then, have you managed to send that ghost away?" Jiang Chu sighed. "I burned 10 paper effigies of muscular men for her, but it seems I underestimated her infatuation. She did not depart." Upon hearing this, Xiafeng fell into contemplation, his expression growing more serious, and the aura of truth-telling around him intensified. Jiang Chu knew that Xiafeng was about to press for the crux of the matter. "In that case, how did you survive the clutches of a ghost?" "According to what we understand, it appears that no ordinary person has been able to endure an attack from a ghost and still live to tell the tale." "Do you possess some unique ability?" Or perhaps are you concealing something? At this, Jiang Chu seemed to drift into recollection, a hint of fear crossing his features. I did indeed prepare some measures. I heard that ghosts fear Taoists. So I went to Longhu Mountain to seek out a purple robe, and I also procured crow's blood and a copper coin mask to use against the ghost. Yet, all of this proved ineffective against her. However, just as I was about to be ensnared by that ghost, I saw a zombie emerge from the ground not far from me. Almost immediately, the heavens erupted with thunder and lightning, and 9 bolts of heavenly lightning descended upon the zombie. Following that, I lost consciousness, and when I awoke, all was silent, and the zombie had vanished. Yet, I discovered that my body had undergone some changes. What kind of changes? Xiaofeng pressed. I formed a pact with that ghost in the wedding dress. She is now within me. With a subtle motion, the 5 Emperor's coin mask on Jiang Chu's wrist emitted a barely perceptible ripple. A chilling aura suddenly manifested around him, slowly coalescing into the form of a ghostly woman. The ghost, with an eerie countenance, leaned over Jiang Chu's shoulder and flashed a grin at the onlookers. This unsettling spectacle did not induce panic among those in the office. Instead, they regarded the ghost with intrigued fascination. Xiaofeng frowned slightly, glancing at the ghost in the wedding dress before waving his hand. Enough of that. The aura of truth-telling around him dissipated. As Jiang Chu retracted the ghost, he fixed an intense gaze upon Xiaofeng. Officer Xia, I know you are not ordinary people either. What is happening with me now? Have I mutated? Am I becoming superhuman? Sensing Jiang Chu's barely contained excitement, the trench-coated figures in the office could not help but chuckle. Their demeanor relaxing considerably. Young one, you are not a superhuman, but congratulations. After this ordeal, you must now realize that ghosts indeed exist in this world, and you have acquired the strength to contend with them. One of the trench-coated men remarked. Xiaofeng did not intervene. After the man finished speaking, he continued the conversation. Those who seal ghosts within themselves, in our line of work, are referred to as ghost tamers. As the name suggests, they can control malevolent spirits. Ghosts and demons are no longer something ordinary people can confront. Only those with extraordinary abilities can handle them. Being a ghost tamer can be regarded as a form of superpower. Jiang Chu appeared bewildered and instinctively asked, are there many people with such superpowers? Not many, but not few either, as you might surmise. We are indeed of the same ilk, and we exist in every city. Moreover, aside from us, there are ancient practitioners of extraordinary abilities hidden throughout Daxia, known as chi refiners or cultivators, what ordinary people refer to as immortals. For instance, the Taoist whom you sought out for the purple robe and the Buddhist sect both have numerous practitioners. It is precisely because of people like us that the spirits in Daxia have not run rampant. The human realm remains the human realm. Xiaofeng's tone was somewhat melancholic. After finishing, he smiled. So, young one, would you like to join us? Become one of the underworld's guardians in Jiangbei city of Daxia. Underworld? Guardians? Jiang Chu's lip twitched. What an utterly juvenile name. Is that the title of your organization? Xiaofeng nodded vigorously. Indeed, we are affiliated with the Underworld Bureau, tasked with containing, imprisoning, and eliminating all threats to the safety of Daxia. Those who offend Daxia shall surely meet their demise in the underworld. The description bore a resemblance to the 749 Bureau of my previous life. However, it was evident that the scale of this underworld was significantly larger, far more expansive. In my previous world, there was no such phenomenon as a parade of 100 ghosts. Jiang Chu pondered carefully but ultimately declined, for he harbored too many secrets. Just the fact that he could not age or die was enough to drive anyone mad. Until he possessed absolute strength, Jiang Chu preferred to minimize his interactions with Daxia's special departments. It was not a matter of trust, but rather that it was unnecessary. He had already devised his own method of strengthening himself and was developing quite well in solitude. Upon hearing Jiang Chu's response, Xiaofeng fell silent for a few moments before a smile returned to his face. Very well, we respect your decision. However, you must remember that as a ghost tamer, you must never use your powers to harm others with malevolent spirits. Should you violate this prohibition, the underworld will surely bring you to justice. Very well, Uncle Guardian of the Underworld. As Jiang Chu turned to leave, Xiaofeng felt an inexplicable sense of unease, though he could not pinpoint its source. Captain, did you notice anything unusual about him? Is there any connection between this lad and the zombie we are searching for? A guardian beside Xiaofeng inquired. Xiaofeng did not respond but instead focused on a young man in a trench coat who had been seated closest to Jiang Chu. He was a scrawny fellow, appearing to be in his early 20s, with a rather unremarkable appearance, even showing signs of malnutrition. Yang Jian, enlighten us on the situation. The young man's face darkened. Captain, I will reiterate. My name is Yang Jian. Yang as in Yang Jian, the three-pronged spear. My past life was Erlang Shun. You can insult me, but do not insult the divine. If you call me Yang Jian again, I will have words with you. Very well, Yang Jian. Yang Jian clenched his fists, his anger flaring momentarily. He then pulled out a compass, a talisman, and some unknown blood from his pocket, placing them on the table. Chapter 19. The blood of the century-old phoenix eye. The hidden secrets of this world. He laid these items on the table. The corpse-fixing compass, the corpse-seeking talisman, and the century-old phoenix eye chicken blood all showed no reaction, which leaves us with two possibilities. What are those two? Someone could not help but ask. Yang Jian stated solemnly. One possibility is that this lad is not a zombie. The other is that he is a zombie of an exceptionally high level. Beyond our detection capabilities. You've got to be kidding me. Why are you stating the obvious? As the crowd shot him murderous glares, Yang Jian quickly smiled. Just trying to lighten the mood. Don't act like I stole your wives, oh. Wait, I forgot you don't have any? Hee. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Even Xiaofeng's cheek twitched in irritation. You really know how to hit where it hurts, don't you? You're as annoying as ever. If you keep rambling, I'll make your three-pronged spear a two-pronged one. Yang Jian promptly fell silent. Reducing 3 prongs to 2 would be too much. He adjusted his expression. Based on the current situation, there is a 99 chance he is not a zombie, and a 1 chance that the zombie is of such a high level that our tools cannot detect it. However, this latter possibility is almost negligible. As I did not sense anything unusual about him, yet I still feel that this lad is not quite normal. You sense it too? Xiaofeng was taken aback. It should be noted that Yang Jian was among the few spiritual mediums within the underworld. Such abilities were typically possessed by the most exceptional talents in the underworld and the entire realm of cultivation, regardless of whether one pursues the path of ghost taming or that of cultivation. Both are manifestations of the extraordinary. In fact, prior to the emergence of Yang Jian, the vast majority of these anomalies did not exist. They were, without exception, absent. Only Yang Jian, despite being a spirit medium, was utterly unremarkable, to the extent that he managed to transition from the headquarters of aberrations to the position of deputy captain of a branch office in Jiangbei. Nonetheless, although Yang Jian's talent for cultivation is rather mediocre, his sensitivity as a spirit medium remains intact, allowing him to perceive certain secrets about anyone standing before him, albeit to varying degrees. Xiaofeng fell silent for a few moments. Let it be for now. This little fellow indeed harbors numerous secrets. Merely acquiring the purple robe from that individual at Longhushan is certainly not something an ordinary person could achieve. After all, we are all aware of the significance of the purple robe. It is merely puzzling that, despite being granted the purple robe, he still became a ghost tamer. Xiaofeng found this perplexing but chose not to dwell on it, as long as it is not that zombie. The primary focus should remain on tracking down the zombie, ensuring it does not wreak havoc in Jiangbei. The current situation is deteriorating rapidly, and the next resurgence of the Red Moon is imminent. We must be prepared. It is absolutely essential to prevent the situation in Jiangbei from spiraling out of control. Mentioning this, the expressions of everyone present, including Yang Jian, turned grave. Indeed, in the Qing Shui Villa area, "Son, wake up! I am your father." In Lin Wei's room. A rotund man was slapping Lin Wei's cold face with his chubby hands. Oh no, is my eldest son going to die? The more he slapped, the more alarmed he became. Standing beside him was an elegant and beautiful woman. She pushed the man aside with an eye roll. Lin Dali, do you even hear yourself? If you can't speak properly, then get lost. If anything happens to my precious son because of your foolishness, I will ensure your lineage ends here. Lin Dali, wait, do I have other sons? Dad. Mom, what are you talking about? Who's going to a live house? On the bed, Lin Wei, still half asleep, opened his eyes. Thank goodness, eldest, you're alive. Hearing his voice, Lin Dali was overwhelmed with joy, relieved that his offspring was safe. The beautiful woman sat on the bed, a look of concern on her face. Xiao Wei, when did you return? Why did you end up in this place? Lin Wei, puzzled, replied, didn't you ask Uncle Zhang to call me? Realization dawned on him. I forgot, Uncle Zhang has already passed away. Mom and Dad, I need to tell you, Uncle Zhang and Aunt Lu came back to life last night. To his surprise, both Lin Dali and the beautiful woman showed no signs of shock. We already knew. How did you find out? Look outside. Lin Dali shifted slightly. Lin Wei followed the gap and was startled. Outside the door lay Uncle Zhang and Aunt Lu, their bodies rigid, with wounds of unknown origin. Flesh torn apart. Their eyes were fixed on Lin Wei's bed, filled with hatred. After a pause, Lin Wei remarked, Mom and Dad, it's wrong to disturb the dead. Lin Dali staggered, scolding, You disturb your own? Huh? The woman interjected. No disturbing. We found them like this when we arrived, and the feng shui master we invited last night also died. It was a gruesome death, and according after casting a glance around, the expression on his face became peculiar upon noticing a young girl standing beside Jiang Chu. Chen Miaoi also realized that Jiang Chu had an appointment with someone, and she smiled at him once more. Senior Jiang, you carry on with your business. I shall take my leave. With that, she turned and departed. Lin Wei then plopped down beside Jiang Chu, making exaggerated gestures. Hey, Lao Jiang, you know Chen Xiuomai? Who? Jiang Chu replied, taken aback. Stop pretending. The way you two were looking at each other earlier was like a frog staring at a green bean. It was almost palpable. Jiang Chu clenched his fists, the bones cracking crisply. Lin Wei hurriedly grasped Jiang Chu's hand. Adoptive father, don't be impulsive. That beauty is our Jiang University's freshman this year, one of the 4 campus flowers. Quite famous. I heard she's even a Taoist priestess. A Taoist priestess? Jiang Chu was enlightened. No wonder she radiated an aura of vitality, so she belongs to the Taoist sect. However, why does Chen Miaoi seem so familiar with him? He truly does not know her. They exchanged a few casual remarks before Jiang Chu turned his attention to Lin Wei. The ominous aura around Lin Wei's brow indeed grew thicker. Now, tell me, what happened last night? Only then did Lin Wei recollect the pressing matter of the day, recounting everything that transpired after he returned home to the villa. What? You shared the same room with 2 ghosts and slept soundly until dawn? And you even managed to play with a coin standing upright? Jiang Chu's eyes widened in disbelief. If it weren't for the palpable aura of darkness emanating from this kid, I'd think he was boasting. Only those who have personally encountered the supernatural know its true terror. It's an ever-present shadow that envelopes one's being. The human body embodies yang, while spirits embody yin. Yin and yang are 2 extremes. When a living person touches the domain of a ghost, an instinctual fear arises within them, beyond their control. Thus, many who encounter spirits meet their demise with an unmistakable terror. Jiang Chu initially believed he had maintained composure in the face of ghosts. But upon reflection, this kid is truly impressive. Foolish people seem to have their own good fortune. It seems that even a fool can be fortunate. Now I understand your true capabilities, Lao Jiang. You must help me this time. Lin Wei said earnestly, weren't you indifferent about it? Jiang Chu replied that I don't mind, but I feel my parents are quite frightened. What if something happens to them? Jiang Chu paused, then smiled. Although he was without parents, he understood that sentiment. All right then, take me to meet your parents. Sure thing, Jiang Gu, after you. As the car traveled along the road, Jiang Chu spoke again. Away. When did the situation at your home begin? Lin Wei pondered for several seconds, shrugging his shoulders. I have no idea. What the hell are you pondering about? Jiang Chu suppressed the urge to slap him. This kid's emotional state is directly affecting you. Lin Wei felt that his ignorance made him appear incompetent. He quickly added, although I don't know. I've heard some rumors. It relates to some experiences my father had in his youth. Lao Jiang? I won't hide it from you. You know my father started from nothing. Chapter 21. The 5 Saints Temple, the 5 Communication Deities, Lifetimes of Yin Debt. Jiang Chu nodded, not overly concerned. There are many nouveaux riches, but few like Lin Wei's father who could not only attain wealth but also manage it and expand it. Please continue. And our family's matters should be linked to my father's rise to wealth. My father once told me that when he was young, our family was quite poor. It wasn't until he was 27 that my grandparents passed away, leaving him destitute. He visited a temple and made a wish for overnight riches. After that, our family's situation changed dramatically. Hearing Lin Wei's account, Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow. You really became rich just by wishing at a temple? Is there such good fortune? Which temple did your father visit? Which deity did he worship? The 5 Saints Temple, the 5 Communication Deities. Jiang Chu was taken aback. The 5 communication deities, also known as the 5 demons, are essentially the 5 ghosts. This 5 is a collective term and does not refer to just 5 deities. Any entity could be referred to as the 5 communication deities. Though they have temples, they are malevolent entities lacking legitimacy. They might simply be manifestations of mountain spirits or wild creatures. Entering the temple and worshipping the 5 communication deities binds one to a debt of Een that is nearly impossible to escape. Many living people venerate such temples as if they were temples of wealth, especially those dabbling in dubious dealings. But what good fortune exists in the world? Worshipping the 5 communication deities for wealth is more akin to borrowing. Except one is borrowing the wealth of their later years and that of their descendants. Moreover, the interest is terrifyingly high. Once you attain this so-called fortune, you must provide abundant offerings every year. Lifetimes, generations, it must never cease. Otherwise, what awaits is endless torment. But these are merely legends I never expected to encounter this myself. It seems that Lin Wei's father must have accumulated considerable wealth, indicating he genuinely had good fortune later in life. It's just unfortunate he didn't live to see that time. That's all I know. For the specifics, you should ask my father when you meet him. The journey from the school to the Qingshui villa area took around 40 minutes. Soon, Lin Wei's car had stopped in front of their villa. However, as soon as they got out of the car, Jiang Chu felt a palpable, malevolent aura enveloping the villa before him. This aura was laden with filth, death, and malice, clinging to the place like a parasite, seemingly entwined for eternity. And of course, this aura was only concerning for the living. For Jiang Chuit was quite invigorating. After all, he is the purple robe zombie, whose essence is that of a zombie capable of swallowing heavenly thunder while clad in purple robes. At that moment, Jiang Chu's eyes sparkled with excitement. This aura feels rather delightful. It's even more refreshing than the cup of chilled lemonade in his hand, only slightly less fragrant than the scent emanating from Su Wanner's neck. Jiang Chu took a deep breath, feeling at ease. Lao Jiang, what's wrong with you? Lin Wei, noticing Jiang Chu's sudden vitality and the glimmer in his eyes, grew concerned. Although he remained the same Jiang Chu, the aura surrounding him seemed to have transformed in that instant, akin to a primal beast spotting its prey. Jiang Chu averted his gaze, gently shaking his head. Nothing, let us go inside. Lin Wei still felt uneasy. Lao Jiang, you seem hungry. Would you like to have something to eat first? What are you being so polite for? I'm already snacking. Upon entering Lin Wei's villa, his parents came out to greet them. You must be Jiang Chu, Wei's classmate. I am Lin Dali, his father. Lin Dali wore a smile and extended his hand to shake Jiang Chu's. However, as soon as they made contact, Lin Dali froze, instinctively glancing at Jiang Chu's palm, so cold, so icy. Is this truly the hand of a living person? Lin Dali, who had initially dismissed Lin Wei's claims about Jiang Chu's abilities, now regarded him with newfound respect. As a well-known entrepreneur in Jiangbei, Lin Dali had encountered many people, and his discerning eye was not to be underestimated. He could sense that Jiang Chu was far from ordinary. Hello, Uncle Lin, Auntie? Little Chu is so polite. Much better than Wei, and he is more handsome too, remarked the beautiful woman, Lu Hong, warmly welcoming him. Lin Wei? Haha, has maternal love vanished? Would you like some juice or soda, Little Chu? Lu Hong continued to inquire. Jiang Chu declined politely. Juice will do. Lu Hong turned to prepare it, while Lin Dali smiled at Jiang Chu. Little Chu, please take a seat. I've invited a master from the Jiangbei Feng Shui Association. Please don't be offended, Lin Uncle. Jiang Chu nodded with a smile. Don't worry, I won't. Even without saying it, Jiang Chu understood that Lin Dali likely invited him because of Lin Wei. After all, Lin Dali had never met him before. And given his youth, there's an old saying, a boy without facial hair cannot be trusted in business. With such a significant issue at home, Lin Dali naturally wouldn't rashly place all his hopes on someone he had never met. Nonetheless, his willingness to be forthright was already sufficient. As they entered the living room of the villa, Jiang Chu noticed an elderly man in his 50s with a goatee seated on the sofa. The old man wore a feng shui robe, exuding an air of mystical elegance. However, upon sensing the old man's cultivation level, Jiang Chu couldn't help but twitch his lips. The aura of vitality was even inferior to the one he had defeated before. And it fell short compared to that old yellow-skinned creature as well. Good thing he had come. Otherwise, Lin Wei's family would indeed be facing dire straits. Master Mao, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Lin Dali clasped his hands in apology to the feng shui practitioner, gesturing towards Jiang Chu. This is my son's classmate, a capable individual who has come to assist us. Upon hearing this, the feng shui master opened his eyes and, upon seeing Jiang Chu, subtly furrowed his brow. He didn't say much, but instead performed a Tai Chi gesture. I am Mao Qing from Mao Shan. May I ask which sect or lineage you belong to? Young brother? Jiang Chu shook his head. I have no sect or lineage. Oh? Then may I ask if you have any master? No, he doesn't. Upon hearing this, Mao Qing finally furrowed his brows and, casting a cold glance at Lin Dali, retorted, Boss Lin, do you look down upon this humble Taoist by hiring a mere child who knows nothing? Lin Dali's smile faded slightly. He had not anticipated Mao Qing to be so direct. Although he was in need of Mao Qing's assistance, he was ultimately the one paying. Lin Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. Old fool. What do you mean by that? However, a smile emerged on Jiang Chu's face as he raised a hand to halt Lin Wei's outburst. Lin Wei paused, and Jiang Chu calmly replied, Who said I know nothing? Mao Qing's face contorted in disdain. You are merely 17 or 18 years old, without a sect or master. What could you possibly know? If you think you can deceive others through connections to make money, I advise you to abandon that hope. Chapter 22. On the half of July, the Wuzong ghosts come knocking. Jiang Chu's smile vanished. In an instant, his figure surged forward. Simultaneously, the hairs on Mao Qing's back stood on end as an unparalleled sense of danger enveloped him. Before he could react, a long hand had already seized his throat. Lifting him off the ground, he instinctively summoned the energy within him. Yet no matter how he struggled, that hand felt like a vice, suffocating him. I have a short temper. Today, I am sparing you for Lin Shu's sake. But with your trifling skills, you ought to return from whence you came. Jiang Chu spoke the truth. Ever since he had transformed into a Jiang Wang, although he remained much the same as when he was alive, he was now imbued with an unimaginable malice. Consequently, both his character and demeanor had subtly absorbed the ferocity of the Jiang Wang. He harbored some trepidation towards the state, yet such a petty fool was unworthy of his concern. Jiang Chu's voice held no inflection, but to Mao Qing's ears, it rang out like the tolling of a death knell. Faced with Jiang Chu, an overwhelming fear surged within him, a fear that sprang from the depths of his being. An uncontrollable urge to urinate came over him. With a swift motion, Jiang Chu flung Mao Qing to the ground. Mao Qing gasped for air like a fish out of water, yet dared not linger or make a sound. He scrambled to his feet and fled in a pitiful state, leaving behind a noticeable wet patch in his trousers. Lin Dali's pupils constricted. He had already regarded Jiang Chu with considerable esteem, yet could scarcely believe that this famed master Mao of Jiangbei could not withstand even a second in his presence. Damn, Brother Jiang is impressive. Lin Wei was the first to react, unable to contain his excitement as he rushed to Jiang Chu's side, his face alight with exhilaration. Old Jiang, you're amazing. This old fool dares to act so arrogantly in front of you. Lin Dali shot a fierce glare at Lin Wei before turning to Jiang Chu with an apologetic expression. Xiao Chu, I truly apologize for this. Jiang Chu waved his hand dismissively. Uncle Lin, there's no need for such formality, I understand. Lin Dali nodded again, now fully aware of Jiang Chu's capabilities. Once seated, Lin Dali wasted no time in addressing the matter at hand. Xiao Jiang, I believe Wei has already shared some details regarding our family's situation. Jiang Chu nodded in affirmation. Indeed, he recounted the general points Lin Wei had mentioned. After listening, Lin Dali sighed softly. Wei is correct. We are being pursued by the Wuzong ghosts this time. And what they seek is not wealth but life. Wei's life. Hearing this, Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow. Logically speaking, the Wuzong ghosts were insatiable, driven by greed. They would never demand a life unless they had completely drained their offerings of every last value. Yet, Lin Dali was at the pinnacle of his career, and the Lin family's wealth was immeasurable, easily amounting to dozens of billions. Such a fortune would be far more valuable to the Wuzong ghosts than simply taking a life. However, the ghosts still opted for a life, specifically targeting Lin Wei, indicating that Lin Wei's fate was far more enticing to the Wuzong ghosts than this wealth. It seemed Lin Wei possessed something of significance. Lin Wei, overhearing this, sprang to his feet, his face brimming with pride. What? They want my life. This old thing has such discerning eyes. My long-hidden extraordinary charm, striking appearance, and remarkable demeanor have all been recognized. He then winked at Jiang Chu. Am I impressive, or what? Jiang Chu regarded Lin Wei, who was acting like a fool, and thought, I take back what I said. He possesses nothing of worth. That ghost might truly have misjudged. Lin Dali, feeling a pang of embarrassment at Lin Wei's antics, cleared his throat awkwardly. I know this is hard to comprehend. I too am puzzled. Considering Wei truly has no particular talents. Lin Wei immediately protested. What are you saying, old man? I'm extraordinary. You should be secretly pleased. Jiang Chu chose to ignore Lin Wei and inquired, Are the two corpses from last night still here? Take me to see them. Lin Dali nodded. They are on the second floor. With that, he led Jiang Chu to the second floor of the villa. As they stepped inside, Jiang Chu already sensed something amiss and walked directly to a particular room. Is it here? Lin Dali, unperturbed, confirmed, yes. Jiang Chu pushed open the door, and the malevolent aura he had sensed earlier intensified. On the floor lay Uncle Zhang, and simple enough. Tonight I shall slay that wretched Wuzhang ghost. And all will be resolved. Lin Dali has enlisted numerous skilled individuals over the years, yet none have been as audacious as Jiang Chu, who, upon arrival, remains oblivious to the strength of his adversaries and merely declares intentions to eliminate them. Are today's youth truly so bold? What preparations should be made? I shall arrange everything now, no need. Simply take me to the location. The Five Tongs temple that Lin Dali venerates is not within Jiangbei City, but in a place beneath it called Lantian County, which is Lin Dali's hometown. However, having lost his parents at a young age, he has resided in Jiangbei for many years and seldom returns. After enjoying lunch at Lin Wei's home, Lin Dali personally drove the latest model of Cullinan towards Lantian County. The county town is quite a distance from the city center. It was not until late afternoon, around 5 o'clock, that the vehicle finally came to a halt at the foot of a mountain. Upon disembarking, the sun had already begun its descent, casting layers of crimson clouds across half the sky. Yet, as the light fell behind the peaks before them, it seemed to plunge into an abyss, rendering all brightness obstructed. The mountains appeared particularly sinister and foreboding. Old Lin, how did you ever find such a cursed place back then? You certainly possess remarkable courage, Lin Wei shivered, speaking to Lin Dali beside him. Lin Dali offered a wry smile. 18 years ago, this place was still bustling with worshippers. It was not like this at all. It is the incense that has waned. The vitality of the living infused within the offerings once masked the oppressive aura. Now, we witness its true form. Jiang Chu interjected calmly, Uncle Lin, you should stay here. I will accompany Wei into the temple. Lin Dali was taken aback, glancing at Lin Wei before nodding vigorously. Very well, I shall wait below. Xiao Jiang, I entrust Wei to you. If things become unmanageable, I will devise a plan. You both must prioritize your safety. Fear not, with old Jiang here, we shall undoubtedly dismantle that decrepit temple. Lin Wei patted his chest confidently. Jiang Chu said nothing further and stepped forward, entering the mountain's depths. The mountain path was steep and long neglected, overrun with weeds, flanked by dense woods. Such an environment served as a haven for malevolent spirits, a natural gathering place for dark energies. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Jiang Chu's mind. Ding. Host has triggered a system task. Completing it will yield substantial rewards. A smile spread across Jiang Chu's face. The system remained as punctual as ever. It is indeed pitch dark, Lin Wei muttered, producing a flashlight he had prepared in advance. A beam of light pierced through the darkness, illuminating the path upward. In such an eerie atmosphere, one might expect trepidation, yet Lin Wei felt exhilarated. Old Jiang, do you think we might encounter a couple of female ghosts? If so, I'll let you choose first. Jiang Chu rolled his eyes. With your frail frame, if there were truly female ghosts, you wouldn't last 10 minutes. Hey, are you underestimating me? I guarantee at least 11 minutes. It must be said that with Lin Wei by his side, the once ominous mountain path transformed into something almost charming. And why, Lord, as they passed a stream nestled within a hollow. The sound of feminine laughter reached their ears, enticing and alluring. They turned to see the previously tranquil waters now cloaked in mist, where several maidens were bathing. Lin Wei jabbed Jiang Chu. Old Jiang. What did I say? Could this be the female ghosts? Jiang Chu chuckled. Indeed, they are spirits, and it appears they are drawn to you. So brazen? Old Jiang, do not hold me back. I must show them a thing or two. With that, Lin Wei dashed toward the stream, unfastening his belt as he ran. Jiang Chu? In the distance, the female spirits. What is happening? I haven't even tried to seduce anyone today, and yet he approaches me willingly? After a moment's surprise, the allure on the faces of the maidens intensified, their eyes glowing as they gazed at Lin Wei. Why, Lord? Do you wish to join us for a bath? Lin Wei waved his hand dismissively. The water is too cold, Miss Ghost, on such a chilly day. One cannot bathe. Allow me to warm it for you. No need to thank me with that. A stream of water arced gracefully, landing perfectly atop one of the female spirits, splashing the others in the process. This spectacle left Jiang Chu's scalp tingling. Away is indeed away. No machine can replace a human. The initially startled female spirits quickly transitioned to fury. Their once delicate features twisted grotesquely, their aura of darkness surging forth. Damn man. We shall see you dead. Since their transformation into spirits, they had not felt such intense murderous intent in ages. Typically, they would drain the life force of the living. Yet today, this man inspired only a desire to kill. However, while the female spirits were swift, Jiang Chu was swifter still. The king of corpses' hammer materialized in his hand, shrouded in a veil of corpse energy. In an instant, the spikes of the bone hammer erupted forth. Jiang Chu swung it fiercely, cleaving through the air as it transformed into a chain of bones, sweeping toward the female spirits, enveloped in a chilling mist that carried the power of death. This weapon, a manifestation of Jiang Chu's own evolution, held unimaginable strength. Coupled with his current prowess, even spirits of equal rank would be obliterated, let alone these foes. Thud, thud, thud. As the hammer struck, the female spirit's dark energy tore apart like ragged cloth, their forms shattering into wisps of green smoke, vanishing with a shriek. Host has slain 6 water ghosts, gaining 900 corpse energy points. The system's mechanical voice echoed in Jiang Chu's mind. 6 water ghosts provided a commendable reward of 900 points, leaving Jiang Chu quite satisfied. Old Jiang, what is that thing in your hand? Lin Wei, who had been observing, stared wide-eyed at the bone artifact. Jiang Chu casually explained. Lin Wei scoffed, do not underestimate my intellect. No one's artifact looks as cool and smoky as yours. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, Old Jiang, you aren't some kind of dark cultivator, are you? The type who shirks effort in pursuit of spirits? Chapter 24. I am the Lord of the 5 Tongs. Why do you not kneel before me? Jiang Chu's lips twitched. The tone was reminiscent of an archaic novel. He nodded. You have discerned my secret? I shall use you as a sacrifice for the banner. Lin Wei's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Given our relationship, I should rank first among those within, right? You must collect several female spirits for me. Get lost, do not bother me. Having crossed the stream, they were now mere moments away from the 5 Tongs temple, visible on the mountainside. However, as they drew closer, an unsettling silence enveloped them, a dense and pervasive malevolence seeping from the temple. Suddenly, a tremor resounded throughout the heavens and earth, and in the next instant, ominous black mist erupted from within the temple. The miasma swirled like dark clouds, and within, faint ethereal lights flickered, encroaching upon them. In an instant, the two were engulfed in a shroud of black mist, the flashlight's illumination subdued. Old Jiang, what is happening? Lin Wei rubbed his hands nervously, a flicker of fear in his eyes. After all, he was merely a mortal. Facing such supernatural phenomena without succumbing to fear was a rare feat, celestial favored one. You have finally arrived. A voice emerged from the darkness, sounding as if it hailed from the depths of an abyss, gravelly, frigid, and tinged with barely concealed excitement. The black mist coalesced into a figure, its eyes glowing ominously. Wuzhong Ghost. Upon recognizing its form, Jiang Chu immediately identified its nature. However, his gaze shifted to Lin Wei. Celestial favored one? What could that possibly mean? A person favored by the heavens. Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow. Though the Wuzhong Ghost was indeed a spirit, it thrived on offerings, drawing strength from the myriad wishes of the living. The more it absorbed, the deeper its grasp on human fate became. A feat Jiang Chu could not rival. If it claimed Lin Wei was a celestial favored one, there was merit to that assertion. Come forth, I have awaited you for so long. Your celestial favor shall suffice to bear the weight of centuries of human wishes. Let us become one together. We shall be true deities walking among mortals. The voice of the Wuzhong Ghost grew louder, its excitement palpable, as Lin Wei's gaze dulled. He found himself irresistibly drawn toward the ghost. At that moment, Jiang Chu's expression darkened. "Before me, you dare lay claim to my own? You old wretch, your audacity knows no bounds." With determined steps, he advanced forward. In this moment, a scarlet light erupted explosively from Jiang Chu's pupils. The Wuchang spirit beside him sensed something amiss. An infinite aura of death surged forth. Roll, boom! The sound reverberated like thunder, wild and oppressive, infused with an unimaginable majesty, akin to the roar of a divine demon. Around Jiang Chu, crimson light burst forth violently, colliding fiercely with the black mist above. Crash! The black mist shattered, and the Wuchang spirit was obliterated in a state of terror. The surroundings instantaneously returned to tranquility. The crimson moon cast its glow downwards, illuminating the once great temple, now standing in darkness as if nothing had transpired. Only Lin Wei lay unconscious. Jiang Chu's eyes were devoid of color, and the woody golden mask obscured his features. With a wave of his hand, he enveloped Lin Wei in a shroud of deathly energy. Turning his back and stepping into the Wudong Temple. Inside the temple, an eerie silence enveloped the space, an unsettling stillness that hinted at long abandonment, with weeds thriving unchecked. Jiang Chu's footsteps echoed softly against the ground. Accompanied by the crisp sound of the golden mask, as if it could capture souls, he walked at a measured pace, with each step thickening the deathly mist trailing behind him. Buzzing. The main hall of the Wudong Temple began to tremble violently, emitting a continuous, violent quaking sound. Black mist, dark as ink, surged wildly from the cracks of the door, contrasting starkly with the white mist behind Jiang Chu. Yet, the black mist did not disperse. Instead, it coalesced. Crack! The temple's grand door swung open. Bathed in moonlight, a massive statue, neither entirely divine nor entirely demonic, loomed at the center of the temple, surrounded by a dozen smaller clay effigies. Within the statue's eye sockets, two ghostly orbs emerged, scrutinizing Jiang Chu as he advanced. Who are you?" At last, the statue spoke slowly, tinged with wariness and trepidation. It had stood in this human realm for centuries, absorbing the will of countless living souls, and had encountered numerous sinister entities. Even powerful demon lords, though not a deity, it had absorbed some divine essence over the years of offerings. Ordinary spirits regarded it as a deity. Yet upon seeing Jiang Chu, it was overtaken by fear. This was a terror that erupted from its very core, akin to a lowly being confronted by the exalted. Jiang Chu was certainly no mere human. Hearing the voice, Jiang Chu lifted his indifferent gaze to meet that of the towering statue within the temple. "A mere spirit dares to question me?" The Wuchang spirit was momentarily taken aback, and the entire statue began to tremble, as if Jiang Chu's words struck a nerve. "I am the Wudong god. Regardless of what you are, should you show disrespect to me, prepare for eternal repentance. Servants, arise." With that command, the clay effigies began to quiver, and sinister entities emerged from within. These were mountain spirits and wild creatures. Summoned by the Wuchang spirit, "Seize him." The Wuchang spirit spoke again. The emerging malevolent beings fixed their fierce gazes upon Jiang Chu, preparing to obey. However, upon seeing him, their pupils constricted in horror, their fur bristling with fear. If the Wuchang spirit was terrified of Jiang Chu, how much more so were they? The spirits looked at the Wudong spirit in confusion. "Wait up, big brother. Are you joking? Take him down. With us?" His aura nearly scared us to death. "He is clearly a formidable foe. This is beyond reckless. Aren't we asking for our own destruction?" The Wuchang spirit roared again. Only then did the mountain spirits grit their teeth and charge at Jiang Chu. His eyes glinted with a chilling light. "You seek death?" In his hand, the Jiangwang hammer was fully activated, its colossal form infused with unimaginable malevolence, the very essence of the purple robe Jiangwang. Chapter 25. I encounter deities, and they must bow to me. Jiang Chu swung his hand, hurling the Jiangwang hammer towards the mountain spirits. Crash, crash. With each contact, those spirits lacked even the strength to resist. Shattered in an instant, host kills Serpent Demon 1, death energy 400. Host kills Hanging Ghost 1, death energy 380. Host kills Rat Demon 1, death energy 500. The system's notifications echoed incessantly in Jiang Chu's mind. Within mere breaths, All the mountain spirits were annihilated before him. Witnessing this overwhelming display, the Wuchang spirit's eyes widened in disbelief. These creatures had been meticulously selected for their considerable strength. Even an average cultivator would struggle against them. Yet now they had all been obliterated in a single blow. However, Jiang Chu did not allow the Wuchang spirit time to recover. An endless stream of death energy swirled around his arm. Go! Jiang Chu raised his hand and hurled the Jiangwang hammer directly at the statue within the temple. With the strength of Jiang Chu's Jiangwang body, combined with the overwhelming ferocity of the hammer, it pierced through the black mist enveloping the statue, crashing down upon its head. Boom! The immense force penetrated the statue, eliciting a scream. In the next moment, a green-faced, fanged, grotesque entity emerged from the statue, unmistakably the true form of the Wuchang spirit. Having absorbed offerings for years, its ghostly energy was not particularly dense, instead exuding an eerie malevolence. Yet, in that moment, the Wuchang spirit was infused with uncontrollable rage, fixing its gaze on Jiang Chu. Whoever you are, to dare desecrate a deity, you shall not leave my Wudong temple alive. With those words, it settled into a meditative posture. Instantly, streams of golden light erupted from its body, not emanating from its own power, but rather drawn from the countless years of accumulated offerings. Now aware that it could not rely solely on its own strength against Jiang Chu, it resolved to expend the accumulated power of centuries to obliterate him. Buzz, buzz. The golden light around the Wuchang spirit intensified, slowly taking the form of the deity carved into the statue. The rolling mist, infused with a rich sandalwood fragrance, enveloped the temple as the golden deity emerged. The essence of offerings forged deities. Deities were born from mortals, and the power of offerings was the very source of divine strength. Now, the Wuchang spirit was channeling this power, and though it lacked divine status, what it conjured was indeed a true god. Swish! The Wuchang spirit's eyes suddenly opened, and the deity of offerings slowly opened its eyes as well. Majestic and sacred, it resembled a true celestial being descending to gaze upon Jiang Chu below. An aberration. Before the deity, kneel, boom. An overwhelming divine might erupted, instantly enveloping Jiang Chu. Were he an ordinary spirit, this aura would have sent him into a panic-stricken flight. The power of offerings was the nemesis of any malevolent entity. Yet, Jiang Chu remained unfazed. In fact, he felt a pang of hunger. He greedily inhaled the swirling, incense-laden mist. Akin to indulging in a drug, utterly pleasurable. The Wuchang spirit, witnessing this, nearly had its eyes bulge out of its sockets. What was happening? This was incense. Only deities could partake of such essence. Even it could only accumulate it painstakingly over the years. Yet here, this fellow was consuming it as if it were smoke. Impossible. This was absolutely impossible. You are a malevolent spirit. How could you possibly absorb offerings and remain unaffected by divine might? What are you? The Wuchang spirit was driven to madness. Jiang Chu grinned. Divine might? The first attribute of my purple robe Jiangwang is to command the celestial deities. What god would dare exert authority in my presence? The true celestial deities would not even dare, let alone a mere wild spirit lacking divine essence. If you wish to know, allow me to enlighten you. Boom. As Jiang Chu spoke, the death energy surrounding him surged to unfathomable levels. His eyes glowed a blood red, and his hair surged wildly. Simultaneously, a vast purple light enveloped his form, manifesting a purple robe upon him. Behind him, indistinct ghostly shadows flickered, as if the very essence of the underworld had descended. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chu's figure transformed entirely. He stood in the void, his crimson gaze fixed upon the golden deity. Bow to me. Those two words resonated with an unparalleled authority. The Wuchang spirit, in terror, realized that the golden deity it had summoned was no longer under its control. Under this overwhelming majesty, it slowly rose and knelt before Jiang Chu. Silence. The entire temple fell into a deathly stillness. The Wuchang spirit's eyes constricted to their utmost. The deity truly knelt. At that moment, an unimaginable fear and confusion spread across its face. Though Jiang Chu was enveloped in a purple robe, radiating divine light, he simultaneously exuded a deathly aura, with the golden mask sealing away his malevolence. The coexistence of these two utterly disparate powers in one being was beyond comprehension. Before me lies a manifestation that utterly defies the fundamental principles governing the universe. It ought not to exist in this world. Disperse. Jiang Chu's voice rang out once more. With a resounding crash, the golden light deity exhibited no forewarning as fissures began to appear all over its form, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion that transformed into a myriad of fragrant smoke that wildly converged upon Jiang Chu's purple robe, rendering it resplendent. The 5 chaotic spirits spewed forth a copious amount of black blood, their vitality waning. They could scarcely afford to indulge in fear, turning to flee. Yet, before they could make a move, Jiang Chu was already swifter. With a decisive step, his claw-like hand struck down upon the head of the 5 chaotic spirit. Boom! The spirit let out a wretched scream, its entire form obliterated in that singular blow, utterly annihilated. Host has slain a 5 chaotic spirit 1, gaining 1 corpse energy point 1000, ding. Host has sealed the incense pseudo-deity 1. 2 consecutive system notifications resonated in Jiang Chu's mind. Chapter 26, Breakthrough in Power, Surging Corpse Energy, Sealing the Deity, Incense Pseudo-Deity. Jiang Chu was momentarily taken aback. He glanced at his purple robe, and indeed, within its inner lining, he discerned the ethereal silhouette of the golden light deity he had just vanquished. It bore a resemblance to the ghostly entities he had sealed within the 5 emperors' monetary barrier. However, Jiang Chu's mind stirred. Boom! The myriad of ghostly apparitions that had previously manifested behind him were abruptly displaced. The purple robe erupted with golden radiance, and the incense wild deity he had just slain began to coalesce slowly. Though it was but a single deity, its aura was formidable enough to rival the ghostly figures lurking behind Jiang Chu. This imbued his surroundings with not merely darkness, but also the divine light emanating from this wild deity, accentuating Jiang Chu's stature. Moreover, he perceived a tangible increase in his power. Just as I surmised, whether divine beings or ghostly apparitions, they all transform into sustenance, becoming part of my backdrop. Jiang Chu grinned widely. This was the essence of the purple-robed zombie. For the sake of this dazzling backdrop, I must capture more anomalies in the future. Yet he did not dwell too long on this thought. At present, it merely indicated that his evolution had not yet reached its zenith. The metamorphosis from a green zombie to a fur zombie may represent an enhancement for ordinary zombies, but for Jiang Chu, it was an all-encompassing transformation. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the system's issued task and receiving the reward. 50 years of corpse energy, 2,000 corpse energy points. The system's notification resounded in Jiang Chu's mind once more. Boom! With this sound, a torrent of violent corpse energy began to emanate from within Jiang Chu's being, which he continuously absorbed. His evolution points surged at a visibly rapid pace. After a span of several seconds, Jiang Chu exhaled contentedly, his breath crystallizing in the air before falling like frost. He examined his attribute panel. Name: Jiang Chu. Identity: Purple Robe Zombie King. Unique: Zombie level: 4th stage fur zombie. Evolution level: 17%. Treasures: Corpse Purple Robe. Corpse 5 Treasures Monetary Barrier. Corpse Technique: Corpse Control Technique. LV2. Corpse Energy Points: 6,700. Available for purchase in the system mall. The evolution level had risen to 17%, and the corpse energy points had surpassed the 5,000 mark, largely thanks to the small demons nurtured by the 5 chaotic spirits. Upon returning, he could directly elevate the system mall to level 2. Stretching indolently, Jiang Chu, satisfied with the outcome, made no further delay. He gathered the corpse energy around him, restoring himself to an ordinary appearance, and set forth toward the temple's exit. Awaken. Jiang Chu approached Lin Wei, who was deep in slumber, a lewd smile lingering on his lips, and delivered a resounding slap. Lin Wei jolted awake, sitting up abruptly. After a moment of bewilderment, surprise lit up his face. Old Jiang, am I still alive? What just transpired? I dreamt of something entering my body, cold yet warm, quite pleasant, akin to a fusion of ice and fire. Jiang Chu, right out of the gate with such elaborate phrases. Are you preparing for a graduate exam? Nonetheless, Jiang Chu seized Lin Wei's arm and released a wisp of corpse energy. Yet, almost immediately, the energy vanished completely into Lin Wei's body, leaving no trace of reaction. Jiang Chu's eyes widened slightly. His corpse energy was of the purest quality. And even a mere thread should be beyond the capacity of an ordinary person to endure. And now, it's gone. Jiang Chu pondered. Ah Wei, did you feel anything just now? Lin Wei, still perplexed, replied. Feel anything? He glanced at Jiang Chu's hand resting on his wrist and then back at him with a serious expression. Old Jiang, while I admit you are handsome, I must confess that this does not suit my tastes. Jiang Chu retaliated with another slap. Now do you feel anything? Lin Wei quickly complied. It hurts, that's good. Knowing pain signifies you're not dead. Let's head back. Although uncertain of the circumstances, he believed there was no cause for concern. After all, if even his corpse energy could dissipate, other malevolent entities would certainly not survive. As for Lin Wei's so-called celestial favor, Jiang Chu held no interest whatsoever. What celestial being could outmatch him? The descent from the mountain was swift. Lin Dali awaited at the foot of the hill. Upon spotting Jiang Chu and Lin Wei emerging, he hurried over. Xiao Chu, how did it go? Jiang Chu nodded with a smile. Rest assured. Uncle Lin, it's all resolved. If the 5 chaotic spirit had any speed, it would have already traversed the path to the Yellow Springs. Lin Dali let out a long sigh of relief. Grasping Lin Wei, he attempted to kneel before Jiang Chu, who assisted him. Lin Dali, Xiao Chu, I cannot express my gratitude adequately. You saved A Wei's life, which is tantamount to saving our entire family. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon your Uncle Lin, Lin Wei scoffed. Old man, what is the point of saying that? Though I am brothers with old Jiang, we must keep things clear. Hurry and transfer a few million to my brother Jiang. Jiang Chu's lips twitched. This lad has truly mastered the art of extortion. Lin Dali nodded. Let's settle on a middle ground. 9 million will suffice. Xiao Chu, please do not think it too little. Lin Dali was clearly a sensible man. Setting aside Jiang Chu's relationship with Lin Wei, given Jiang Chu's formidable abilities, this sum was hardly excessive. As a well-known businessman in Jiangbei, he possessed considerable insight into the current state of the world, which is fraught with dangers. With Jiang Chu's presence, coupled with Lin Wei's connections, the Lin family was undoubtedly securing a robust ally. Very well. Jiang Chu did not refuse. After all, for the Lin family's stature, this amount was inconsequential. His assistance to Lin Wei was not motivated by money. Even if Lin Wei's family faced dire straits, he would still offer help. With that settled, the 3 men did not linger any longer and promptly set off toward Jiangbei. Jiangbei, outskirts of the city. The night sky was cloaked in a thick layer of dark clouds, seemingly on the verge of a downpour. The Dynasty Entertainment Club, a venue combining KTV, gaming, and foot baths, stood as the most renowned establishment in the outskirts of Jiangbei. At this moment, in an elegantly appointed office on the top floor of the Dynasty Entertainment Club, a stunning woman with golden waves was perched with her legs crossed, idly puffing on a smoking gun that seemed incongruous with her status. Nearby, a dozen men and women of various ages stood, all eyeing a particular direction. There, a yellow weasel, the size of a raccoon, stood upright, its face streaming with anthropomorphic tears. Third Grandma, you must avenge our elder. This yellow weasel was the very one that had escaped from Lingquan Alley earlier. As its words fell, the faces of those standing nearby contorted with unbridled fury. How audacious, to dare lay hands on someone from the Huang family. Are they tired of living? Yes, it is indeed the Huang family that has not asserted their might. Do they think us to be mere sickly cats? After a prolonged period of inactivity, does anyone in Jiangbei dare to act with such impudence toward us? Third Grandma, you must issue the order. We absolutely must tear that thing apart. Chapter 27. A zombie in a purple robe. Even the ancestor of zombies cannot ascend to that being's domain, the clamor echoed. With some individuals even exuding a demonic aura, without needing to elaborate, it was clear they were all yellow weasels, a gathering of weasels convening. The golden-haired woman seated at the forefront furrowed her brow slightly. Tapping her smoking rod lightly, instantly, the room fell silent. Among the demon families, ranks were distinctly defined. Higher-ranking individuals could unconditionally command any lower-ranking yellow weasels. Clearly, the woman at the helm held the highest status among them. Once the room quieted, she turned her gaze toward the upright yellow weasel that had yet to fully transform, speaking slowly. Are you saying that it was a being in a purple robe, akin to a zombie, that killed her? The yellow weasel, upon hearing this, seemed to delve into recollection, fear flickering in its eyes as it vigorously nodded. Yes, great-grandmother. Moreover, that zombie could articulate human speech, which is exceedingly strange. In all my decades of existence, I have never encountered such an unusual corpse. It is truly terrifying. The golden-haired woman's brow knitted tighter. Zombies are fundamentally different from their demonic counterparts. To put it plainly, they are the remains of the deceased, devoid of consciousness, driven only by instinct and a thirst for blood. Yet this little yellow weasel claims that the zombie could speak. Youngling, are you certain you did not miss-see? How could a zombie possibly converse? Do not claim that you have merely lived for a few decades. Even I, having traversed over a century, have yet to encounter a zombie of this nature. Among the crowd of standing figures, an elderly Huang Jing spoke up. Indeed, what is more, he is adorned in a purple robe, a purple Taoist robe that only the Grand Master of Taoism is worthy to wear. How dare a mere zombie don such regal attire? Such audacity in seeking death, the very essence of Tao contained within that purple robe, let alone an ordinary zombie, would surely be insufferable even for a zombie king. I see you, young man. You are simply overwhelmed with fear. Your eyes betraying your panic, another yellow-skinned figure reprimanded. The golden-haired woman fell silent for a few moments, contemplating the possibility. For a zombie to speak is an extraordinary feat, achievable only by those born as anomalies or by the remains of powerful beings that have transcended death, or perhaps by the legendary drought spirits. Yet, even among these entities, none would dare to wear a purple Taoist robe. Moreover, as per the words of the little yellow-skinned figure, the person in question appears to be merely in their teens. They are undoubtedly unworthy of such a garment. The most probable explanation is that someone is engaging in trickery. With this thought in mind, the golden-haired woman rose to her feet. Regardless of the circumstances, anyone who has harmed my Huang family shall face the death penalty, she declared, casting her gaze upon the multitude of yellow creatures below. Mobilize all members of our clan within the city and locate him. Bring him here. I shall personally flay him alive. It is the third ant. All the yellow-skinned creatures responded in unison, swiftly vanishing one by one. Although yellow-skinned creatures are seldom seen within the city now, there are still numerous members of their clan scattered throughout the corners of Jiangbei. Finding someone is not a daunting task. As figures disappeared from the room, a hidden chamber within the office was suddenly revealed. A young man emerged from the concealed space. He appeared to be in his 20s, clad in designer attire, his appearance utterly unremarkable, save for his eyes that glinted with a cold light, reminiscent of a sinister serpent. At that moment, a faint smile graced his lips as he approached the golden-haired beauty, wrapping an arm around her. What troubles you, third ant? The golden-haired beauty offered no resistance as the young man embraced her. Instead, leaning into him affectionately. This establishment is frequented by supernatural beings. Its patrons are certainly not ordinary folk. Young Master Liu, you must assist me. The young man surnamed Liu's smile widened. Who has dared to provoke your Huang family? Such a lack of discernment. Could it be a cultivator? The golden-haired beauty nodded vigorously, recounting the situation in brief. Upon hearing this, the young man scoffed dismissively. A purple robe? And a zombie, no less? How intriguing, such matters. Let alone your Huang family being unaware, have never crossed even my dark abyss, which encompasses all manner of practitioners. The golden-haired beauty's eyes sparkled. Young Master Liu, what if such a being truly exists? The young man's hand glided across the golden-haired beauty's back. Fear not, for there is no what if. The purple robe is a privilege reserved solely for that esteemed individual from Longhu Mountain. Though it pains me to admit, even my dark abyss would not dare to act recklessly within that person's domain. Moreover, the very notion of a zombie is utterly preposterous. The principles of yin and yang are irreconcilable in the presence of that esteemed individual. Not even the ancestor of corpses would dare to tread. I believe someone is merely putting on an act. Thus, I shall accompany your Huang family in this evening's festivities. Third Aunt Huang felt a wave of relief wash over her. I am most grateful, young master. The young man playfully lifted Third Aunt Huang's chin. Do not thank me. If gratitude is to be offered, let it be directed towards my venerable master, and do not forget to bring along a few sisters to entertain him. Rest assured, young master, I will not disappoint you. I have an abundance of sisters to accompany you. The upcoming intersection. A left turn 300 meters leads to my residence, Ku Lin Nan in the back seat. Jiang Chu said to the driving Linda Li. Beside them, Lin Wei muttered, Old Jiang, why not come home? Let us hit up a live house tonight. I'll introduce you to some fiery ladies. Linda Li also urged, Yes, Xiao Chu, you've gone through so much trouble today. We Haven Tea even shared a meal together. Why not join us for a bite? In response to the earnest invitation from the Lin father and son, Jiang Chu merely smiled and declined. At tea present, he holds no interest in such youthful revelries. There is nothing more fulfilling than returning home to organize his gains and enhance his strength, after all. No thanks, Uncle Lin. I have class tomorrow. Lin Wei asked. Class? What class? Aren't we enjoying a 7-day break? Linda Li shot Lin Wei a glare. Spare me your nonsense. A 7-day break is for schools. I distinctly recall that back in my day, we only had 5 days off. Lin Wei scoffed. Old Ding, do you not realize that times have progressed? What era are you living in? Only 5 days off in a week? It is clear you've never attended a proper university. Linda Li's face flushed with embarrassment. Perhaps you are correct, but one must not become too complacent. Even during breaks, one should find time to study. Jiang Chu. That's such a niche conversation, leaving no room for interruption. Just then, Linda Li suddenly slammed on the brakes, seemingly colliding with something, causing both Jiang Chu and Lin Wei to lurch forward. Lin Wei asked, Did we hit someone? Linda Li shook his head, unbuckling his seatbelt and leaning out to glance through the window. It was a yellow-skinned creature. After speaking, he hastily retrieved 3 cigarettes from his pocket and lit them. Bowing respectfully towards the front, I beg for your forgiveness, Huang Desheng. This was not intentional. After paying his respects, he placed the cigarette at the roadside and returned to the car, puzzled. How strange. Why are there so many Huang Desheng in the city tonight? I've seen at least a dozen on the way here, and they seem unafraid of humans. It's been years since I've encountered such a multitude of Huang Desheng. Lin Wei rolled his eyes. They are merely a few beasts. Why are you so frightened? Linda Li glared at him. What do you know? These Huang Desheng hold grudges fiercely. During our childhood, nearly every village had legends about these beasts, and they are not to be trifled with. Chapter 28. Corpse Control, commanding thousands of corpses, Master. The vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of the residential complex. Jiang Chu waved farewell to the Lin father and Son. As he turned, a faint chirping sound reached his ears. Jiang Chu glanced towards the source and noticed 2 yellow-skinned creatures darting across the greenery in front of the complex. He raised an eyebrow, not particularly concerned. Upon returning home, ding-dong, his phone chimed. Jiang Chu opened it to find a message from Linda Li confirming that his payment had been processed. The speed is quite impressive. Jiang Chu smiled slightly, not dwelling on it. He then opened the message interface, where a series of texts from Su-Wan Air appeared. Jiang classmate, have you left yet? When will you be back? I've made soup. My soup is ready. Image. Remember to come to my room for some. When you return, below was a picture of her alongside the soup. Jiang Chu glanced at the photo, automatically ignoring the murky concoction that lacked any visible neck. A poor rating. I'm back, Jiang Chu replied. Just seconds after sending the message, there was a knock at the door. Jiang Chu opened it to find Su-Wan Air standing there in a little bare pajama set, her hair still damp, clearly just out of the shower. Upon seeing Jiang Chu, a gentle smile spread across her face. Jiang classmate, good evening. Jiang Chu inhaled deeply, responding with a casual, Shin. Seeing her made him realize it's time to eat. How very polite of her. As they spoke, he seamlessly followed Su-Wan Air into her room. Su-Wan Air brought out the pigeon soup with ginseng and goji berries that she had prepared. It must be said, after a long day of toil, to see one's favorite dish before them is indeed a delight. Breathing in the fragrant aroma of Su-Wan Air, Jiang Chu eagerly consumed a generous bowl. Su Beauty, your culinary skills have truly improved. I'm not exaggerating when I say this is the best soup I've had in days. Jiang Chu praised enthusiastically. Su-Wan Air giggled. Jiang classmate, you flatter me. I've only just begun learning. Please feel free to offer any suggestions. I will gladly improve. Suggestions, you say? Jiang Chu stroked his chin. Actually, there is one. What suggestion? Su-Wan Air listened attentively. Next time, after you finish making soup, it would be best to do 10 minutes of aerobic exercise before calling me. Su-Wan Air looked puzzled. Is there a reason behind that? Jiang Chu nodded eagerly. This helps to fully awaken the flavors of the ingredients. Su-Wan Air, my head feels itchy. I think I'm starting to think. After finishing the soup, Jiang Chu did not wipe his mouth. Doing so would be impolite. He returned home and took a quick cold shower. Comfortably lying on his golden nam of coffin, Jiang Chu gazed at his system panel. Name: Jiang Chu. Identity: Purple Robe Zombie King. Unique: Zombie level 4th stage Hairy Zombie. Evolution degree: 17%. Treasures: Corpse Purple Robe. Corpse 5 Emperor's Money Cover. Corpse Technique. Corpse Control Art. LV3. Corpse Chi Points. 6,700. Available for purchase in the system store. Let us browse the store. The secondary store is now accessible. With his Corpse Chi Points surpassing 5,000, Jiang Chu felt a surge of anticipation. With a thought, the system store interface appeared in his mind. Ding! Detecting that the host's Corpse Chi Points have exceeded the 5,000 threshold. Would you like to refresh the secondary prize pool? Refresh. Jiang Chu did not hesitate. Immediately, all items in the mall vanished. It took several seconds for them to reappear. Ding! The second-level mall has opened, increasing the probability of high-level items by 1%. Each time, 10 items will appear, refreshing at midnight, with a separate refresh costing 500 Corpse Energy Points. Each item costs 1,000 Corpse Energy Points, and the third-level mall opens at 10,000 Corpse Energy Points. The system's notification echoed in Jiang Chu's mind, clear and straightforward. The prices were not unreasonable. Jiang Chu directly glanced at the second-level mall page. In an instant, a prompt appeared. Congratulations, host. You have refreshed a high-level reward, Corpse Spirit Binding General. Upon seeing this name, Jiang Chu was momentarily taken aback. Spirit Binding General? Isn't this one of the legendary 8 unique techniques from my previous life? It can actually be refreshed? After confirming he wasn't mistaken, a smile spread across Jiang Chu's face. After all, the fame of the 8 unique techniques is well known. The prefix corpse indicates that he can cultivate it as well. Spirit Binding General, an ultimate secret of the Feng family, represents the pinnacle of witchcraft, targeting all spiritual entities and celestial beings in the world. It can suppress, control, and even devour all spirits while gaining their abilities. He wondered if the corpse version of Spirit Binding General had any special effects. Without hesitation, Jiang Chu clicked to purchase. In an instant, familiar memories flooded his mind. Spirit Binding General is divided into Spirit Binding, Spirit Controlling, and Spirit Devouring. The corpse version adds 3 more: Corpse Binding, Corpse Controlling, and Corpse Devouring, surpassing the original in variety. After several breaths, Jiang Chu opened his eyes again. Before him was an introduction. Name: Corpse Spirit Binding General Level, LV0. Abilities: Spirit Devouring, Spirit Controlling, Spirit Binding, Corpse Binding, Corpse Controlling, Corpse Devouring. Next level, 1,000 Corpse Energy Points, can be upgraded. Looking at his remaining 5,000 Corpse Energy Points, Jiang Chu did not hesitate. System: Upgrade Spirit Binding General. Ding! The host consumes 1,000 Corpse Energy Points. Upgrading Corpse Spirit Binding General. Current level, LV1. Beginner. Ding! The host consumes 2,000 Corpse Energy Points. Upgrading Corpse Spirit Binding General. Current level, LV2. Proficient. 0.2 consecutive system prompts resonated in Jiang Chu's mind. The next moment, his proficiency with Corpse Spirit Binding General began to increase rapidly. The system's upgrade was not a mere promotion. It was akin to decades of arduous training, transmitting all techniques and insights in one go. As he refined all his proficiency, Jiang Chu suddenly exclaimed, "Spirit Binding General!" Boom! An invisible force erupted from him. This power was extraordinary, as if all zombie spirits in the world had no secrets before him. Even cunning demons, despite not falling within the realm of spirits and zombies, could not escape the suppression of Spirit Binding General. Even if he could not directly devour them, he could significantly weaken their power. Truly, the rumored technique was formidable. After a brief experience, Jiang Chu was satisfied to retract his divine power. With the corpse version of Spirit Binding General, his strength had increased significantly. Nowadays, he was confident he could slay even higher-level beings. Not to mention ordinary first-level zombies. If a zombie king were to appear, it would have to kneel. Chapter 29. Strength Enhancement? Attempting to ambush me? Then I shall eradicate them. After enhancing his divine power, Jiang Chu continued to browse the system all. Item 1. Magical Blue Ball. Description. This is a magical blue ball that, once purchased, allows the user to forcibly control a 5th-tier ghost, and during this period, the ghost can only move in accordance with the basketball special maneuvering, unable to stray of course. If the host is interested, they can also attempt to use it themselves. Mastering a basketball skill wouldn't hurt. Price: 1,000 Corpse Energy Points. Jiang Chu's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, the system was anything but ordinary. What kind of system sells such abstract items? He bought it. Don't get me wrong. He certainly did not need to learn any basketball skills. He mainly wanted to see how to control a fierce ghost for 2.5 days. Whoosh! As Jiang Chu clicked, a standard basketball appeared in his hand. However, this basketball bore unique runes. The designs flowing smoothly, resembling a vividly crafted walking chicken. It just needed suspenders. Jiang Chu chose to ignore that and focused his mind slightly down. In an instant, layers of black mist began to emanate from the basketball. Being able to control a fifth-tier ghost was quite impressive. Jiang Chu played with it for a moment before putting it away. Currently, he had 1,000 corpse energy points left, enough to purchase one more item. He continued to peruse the other offerings. Item 2. Ghost Candle. Description. Once lit, it can attract all nearby ghosts. Generally, it is not too necessary. Item 3. Thousand-Faced Mask. Item 4. Original Flavor Female Ghost Stockings. Jiang Chu hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to invest his corpse energy points in something more practical. After all, while earning corpse energy points was easy, what if the quality of that female ghost was lacking? There was no way to exchange for another batch. After reviewing all the rewards, Jiang Chu felt somewhat underwhelmed. Although the items in the second-level mall were indeed superior to those in the first, most were of little use to him. Forget it, I shall save the corpse energy points for now. After all, the mall refreshes daily. There is no hurry. Having organized his gains for the day, Jiang Chu comfortably nestled in his coffin, ready to indulge in a blissful sleep. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow and glanced out the window. His eyes closed, sleeping like the dead. Tianyuan community. Whoosh! A gentle breeze swept through, mingling with a faint mist. Rapidly approaching the building where Jiang Chu resided. Creak, creak, creak. Amidst the mist, indistinct voices could be heard. After several seconds, the voices ceased. A few yellow weasels darted out from the mist, quickly vanishing from sight. Only 2 figures, their silhouettes outlined, materialized from the fog. Have they confirmed the target? One of the figures spoke, their voice raspy with a hint of malice. Yes, the building ahead. It's him. No doubt, he is the one who killed Huang Gu. The other replied coolly, Excellent. Whoever killed my Huang family must pay with their life. Bring him back to Third Granite. A ghostly green light flickered in their eyes as they approached Jiang Chu's building. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footsteps echoed ominously in mere seconds. They had reached Jiang Chu's door. The door posed no obstacle for them. A wisp of mist drifted as their figures glided through the door. Appearing in Jiang Chu's room, however, as soon as they entered, they shivered uncontrollably, so cold. How is this place even colder than a ghost den? The previously speaking Huang demon felt its fur bristle. This bone-chilling cold was too piercing, compelling it to reveal some of its true form. Be cautious. We only need to blow this mist into his room and lead him out. This fellow still possesses some strength. Otherwise, Huang Si would not have perished at his hands. The other Huang demon cautioned, producing a smoking pipe. This was their family's signature skill, creating mist with their own cultivation. Any cultivator who falls victim will be controlled in a short time. After saying this, it gently blew the smoke through the gap in Jiang Chu's door. A yellow mist rose, seemingly making the breathing within even quieter. The 2 demons exchanged glances and silently crept closer to Jiang Chu. However, as they stepped into the bedroom, their pupils suddenly widened. Their ghostly eyes fixated on the spot where Jiang Chu lay sleeping. There was even a coffin. The coffin shimmered with a faint golden light under the moon's glow. Inside, a figure lay comfortably, exuding wisps of moonlit energy. Whoosh! At that moment, Jiang Chu also opened his eyes. A sly smile curled at the corners of his mouth, revealing his sharp zombie fangs. Those 2 beasts have some guts. They dare to chase me here. At that instant, the fur on the 2 yellow weasels stood on end. A zombie. They've been discovered. Run. Without a moment's thought, they turned to flee. Yet, in that very moment, a glimmer of darkness flashed in Jiang Chu's eyes. Spirit-binding general, boom. Almost instantaneously, an invisible force erupted from Jiang Chu, transforming into a terrifying pressure that enveloped the 2 yellow weasels. The 2 weasels felt as though a divine might had descended upon them. Their fleeing bodies froze in shock, unimaginable terror erupting within them. In such fear, even the most prepared would find their strength suppressed by at least 30 to 40%. Just that moment of hesitation allowed Jiang Chu to move before them, his grip tightening around their necks, corpse control technique. Amidst the oppressive confinement of ethereal forces, the two yellow weasels exhibited not the slightest hint of resistance. Their expressions gradually morphed into a state of bewilderment. Who sent you here? Three aunties, a glint of coldness flickered in Jiang Chu's eyes. Indeed, this group of yellow weasels had entangled themselves in a significant predicament. The two before him were not even the main culprits. In that case, they shall all be eliminated. Where are they located? On the outskirts of the city, at the Imperial Dynasty Entertainment Complex. Take me there. Chapter 30. A gathering of yellow weasels? In that case, I can act without restraint in Jiangbei, within the underground research facility of the Yellow Springs Bureau. Today, the sudden increase of yellow weasels within Jiangbei City could not escape the watchful eyes of the Yellow Springs Bureau. Inside the bureau, Xiafeng listened to a report from a shadow keeper, his brow furrowing in concern. What could be the reason for the sudden activity of these yellow demons? The reporting shadow keeper shook his head. We are uncertain, but it seems that someone has provoked their leader, and these creatures appear to be seeking revenge. Xiafeng was taken aback, a surge of anger crossing his face. Damn it, a bunch of yellow weasels dare to seek revenge? If it weren't for the ancestral agreements with the Huang family, allowing their kin to remain undisturbed as long as they do not stir trouble, they would have been eradicated long ago. Are they seeking revenge against the extraordinary or ordinary people? Xiafeng inquired. That is still unclear. At this moment, Yang Jin, who had remained silent beside Xiafeng, stretched lazily. Captain, shall I take some men to their lair for a look? Hearing this, Xiafeng nodded. All right, if it's a conflict within the extraordinary community, we should assist the practitioners. If it threatens ordinary citizens, we must apprehend all those yellow demons. This was an unwritten rule in the cultivation world. After all, the primary focus of this realm remains ordinary people. Practitioners, including demons and spirits, wield powers far exceeding those of regular individuals. Thus, the general laws hold little sway over the cultivation community, making enforcement exceedingly challenging. Over time, it became established that as long as conflicts within the cultivation circle did not involve ordinary people, even if one were to be decapitated, it would go unnoticed. Of course, the Yellow Springs Bureau, being comprised of living individuals, would naturally favor practitioners if a conflict arose between demons and cultivators. After all, humans are always humans, and demons are always demons. Yang Jin grinned. Rest assured, I understand. The midnight sky was ominously dark, with clouds gathering ominously overhead, signaling an impending downpour. The streets were nearly deserted. However, none of this affected the Imperial Dynasty Entertainment Complex, which remained brightly lit and bustling with patrons. This venue had been transformed from a large commercial space. Outside the entertainment complex, Jiang Chu surveyed the building before him. The entertainment area appeared unremarkable. However, at the topmost level, a powerful demonic aura surged. It seemed these creatures had received word and had all arrived. Perfect, I can use you to amass some corpse energy, Jiang Chu murmured softly. With a wave of his hand, the corpse energy erupted, and the two yellow weasels before him instantly exploded. Host has slain 2 yellow weasels, gaining 800 corpse energy points. The system notification echoed in Jiang Chu's mind. He paid it no mind and stepped toward the entertainment complex. Good evening, sir. Welcome. Upon entering the complex, a tall woman in uniform approached him with a professional smile. May I inquire if you have a reservation or if you are meeting a friend in a private room? I can take you there. However, please be advised that certain areas require us to temporarily hold your phone. The tall woman exhibited commendable etiquette, clearly accustomed to high-end establishments. Had it been a different time, Jiang Chu might have been curious about the secrets of a place that prohibited phones. However, he merely smiled and replied, I have no reservation, nor do I have friends here. Take me to your boss. He invited me. Jiang Chu's casual tone left the tall woman momentarily stunned. She scrutinized him, and with her experience in such environments, she discerned that this young man possessed some level of power. After all, it was uncommon for an ordinary student to remain so composed in such a venue. Nevertheless, regardless of his strength, demanding to see their boss was absurd. Especially if the boss had indeed invited him, how could there not have been prior notification? I'm sorry, sir, but we haven't received any notice. Perhaps you should call our boss. What is going on? Just then, A middle-aged man in a suit approached from a distance, his demeanor intimidating and unmistakably formidable. The tall woman promptly addressed him with respect. "Manager, this gentleman claims he was invited by the boss and wishes to meet him." Upon hearing this, the manager waved dismissively at the woman, who then stepped back. He scrutinized Jiang Chu, his brow furrowing. Where did this little brat come from? Scram. The manager of such a place was essentially a gatekeeper. Jiang Chu sighed inwardly. Damn, I wish I could just storm in. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. Such an approach would attract the attention of the Yellow Springs Bureau. With a wave of his hand, a thread of corpse light manifested at his fingertips, piercing directly into the manager's skull as his pupils constricted. Let us go. The manager shivered slightly, and when he regained his senses, his eyes had turned vacant. He forced a stiff smile and uttered, Mastered, please. Jiang Chu nodded in satisfaction. Now that's more like it. The corpse control technique could indeed manipulate the living, but since it involved corpse energy entering the body, even if released, the individual would still suffer from the chill of the dead, losing a decade or more of their lifespan. This served as a lesson, a reminder that when encountering others, one should refrain from barking like a dog. Following the manager, Jiang Chu entered a private elevator, swiping his card to the 7th floor. Upon exiting, the manager finally spoke. The top floor is sealed off. Only the boss's confidants may enter. I lack the authority. Jiang Chu did not press the issue. He patted the manager's shoulder. Go down and slap yourself for the night. Yes. He watched the manager leave. Jiang Chu's gaze fell upon the completely sealed-off security passage leading to the top floor. The passage was inscribed with numerous intricate runes, capable of preventing the living from entering and silencing all sound. The precautions were quite thorough. Jiang Chu smiled widely. Then I can act without restraint. Upon finishing his thought, a veil of white mist enveloped him. This mist was not ordinary corpse energy but Jiang Chu's own specter. Cloaked in the white mist, he strode toward the top floor. The runes meant nothing to him. Wherever Jiang Chu passed, everything was transformed into a forbidden zone. At the pinnacle of the entertainment complex, compared to the raucous lower levels, this area was far quieter. Within the various rooms, green luminescence flickered, and yellow weasels could be seen darting about. Clearly, this had become the lair of the yellow weasels. Chapter 31. Weren't you looking for me? Here I am, in an office. Huang Sangu crossed her legs, nonchalantly puffing on a pipe. Not far from her, the previously mentioned Lu, wearing a calm expression, sat quietly. 3 aunties. We have news from below. At that moment, a yellow weasel entered the office. Respectfully addressing Huang Sangu. Upon hearing this, she lazily inquired, Did they bring anything back? 2 elders from the Huang family have already set out, bringing with them the charming incense. They will return shortly. Excellent. A smile graced Huang Sangu's face. Almost simultaneously, the previously bright lights flickered violently. In the next moment, mist began to pour into the entire floor at an alarming rate. The thick fog caused the surrounding temperature to plummet rapidly. Smack! The pipe in Huang Sangu's hand struck the armrest of her chair with force. She stood abruptly, her once fair skin now sprouting white fur at an alarming speed. Her eyes widened in shock. An undeniable sense of dread surging from within her. It felt as if some unimaginable entity lurked within the mist. What is happening? Where did this ominous fog come from? This is our Huang family's territory. What dares to cause chaos here? Just as she finished speaking, a light-hearted voice emerged from the mist. A bunch of beasts. Weren't you looking for me? I have arrived. Though the voice was soft, it resonated throughout the entire building. Huang Sangu was momentarily stunned, her expression shifting drastically as a fierce killing intent ignited within her gaze. How bold! You dare to come knocking! She glanced at the Lu beside her, who smiled slightly. I may have underestimated this fellow, but it's all right. I possess treasures bestowed by my master. As long as they aren't formidable experts in the essence condensation stage, I can handle them. Let us go see. Ding. The system notification echoed in Jiang Chu's mind. Host has triggered a system task. Root out the source. Completing this task will yield substantial rewards. Jiang Chu's footsteps echoed crisply against the corridor floor. As a thick mist swirled around him, enveloping him entirely. In that moment, he stood as the undisputed sovereign of this spectral haze. Buzz, buzz. The rooms lining the corridor began to tremble violently, only to explode in succession. From within those chambers, a multitude of yellow weasels, their eyes gleaming with a sinister green light, sprang forth. These creatures, now adorned with white fur, radiated a palpable aura of malevolence, in the blink of an eye. A dozen had emerged, yet despite their numbers, they dared not move. Their fur bristled in fear, for they could not discern what Jiang Chu truly was. The very presence he exuded, even from a distance, instilled dread within them. This moment, the yellow weasels cursed their fate. Damn that old witch, what have we summoned upon ourselves? Had we known our adversary was this formidable, we would have never sought revenge. Whoosh, a flash of yellow light illuminated the scene, as Huang Sangu and a young man surnamed Lu materialized at the center of the yellow weasels. You killed my kin. Huang Sangu's gaze bore into Jiang Chu with unyielding intensity. Jiang Chu nodded, replying candidly, I scattered their souls. No thanks necessary, it was merely a casual deed. Huang Sangu's expression darkened further with terror. Had it been anyone else who dared intrude upon her stronghold and spoke so boldly, she would have ordered their execution without hesitation. Yet before Jiang Chu, she felt an overwhelming trepidation. I offer you a chance. Bow and apologize for your actions against the Huang family, and we shall settle our grievances. With a flourish of his hand, the king of zombies' hammer materialized in Jiang Chu's grip. A smile crept across his face as he replied, I'm afraid I have no need for such an opportunity. None of you will leave here alive today. Seek death, my minions, attack. Huang Sangu shrieked. The yellow weasels, disregarding all else, revealed their true forms and lunged at Jiang Chu in a frenzy. Jiang Chu shook his head in disdain. These weasels were scarcely stronger than the two he had encountered earlier, perhaps even weaker. Though their numbers might have posed a threat to someone of slightly higher cultivation, they stood no chance against him. With a swift motion, he swung the king of zombies' hammer, the bone chains leaping forth, producing a sound akin to grinding bones. As the aura of death surged into the hammer, terrifying specters began to emerge. Bang, bang! The nearest two yellow weasels were instantly pierced, their cries snuffed out before they could even utter a sound. Host has slain Yellow Weasel X1, gaining 300 corpse energy points. Host has slain Yellow Weasel. The system's voice echoed in Jiang Chu's mind. He remained immobile. Within mere breaths, the majority of the previously formidable yellow weasels lay dead or injured. The few that remained retreated in fear, unwilling to approach any closer. Huang Sangu's expression soured, though panic had yet to set in. She spoke again. Let us trade lives. I refuse to believe his life can be exchanged for all of ours. Upon hearing this, the other yellow weasels nodded in agreement, their demonic energy coalescing into a noose that they hung around their own necks. The life exchange technique. This was the strongest innate ability of the yellow weasels. Aside from creating smoke, any weasel with a modicum of intelligence could invoke it. Legends from Northeast folklore warned that any who offended the yellow immortals would find themselves hanging from a tree in front of their homes, exchanging life for life. This was a form of nearly perverse causal magic, and one of the reasons few dared to provoke the yellow immortal clan. One yellow weasel alone could not extinguish him. But together, they posed a threat even to higher-level cultivators. Without special means, their demise would be all but assured. Yet, upon witnessing this, a strange expression crossed Jiang Chu's face. Trade lives? Is there a more foolish path to self-destruction? As a king of zombies clad in purple, he was already a corpse, not a living being, and his lifespan was boundless. Even if the entirety of the yellow weasels were to join forces to exchange lives with him, it would have no bearing on him. In that fleeting moment, two yellow weasels had already secured the noose around their necks, their legs kicking out as their breaths faded away. A cold smile crept across Huang Sangu's face as she gazed at Jiang Chu. Just then, Jiang Chu felt an unusual force surge toward him, and with a sharp crack, it dissipated. His nearly infinite vitality seemed to have been pricked, only to be replenished almost instantly. Seeing Jiang Chu's lack of reaction, Huang Sangu was left dumbfounded. It was well known that the two yellow weasels that had exchanged lives with Jiang Chu were seasoned demons. The life exchange technique took into account the lifespan of the opponent. Yet, Jiang Chu remained unaffected, far beyond her comprehension. Chapter 32. Under the red moon, I alone walk the abyss. How could this be? Huang Sangu found herself at a loss for words. Had she exhausted her means? Then it was her turn. Jiang Chu had no intention of wasting time with her. The aura of death erupted from him, and in the blink of an eye, he materialized before the remaining yellow weasels. In that instant, the king of zombies' hammer glowed with ghostly light, crashing down upon the yellow weasels. Die-a-boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, as all the yellow weasels screamed in agony, their bodies obliterated. Host has slain Yellow Weasel X6, gaining 2,100 corpse energy points. The system notification chimed in Jiang Chu's ears. His gaze shifted to Huang Sangu, who stood frozen in terror. Hastily, she called out to the young Liu, who had been observing from a distance. "Young Master Liu, save me!" Lu Ming finally stretched lazily, stepping forward with a calm demeanor. "Friend, cease your actions. I beg you to show me some leniency." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chu was taken aback. "Show you leniency? Who the hell are you? Is there truly someone so foolish as to speak in such a manner?" Jiang Chu scrutinized Lu Ming, who flashed a confident smile. "I see you're not a righteous person. Surely you've heard of the name Dark Abyss walking alone under the red moon." Jiang Chu was bewildered. What on earth was he talking about? He had only recently become a zombie. What did the red moon have to do with him? The phrase sounded as juvenile as the previous Yuanin guardian of the Yellow Springs. Was he also affiliated with the authorities? However, Lu Ming's demeanor did not suggest such. Shaking his head, Jiang Chu replied, "I've never heard of it." Lu Ming's smile faltered, his cheeks twitching. What was going on with this guy? With his strength, he had dispatched so many yellow weasels in such a short time. He must have been cultivating for quite some time, and the dark aura surrounding him was a clear indication of his malevolence. How could he not know of the Dark Abyss? Lu Ming spoke again. "I hail from the Dark Abyss." Jiang Chu hesitated before nodding. "Then are you protected by the law? I mean the laws within the Great Xia. I don't recognize those of other nations." "Law protection?" Lu Ming's expression darkened. "I am the Dark Abyss. No one in this world can constrain our actions." With those words, Jiang Chu felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Oh, it's a shady operation. You gave me quite the scare. Since you're not under legal protection, this will be easy. You have no face to speak of, so get lost." Jiang Chu waved his hand dismissively. "You dare insult the Dark Abyss? Do you really think some power gives you the right to act recklessly?" Lu Ming could no longer contain himself. He reached into his clothing and produced a skull, adorned with a talisman. Lu Ming tore off the talisman, and in an instant, a terrifying aura of ghostly energy erupted forth. A ghastly visage began to materialize above the skull, its skin marred by countless dark markings. Roar! Upon its appearance, it unleashed a fearsome roar, releasing an overwhelming wave of ghostly energy, a fourth-tier ghost. As the presence of this ghostly entity enveloped the area, Huang Sangu trembled in fear. A fourth-tier ghost was far beyond her capabilities to contend with. Any being that had reached the fourth tier was undeniably a formidable force, even among their kind, qualifying them as a great demon. Lu Ming's ghostly creature was not of his own creation, but a gift from the master behind him. Yet soon, a glimmer of hope crossed her features. With this fourth-tier ghost at her side, she was confident it could vanquish the man before them. However, Jiang Chu was astonished. Since becoming the king of zombies, he had never encountered an entity of equal tier. Even that five-pass deity, based solely on cultivation, did not compare in strength. Only the pseudo-deity summoned through incense could reach such a level. To his surprise, this ordinary fourth-tier ghost was incredibly weak. It seemed his status as the purple-robed king of zombies rendered him an anomaly among his peers. As the ghostly figure emerged, a cruel smile crept onto Lu Ming's face. "With this fourth-tier ghost at my disposal, you, kid, will find no way to escape today. I shall show you the consequences of offending the Dark Abyss." "Kill him," Lu Ming commanded, and the fourth-tier ghost summoned a chilling wind. The very space around it warped as it transformed into a terrifying black mist, charging at Jiang Chu with unfathomable speed. With boundless brutality, "Do you dare to compare your ferocity with mine?" Jiang Chu scoffed disdainfully, a sinister red glint igniting in his eyes. "Allow me to demonstrate who truly embodies the greater ferocity." A low growl erupted from Jiang Chu's throat, unleashing the terrifying corpse mist that enveloped him. His faintly visible purple robe fluttered ominously. The 5 imperial coins on his wrist clinked softly, as terrifying ghostly apparitions and the incense deity that dominated half the space materialized in unison. In an instant, countless cold eyes emerged from behind him, devoid of any spark of life, fixated on the fourth-tier ghostly entity. The once menacing fourth-tier ghost, upon witnessing this spectacle, nearly had its eyes pop out in shock. Aren't you supposed to be human? Are you a ghost, or am I the ghost here? Is this truly the demeanor one would expect from a virtuous being? Particularly, the incense deity, though merely an ethereal image, evoked an unimaginable sense of dread within the fourth-tier entity. Yet, Jiang Chu did not afford it a moment's hesitation. The Zombie King's hammer was already lifted, infused with corpse energy, and brought crashing down upon the fourth-tier ghost. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the corridor, shattering the very air itself. The fourth-tier ghost barely had time to react before its body was obliterated, rendered utterly lifeless. Host has slain a fourth-tier ghost spirit, earning 1,200 corpse energy points. The system's voice echoed as expected. The rapidity of these events left Lu Ming and Ma Sanggu utterly astounded. Dead? This fourth-tier ghost, just dispatched with a single strike. It was only when Lu Ming felt the skull in his grasp crumble to dust that he fully regained his composure. His body trembled slightly, his gaze fixated upon the ethereal purple robe adorning Jiang Chu. A zombie. You truly are a zombie, and one clad in purple robes, possessing autonomous consciousness, capable of masquerading as a living being. This is inconceivable. The endless records within the abyss have never documented a being like you. Jiang Chu rolled his eyes in exasperation. What a fuss. Do you think yourself an emperor? There are countless things you have yet to witness. Lu Ming clenched his teeth, barely pausing to think before slapping Huang Sanggu, who was caught off guard and sent hurtling towards Jiang Chu. Meanwhile, Lu Ming turned and fled. Chapter 33. Devouring Huang Sanggu. The ghost eye of Yang Jian, an entity capable of annihilating even fourth-tier ghosts, was far beyond his capacity to contend with. Moreover, this being was a zombie clad in purple robes. Should news of this reach his master, it would surely cause an uproar throughout the abyss, and he would reap unimaginable benefits. Thinking you can escape after witnessing my true form? Jiang Chu's lips curled into a sinister grin, revealing his zombie fangs. Fully awakening his ferocity, he sank his teeth into Huang Sanggu's delicate neck, blood gushing forth like a fountain. In the midst of her horrified gaze, her flesh disintegrated at a visible pace, transforming into a desiccated corpse in mere breaths, which Jiang Chu then crushed effortlessly in an instant. Jiang Chu's figure flickered, appearing behind Lu Ming, reaching for his chest. Lu Ming, paralyzed by fear, cried out, "You can't kill me. My master is in Jiangbei. If you slay me, my master will undoubtedly seek vengeance. Another master? Then let us eliminate him as well." Jiang Chu dismissed. His razor-sharp nails pierced Lu Ming's skin in an instant. A muffled thud echoed as Lu Ming's heart was impaled. A shrill scream escaping him, his head tilted, and he perished instantly. Host has absorbed the third-tier Huang Yao, gaining 40 days of corpse energy. Host has slain a third-tier Huang Yao and practitioner, earning 1,000 corpse energy points. Ding! Due to the host consuming food of too low a tier, an aversion to food has developed for 3 days. The system's voice resonated in Jiang Chu's mind, leaving his gaze momentarily clear. What is this? 3 days without appetite. Is that even possible? Within Jiang Chu, Huang Sanggu's blood transformed, infusing him with 40 days of corpse energy. However, almost immediately, a sense of revulsion welled up in his throat, akin to consuming something foul. Damn, to outsiders, I may appear immortal, yet I can still have an upset stomach? Jiang Chu's lips twitched, but he was unperturbed. At his current level, 3 days without sustenance was inconsequential. Even 3 months would pose no issue. He surveyed the remnants of Huang Sanggu's corpse scattered throughout the corridor, confirming there were no survivors, and decided not to linger any longer. Time to return home. Outside the Royal Dynasty Entertainment City, 2 specially modified SUVs from the Underworld Bureau were parked nearby. Inside one of the vehicles sat Yang Jian, who had just emerged from the Underworld Bureau. A vertical eye in the center of his forehead gradually opened, emitting an eerie glow as it focused on the Royal Dynasty Entertainment City. After a fleeting glance, Yang Jian was taken aback. What is this? Such an overwhelming stench of blood. Moreover, the auras of those Huang Yao have vanished. Beside him, a shadowy enforcer was momentarily stunned. Deputy, are you sure? Most of the Huang Yao in Jiangbei City gathered here tonight. How could their auras possibly be absent? Yang Jian, displeased, retorted. What? You don't believe me? Let me show you. Come, take a look for yourself. As he spoke, He prepared to pry open the eye on his forehead. The enforcer hurriedly shook his head. No, no, I get dizzy. Once Yang Jian ceased his actions, the enforcer continued. Could there be some unforeseen development? Yang Jian shook his head, uncertain. Let us proceed inside and investigate. The group disembarked and swiftly entered the Royal Dynasty Entertainment City. Making sure not to disturb the ordinary patrons within, they ascended directly to the top floor of the establishment. Upon entering, a dense wave of bloodlust assaulted their nostrils before the enforcers could grimace. Their eyes widened simultaneously upon witnessing the scene in the corridor. Corpses. They were all corpses. Yang Jian's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. Compile a report. Review the surveillance footage for any suspicious individuals who entered this place. As soon as he uttered these words, the other enforcers sprang into action. After 3 to 4 minutes, one enforcer reported swiftly, Deputy, the results are in. A total of 12 demon corpses were found, including 11 second-tier peak Huang Yao and 1 third-tier Huang Yao. The identity has been confirmed as Huang Sanguo, the owner of the Royal Dynasty Entertainment City and the leader of the Huang Yao clan in Jiangbei. Additionally, we have also discovered the corpse of an Abyss member, and he possesses a 4th-tier energy fluctuation. A 4th tier. Such strength is unrivaled even across all of Jiangbei. To think that someone could be killed so easily? Yang Jian raised an eyebrow. Take me to see. The enforcer did not hesitate, leading Yang Jian deeper into the corridor where Lu Ming's corpse lay. Upon seeing the body, Yang Jian furrowed his brow. Indeed, these damned creatures. I never anticipated they would appear here. Deputy, what is going on? Are these Huang Yao targeting this Abyss member? Yang Jian remained silent as the eye on his forehead opened once more. Surveying the corridor. After a duration of 10 seconds, he closed it again, his expression darkening. No. These scoundrels from the Abyss and the Huang Yao all perished under the same force. They are certainly not adversaries. They may well be colluding. What? The enforcers gasped in shock. These Huang Yao dare to conspire with the Abyss. Are they seeking death? Clearly, the mention of the Abyss struck a nerve. Yang Jian turned to the silent Huang Quan Bureau member, who was diligently typing away on his laptop. Have the surveillance feeds been extracted? The member nodded. Deputy, we completed the filtering process. Based on the time of death of the bodies, we have identified one suspicious individual. As he spoke, his expression grew peculiar. Moreover, we have encountered this person before. Encountered? Yang Jian was taken aback. Which esteemed figure entered here? Anyone capable of slaying a 4th-tier entity must be a formidable expert. The Huang Quan Bureau member hesitated, unsure how to articulate his thoughts. He presented the laptop to Yang Jian. Deputy, take a look for yourself. Yang Jian, intrigued, glanced at the video on the screen. His eyes widened in disbelief. The video revealed an exceptionally handsome young man, who looked up and smiled at the camera before turning and stepping into the 6th floor. It's him. Not only Yang Jian but several enforcers also recognized Jiang Chu instantly. There was no way to forget. They had just seen him that afternoon. Deputy, you mentioned someone capable of slaying a 4th-tier entity. It couldn't possibly be him, right? After the initial shock, Yang Jian pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a drag. As it stands, he is indeed the only one. I never expected this little fellow, who has just become an otherworldly being, to be so deeply concealed. Killing at the 4th tier. This is something even a newly awakened celestial body cannot achieve. His secrets are far greater than anticipated. It seems I must meet him again. Let us return first, bringing along the corpses of those yellow demons and members of the Abyss, to grind their bones to dust. Yes, Chapter 34. The secrets hidden within Jiang Chu. The art of spirit summoning has reached a small completion. Naturally, Jiang Chu was oblivious to the events that would follow. His figure gradually materialized outside the community gate. Ding. The host has completed the system-assigned task, earning 40 years of corpse chi, 1,000 corpse chi points. The familiar sound of the system's task completion echoed. The familiar corpse chi began to surge within him, propelling his evolutionary level to increase steadily. After a few breaths, Jiang Chu opened his eyes. He gazed at his system panel. Name: Jiang Chu. Identity: Purple Robe Zombie King. Unique: Zombie level 4th tier hair zombie. Evolution level 31. Treasures: Corpse Purple Taoist Robe, Corpse 5 Emperor's Gold Shield. Corpse Techniques: Control Corpse Technique, LV3 Small Completion, Zombie King Ascension, First Calamity, Corpse Spirit Summoning, LV2 Proficient, Corpse Chi Points, 8,700, available for purchase in the System Mall. The evolution level has successfully risen to 31, and the nearly exhausted Corpse Chi Points have increased to 8,700, which greatly satisfied Jiang Chu. He decided to elevate the Spirit Summoning. Without hesitation, he confirmed, "Ding. Does the host wish to consume 4,000 Corpse Chi Points to enhance Corpse Spirit Summoning?" "Yes." Jiang Chu nodded. "Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully enhancing Corpse Spirit Summoning, current level, LV3, small completion." Boom. In Jiang Chu's mind, the comprehension of the Spirit Summoning technique naturally increased along with the system's announcement. As he regained his senses, a rumble of thunder echoed from the heavens. Raindrops began to fall. The chilly autumn rain night had taken on a more pronounced coolness. Jiang Chu paid no heed, allowing the raindrops to cascade upon him, as he walked home under the illumination of the community's lights. It was already 1 in the morning. After the events of the previous night, the community was devoid of pedestrians. Only occasionally did a delivery person clad in yellow pass by on an electric bike. With no one else in sight, Jiang Chu had a fondness for the night. The rain only added to his comfort. Sniff. Suddenly, Jiang Chu twitched his nose, eyeing the damp air. A faint metallic scent began to permeate subtly. He raised his gaze and spotted a figure in black not far away, appearing seemingly out of nowhere. The figure was peculiar, not carrying an umbrella, and walked with an odd gait, reminiscent of a machine. Its entire body was drenched, water seeping continuously from it. The earlier metallic scent emanated from its being, a malevolent creature. Jiang Chu discerned at a glance that this entity was neither human nor ghost, but rather something resembling a corpse that had undergone a transformation. Just then, a piercing scream shattered the night sky. Jiang Chu withdrew his gaze and frowned towards a building. He silently vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he had arrived at the level where the scream had originated. Numerous residents from neighboring rooms had already rushed out, heading towards the source of the sound. In the corridor, he saw a terrified delivery person collapsed on the ground. Opposite him was a room with its door wide open. Jiang Chu looked through the doorway and saw the floor of the entire room soaked, with 2 figures lying limply in the living room. The air was thick with a metallic scent, far more pungent than before, reminiscent of the stinking mud at the riverbed. Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow, knowing without a doubt that the deceased here had likely fallen victim to the entity he encountered earlier. It seemed that these sinister beings had been wreaking havoc in their community for 2 consecutive nights. Tomorrow, he would investigate the Linshui Bridge to uncover the source of the disturbance. Exiting the corridor and returning home, Jiang Chu wasted no time and lay down in his coffin, gradually drifting into slumber. The following morning, with no classes in the morning and 3 lessons scheduled for the afternoon, Jiang Chu naturally awoke only an hour before his classes. After a quick wash, he habitually reached for his zombie can food, intending to have a taste. However, before he could open the can, his mouth instinctively rejected it. Jiang Chu's cheeks twitched violently as he remembered that he had lost his appetite for 3 days. Damn it, I never imagined that even as a zombie, I would suffer from anorexia. He opened the door and headed towards the school. The heavy rain from the previous night had noticeably lowered the temperature, but Jiang Chu felt no chill. "Senior Jiang." Upon entering the teaching building, he heard someone calling his name from around a corner, the voice somewhat familiar. Turning, he saw a young girl in a plain long dress smiling and waving at him. Chun Miaoi. Jiang Chu immediately recognized her as the girl who mysteriously greeted him yesterday. Lin Wei had mentioned that she was a Taoist. However, it must be said that Chun Miaoi's beauty was beyond reproach, rivaling Su Wanner, and she exuded an aura of ethereal grace. Yes, IDS Chun the flower. Oh my, I can't believe I'm seeing Chun the flower smile. Mother, I think I'm in love. Get lost, get lost. What love are you talking about? You should focus on wearing your overalls and playing basketball instead. Don't you see Chun the flower is calling someone else? Who is that boy? With looks like his, I'd have to step back even at my peak. This person should not be underestimated, dude. Are you really that impressive now? Whispers filled the hallway. Jiang Chu was entirely unfazed. As a seasoned junior, he had heard such gossip countless times, especially when some slender, striking girls pursued him for contact information. There were always some sour remarks. However, Chun Miaoi had only just enrolled, her face slightly flushed as she hurried towards Jiang Chu. "Senior Jiang, do you remember me?" Jiang Chu nodded with a smile. Of course, it's hard to forget the name of Junior Chen. His gaze inadvertently fell upon Chen Miaoi's neck. Thump, thump, his heartbeat synchronizing with the pulse at her neck. He instinctively clutched his chest. Damn, she smells so good. Is this another delectable morsel encountered? Didn't I just say I was in a phase of anorexia? Does this anorexia discriminate by person? Jiang Chu's inner thoughts took a sharp turn. Senior. Chen Miaoi noticed Jiang Chu's gaze, her cheeks reddening further. Jiang Chu quickly averted his gaze with difficulty. Damn it, I must never stare at someone else's neck again. It's fine with women, but what if I encounter a man who triggers my appetite? Jiang Chu shuddered. Being a zombie. Truly perilous. Chapter 35. Senior brother, is the purple robe of the old celestial master useful? Great calamity. He forced a smile. Apologies. I was lost in thought just now. Jiang Chu decisively lied. After all, staring at someone's neck during their second meeting could easily be misinterpreted as perverse. Chen Miaoi, however, didn't seem to mind. She smiled at Jiang Chu and said, Senior Jiang, Dao Xian Sherbua asked me to inquire if the purple robe he gave you has helped you with your troubles? At this, Jiang Chu was completely taken aback. Dao Xian Sherbua? The purple robe? His eyes widened. Are you referring to that old fellow from Longhu Mountain? Is he your Sherbua? Chen Miaoi couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle at Jiang Chu's reaction. Nodding vigorously, yes. So, is that esteemed master a Taoist or a fairy? Our Lingyue sect only has female cultivators. Lingyue sect? Jiang Chu's expression turned peculiar. He recalled some little secrets he had inadvertently glimpsed during his days at Longhu Mountain. You can't possibly be a disciple of Lingyue Zhenren, can you? Indeed. Chen Miaoi confirmed. Jiang Chu finally burst into laughter. During his time at Longhu Mountain, although he had hit it off with that old man, he couldn't help but feel indignant thinking about his experiences there. Just before leaving, that old man had swindled him out of 10 bills and a hefty portion of his food funds for half a lifetime. Senior Jiang, you also know about the relationship between my master and Dao Xian Sherbua? Chen Miaoi speculated based on Jiang Chu's smile. Jiang Chu whispered, let me tell you a secret. That old man loves to boast about his youthful exploits when drunk, pounding his chest and claiming his deep affection for your master, blaming his youthful ignorance. If he had another chance, he would definitely worship her. Really? Chen Miaoi's eyes sparkled. The last two sentences were fabricated by Jiang Chu. Yet he could tell she understood the sentiment. Chen Miaoi was also amused, and after a bit more idle chatter, she inquired, Senior Jiang, you must also be a cultivator now, right? Jiang Chu pondered for a moment. I suppose so. Chen Miaoi paused. You suppose so? Did not Master Dao Xian pass on the Tianshi degree to you? Jiang Chu. Tianshi degree? Jiang Chu was bewildered. He naturally knew what the Tianshi degree was. It was said to be the inheritance of the Tianshi mansion from generations of Tianshis. Acquiring the Tianshi degree would mean having all the supernatural powers of the Tianshi mansion infused into one's mind. However, he certainly did not possess such a thing. As a zombie, how could he practice Dao? Chen Miaoi noticed Jiang Chu's confusion and explained. The purple robe is the vessel of the Tianshi degree. Once donned, it equates to obtaining the Tianshi degree. Did Master Dao Xian not inform you? Inform me of what? Jiang Chu suddenly recalled that prior to his untimely demise, another system indeed awakened in his mind. However, due to his abrupt death, the system did not have time to bind completely and was forced to upgrade into the current Purple Robe Zombie King system. Damn it, died too soon. Although I am not a traditional cultivator, my current strength is still quite formidable. If you have needs, just say so. Do not stand on ceremony. Jiang Chu could discern Chen Miaoi's intentions. Although that old Tianchi's purple robe could not save him, it was not his fault. Jiang Chu certainly acknowledged this favor. Otherwise, he would not have been able to attain his identity as the Purple Robe Zombie King. Present. That old fellow had informed Chen Miaoi of their relationship. If there were needs, Jiang Chu would naturally not refuse. Moreover, he was truly strong now, at least within the 4th tier. There was absolutely nothing that could rival him. Even 5th tier opponents, provided he unleashed his full power, were not out of reach for a battle. Chen Miaoi, upon hearing this, hesitated slightly but still nodded with a smile. Last week, a senior from our Taoist sect deduced that in the Jiangbei Mass Grave Mountain, a great calamity would emerge 3 days hence. The calamity of Mass Grave Mountain? Jiang Chu furrowed his brows. Did he not just emerge from that mass grave? He had never heard of any mass grave mountain. A great calamity? Something more fearsome than himself? Do you know what it is? Chen Miaoi shook her head. No one knows. This entity has yet to appear, and no one dares to approach. However, it is certain that once this great calamity manifests, there will be an opportunity. Jiang Chu's curiosity heightened. What kind of opportunity? Qin Miaoi's expression grew grave and complex. It is a dragon. A dragon? Jiang Chu was astonished. Has the world transformed to such an extent that dragons exist? Yet, the thought was somewhat tempting. He wished to taste it. Precisely speaking, it is a dragon vein. Qin Miaoi continued. This dragon vein has now been confirmed to be alive, still possessing a trace of dragon energy. That great calamity resides at the dragon vein's reverse scale, nourished by that dragon energy. Once the great calamity emerges, the dragon vein will be equivalent to having perished entirely. At that time, it will release the last remnants of its dragon energy, which would be a treasure for any practitioner beneath the 5th tier. Is it truly that remarkable? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chu understood. You wish to partner with me to seize this dragon energy? Indeed, this is also Master Dao Xin's intention. He said this dragon energy would be of great benefit to you. Jiang Chu felt a surge of gratitude. He had not expected that old fellow to consider his interests amidst the benefits. He certainly did not regret delivering cigarettes to him daily. Next time, he would send him some inflatable good items when he had the chance. Being alone on the mountain must be quite lonely. No need for thanks. No problem. Jiang Chu nodded, though he was uncertain if he could utilize the dragon energy. However, triggering a task would also be quite satisfactory. Qin Miaoi smiled sweetly. Then I will trouble you. Senior Jiang. The two exchanged contact information. Jiang Chu then returned to his class and began his studies. Of course, it was merely a change of location to play on his phone. Given his current status, studying was out of the question. He could not possibly graduate as the esteemed purple robe zombie king only to work in a factory tightening screws, could he? Nonetheless, Jiang Chu did not squander his time. He searched online for information regarding the supernatural event he was to attend that evening, Lingshui Bridge. Recently, there had been much information circulating online about Lingshui Bridge. Most of it concerned the developments of the recent serial car accident that occurred there. Through his inquiries, Jiang Chu gleaned a general understanding of the situation. The cause of the accident at Lingshui Bridge was a large passenger bus from another region that lost control while crossing, leading to 3 cars being swept off the bridge into the moat. Chapter 36, Longhu Mountain Tianshi Degree. I am the nephew of the Jade Emperor. This incident resulted in the tragic death of 49 individuals. Not a single passenger on board survived. Such an occurrence would have been unprecedented news in his past life. However, since the emergence of the Red Moon, it had failed to cause any sensation. The arrival of the Red Moon not only brought about the bizarre, but also plunged the entire world into a state of despondency. It seemed as though everyone had begun to drift through life, becoming indifferent to their surroundings. This was not a positive phenomenon, for it resembled the world heading towards twilight. Perhaps it would not be long before all the living would transform into vengeful spirits. This thought startled even Jiang Chu. However, the more he contemplated it, the more plausible it seemed. Were it still alive, he might have worried. But now, Jiang Chu felt indifferent. What did it matter if the myriad of ghosts revived? After all, he was the zombie king. His identity would not change regardless of where he was. A shocking event. Last night, someone captured footage of the out-of-control bus and the vehicles that fell into the water emerging from the depths. Seemingly searching for something, as Jiang Chu scrolled through his feed, he came across a video. The omnipotent netizens could find anything, except math problems. Jiang Chu clicked on the video. It was brief, lasting only a few seconds. The footage was filmed in the early hours of the previous night amidst heavy rain. In the initial seconds, the screen was void of any activity, showcasing only the lone bridge standing under the rain. Suddenly, a thin mist began to rise from the river beneath the bridge. Within the mist, several beams of light appeared. Soon after, vehicles began to emerge from the depths of the mist, but they were heading in different directions. The brief footage concluded in the blink of an eye, leaving only the impression of vehicles vanishing into the rain-soaked night. Different directions? Curious. Did these submerged entities possess consciousness? Jiang Chu frowned. He recalled the man he had encountered in his community the previous night. If he guessed correctly, that man was likely one of those vehicles. Never mind. What does it matter? He would investigate this evening and eliminate them together. Jiang Chu put away his phone. The school bell rang, signaling the end of class. After exchanging greetings with a few familiar classmates, Jiang Chu exited the classroom. Observing the jubilant college students, His mood inexplicably lifted. Indeed, the vitality of youth is a beacon in this world, even amid decay. Stepping out of the school gates, Jiang Chu contemplated whether to return home for a rest or seek out other matters. Just then, ding ding, a car beside him honked. Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow. The window of the vehicle rolled down and a slender youth in the driver's seat waved and smiled. Hello, Jiang classmate, get in. Let us have a chat. Jiang Chu. What on earth is happening today? Why is everyone wanting to chat with me? Do they think I'm a conversation partner? Yet, he recognized this slender youth as the one who had sat beside him in the Huangquan bureau the day before, who also gave off the impression of being the most dangerous one there. He opened the car door and sat inside. My name is Yang Jian, the Yang from Yang Jian, the Jin from three-pointed two-edged speared eye. In my past life, I was the renowned Erlang Shan Yang Jian, and now I serve as the deputy captain of the Jiangbei Huangquan bureau. Yang Jian cheerfully introduced himself to Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu's lips twitched. All right, this guy probably isn't quite right in the head. He and Lin Wei would likely get along famously. He wondered what Deputy Yang wanted with him. Yang Jian pulled out a cigarette and offered it to Jiang Chu, lighting it before continuing. It's nothing major. I'm not like that rigid fellow, Xiaofeng, so you don't need to be overly cautious. Regardless of what you're hiding, my intuition tells me we are not enemies. In fact, I feel a sense of camaraderie upon meeting you. Jiang Chu was amused by this opening line. Deputy Yang truly had a sense of humor. However, Yang Jian suddenly ceased his jesting, regarding Jiang Chu with a complex expression. What I said is the truth. I find it strange. Considering my past life as the Jade Emperor's nephew, my status is quite high even in the heavenly court. Why do I feel such thoughts towards you? Were it not for knowing Yang Jian's identity, Jiang Chu would have considered calling the Jiangbei mental hospital to have him checked. Did he truly believe this was a fantasy novel? All right, enough of that. Yang Jian waved his hand. The reason I sought you out is simply to ask if you were the one who dealt with those yellow-skinned creatures at the Huangchao Entertainment City last night? Jiang Chu had no hesitation in responding. He had known the Huangquan Bureau would discover the truth as soon as he entered Huangchao Entertainment City last night. After all, he wiped out the entire Huangpizi family in one fell swoop last night. Such a significant event surely warrants an investigation by the Underworld Bureau. It could not have been orchestrated by the authorities alone. Indeed. What about that member of the Dark Abyss? Precisely. Yang Jian nodded. Well, the inquiries are complete. Is that it? Yang Jian chuckled. Of course. It was merely the extermination of a den of beasts and the capture of a wanted criminal from the Dark Abyss. There was no need for a report. But your prowess exceeded our expectations, prompting the captain to send me for a few questions. Moreover, that wanted criminal from the Dark Abyss is worth 200 points, equivalent to 2 million points. An app? Jiang Chu expressed interest. With the 9 million given to him by Lin Dali, Jiang Chu was not lacking in funds. Then I shall choose points, and no problem, hand me your phone, and I shall assist you in registering an account. Jiang Chu did not hesitate and passed his phone over. Yang Jian retrieved a chip from his pocket and affixed it to the back of the device. In just over a minute, he took back the chip. Here you go, you are now a 4th-tier Ghost Master, which is considered top tier in Jiangbei. 4th tier is top tier. Jiang Chu was taken aback. Yang Jian rolled his eyes. Do you think everyone is as abnormal as you? Awakening only recently and already achieving 4th-tier Ghost Mastery. Such prowess rivals that of a core formation expert among practitioners. Currently, there are only a little over a dozen 4th tiers in Jiangbei. Is it really that impressive? I seem to be much stronger than I initially thought. After all, 4th tier is not his ultimate limit. Chapter 37. Destiny? When I am present, that is destiny. In the realms of the 3 worlds and 6 paths. Zhuge Wuho. He retrieved his phone and noticed a new application named Huangquan had appeared. Jiang Chu nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, Deputy Captain Yang. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. He opened the car door and stepped out. With a swift press of the accelerator, Yang Jian vanished from sight. Jiang Chu wasted no time and returned home with a refreshing cup of icy sweet drink from Mishue Bingsheng. During this time, Su Wanner asked if Jiang Chu would like to try her deer whip soup again. Jiang Chu, lacking an appetite, could only endure as Su Wanner donned yoga pants and performed aerobics for 20 minutes. The sweet fragrance emanating from her making him finally swallow. He stayed until 10 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Chu locked his room and stepped outside. Time to work. At 10:40, Jiang Chu's figure appeared on the Linshui Bridge. At this hour, although the evening rush hour had passed, the bridge was still bustling with traffic. It seemed he had arrived a bit early. The city moat was quite extensive, making it somewhat challenging to locate the source of this paranormal incident. A glimmer of crimson light flashed in Jiang Chu's eyes as he gazed down at the water's surface. The good news was that he indeed detected a presence of yin energy emanating from the water. The bad news was that it pervaded the entire moat. But I have a magical artifact. Jiang Chu recalled the yin-seeking compass he had purchased from the system's store. This item was reputed to guarantee the detection of malevolent spirits. Without hesitation, he retrieved the compass from his pocket. Just as he was about to use it, a voice suddenly called out, "Hey handsome, are you here to tackle the bus task on Linshui Bridge as well?" Jiang Chu paused, raising his eyes toward the source of the voice. Not far from him stood a sweet young girl clad in a baseball cap and athletic wear, curiously eyeing the yin-seeking compass in his hand. Yuanqi? Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow. Yet another practitioner, and one he had never encountered before. Are there truly so many beings with cultivation in this world? In just a few days, he had encountered more than he had in the entirety of his previous 18 years. Indeed, Jiang Chu nodded. The girl's eyes lit up instantly. To be honest, I came here for the same reason. Shall we collaborate? Jiang Chu assessed the girl in the baseball cap. Collaboration is possible, but you must first prove your worth. He sensed that the girl was at a third-tier level, posing no threat to him. Rest assured, I won't hold you back. I see you wielding that compass. You aim to track down the elusive spirits in this moat? Correct. There are many spirits drowned in this river, and with just one compass, it will be quite challenging to locate your target. The girl's statement was indeed reasonable, given the vast area of the moat. The limitations of the yin-seeking compass were apparent. You have a plan? Jiang Chu inquired. Observing the girl. Of course, she replied confidently with a smile. My name is Zhuge Ling, the 37th generation disciple of the Taoist Zhuge clan. Our family excels in the arts of qimeng and divination. Under my Zhuge qimeng, no malevolent entity can evade detection. Jiang Chu couldn't help but smirk at her boastful words. What a grand claim. Yet, it seems you have failed to notice the spirits standing right before you. However, the name Zhuge still held a measure of credibility. After all, her ancestor was the legendary Zhuge Wuhou. With that name, Jiang Chu decided to give Zhuge Ling a chance. I am Jiang Chu. Since you're so impressive, allow me to witness your abilities. This, Zhuge Ling nodded vigorously. Great, but we cannot perform the demonstration here. There are too many ordinary people around. We need a more secluded location. Jiang Chu shook his head. No need. Why would I, a lone man, accompany you to a deserted place? The rumors could harm my reputation. With a wave of his hand, a faint mist of corpse energy began to emanate, enveloping the surrounding space. Within his mist, ordinary people could see nothing of what transpired. Zhuge Ling was startled by the sudden appearance of the corpse mist. Her eyes widening in shock. Once she confirmed that Jiang Chu was not a malevolent spirit, she finally reacted. You are a ghost master? In the realm of the extraordinary, only ghost masters could release such an energy. Jiang Chu replied, you could say that. Zhuge Ling did not press further. With the cover of the corpse mist, she felt free to act. She extended her index finger to her nose, and a blue light began to radiate from her. Zhuge qimeng, rise, buzz. In an instant, a 9-palace bagua diagram emerged, enveloping the surroundings. However, when the diagram reached Jiang Chu's position, it was as if water ripples had encountered a rock. The blue light automatically veered away from him, as if trying to avoid him at all costs. Witnessing this, Zhuge Ling's mouth fell open in disbelief, as if she had encountered a ghost. How is this possible? The Zhuge qimeng was a unique arrangement. Not merely a common magical ability. The bagua she had formed was merely a representation of her current location. All things on Earth, as long as they existed in the human realm, must inevitably fall within the parameters of the bagua. For the bagua represented the universe. This had been her first lesson when she began her studies in the Zhuge qimeng. But what was happening now? Why was her bagua avoiding Jiang Chu? The area surrounding Jiang Chu seemed to have transformed into an unknown zone that could not be perceived. Within that mysterious zone, she felt an unimaginable terror, as if it were not a human at all, but rather an ancient, colossal beast from primordial times. Cold sweat broke out on Zhuge Ling's forehead. Jiang Chu, too, examined the blue bagua surrounding him with curiosity. This, the art of qimeng duanjia. Quite fascinating indeed. As for why the 9-palace diagram dared not approach him, Jiang Chu knew all too well. His purple robe was capable of shielding all heavenly secrets, combined with the properties of his purple-robed zombie king. Not even Zhuge Ling, nor her ancestral figure Zhuge Wuho could draw him into her Qimen. Jiang Chu waved his hand at Zhuge Ling. All right, no need to be startled. I possess a treasure that shields me from your Zhuge Qimen's effects, so you needn't concern yourself with me. Just proceed with your techniques as normal. Upon hearing Jiang Chu's explanation, Zhuge Ling's expression darkened. Do you truly take me for a fool? A treasure, you say? If my Zhuge clan's Qimen arts could be easily thwarted by a mere artifact, our family would have been exterminated countless times over. However, she recognized that this was not the moment to dwell on such matters. Everyone harbored secrets. Zhuge Ling steadied her mind and once more activated the nine-palace diagram beneath her feet. Her figure suddenly shifted, the positions rearranging. With a sharp cry, she proclaimed, Zhuge Qimen, can. The dragon pursues the soul. Swish. Within the nine-palace diagram, the position representing can suddenly illuminated. Can represents water. In the next moment, a dragon formed from a surge of water materialized in the world. Upon seeing the dragon, Jiang Chu's expression darkened. You call that water snake, barely larger than a long worm, a dragon? Although the visual representation of the technique left much to be desired, the dragon surged forth and dove downward. Jiang Chu, follow closely. Zhuge Ling beckoned to Jiang Chu and stepped forward. The individual skillfully leaped directly from the Jiangbei Bridge, executing the maneuver with remarkable agility, their figure utilizing the air to gain momentum. With a graceful flip of their long, elegant legs, they landed effortlessly upon the water's surface. Beneath their feet, a mystical radiance illuminated, preventing them from sinking into the depths. Instead, they glided swiftly atop the river's surface. Jiang Chu offered a faint smile. This was indeed the realm of cultivators, reminiscent of the anime from their previous life. He did not linger, for with his cultivation level, there was no need to expend unnecessary energy. A flash of crimson light enveloped him, and his figure instantly vanished from sight, along with the surrounding mist of corpses that dissipated as if it had never existed. Following the path of the water dragon, the two did not traverse far. Merely a few hundred meters before the dragon dove into the depths below. That moment, the een-seeking compass in Jiang Chu's hand began to spin wildly, ultimately pointing towards the location where the water dragon had submerged. This must be it. They halted their steps, surveying their surroundings. Although they were not far from the bridge, the vibrancy of the human world above was conspicuously absent. The water's surface appeared grim and eerily silent, devoid of the sounds of traffic, imparting a strange sensation as if they had traversed through time and space. At this juncture, Zhuge Ling's expression suddenly shifted. Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow, for he was not particularly well versed in such matters. After all, his time as a purple-robed corpse king had been brief, and his exposure to the world of cultivators had only spanned a few days. Sensing Jiang Chu's confusion, Zhuge Ling spoke. What we refer to as Ayin is a special ability awakened by malevolent entities, akin to the phenomenon of ghost hitting the wall, yet significantly more advanced, capable of isolating an entire area. Within this Ayin, neither humans nor spirits can escape. Should we fail to resolve the source of the Yin's ghostly presence, we shall find ourselves trapped here, becoming the ghostly thralls of the source, manipulated by it. My apologies for my oversight, Zhuge Ling said apologetically, realizing that she had inadvertently led Jiang Chu into such perilous territory. There is no need for remorse, Jiang Chu replied, shaking his head. Since we have entered its Ayin, it signifies that we are indeed in the right place. Our purpose here is to eliminate this entity. Once we vanquish it, all will be resolved. Is it not a rather straightforward principle? Such a simple yet brutal rationale. Chapter 38. No matter how powerful it is, it cannot surpass me. Look, it has emerged, however. The malevolent entity possessing the Ayin is indeed formidable. I lack confidence. Jiang Chu laughed heartily. Fear not, even if it is strong, it cannot surpass me, Zhuge Ling. Is it the case that the youth of today have become this arrogant? Yet, observing Jiang Chu's confident demeanor, she recalled her own experience with the Zhuge Qimen technique. A flicker of uncertainty crossed her mind. Although she was unaware of Jiang Chu's precise cultivation level, an instinctive sensation as a practitioner suggested that there might indeed be a possibility. She nodded. Now that we have entered the realm of that entity, it is aware of our presence, yet it has not shown itself. It likely intends to ambush us while we are unprepared. We must locate it first. However, she soon appeared troubled. This river is exceedingly deep, and the extent of the Yin's influence remains unknown. searching for the source of the ghostly entity hidden within the Yin will undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of time. Jiang Chu, let us split up and search in pairs. That may hasten our progress. There is no need for such complications. You ought to rest, Jiang Chu declined, for who would have the leisure to play hide-and-seek with a ghost? Before Zhuge Ling could respond, he had already stepped to the bank of the protective moat. Jiang Chu crouched down, extending a hand slowly into the water, eye in his eyes. A crimson light flickered. Come forth. His palm struck the water with tremendous force, unleashing a terrifying wave of corpse energy that erupted from his hand. The resounding explosion reverberated, and the river's surface detonated over a vast expanse, as if subjected to a nuclear blast. Zhuge Ling was startled, her eyes widening in disbelief at the spectacle before her. Could this truly be an act achievable by a human? Following this strike, the once boundless river surface began to rise with thick fog at a visible pace. This mist was not like ordinary fog condensing in the air. It emanated directly from the riverbed. The surrounding temperature plummeted, and beams of light surged from the water. Jiang Chu rose, speaking nonchalantly. Look, it has arrived. Jiangbei, Xinyue building, rooftop. The cool midnight breeze swept through, as an elderly man donned in traditional attire stood upon the rooftop. Opposite him stood a young monk, dignified and smiling, with a trace of dried blood lingering at the corner of his mouth. Umitba, Wu Shizhu, I have heard that your disciple was killed last night? Upon hearing this, the elderly man's expression darkened. Master Jingxin's news traveled swiftly. The monk known as Jingxin smiled faintly. It is unavoidable. This small monk's telepathic technique allows him to glean certain knowledge. Oh? Does Master Jingxin know the identity of the murderer? The old man in traditional attire inquired, frowning. Jingxin shook his head. Umitba, this small monk does not know. Isn't your telepathy said to be capable of perceiving the hearts of those around you in an instant? If I am not mistaken, you were indeed in the Huang family's territory yesterday. Jingxin did not deny it, his smile unwavering. Indeed, which is precisely what piques my curiosity. I was in close proximity to where your disciple met his demise. Yet afterwards, I employed my telepathy and consumed 5 hearts, but found no clues related to the intruder. Not that I did not find anything, but rather, those hearts seemed incapable of bearing any memory of the individual's existence. This is only the second time I have encountered such a situation since I began practicing this technique at the age of 3. The first time was not long ago when I met the ruler of your dark abyss within the temple. I would like to know, which formidable figure did your disciple offend? If a ruler capable of opening the divine bridge of heaven and earth were to appear, I would not have the courage to confront them. The old man's expression subtly shifted, but then shook his head. Fear not. Our movements are absolutely confidential. Jiangbei will not host such a powerful being. The top-tier figures of the Great Xia are all preoccupied with addressing the impending resurgence of the Red Moon. As for who killed that waste, Lu Ming, I do not yet know, but the curse I placed upon him captured the essence of that individual. Should they appear, I will recognize them. How intriguing. Umitba, I hope Wu Shizhu will leave them to me when the time comes. I am quite eager to see what abilities they possess to evade my divine perception. Very well, but before that, I have matters to attend to that. I shall take my leave for now. Let us meet at the Wasteland Mountain in 3 days. Having said this, his figure flickered and vanished into thin air. Once he departed, a shadow cloaked in black emerged quietly from the darkness, enveloped by a faint bloodlight, revealing a topknot that indicated he was a Taoist. Upon seeing this Taoist, Jingxin felt a wave of apprehension. Umitba, this small monk has encountered Brother Xuanji. The middle-aged Taoist nodded with a smile, casting a disdainful glance towards the direction of the departing old man. That fool truly believes we would share the fortune with him. A mere craftsman from the lower ranks. If not for certain means, who would take him along? Even now, he is still preoccupied with collecting women. Truly lost in lust. Now, he has even sacrificed his own 4th-tier curse insects, and yet the weasel has not yet lain with him. Jingxin also spoke. Though his cultivation is inferior to ours, his mastery of Luban techniques still holds some value. We still require him to restrain that entity in the Wasteland Mountain. Once we secure our objective, we can eliminate him. Indeed, Jingxin, we are now allies on the same path. Having joined the Dark Abyss, there is no turning back. This will be our opportunity to soar to great heights. Rest assured, Brother Dao, I understand, on the Linshui Bridge, riverbank, The rolling fog had completely enveloped the riverbank. Beep, beep. The sound of a bus horn echoed through the mist. Jiang Chu and Zhuge Ling witnessed a large bus and 3 smaller vehicles emerging from the depths, racing towards them. Zhuge Ling's expression shifted. The Zhuge Qi Min beneath her feet flared to life once more. But before she could react, a blinding white light surged forth. Zhuge Ling instinctively shut her eyes. When she opened them again, the once tranquil riverbank was suddenly filled with a cacophony of noise. Zhuge Ling froze for a moment before hastily glancing around, realizing she had somehow found herself aboard a bus, filled to capacity with passengers. Chapter 39. The Serpent Gives Birth to the Dragon. A mere beast dares to strike at me? Where is this? Indeed, we are now on the bus where the incident occurred, and these individuals are the deceased passengers. Jiang Chu's voice resonated. Zhuge Ling hurriedly leaned towards the bus window, observing the heavy rain pouring outside. Raindrops fell upon the car window with a cacophony of sounds, akin to the crackling of firecrackers. In the distance, the faint outline of the bridge over the water could be discerned. A sense of foreboding gripped me. This was an illusion within a nightmare. We had been ensnared, and we must escape from the bus before it plunged into the depths below. Otherwise, we would share the same fate as these souls. Sinking into the water, and this vehicle had already transformed into a spectral carriage. Soon, we too would find ourselves entombed beneath the waves. Zhuge Ling's expression shifted subtly as she spoke to Jiang Chu. However, Jiang Chu interjected, "Do not panic. I believe the source of this predicament is not the bus itself, but something else entirely." Zhuge Ling was puzzled. The task she had been assigned had always revolved around these few vehicles exhibiting supernatural phenomena, with no indication of any other entities involved. Yet, as Jiang Chu spoke, her gaze fell upon the passengers. Most appeared to be in their 40s or 50s, with some elderly folk among them. Their exposed skin bore deep creases, indicating that their livelihoods had not been easy. Yet, a barely concealed smile adorned their faces. After enduring such arduous labor, they were finally on their way home. Indeed, it had been over half a year since the new year, and they had not returned. They wondered if their youngest had grown taller. This time, they were fortunate to have encountered a benevolent employer, and their earnings this year surpassed those of the entire previous year. Allowing them to spend more time with their children, a chorus of voices filled the bus, creating an atmosphere tinged with a peculiar emotion. They were not malevolent spirits. The reason they had not dissipated after death, and could control the bus to appear at midnight, was due to their strong will, or rather, their obsession. They did not wish to harm anyone. They simply desired to return home. Yet they were unwittingly controlled by the true malevolence in the river, the specter that ensnared them, resulting in the supernatural occurrences. Jiang Chu cautioned Zhuge Ling that should one act impulsively, it would only incite the latent ferocity of these souls, transforming them into vengeful spirits. Though he was a zombie, Jiang Chu harbored no interest in the obsessions of the deceased. The thought of deliberately provoking them to slay them was even more abhorrent to him. Their experiences made it evident that they had perished at the most undesirable moment. Without the malevolent specter in the river, they might have merely returned home for a fleeting glance before fading into the ether. Despite being a fearsome zombie, Jiang Chu wished to retain a semblance of his humanity. Yet, if we do not confront them, how shall we escape? Zhuge Ling hesitated. Jiang Chu smiled, "Do not fret. That entity will soon reveal itself. Allow me to discern what is plaguing us before we depart." As he finished speaking, the bus had already traversed onto the bridge. The rain outside seemed to intensify. Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind swept through, and the driver, previously in control, was plunged into confusion. Without warning, he jerked the steering wheel, and the bus surged forward at an alarming speed, colliding with 3 vehicles before careening off the bridge. The suddenness of the event left all the passengers in shock. Their minds blank. Zhuge Ling instinctively clutched Jiang Chu's arm. Only Jiang Chu, his gaze piercing through the bus's glass, stared into the depths below the bridge. There, beneath the water, a pair of ominous eyes locked onto his. A smirk crept across Jiang Chu's lips. "So it is you, beast." An overwhelming aura of decay surged from him as he unleashed a punch towards the bus's interior. With a resounding crash, the bus struck the water's surface, erupting in a brilliant explosion of light. Once the radiance faded, Zhuge Ling found herself back on the riverbank, the mist still swirling. Yet, a large opening had formed within the fog, revealing the outside world. The specter that had been shattered, do not linger, Jiang Chu's voice echoed through the night. Zhuge Ling was taken aback, only to see the very bus that had surged from the depths now parked nearby. Within its confines, ghostly figures emerged, contorted and wild, driven by their haunting obsessions. Yet, as Jiang Chu spoke, these frenzied spirits turned their gazes towards the mist beyond. Momentarily stunned in that instant, the entire bus seemed to awaken, roaring to life as it surged toward the mist. Just as the bus was about to breach the fog, a roar erupted from the previously tranquil river. A ghostly light shot forth from the depths of the mist. Targeting the bus, Jiang Chu's brow furrowed. Begone! His figure flickered as he struck the ethereal light, shattering it. With Jiang Chu's intervention, the bus finally escaped the fog. The malevolent spirits within began to dissipate, gradually transforming back into the faces Jiang Chu had glimpsed in the illusion. They knelt in reverence within the bus, bowing to Jiang Chu before vanishing into the night. A roar erupted once more from the depths of the mist, but this time it was infused with unfathomable rage. The waters of the moat surged and parted, revealing a colossal creature rising from the depths. It was a serpent of enormous proportions. Its eyes glinted with malevolence, and atop its head, a prominent bulge had formed, resembling a horn. The emergence of horns indicates the transformation into a dragon, a giant serpent. Beside Jiang Chu, Zhuge Ling trembled slightly, recognizing the creature's identity. Chapter 40. Brother, have you ever encountered a zombie? The kind clad in purple robes. It is said that a snake must cultivate for 100 years to become a python, and a python must endure for 200 years to become a giant serpent, while a giant serpent requires 500 years to transform into a dragon. Though this serpent had not yet achieved full transformation, it had at least amassed 300 to 400 years of cultivation. Leave my territory. The colossal serpent hissed, its voice dripping with menace. An aura of terror enveloped Jiang Chu and Zhuge Ling. Zhuge Ling's complexion paled as she gazed at the serpent. This is bad. A peak, third-tier creature. Moreover, it is on the verge of becoming a fourth tier. Coupled with its control over the specter, even a typical fourth-tier creature might not stand a chance against this giant serpent. Why fret? Jiang Chu rolled his eyes. I initially thought I was facing a fourth-tier creature, only to find it is merely a peak third tier. If it were on land, such a creature would have met its demise long ago. You think you can threaten me with eternal entombment in the depths? Jiang Chu's voice was calm, a long worm, claiming so many lives. Today, your end has come. As these words left his lips, the serpent's pupils flared with a terrifying light. Human cultivator, you seek death. It erupted with a thick cloud of black mist, which rapidly spread across the water's surface. Jiang Chu and Zhuge Ling felt a chill at their feet as the once distant waters surged up to their calves. Bubbles began to rise from the depths, followed by the emergence of decomposed bodies drifting to the surface, all of which opened their eyes simultaneously, fixating their gaze on Jiang Chu and Zhuge Ling. Drag them into the depths, tear them to shreds. The giant serpent's voice boomed once more, while the rotting corpses wore sinister smiles. Come join me, come join us. The mournful voices encircled them, gradually closing in. Jiang Chu, we shall take one side each. Despite the numerous corpses, Zhuge Ling showed no fear. Rather, she seemed eager to engage. Beneath her feet, Zhuge Qimin surged forth. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Chu shook his head slightly. Just take care of yourself. Zhuge Ling paused, but just then, a decaying hand burst forth from the water beneath her, reaching for her leg. Zhuge Ling's expression turned steely as she deftly evaded it. Her slender fingers poised near her lips. Zhuge Qimin. Can character. Water blast, water light coalesced beneath her, forming a projectile aimed at the corpse. Jiang Chu returned his focus to the encroaching corpses, unyielding in their pursuit. With a surge of decay emanating from him, the Zombie King hammer materialized in his hand. Although he could not fully manifest his true form with Zhuge Ling present, his strength was far beyond that of the spectral entities. With a swift motion, he swung the Zombie King hammer, bringing it down upon the approaching corpses. With a resounding crash, the King of Corpses descended, shattering the wretched bodies that offered no resistance, obliterating them utterly. Host has slain a riverbed corpse one, gaining 200 corpse energy points. The familiar system notification echoed in Jiang Chu's mind in the blink of an eye. The 6 or 7 corpses surrounding him had been vanquished. You stay by the river. I shall confront that long worm. Jiang Chu instructed Zhuge Ling. Zhuge Ling had just dispatched the corpse that had ambushed her when she heard Jiang Chu's voice and hurried to warn him. However, Jiang Chu had already plunged into the dense fog, heading towards the gigantic serpent in the river. This reckless fool. Does he not realize the immense power the serpent possesses in the water? And what if he draws it out? Zhuge Ling stomped her foot. She had never encountered anyone as brash as Jiang Chu. While others dealing with supernatural events typically sought to understand the nature of their adversaries to avoid their strengths and exploit their weaknesses, Jiang Chu relentlessly charged towards danger. Was he not afraid of death? Yet, she had no time to spare, as several more corpses were now advancing towards her. The giant serpent, too, was taken aback by Jiang Chu's audacity in entering the river to hunt it down. In an instant, a mocking expression flickered across the serpent's face. Foolish human. Do you truly believe that your meager strength can rival mine? Allow me to demonstrate that in the water, I am the true master. With that, the serpent's entire form surged, enveloped in a dark aura, instantly isolating Jiang Chu from the outside world. The very heavens seemed to consist solely of the serpent and Jiang Chu. The water erupted violently as a massive serpentine tail, measuring over 10 meters in length, surged forth, accompanied by a torrent of water and a terrifying aura, aimed directly at Jiang Chu. This strike had summoned the very moisture of the protective river, and the serpent was confident that even a typical fourth-tier cultivator would be unable to withstand it. However, in the face of this fearsome attack, Jiang Chu stood completely unperturbed, extending a single hand before him. A strange smile gracing his lips. Little long worm, I truly appreciate your cover. The serpent was bewildered, but in the next moment, it beheld Jiang Chu's human form transform, his eyes igniting with crimson light. His nails elongated, and with a thunderous crash, the colossal tail collided with Jiang Chu's transformed hand, producing a sound of utter dread. The surrounding waters were shattered by the shockwave. Yet, the strike that could obliterate a fourth-tier cultivator seemed to crash against an ancient meteorite, failing to budge Jiang Chu in the slightest. Instead, the serpent felt a sharp pain as Jiang Chu's nails pierced its scales and burrowed into its flesh. Zombie. You are a zombie, the serpent exclaimed in horror. Completely unprepared for this outcome, Jiang Chu paid no heed to its panic. Your strength is considerable, but do you truly wish to compare it with mine? Allow me to show you what a purple-robed king of corpses is capable of. A grim sense of foreboding surged within the serpent. Instinctively, it attempted to retract its tail, but found itself utterly immobilized. In the next moment, it was yanked from the water by an unimaginable force. In Jiang Chu's presence, its size seemed inconsequential. Chapter 41. Transformation into a dragon, slaying the serpent demon, the corpses roil the waters. Jiang Chu exerted his strength once more, seizing the giant serpent and smashing it towards the surface of the water. Boom, boom. With each strike, massive waves erupted, sending torrents into the air, a spectacle both awe-inspiring and terrifying. The corpse was inherently robust, and Jiang Chu epitomized raw power. Previously, he had rarely relied on his physical form when confronting malevolent entities, instead overwhelming them with his corpse energy. But this time, he unleashed the true fury of a zombie. On the river's edge, Zhuge Ling, though unaware of the events unfolding in the river's center, could sense the thunderous explosions and the tumultuous waves. Her mouth fell agape in sheer disbelief. The commotion was immense. It felt as though Jiang Chu was not merely battling the serpent demon but was engaged in a brutal melee. Amidst the chaos, Jiang Chu's aura of malevolence intensified. He felt an unprecedented exhilaration. None of the entities he had previously encountered could withstand his king of corpses form for so long, purely based on cultivation. He was more than capable of overwhelming them. Yet this giant serpent proved remarkably resilient. The thrill of close-quarters combat surpassed any enjoyment derived from employing spells. Boom. Another explosive sound erupted as the giant serpent was struck again. At this moment, it bore no resemblance to its former self. Its massive body was riddled with shattered scales and wounds, crimson blood streaming forth. The intense pain etched fear into the serpent's eyes. This creature before it was far too powerful. The aura radiating from Jiang Chu was utterly terrifying, causing the serpent to avert its gaze. Spare me, I shall never again emerge from the river. The serpent began to plead. Spare you? Jiang Chu scoffed. Do you consider me a benevolent figure? You shall surely meet your demise today. You foul zombie, do you truly believe I fear you? If that is the case, then let me demonstrate the might of my dragon clan. The serpent's demonic energy surged, causing the river's surface to quiver violently. Simultaneously, the grotesque growth atop its head began to emit a menacing glow. Tidal wave, the serpent roared, raising its tail and crashing it down upon the water's surface. Boom! The protective river erupted in chaos as torrents of water surged skyward, transforming into colossal waves that crashed down upon Jiangchu. This was a unique ability of the aquatic race. No, to be precise, it was a power exclusive to the Dragon Clan. Although the serpent was far from achieving true draconic transformation, it had begun to grasp the rudiments of water manipulation. This confidence was bolstered by its belief that even a fourth-tier condensed Dan cultivator would be no match for Iti in the distance. Zhuge Ling sensed the upheaval of the water surface, her expression shifting dramatically as she hurried to enter the river and assist Jiangchu. However, she found herself unable to breach the barrier established by the serpent's dark energy, and the tumult of their battle exceeded her wildest imagination. Damn it! This is fourth-tier condensed Dan power that I wonder if Jiangchu can endure it. While she recognized Jiangchu's strength, which she believed surpassed her own, the leap from third to fourth tier was a formidable threshold. Jiangchu appeared no older than herself, and she was already considered a prodigy in the cultivation world. In the heart of the river, facing the towering waves, Jiangchu nodded in satisfaction. This power is commendable. Alas, it falls short. With a suppressed roar, the transformation from mere nails to full-fledged zombie fangs was complete. A surge of purple light erupted as his purple robe manifested. The appearance of a living man had vanished, replaced by a formidable king of corpses radiating overwhelming malevolence. Tremor of the underworld. Jiangchu gripped the king of corpses' hammer, concentrating his corpse energy, and struck down upon the colossal wave. Boom! In an instant, the wave was obliterated. Whoosh! Jiangchu's body flickered, moving with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, appearing before the giant serpent. His crimson gaze met the serpent's, which recoiled in terror. What do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? Jiangchu licked his zombie fangs. Why? To take your life. His hand shot towards the serpent's vital spot. The serpent's scales bristled. Every serpent's weak point lay at the 7-inch mark. It attempted to resist, but Jiangchu's strength was beyond its capacity to contend with. Splurt! Blood sprayed forth as Jiangchu crushed the serpent's massive heart in his grasp. With a slight exertion, it exploded. The giant serpent let out a chilling wail as its body collapsed. Congratulations, host, for slaying the 400-year-old serpent demon, gaining corpse energy points 800. The system notification resonated in Jiangchu's mind. The image of the serpent began to materialize upon the 5 Emperor's copper coin shield. Puzzle piece 1. However, Jiangchu paid it no mind. Instead, he dashed to the serpent's head, reaching for its protruding fleshy horn. There it is, he mused, a smile gracing his lips. In the next moment, a translucent pearl the size of a quail egg appeared in his hand. This pearl was the serpent's inner Dan, imbued with an exceptionally rich spiritual energy. Jiangchu swallowed the inner Dan without hesitation. An ordinary cultivator would never dare to do so, as the inner Dan not only contained vast amounts of spiritual energy, but also harbored the serpent's demonic essence and some of its memories. To consume it recklessly could lead to madness or even death. Thus, practitioners typically refined inner dawn into pills or spent considerable time absorbing them gradually. However, the efficiency of such utilization is rather low. Where is the advantage in that when one can consume directly for quicker results? As for the demonic energy and memories contained within the inner core, a good beating will suffice to subdue it. The corpse energy within Jiangchu erupted, instantly tearing apart the giant python's inner core. In a mere span of several breaths, everything had come to a conclusion. Jiangchu burped, a peculiar taste lingering, reminiscent of peanuts. Ding! Congratulations to the host for devouring the demon python's inner core, converting it into 10 years of corpse energy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the demon python's innate ability. Corpse pseudo-tidal wave, LV0. Corpse pseudo-tidal wave, LV0 description. The innate supernatural ability of the Python demon. By utilizing this ability, one can temporarily possess the power to control tides. When used on the water surface, its might is enhanced by 300%. 2 system notification sounds echoed in succession. Chapter 42. a surge in power. Sovereign of the waters, master of thousands of marshlands. Jiang Chu was momentarily taken aback. A look of delight crossing his face. 10 years of corpse energy is hardly significant. To his astonishment, he had also obtained a supernatural ability. Although the tidal wave requires the presence of water to unleash its full potential, which does impose certain limitations, Jiang Chu was unfazed. An ability acquired for free is never to be turned down. From now on, as long as he stands by the water's edge, it shall be his domain. Delightfully, the 10 years of corpse energy was refined by Jiang Chu, resulting in a slight increase in his cultivation level. Jiang Chu glanced at his system attributes. Name: Jiang Chu. Identity: Purple Robe Zombie King. Unique: Zombie level: 4th grade minor zombie. Evolution level: 38%. Treasures: Corpse Purple Dao Robe, Corpse 5 Emperor Coin Shield, Zombie King's Prison Hammer. Corpse Techniques: Control Corpse Technique, LV3 Minor Accomplishment, Zombie King's Ascension, 1 Calamity. Corpse Spirit Conjuration Technique, LV3 Minor Accomplishment, Corpse Pseudo Tidal Wave, LV 0. Corpse Energy Points, 12,100, available for purchase in the system mall. The Demon Python's inner core had merely increased Jiang Chu's evolution level by 7%. However, his corpse energy points had surpassed 10,000, marking a significant gain. With 10,000 corpse energy points, he was now able to unlock the third-tier mall.at. That moment, an anxious voice called out from a distance. With the death of the Demon Python, the mist that had enveloped the moat had dissipated. Zhuge Ling hurriedly approached Jiang Chu, her feet deftly navigating the surface of the water. Jiang Chu, are you all right? She glanced at him with concern. Jiang Chu shook his head. Rest assured, a mere third-grade python demon cannot harm me. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Ling finally relaxed. What about the python demon? Jiang Chu pointed to the nearly submerged corpse of the python demon behind him. Zhuge Ling followed his gaze and gasped, her eyes widening. This, Jiang Chu, did you kill it all by yourself? Jiang Chu's lips twitched. Am I not a whole person? Yes, Jiang Chu nodded. Zhuge Ling was stunned for several seconds before excitedly jumping up and grabbing Jiang Chu's arm. Wow, Jiang Chu, you're amazing. This is a peak third-grade python demon. Its strength rivals that of a core formation practitioner. I never expected you could actually slay it. Are you also a core formation practitioner? No, wait, you spirit tamers should be 4th grade. Jiang Chu remained silent, lost in thought. Jiang Chu, why aren't you speaking? Zhuge Ling tugged at his arm again. Jiang Chu made a gesture of silence, causing Zhuge Ling to freeze, her expression turning serious as she carefully sensed her surroundings. After a long pause with no notable changes, she finally asked, Jiang Chu, what's wrong? Is there danger? Jiang Chu shook his head. No, I merely wish to experience the sensation of being crushed by a mountain peak. Zhuge Ling was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Jiang Chu's arm before looking down at herself. Suddenly, her face turned beet red, and she threw Jiang Chu's arm away. Jiang Chu, you're taking advantage of me. Faced with Zhuge Ling's accusatory tone, Jiang Chu feigned innocence. Stop slandering me. I did nothing. You were the one who pulled me. After retrieving the python demon's corpse, Jiang Chu was puzzled. Zhuge Ling, what are you doing with this corpse? The flesh of a dragon is notorious for its lewd properties. It is not fit for consumption. Jiang Chu spoke the truth. Any serpent or dragon-like creature possesses such inherent traits. Consuming their flesh could lead ordinary individuals to succumb to uncontrollable lust and perish swiftly. Zhuge Ling's delicate face flushed again, but she still spoke up. Aren't you here on a mission from the Yellow Springs app? Surely you know that upon completion of a task, you can submit it nearby? Moreover, the corpse of the python demon can be sold for points. Is that so? Jiang Chu was astonished. Although Yang Jian had set him up with the Yellow Springs app that afternoon, he had not taken it seriously. He never expected to be able to accept missions. I'll have to check it out when I get home. The two chatted for a while, growing more familiar. During their conversation, Jiang Chu learned that Zhuge Ling was originally a university student, attending the nearby Jiangbei Art Academy. Jiang Chu was familiar with the place, having heard that they served delicious roasted chicken. Suddenly, the sound of brakes echoed along the riverbank. Both Jiang Chu and Zhuge Ling stood up, for their awaited companions had arrived. From the darkness emerged 20 to 30 soldiers clad in combat uniforms, carrying real firearms, rushing towards them. Upon spotting Jiang Chu and Zhuge Ling, one soldier suddenly called out, "Salute!" The display startled Jiang Chu, but Zhuge Ling explained, they are peripheral personnel from the Yellow Springs Bureau. When encountering supernatural occurrences, they are typically on the front lines, responsible for handling the aftermath and securing the scene. They are ordinary people and cannot eradicate supernatural creatures. Their salute is merely a way of expressing respect. Shortly thereafter, two members of the Yellow Springs Bureau approached from behind the soldiers. They swiftly examined the corpse of the Python Demon and addressed Zhuge Ling and Jiang Chu. The intact corpse of the Python Demon is valued at 800 points. Including the task, the total is 1,200 points. Do either of you have any objections? Though Jiang Chu was uncertain of the actual value, he trusted the Yellow Springs Bureau to be reliable. 1,200 points is quite generous, he nodded. All right, if that is the case, please open the app so we can settle the transaction on site. Once sold, there are no returns. Use yours. I didn't contribute much to this task. It was all you, Zhuge Ling suggested. Jiang Chu did not hesitate, opening his phone. Upon tapping the Yellow Springs app, a symbol indicating 4th grade certification manifested. Seeing this, the two members of the Yellow Springs Bureau visibly changed their expressions and clasped their fists towards Jiang Chu, Sr. Zhuge Ling also noticed the certification, her expression shifting to one of realization as she discreetly observed Jiang Chu. You really are 4th grade. Receiving the 1,200 points, the Yellow Springs personnel quickly took the Python Demon's corpse and departed. Jiang Chu then directly transferred half to Zhuge Ling, though she hadn't contributed much. They were still a team. Once they returned to the Linshui Bridge, Jiang Chu initially planned to leave in a mist. However, with Zhuge Ling present, he opted for a taxi instead. To the University Town shopping mall. He instructed the driver. The driver glanced at Jiang Chu through the rearview mirror, then at Zhuge Ling, murmuring under his breath, "Such a good cabbage is being picked by a pretty boy." Though his voice was low, both Jiang Chu and Zhuge Ling were not ordinary individuals and heard him clearly. Jiang Chu's expression darkened, while Zhuge Ling struggled to suppress her laughter. Silently, he rolled up his sleeve, releasing a faint aura of corpse energy. In less than 10 minutes, the driver was trembling, a confused expression on his face. "Young man, do you feel cold?" "I have the heater on." Jiang Chu shrugged, pulling his sleeve up slightly. "Nope, it's quite warm. Is that so? Could it be my imagination?" "It can't be." The driver began to doubt himself. After another 10 minutes of travel, the car finally halted at the roadside. The driver, visibly shaken, said, "Just 1,000 meters to your destination. I won't charge you. You can get out and walk. My hands are frozen stiff." Just as Jiang Chu reached for the door, the driver tremblingly spoke again. "Young man, are you really not cold?" Jiang Chu shook his head with a grin. "Not cold at all, brother. If you're freezing with the heater on, you must have a problem. I've heard that only those who encounter ghosts are this afraid of the cold. You run night routes often. You should be careful with that." Jiang Chu exited the vehicle, leaving the driver in shock. He truly was a kind-hearted zombie, sparing a life. It wasn't until they had walked quite a distance that Zhuge Ling burst into laughter. "Jiang Chu, you're something else." Jiang Chu shrugged, feigning innocence. "I did nothing. He was the one who was scared. That's not my fault." Chapter 43. The second innate supernatural ability, Corpse Spirit Emerge, 9 Dragon Ring. They parted ways at the intersection. Jiang Chu returned to his residential community. Due to the recent spate of deaths, police patrols were still active within the vicinity this evening. Many families had vacated their homes, rendering the neighborhood significantly quieter. As Jiang Chu approached the door to his room, he heard a soft click. The door across the hallway had also swung open. Immediately, a timid voice called out, "Jiang classmate, you're back?" Turning around, Jiang Chu couldn't help but smile. "Su Beauty, what are you up to?" He saw Su Wanner peeking out, wrapped in a blanket. Upon hearing Jiang Chu's voice, her lips pursed, and she vigorously patted her sturdy chest. "I was watching horror films at home and thinking about the incidents in our community. The more I thought, the more frightened I became. You weren't home, and I was scared to death. Is that so?" Jiang Chu pondered. "Why not come over to my place tonight? As good classmates helping each other out, you treat me to soup, and I invite you to sleep over. Fair enough, right?" Su Wanner's eyes sparkled with excitement, but she quickly became wary. "What are you planning?" "I'm not doing anything. I have a bed in the next room for you to sleep in," Jiang Chu clarified. Su Wanner hesitated for a moment before agreeing. "All right, let me grab my blanket." After saying that, she hurried into her room to fetch her bedding and followed Jiang Chu inside. Entering a boy's room for the first time made Su Wanner feel somewhat shy. After stepping through the door, she wished him good night and turned off the light. Jiang Chu, however, paid little mind to it. Lying on his bed, he received a notification from the system. Mission completed. Rewards obtained. 50 years of corpse energy. Innate ability. Corpse demon. Dot. Upon hearing this sound, Jiang Chu was momentarily taken aback, then his expression brightened. Not only had he received a substantial amount of corpse energy, but he had also awakened an innate talent related to corpse demons. This was indeed promising. Suddenly, a torrent of memories surged into Jiang Chu's mind, and an indescribable, eerie power began to envelop him. Anything shrouded by this power momentarily seemed to vanish from reality. The 50 years of corpse energy were propelling his evolution. Once Jiang Chu absorbed all the corpse energy, he glanced at his status panel. Name: Jiang Chu. Identity: Purple Robe Corpse King. Unique. Zombie level: 4th stage Hairy Zombie. Evolution level: 59%. Treasures: Corpse Purple Dao Robe. Corpse 5 Emperor's Gold Shield. Corpse King S Prison Hammer. Innate abilities: Ascendance of the Corpse King. First Calamity. Corpse Demon. Beginner. Corpse Techniques: Control Corpses. LV 3 Minor Success. Corpse Spirit Binding and Commanding. LV 3 Minor Success. Corpse False Tsunami. LV 0. Corpse Energy Points. 12,100. Available for purchase in the system shop. His evolution level surged by 20%, propelling Jiang Chu towards a higher tier of flying zombie transformation. Significantly boosting his power, he turned his attention to his newly awakened talent. Innate talent: Corpse Demon. Beginner. Ability: Upon activation, can envelop all entities within a radius of 1 kilometer. Those within the Corpse Demon can be revived, enhancing the host's corpse energy by 50%. Can I revive all the ghostly beings I have sealed? Jiang Chu marveled. That means wherever my corpse demon extends, a true horror revival will ensue. The number of ghostly entities Jiang Chu had dispatched was already considerable. Corpse Demon, activate! Jiang Chu's eyes glimmered with determination. Instantly, a thick fog began to rise around him. Within this mist, Jiang Chu discovered he could shift his position at will. Soon, figures of ghostly beings began to materialize within the fog. The previously encountered yellow-skinned creature, the human phantoms, and even the formidable five-spirited deity, all traversing through the corpse demon. Each bore a terrifying aura. The ghostly beings capable of being revived within the corpse demon alone could easily annihilate an ordinary 4th-stage practitioner. This was merely the beginner level of the corpse demon. As he evolved further, the possibilities were unimaginable. At its pinnacle, he could potentially open a gateway to the netherworld with a mere thought. Jiang Chu exhaled, retracting the corpse demon. The swirling fog dissipated in an instant. Having reviewed his abilities, Jiang Chu resolved to explore the system shop further. He clicked through and found that his corpse energy points had surpassed the 10,000 mark, unlocking the 3rd-tier prize pool. The familiar notification sound resonated in Jiang Chu's mind, and the shop interface began to shift, taking several seconds to stabilize. Ding, 3rd-tier shop opened. Probability of high-level items increased by 1%. 10 items will appear each time. Refreshing at 0 point. Individual refresh, 2,000 corpse energy points. Each item, 3,000 corpse energy points. 4th-tier shop, 50,000 corpse energy points required. While the requirement for the 4th-tier shop was not excessively high, it was still significant for Jiang Chu, considering he had numerous abilities to enhance with corpse energy points. Accumulating that amount would take time. Jiang Chu directed his attention to the 3rd-tier shop page. Item 1. Corpse Artifact Ghostly Claw. Description: Crafted from the forepaw of a 500-year-old ghostly tiger. Wearing it enhances the wearer's explosive power by 30%, but beware. The claw is infused with the tiger's spirit. It might just rip out your heart at night. Price: 3,000 corpse energy points. A decent artifact, yet of little use to Jiang Chu. He ignored it. Item 2. Female Ghostly Servant. Description: A ghostly servant with 3rd-tier strength. Not only powerful, but also a crossdresser. Surely you'd love to have a servant at your beck and call. Wouldn't you? Price: 3,000 corpse energy points. Jiang Chu's lips twitched. What bizarre items are they cramming into this shop? Continuing to browse through several more items, Jiang Chu's eyes lit up at the last one. Item 10. 9 Dragon Ring. Description: A newly designed low-level storage ring, containing 50 cubic spaces, capable of carrying any items, ensuring your peculiar hobbies remain discreet. Price: 3,000 corpse energy points. 50 cubic spaces were quite ample. Without hesitation, Jiang Chu clicked to purchase. Chapter 44. The Terrifying Purple Robe Corpse King. The might of the tsunami. The state's pursuit. In an instant, a delicate ring adorned with 9 sculpted corpse dragons appeared on his hand. Feeling rather exquisite, Jiang Chu soon realized he had established a unique connection with the 9-dragon ring. Focusing his mind, he felt a rush as his vision shifted into another dimension. This space was vast, 50 cubic units, evidently the interior of the 9-dragon ring. After a quick test, he stored his bedside cabinet inside the ring. With a flicker, the cabinet appeared within the 9-dragon ring space. A mere thought returned it to its original position. Quite impressive. No wonder novels often feature storage rings. With this, I could rob a bank without anyone noticing. Jiang Chu mused, quickly dismissing the reckless thought. Now a purple-robed corpse king, he ought to rise above such petty desires. His shopping expedition concluded, he decided to enhance his corpse techniques. Corpse False Tsunami, LV0, ability. Activates the explosive power of the false tsunami. In water, this ability's potency increases by 300%. Next level, 1000 corpse energy points. With 9000 corpse energy points remaining, Jiang Chu commanded, System, elevate the false tsunami to level 3. With his words, the system chimed. Ding. You have consumed 1000 corpse energy points to elevate corpse false tsunami to LV. 1 beginner. Ding. You have consumed 2,000. Ding. You have consumed 4000 corpse energy points to elevate corpse false tsunami to LV3, minor success. 0.3 consecutive system notifications echoed in Jiang Chu's mind. A surge of understanding regarding the false tsunami technique erupted within him. He felt an innate control over the moisture in the air and water, despite it being merely a false tsunami. After absorbing this newfound knowledge for several breaths, Jiang Chu fully integrated it into his understanding. Corpse False Tsunami, LV3 Minor Success, ability. Activates the explosive power of minor success. Even on land, it can be unleashed, with increased potency during rain, and a 300% enhancement in water. Next level, 8000 corpse energy points. The attributes had not changed significantly, but the power was undeniably enhanced. With this technique, Jiang Chu's strength had grown further. Time to sleep. Jiang Chu decided against lingering any longer. He covered himself with his coffin and drifted into a deep slumber. The following day, alongside Su Wanner, Jiang Chu entered the school premises. He noticed an array of luxury vehicles parked outside, resembling a gathering of young girls' favorite small animals. Almost all present, puzzled, Jiang Chu pondered the unusual situation. Why were there so many people at school today? Beside him, Su Wanner, with a mouthful of youtiao, spoke indistinctly. It's because the old practitioners from the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association are attending an event at our school today and will be consulting students for 3 consecutive days. Consultation? Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow. Is this really a consultation? His gaze wandered among the opulent cars until he spotted a familiar silhouette. It was the vehicle of the Huangquan Bureau. If it were merely ordinary practitioners coming to offer medical advice, Huangquan Bureau shouldn't be involved, right? It felt somewhat like a large-scale apprehension operation. Nevertheless, Jiang Chu dismissed it. The state certainly had its own plans, which had nothing to do with him. An announcement followed. Due to the organization of a health consultation event by the school, each department will participate, with our department scheduled for 2 classes later. Please be prepared in the afternoon. Just as classes commenced, the long-absent counselor appeared out of nowhere, made the announcement, and then quickly vanished, reminiscent of an NPC. Traditional Chinese medicine consultation? Quite intriguing. I've heard that while one need not fear the laughter of Western medicine, the low gaze of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners can be daunting. I wonder if they will diagnose a few students bringing their children to school. Bringing children to school? Ridiculous. Everyone has implemented safety measures thoroughly nowadays. Apologies, but I don't have anything that large, so I generally don't require it. Then I suppose I must loosen my belt and set Diaochan down. Jiang Chu couldn't help but twitch his lips. The competitive mindset of today's university students was indeed excessive. Such comparisons would only lead to harm. He chose to ignore the chatter and instead opened the Huangquan app to explore its features. As a certified 4th-tier entity, his permissions were rather extensive. After studying for 2 classes, Jiang Chu felt he had gathered sufficient information. Chapter 45. The Age of 5 Turbidities. Hell is empty. Then I must suppress this hell. The content area of the app was quite straightforward, filled with various tasks, group chats, and posting pages. However, all discussions seemed to revolve around a singular topic, the second resurgence of the Red Moon. The Red Moon resurgence? Again, Jiang Chu murmured that he vividly recalled the first occurrence 5 years ago when reports of red rain fell from the sky across the nation. Experts hastily dispelled these claims, attributing them to a mere coincidence of normal rainfall. This torrential downpour lasted 3 days, accompanied by a persistent mist. Strangely, according to typical rainfall metrics, such a deluge would have caused severe flooding, yet the water levels in lakes barely rose. After the blood rain ceased, on the first night, the moon transformed into a ghastly crimson, casting an eerie glow over the world, making the entire city appear as a purgatory. Following this, experts again claimed that the red moon was an isolated phenomenon, destined to vanish in a few days. Yet, over the past 5 years, people had gradually acclimated to the red moon's presence. Subsequently, the internet brimmed with an increasing number of supernatural events, evolving into its current form. Even now, many still speculated about the red rain, unable to provide any definitive answers. Yet within this Huangquan app, Jiang Chu discovered the full title of the event from 5 years prior, Red Moon Resurgence. The supernatural descends. Indeed, there was an inevitable connection between the emergence of the red moon and the supernatural. Though he had suspected as much, Jiang Chu couldn't help but reflect on the severe consequences of the first resurgence. Should there be a second, what would the world transform into? A realm of 5 turbidities, a hellish existence. His eyes flickered with intrigue. However, he soon realized he felt no discomfort. Instead, he harbored a subtle excitement. This was troubling. He almost forgot that he was far more ruthless than those so-called malevolent spirits. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Jiang Chu mused that having lived as a human for so long, he nearly slipped back into those bad habits, something he must amend in the future. With these thoughts settled, Jiang Chu's mood significantly improved. As a purple-robed zombie king, those supernatural beings were essentially his brothers. And slaying them not only granted him corpse energy points, but also enhanced his strength. Ah, what a wonderful bunch of spirits! Sacrificing themselves for the dead, truly commendable. I cannot be a saint and betray their goodwill. First, I shall peruse the tasks available, and later tonight, I will have a heartfelt conversation with them. Just as Jiang Chu was preparing to select his tasks, a message suddenly pinged on the app. He opened it to find a chat from the user named Erlangzhenjun Yangjian. Jiang Chu, are you there? This fellow truly immersed himself in his role. I wonder if he has summoned the great sage Sun Wukong. Jiang Chu replied. Although he was uncertain of Yang Jian's purpose in messaging him, he was still a familiar face. I've been quite busy these past few days and would like to ask for your assistance. Assist me yourself? Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow. A supernatural event? Yes. Would you be available for a call? Sure. Jiang Chu said nothing further and discreetly slipped out the back door. Yang Jian's call came through shortly after. Hello. After answering, Yang Jian's voice carried a hint of gravity. This incident is somewhat perilous. I was supposed to handle it personally, but I've received an urgent task that requires me to leave Jiangbei for 2 days. So I could only think of you. Perilous? Jiang Chuyan. Go on. Have you heard of the Dingtu Qi Jian Shu? Yang Jian began. Dingtu Qi Jian Shu? Jiang Chu was momentarily taken aback. How could he not know the infamous name? The most renowned application of the Dingtu Qi was the legendary tale of the ancient sage Lu Ye sealing the renowned god of wealth Zhao Gongming with it. However, this existed solely within the realm of myths. The true origins of the Dingtu Qi Jian Shu lie within the Luban Shu of Lu Ban, the ancestor of craftsmen from the spring and autumn period. The Luban Shu is divided into 2 volumes. The upper volume records the methods of ordinary craftsmen, while the lower volume contains the true essence of the Luban Shu. The Dingtu Qi Jian is one of the most advanced suppression techniques within this lower volume, which, however, has long been lost to history. After all these years, it was astonishing to hear this name from Yang Jian's lips. Perhaps this incident is indeed related to the Dingtu Qi Jian Shu? Yang Jian nodded. Indeed, it concerns the Dingtu Qi Jian Shu. More specifically, someone has fallen victim to it. Today marks the 6th day. Thus far, 3 of our guards from the Huangquan Bureau have attempted to handle it, all returning in failure, and one of them has been critically injured. Such a peculiar artifact? Capable of murder? How intriguing. Jiang Chu grinned, suddenly intrigued. I wonder, can the Dingtu Qi Jian Shu seal me as well? I wish to test it. Tell me the location. Jiang Chu inquired directly. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian hesitated for a moment. You should consider it. This task is quite dangerous and no need. Jiang Chu shook his head. For others, it may be dangerous, as their lives are singular, but for me, if they can't kill me, what do I have to fear from the Dingtu Qi Jian Shu? Even if 7 arrows pierced me, I would still bounce back to life. Very well, if that's the case. I will notify our Huangquan Bureau's personnel that someone will be in contact with you around 7 this evening. Jiang Chu hung up and quietly returned to the classroom. With this matter at hand, he no longer needed to seek out tasks. As the afternoon classes concluded, Counselor Lu Jing reappeared. Students, line up and follow me to the playground. The students were all quite excited. A lively gathering was certainly more interesting than attending class. Chapter 46. The Hierarchy of the Cultivation Realm. What? You know I am a zombie. Following the counselor, they made their way to the designated area on the playground. Upon arrival, Jiang Chu beheld a row of elderly practitioners in traditional Chinese medicine. The number of these practitioners exceeded his expectations, totaling dozens, each accompanied by a uniquely distinguished aide clad in a white coat. These were members of the Huangquan Bureau's outer circle. Jiang Chu instantly recognized them. Having seen them just the night before, their aura was not something ordinary individuals could emulate. Old Jiang, I'm here. Lin Wei, who had been absent for 2 days, emerged from a corner, excitedly rushing toward Jiang Chu like a husky thrilled to see its owner. Jiang Chu rolled his eyes. You actually remembered to come back? Lin Wei flicked his hair with a flourish. I have received some insider information from my father. This so-called traditional Chinese medicine consultation is not as straightforward as it appears. Moreover, these individuals are not traditional practitioners of Chinese medicine. They have all undergone training from a particular specialized department. The purpose remains unclear for now, but it undoubtedly poses significant issues. Jiang Chu nodded upon hearing this. His speculation was not far from the truth. The examination proceeded swiftly. Within just 10 minutes, Jiang Chu and Lin Wei found themselves standing before 2 traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, extending their hands. The old doctor spoke plainly and directly. Jiang Chu extended his arm, and the doctor placed his hand on Jiang Chu's pulse. His previously expressionless face gradually shifted to one of confusion and bewilderment. He glanced up at Jiang Chu, seemingly in disbelief, and switched to the other hand to feel Jiang Chu's wrist. After a considerable pause of over 10 seconds, the old doctor finally stammered. Young man, where is your pulse? With that exclamation, all eyes around turned toward them. The recording personnel behind the old doctor instinctively reached for their waists. Jiang Chu touched his nose. He truly had no pulse. Should I let him check again and reveal the whole situation? However, after some contemplation, Jiang Chu decided against it. He had nearly grasped the situation and no need to panic. I am a certified 4th-tier practitioner of Huangquan, so it's normal that you cannot detect anything. Jiang Chu opened his phone, and upon seeing the certification, the old doctor let out a sigh of relief. So that's how it is. I apologize for my rudeness. Your name is Lin Wei, correct? Please assist us by providing a drop of blood from your fingertip. Just as Jiang Chu stood up, he heard a voice beside him. Looking over, he saw Lin Wei looking wary. No, old man, what do you need my blood for? I don't have any ailments, do I? Also, I've heard that blood can be cloned. If you intend to clone me, please make sure I look handsome, starting from 30 centimeters below. The old doctor's cheek twitched violently. Having encountered oddities before, he never expected to meet someone this peculiar. What on earth has this university student experienced? Rest assured, we have no such interests. We merely wish to conduct further examinations. With that, the old doctor swiftly inserted a silver needle. It was precise and forceful. One could tell it was intentional. Lin Wei yelped, and before he could react, a drop of blood had already been collected. That is enough. You may leave. Next. Lin Wei glared at the old man and angrily stomped over to Jiang Chu. Old Jiang, do you think he is jealous of my looks? His methods are too harsh, that old fellow. If I catch him, he'll be in for it. Enough of this. All right, Jiang Chu finally spoke. Your constitution seems somewhat unusual. I suspect someone will contact you in the next couple of days. Although Jiang Chu could not discern anything extraordinary about Li Wei, he clearly remembered the words of the Day's 5 divine communications. The favored one of heaven. One wonders what that truly entails. Huh? Lin Wei was taken aback. Could it be that I am a rare genius? Uncertain, but it's possible. Damn. I've always known I was extraordinary since childhood. It turns out this was waiting for me. I must tell my father. I'm sure my allowance will double next month. Lin Wei slapped his thigh, exhilarated. Old Jiang, I'm off. Once I inherit the old man's estate, we'll both prosper together. With that, Lin Wei dashed out of the school like the wind. Upon returning home, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Su Wanner, having no classes that afternoon, had opened the door and was waiting. Upon seeing Jiang Chu return, she shyly said, "Jiang Chu, may I sleep in your room from now on?" As she spoke, she hastily explained, "I don't mean anything else. I just thought fine that I sleep soundly next to you. And I could pay half the rent, which would save some money, right, Jiang Chu? What the hell? Are you addicted to freeloading? A man and a woman sharing a room every day, even if it's not the same room. Isn't that inappropriate? As a respectable man, it would tarnish my reputation if word got out." After contemplating, Jiang Chu conceded that it could work, but you must pay half the rent, 2,800 a month. 2,000 from you is quite reasonable, right? Isn't half of 2,800 1,004. Su Wanner was bewildered. The remaining 600 is my reputation loss Fe.at7 in the evening. The crimson moon rose outside, casting a blood-red glow over the city. Jiang Chu received a call from an unknown number. "Hello, Jiang Chu. I am Tang Shuang, an innkeeper from the Huangquan Bureau. I will be taking you to the task location today. May I ask if you are available now?" After answering, the woman on the other end introduced herself. Jiang Chu stretched lazily. "Finally, it has arrived. Where should I wait for you?" "I am right outside your community's main entrance." "Then please wait a moment." Jiang Chu hung up and directly walked out. Before the community's entrance, a special vehicle from the Huangquan Bureau was already waiting. Jiang Chu wasted no time. He opened the door and sat down. "Hello, Jiang Chu." The voice of the woman from the phone rang out again. Jiang Chu looked up and saw a capable-looking woman in a leather jacket reaching out her hand with a smile. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, tall and strikingly beautiful, exuding a cold elegance. However, Jiang Chu keenly noticed a hint of worry etched on her brow. "Hello?" Jiang Chu extended his hand in response. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Tang Shuang pressed the accelerator, and the car sped off in a certain direction. "I never expected you to be the fourth-tier expert specifically requested by Deputy Yang. I thought it was some seasoned elder, but you are quite young. I in the car," Tang Shuang remarked with a smile. Through today's exploration of the Huangquan Bureau, Jiang Chu had finally come to a general understanding of the current classification of practitioners in the cultivation realm. There are two main categories: the innkeepers, classified simply from the first to the sixth tier, and the traditional cultivators, who are also known by an ancient title. Alchemists, Chapter 47. The ghosts capable of annihilating nations. My life is quite resilient. The classification of these individuals is far more intricate and comprehensive. The first level involves refining essence, gathering the vital energies of heaven and earth to merge with oneself. Once the vital energies are fully refined, a primordial qi will manifest within, marking the transition to qi refining. Upon achieving full qi refinement, one can delve into the refinement of the spirit, thus entering the spirit refining stage. After spirit refining, when the essence, qi, and spirit are harmonized, one can cultivate a golden elixir in the dantian, known as Dan formation. Subsequently, the Dan undergoes 9 transformations, which allows the primordial qi within to transform into an ocean. Achieving the spirit sea realm. This level of spirit sea is already considered a top-tier expert among ancient alchemists. Beyond this, one constructs 9 life towers within the spirit sea, known as the life palace. Comparable to a 6th-tier innkeeper in today's cultivation world, this realm is occupied by ancient figures and rarely seen in public. It represents the pinnacle of the openly recognized realms. As for whether there are levels beyond this, undoubtedly there are, but those levels are far too elevated and beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. Additionally, within the Huangquan Bureau, there is a distinct classification for malevolent spirits: 1st-tier vengeful souls, non-lethal; 2nd-tier evil spirits, 100 level; 4th-tier fierce ghosts, 1000 level; 4th-tier ghostly spirits, town-slaying level; 5th-tier ghost generals, city annihilating level; and 6th-tier ghost kings, nation annihilating level. Of course, the term nation annihilating refers to smaller nations and not major powers like the Great Xia. Moreover, these classifications are based on actual occurrences, as there have indeed been small Western nations that were invaded by 6th-tier ghost kings. When Jiang Chu saw this, he was quite astonished, for he never expected that while ordinary people in the Great Xia were largely unaware of the dangers, a small nation had already faced annihilation. This alone justifies why many foreign cultivators refer to the Great Xia as a pure land. "I merely consider myself fortunate," Jiang Chu replied with a smile. It was evident that Tang Shuang was quite conversational, and the two chatted amicably, growing closer. The vehicle traveled for over half an hour, gradually approaching its destination. Tang Shuang could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, Jiang Chu, do you have confidence in breaking the spell of the 7 arrows of the Ding head? What? Is the person affected related to you? Tang Shuang nodded, her concern unmistakable. Yes, the one affected this time is my aunt, Tang Hong, who is currently the president of the Jiangbei Chamber of Commerce. Such a prominent figure. No wonder they could directly enlist Deputy Yang from the Huangquan Bureau to take action personally. Jiang Chu smiled and assured, rest assured, I have complete confidence. Huh? Seeing Jiang Chu's unwavering confidence, Tang Shuang couldn't help but be taken aback. This spell of suppression is quite unique. Even the Huangquan Bureau has limited understanding of it. Therefore, after several days, no one has been able to address it. She never anticipated that Jiang Chu would claim to have complete assurance. Could it be that you have studied the suppression technique? Tang Shuang inquired with curiosity. Jiang Chu shook his head. I haven't studied it, but my life is quite resilient. What the hell, a resilient life? The car drove into a private sanatorium located in the outskirts of Jiangbei. Tang Shuang presented her credentials, passing through 3 gates before finally entering the premises. Upon witnessing the villa-like buildings and various rare plants, Jiang Chu's lips twitched slightly. These affluent individuals truly know how to indulge themselves. A sanatorium, such a place, was once only seen on television. Little did I expect that reality would far surpass the lavishness depicted on screen. Eventually, the vehicle came to a halt before Ward 88. Upon disembarking, Tang Shuang led Jiang Chu directly inside. The ward was impressively spacious, brightly illuminated, and staffed by at least 20 or 30 medical personnel, creating an unobstructed path for them. The pair soon arrived at the door of a room on the 3rd floor. As the door swung open, a striking young woman in her early 20s appeared before them, exuding an air of elegance and beauty, dressed in a simple turtleneck sweater and a mid-length skirt. The logos adorning her attire indicated a price tag that was anything but modest. Upon spotting Tang Shuang, a smile illuminated her face. Sister Shuang. Tang Shuang reciprocated with a grin. Shaolian. The two embraced briefly before Tang Shuang took the young woman's hand and introduced her. This is Jiang Chu, a remarkable individual invited by my aunt to assist us. Then, addressing Jiang Chu, she continued, this is my aunt's only daughter, Yilian. Remarkable individual? Hearing this, Yilian's gaze shifted to Jiang Chu. Her pupils flickering with surprise. As the sole daughter of the president of the Jiangbei Chamber of Commerce, and with Tang Shuang as her cousin, she was well aware of the significance of the Huangquan Bureau. Even ordinary members of the Bureau were far beyond the reach of common folk, let alone the deputy director, a figure her mother would have never encountered had it not been for past circumstances. To think that this young man before her was personally invited by that deputy director. However, her astonishment was fleeting, and she quickly extended her hand to Jiang Chu, saying, it's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Jiang. No need for formality. Jiang Chu replied as he shook her hand. At that moment, Tang Shuang interjected, let us go inside and let Jiang Chu assess my aunt's condition. As they entered the hospital room, it was evident that it was equipped with everything one could possibly need. Spanning an impressive 70 to 80 square meters, in the center of the room lay a middle-aged woman in her 50s, her figure robust, bearing a resemblance to Yilian. She appeared to be in a deep slumber, surrounded by various medical devices, all of which, without exception, indicated normal readings. A barely perceptible crimson glimmer flickered in Jiang Chu's pupils as his zombie king's eyes activated. A chilling and fearsome aura radiated from him, causing Tang Shuang, who walked beside him, to shiver slightly. She shot a complicated glance at Jiang Chu. Throughout their journey, Jiang Chu had displayed an air of nonchalance, and given his youth, Tang Shuang found it challenging to regard him as a senior of the 4th tier. Yet now, as she abruptly sensed that terrifying power, she realized this individual was genuinely formidable. As the red light pulsated, Jiang Chu turned his gaze to the supine figure of Tang Hong. He observed that her eyes and limbs were pierced by a black arrow, shrouded in swirling dark energy. This arrow did not penetrate flesh but rather targeted her soul. Under the influence of this black arrow, Tang Hong's soul quivered in agony. Moreover, dark energy was already manifesting at her chest, indicating that the final arrow of the 7 nail heads was in the process of coalescing. Chapter 48. Replacement of Fate. The Zombie King descends, 7 arrows? Get lost. Jiang Chu retracted his gaze, and the icy atmosphere in the room dissipated. Tang Shuang then inquired, Jiang Chu, what needs to be done? Quite simple. First, procure 2 scarecrows and attach 2 slips of paper to them. Tang Shuang blinked in confusion. What purpose does this serve? Just do it. And you will understand shortly. Not pursuing further questions, Tang Shuang hurriedly collaborated with Yi Lian to prepare. Within 20 minutes, a box was delivered. Tang Shuang opened it to reveal 2 lifelike scarecrows. Is this acceptable? Yes. Now go and pluck 3 strands of your aunt's hair, and write her birth date on the slips of paper. Upon hearing this, Tang Shuang grasped the implication. Jiang Chu, what are you planning? She gasped. You aren't suggesting a life exchange, are you? Jiang Chu snapped his fingers. Correct, the life exchange is quite straightforward. It involves substituting one life for another. More precisely, it is the transfer of fate. Fate constitutes the essence of a person and the core of their soul. While malevolent sorcery can harm, even the so-called 7 nail heads cannot kill as directly as a physical assault, as they target the very foundation of one's fate, shattering it. Thus, there exists a method of evasion. By inscribing Tang Hong's birth date on the scarecrow, and similarly recording my own, and then linking them with special vital energy, Tang Hong's fate can temporarily transform into mine. However, the injuries inflicted upon her will concurrently manifest on me. This was Jiang Chu's immediate thought upon hearing about the 7 nail heads, which is why he confidently proclaimed a 100% chance of success. After all, with his immortal buff, it would be a mystery even to him how one might kill him. Let alone through so-called dark sorcery? No, Tang Shuang exclaimed, horrified. This is far too dangerous. If anything goes awry, losing a 4th-tier ghost handler would be a significant blow to Jiang Bei. A 4th-tier ghost handler can save countless lives by managing just a couple of supernatural incidents. In the face of human life, everything else must take a back seat. Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow. Rest assured, I value my life even more than you do. This half-baked suppression technique cannot overpower me. Observing Jiang Chu's demeanor, though unsure of his confidence, Tang Shuang ultimately nodded. Very well, but if anything goes wrong, your own life must take precedence. With that, she approached the bed where Tang Hong lay, plucking 3 strands of her hair and handing them to Jiang Chu. She then inscribed Tang Hong's birth date on the prepared slips of paper. Jiang Chu mirrored her actions, though he hesitated over which date to write. His own birth date or the day he transformed into the purple robe zombie king. To be safe, he decided to inscribe both. The slips were affixed to the foreheads of the scarecrows, placed opposite one another. Jiang Chu then pulled up a chair and sat beside Tang Hong. Please step outside for a moment. Return in a few minutes. Take care, Tang Shuang advised, ushering Yi Lian out and gently closing the door behind them. In that instant, the room was left with only Jiang Chu and Tang Hong. Jiang Chu gazed at the strands of Tang Hong's hair in his hand, a grin spreading across his face. Let me see for myself if the 7 nail heads are as formidable as the rumors suggest. With that, he waved his hand, allowing Tang Hong's hair to gently settle upon the scarecrow's forehead. Swish! Almost simultaneously, the previously smooth surface of the scarecrow began to manifest indentations, as though nails were being driven into its body. Jiang Chu scratched his nails, and his own 3 strands of hair took flight. A wisp of corpse energy erupted from his fingertips. Binding! The strands intertwined instantly, linking him to Tang Hong. The 2 scarecrows merged in an instant. In the next moment, Jiang Chu's vision altered. Before him, 6 arrows, exuding a dense black aura, shot forth at an astonishing speed, piercing through his form. These arrows did not harm his body but aimed to nail his soul. However, in the following instant, crack, crack, 6 crisp sounds reverberated in Jiang Chu's mind. The arrows seemed to strike against a millennia-old mysterious iron, their tips shattering upon impact. Huh? What is this? The arrows exploded. Such an unforeseen turn of events caught even Jiang Chu off guard. He was aware of the might of his fate, but never expected it to be this overwhelming. If the opponent was frightened off before the final arrow struck, who would guide him in pursuit? With a resigned sigh, he muttered, What 7 nail heads? This quality is utterly pathetic. Jiang Chu, is everything all right? Tang Shuang sensed something amiss from outside. Come in. Click. The door swung open, and Tang Shuang rushed in, her eyes scanning for any sign of change in Jiang Chu. Upon seeing he remained unaffected, she exhaled in relief. Did it succeed? Partially, Jiang Chu replied with a hint of exasperation. Tang Shuang was bewildered. What does that mean? I did indeed exchange lives with your aunt, but that it seems the 7 nail heads have been rendered ineffective. Chapter 49. The purple robe emerges, all spirits retreat. A grand opportunity. Meanwhile, in a hidden estate within Jiangbei, a middle-aged man spoke with a face full of flattery to a figure in the distance, an elderly gentleman adorned in traditional attire, accompanied by 3 young women dressed in revealing outfits. Rest assured, Mr. Wuemo, as long as I can eliminate that wretched Tang Hong tonight, I will swiftly seize all her shares, and then everything within the group will be under my command. The compensation you seek, along with that item, will be presented to you without reservation. The middle-aged man gazed at the exquisitely beautiful young girls, unable to suppress a gulp, a flicker of greed flashing in his eyes. The elderly man in the Tang suit was none other than the one who had previously appeared on the rooftop of Crescent Building. Wuemo, with a stoic expression, nodded slightly. Rest assured, having been struck by my 7 arrows of the nail head, her demise is inevitable. Await tomorrow when I shall summon your daughter to serve me. Should you manage to please me, there will be ample rewards for you in the future. Indeed, having her serve you is undoubtedly a blessing she has earned from her past life. The middle-aged man replied, his face adorned with a forced smile. Very well, you may leave. I shall not disturb your rest any longer, sir. With that, the middle-aged man cautiously exited the room and turned to depart. Master, he looked at us with ill intentions. Should we eliminate him? At this moment, a girl serving nearby softly spoke, dark patterns appearing on her body as black mist emanated from her, resembling a spider. Wuemo shot her a glare. Put it away. Do you not know that I can hardly tolerate anything discolored upon a woman? The girl shuddered and promptly returned to her original state. Forgive me, master. Forgive me. Wuemo dismissively waved his hand. Let us end this for today. You may all go seek sustenance. The Yellow Springs Bureau has been vigilant. Remember to be discreet. Yes, master, rest assured, those offerings come willingly. There will be no tales. Once all the women had departed, Wuemo hastily approached a wall in the room. He pressed his palm against a hidden mechanism, and with a creak, the wall opened to reveal a secret chamber. This chamber spanned over 100 square meters, and the sight that greeted him was that of a dozen young women, scantily clad and imprisoned. Upon seeing Wuemo enter, their bodies trembled with fear. Yet he did not spare them a glance, instead directing his gaze towards the center of the chamber. There lay a vast blood pool, in which a hazy ghostly figure roared incessantly, radiating a terrifying aura. Within the pool, numerous corpses of women surfaced, amidst which several centipedes and scorpions crawled. While seemingly chaotic, upon closer inspection, one could discern that the creatures were arranged in a peculiar formation, inscribed with a layer of special runes. The patterns formed by these runes resembled a blood-red gate, a portal to a sacrificial ground. At that moment, the ominous gate appeared to be on the verge of opening, exuding a chilling aura. Witnessing this, Wu Mo's lips curled into a cold smile. Does the monk with a pure heart truly believe I am here merely for the pleasures of beauty? This place serves as a passage to a pit of corpses and a prison for spirits. Once I can unlock this prison, all specters within this domain shall heed my command. At that time, whatever opportunities lie within the mournful burial mountain shall belong solely to me. However, just as he finished speaking, a sudden explosion resonated from the depths of the chamber. Wu Mo's expression froze, and as he regained his composure, his countenance shifted dramatically. His eyes turned towards the source of the sound, where a sacrificial altar stood, adorned with 2 oil lamps, a small bow crafted from mulberry wood, intricately etched with countless runes, and an arrow made from a peach branch, shimmering with a dark aura. Before these items stood a scarecrow, already pierced by 6 arrows. Yet at that moment, the 6 arrows inexplicably exploded, disintegrating into powder, scattering across the ground. Wu Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. What is happening? He struggled to comprehend. Once a craftsman from the Xiang region, he was no ordinary artisan. He hailed from a lineage of craftsmen, said to have once followed the legendary master Liu Ban, inheriting many of his esoteric techniques, though much had been lost to time. The 7 arrows of the nail head remained the cornerstone of his family's legacy. For millennia, they had never failed him, especially in the wake of the resurgence of demons, where their power had magnified. He had even once used them to pin down a peak cultivator at the Dan condensation stage. After being hunted by that cultivator's powerful allies, he delved into dark arts within the abyss. Yet his most formidable technique remained the suppression arts. With this method, he had held sway even within the abyss, never once failing. earning the praise of a king who remarked that his 7 arrows of the nail head might even surpass the defenses of a 5th-tier ocean-level cultivator. But now, how could the arrows he had affixed suddenly explode without reason? This had never occurred before. Wuamo flickered, instantly appearing beside the altar, forming a hand seal and muttering incantations before pointing emphatically at the shattered peach branch arrow. Congeal! A wisp of ghostly light shot forth, landing on the broken arrow. Boom! In an instant, the ghostly light erupted. Wu Mo's face paled, his body swaying slightly. What is this backlash? His eyes widened in shock. The emergence of backlash indicated that his 7 arrows of the nail head had truly been broken. I refuse to believe it. A fierce glint appeared in Wu Mo's eyes. How could an ordinary person possibly withstand his suppression arts? He snatched the small bow from the altar, gripping the last peach branch arrow tightly. Biting his middle finger, he smeared his blood upon the arrowhead and then reverently bowed 3 times to the scarecrow at the center. Drawing the bow to its full moon shape, he declared, "With 6 arrows already spent, I refuse to believe that this 7th arrow will not claim your life." With a swift release, the peach branch arrow transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards the scarecrow's heart at an incredible speed. The heart was the death spot. Even without the preceding 6 arrows, striking the central point would suffice to pin an ordinary person down. With his blood smeared upon the arrowhead, he was confident that he could severely injure even a peak 4th-tier cultivator. The 7 arrows of the nail head were a matter of life and death. Regardless of how powerful an entity may be, it was impossible to counter the 7 arrows of the nail head. Yet, at the moment the 7th arrow struck the scarecrow's chest, a resounding hum echoed in Wu Mo's ears. His vision blurred, as if he were drawn into an illusion. In the next instant, the ordinary scarecrow morphed before his eyes, transforming into a figure clad in a purple robe adorned with 2 dragons, wearing an imperial mask. This terrifying specter seemed to fill the entire void, with the heavens and stars revolving around it. Fear! An overwhelming sense of dread surged within Wu Mo's heart, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. The peach branch arrow struck true, colliding with the chest of the purple-robed figure as if an ant were attempting to shake the heavens. Unsurprisingly, it shattered once more with a thunderous explosion. Wu Mo coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground. Yet, he paid no heed to his injuries, gasping for breath as cold sweat dripped from his forehead. A life for a life. His lips trembled as he recognized the method. But what being had exchanged lives with her? A monarch? No. Even a monarch could not possess such a terrifying aura of fate. He stood in stunned silence for several seconds before finally realizing, I cannot continue this. Although he was unsure if that entity had noticed him, it was undoubtedly not something he could provoke. He smashed the altar before him with a palm, spitting another mouthful of blood, feeling significantly weakened. Forcing the interruption of the 7 arrows of the nail head was no easy feat, even for him. I must restore my strength. The blood ritual must proceed more swiftly. I need to fully open the prison for spirits. Wu Mo's gaze lingered on the trembling girls, clutching his chest as he slowly approached them. In the sanatorium, while conversing with Tang Shuang, Jiang Chu suddenly closed his eyes. A malevolent aura manifested around him. Tang Shuang and Yi Lian immediately fell silent, witnessing the void tremble as an arrow shot forth. Aimed at Jiang Chu's heart, infused with a sinister, obscure energy. It was the 7th arrow of the 7 arrows of the nail head. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tang Shuang's heart sank. Each arrow of the 7 arrows of the nail head was more potent than the last. With the final arrow known as the Yama's mark, those struck by it never lived to tell the tale. She anxiously looked at Jiang Chu, only to see that the arrow, with a soft thud, disintegrated into powder before even nearing him, vanishing without a trace. Huh? Tang Lian's mouth fell agape, her eyes widening in disbelief. What just happened? Is it really over? This truly is the divine ability said to be wielded by celestial beings? Why is it not even as invigorating as a mosquito bite? At the moment when the arrow shattered, Jiang Chu suddenly opened his eyes wide and grasped the fragmented long arrow in his hand. A familiar aura wafted from it, reminiscent of the ghostly artifact that Lu Ming had brandished in the end. Could it possibly be the master that Lu Ming spoke of? A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. What a twist of fate to encounter an old rival in such a place. Consider yourself unfortunate. Jiang Chu, What are you talking about? Tang Shuang's voice echoed in Jiang Chu's ears. He shook his head. Rising from his seat, I have already intercepted the 7 arrows of the nail-headed book for your aunt. Now that the 7 arrows have passed, I must take my leave. Hearing Jiang Chu's words, Tang Shuang was momentarily taken aback before quickly regaining her composure. Jiang Chu, you aren't thinking of going to that person's lair, are you? Jiang Chu nodded. Indeed, I have a personal grudge with him. Having already slain his disciple, encountering the master now would necessitate a thorough resolution. Otherwise, I would have to wait for him to seek revenge, which would be quite troublesome. I might as well be doing him a favor. In this society, there are not many zombies with a heart as warm as mine. I'll accompany you. Tang Shuang insisted, hastily adding, even if I can't be of assistance, I won't be a hindrance. Moreover, I also wish to discover who is behind the threat to my aunt. With my connections in the Underworld Bureau, your tasks will be made easier. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chu contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Indeed, having Tang Shuang, an official, by his side would help mitigate potential troubles after dealing with that old scoundrel. From his earlier fleeting perception, he sensed that there were indeed living beings around Wuemo. Furthermore, this was truly a matter concerning Tang Shuang's family. If they were paying, the benefactor could go wherever they wished without impacting him at all. Then let us proceed. A wisp of ghostly light emanated from his hand, merging into the previously severed peach branch arrow. His gaze penetrated through the arrow, sensing a location. The vehicle from the Underworld Bureau drove out of the sanatorium. Following the route provided by Jiang Chu, Tang Shuang wore a look of astonishment on her face. Jiang Chu, are you suggesting that this time the mastermind may be from the Abyss? The organization known as the Abyss was well known to the Underworld Bureau. Every branch of the Bureau, upon joining, received a detailed introduction to information concerning the Abyss. Jiang Chu nodded. It's highly likely. Then we can basically confirm it. Tang Shuang furrowed her brows. If it is indeed the Abyss. Should I call for more people? That won't be necessary. If I take action, he won't escape. Jiang Chu replied nonchalantly. With his current strength, unless faced with a top-tier 5th-level entity, even an average 5th-level expert would certainly not survive an encounter with him. If it were a peak 5th level, even the entire Jiangbei Underworld Bureau would struggle to subdue them, unless it were that Yang Jin, who might still pose a challenge. Chapter 51. The Abyss Monarch. Welcoming the resurgence of the Crimson Moon, there is no right or wrong in the law, only good and evil in humanity. Upon hearing Jiang Chu's words, Tang Shuang opened her mouth, but recalling Jiang Chu's earlier demeanor against the nail-headed book, she realized the young man's strength was perhaps genuinely as formidable as he claimed. By the way, what exactly is the Abyss? Why does mentioning it cause such a stir within the Underworld Bureau? Jiang Chu finally voiced his curiosity. Initially, he had thought of it as merely an evil cult. However, based on Yang Jian's attitude towards the Abyss and Tang Shuang's demeanor, it was evident that the Abyss was far from ordinary. After all, typical malevolent forces would not prompt the Underworld Bureau to engage in immediate extermination without inquiry, nor would they hastily rally forces for an assault. Don't you know? Tang Shuang was taken aback. Not expecting Jiang Chu to pose such a question, however, she quickly responded, her expression turning serious. The Abyss is merely a collective term. The full name of this organization is the Abyss Alliance. Alliance? Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow. An entity referred to as an alliance could not possibly be a singular force. The Abyss spans the globe, existing in every nation that harbors cultivators, in our Great Xia. They are often labeled as evil sects. Naturally, different countries have their own terminologies. In the West, they are termed heretics. Evil sects and heterodox paths are not synonymous. Heterodox paths refer to those outside the orthodox circles, while evil sects are unequivocally villains. Our Great Xia is vast, with numerous cultivators, so the Abyss's influence here is significant. Based on our investigations over the years, they are hierarchically structured, with the highest rank being the monarch, and there is more than one. The one you previously killed, Lu Ming, was a second-level Abyss envoy. Lu Ming was only a second level? Jiang Chu was somewhat taken aback. Although Lu Ming's strength was rather lacking, he had indeed reached the threshold of the 3rd level. To find that he was merely at the bottom of the Abyss hierarchy was surprising. It seemed the Abyss was indeed stronger than he had imagined. This alone would warrant the Underworld Bureau's caution. Tang Shuang shook her head. It's not that simple. If it were merely the Abyss's evil sects within Great Xia, we would have obliterated them countless times already. However, they are called the Abyss Alliance because they function as a collective. lurking in the shadows and wreaking havoc in various countries, all with a shared objective, to welcome the resurgence of the Crimson Moon. Of course, I am not clear on the specifics of what this resurgence entails, as it is beyond my realm of access. Yet, it is precisely this common goal that unites the Abyss worldwide. If any faction were to launch a large-scale assault, it would incite a counterattack from nearly all of the Abyss monarchs. In truth, even with such a threat, our great Xia is not the least bit intimidated. When it comes to top-tier combat power, our foundation is indisputable. We rank among the top 3, if not first. However, the primary concern lies in the Abyss members' deep concealment. Many renowned sects have members secretly affiliated with the Abyss. After all, there is no absolute right or wrong in the law, only good and evil in humanity. Everyone harbors a shadowy side, and no one can fully discern the human heart. Thus, to avoid causing unrest within Great Xia and to better cope with the calamity brought about by the resurgence of the Crimson Moon, we have refrained from taking action. However, there are regulations in place. If we encounter Abyss members, we can eliminate them without needing to report it. After hearing all this, Jiang Chu finally understood. Welcoming the resurgence of the Crimson Moon? They truly are a group of madmen. Jiang Chu shook his head. The resurgence of the Crimson Moon is the root cause of the current world's upheaval, and those malevolent beings arise from it. Ordinary individuals strive to evade it, yet they actively embrace it, and no wonder they are despised and reviled. An hour later, Tang Shuang's vehicle gradually came to a stop beside a grove on the eastern outskirts of Jiangbei City. Ahead, only the dense forest at the foot of the mountain was visible. Under the Crimson Moon's light, the forest appeared tranquil yet eerie, shrouded in a thin mist, with the occasional chirping of insects and birds echoing. When the wind blew, it produced a rustling sound. Jiang Chu, is it here? Tang Shuang exited the vehicle, her expression serious. She could sense the heavy energy permeating the forest. Not quite, but we are not far. We need to traverse through this grove. Jiang Chu shook his head. The special sensation of the nail-headed book had intensified here, yet it was still not the final destination. The vehicle could no longer enter. They would have to proceed on foot. Tang Shuang nodded, retrieving a broad knife from the trunk of the vehicle. The knife measured over a meter in length, larger and wider than ordinary knives. Compared to Tang Shuang's slender figure, the contrast was striking. Is this a Imo knife? Jiang Chu inquired, surprised. Tang Shuang smiled and nodded. Indeed. My ancestors were Imo knife generals from the Li Tang era. The Imo knife techniques are a family tradition. This knife was passed down from my ancestors, and now that I have cultivated, I find it easier to cut ghosts than humans. Impressive, I have gained new insight. Jiang Chu acknowledged, yet he could sense a potent aura of slaughter emanating from the Imo knife. This aura was not ordinary but rather a military slaughtering intent. A faint layer of fortune hung over it. This fortune could absorb the gloom of slaughter, leaving only the purest malicious energy. Typically, such energy could only be forged on the battlefield, as this fortune is akin to the fortune of a nation. However, the Li Tang dynasty has long fallen, and the national fortune has since transformed into ordinary fortune. Nevertheless, the malevolent energy residing within this Imo knife is formidable against the malevolent beings, rivaling that of a high-grade magical artifact. Let us proceed. Jiang Chu glanced at it and withdrew his gaze. Stepping into the dense forest, a faint crimson shadow subtly manifested around him, the essence of the wedding dress senior he had once sheltered. Any entity he had absorbed could be utilized by him. Although this wedding dress senior could only manifest, it sufficed. Jiang Chu merely relied on her form to conceal his own corpse aura, exuding a fourth-level presence. Upon sensing Jiang Chu's arrival, the shadowy entities within the dense forest swiftly retreated. Their faces marked by a semblance of terror. Chapter 52. Rebirth through the cycle of life. Those I have slain are unworthy of rebirth. Jiang Chu. There are numerous malevolent spirits here. Moreover, their silhouettes do not appear to belong to modern times. They seem to have perished long ago. Logically, these souls should have long since undergone reincarnation. Yet, they congregate here in great numbers. This place must harbor some peculiar secrets. Tang Shuang observed the situation deeper within the forest. Growing increasingly cautious. When abnormalities arise, there are often sinister forces at play. This principle applies equally to both the living and the dead. Indeed, something is amiss. In contrast to Tang Shuang, Jiang Chu's perception was more acute. He could faintly sense that deep within the woods, Something was concealed, yet shrouded from view. Moreover, it appeared that the entire forest was affected, leading to the congregation of numerous spectral beings. After several more minutes of walking, the duo arrived at the edge of the forest. From their vantage point, they beheld a small estate nestled at the foot of the nearby mountain. The estate was adorned in a remarkably modern style. Yet it was engulfed in darkness, devoid of any light. "This is it," Jiang Chu stated nonchalantly. Tang Shuang furrowed her brow and extracted a specially crafted map. "Strange, there's nothing of note here. Why would this wretched creature build a manor in such a place? Why ponder so much? We shall discover the truth upon entry," Jiang Chu replied, unfazed, as he stepped toward the manor's entrance. As they drew nearer, a pungent scent of blood assailed their senses, and they could hear what seemed to be chewing sounds emanating from within the estate. "Let us scale the wall. We mustn't alert the creatures inside," Tang Shuang suggested, preparing to move. Jiang Chu shook his head. "There's no need. We've come this far. Where could they possibly flee?" With that, he delivered a powerful kick to the iron gate. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as the gate was obliterated, the sound resonating through the night. The previously audible chewing ceased abruptly, and an eerie silence enveloped the estate. Tang Shuang's lips twitched. This fellow, he always so reckless? Within a secret chamber deep inside the manor, the resounding noise piqued the interest of Wu Mo. At his feet lay the corpses of 3 young girls, their mouths still stained with fresh blood. "Has someone entered?" Wu Mo's brow furrowed, an ominous premonition creeping into his mind. Could it be that entity from earlier? He still felt a lingering dread over the creature he had previously ensnared with the nail-head 7 arrows technique. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth. No matter. Even if it is that creature, what of it? Its life force may be strong, but it is undoubtedly not beyond the 5th tier. If I can just buy some time to open the passage to the spirit-confined realm, I shall not fear it. Moreover, should I manage to subdue it, may present an immense opportunity for me. Wu Mo's expression grew frigid once more. Fortune often favors the bold. I shall probe the situation first. He rummaged through his pocket and retrieved a jade-green flute, lifting it to his lips to produce a melodious tune. A series of unique musical notes transformed into black runes, dissipating into the air. After completing this, Wu Mo positioned himself beside the blood pool and sat cross-legged. The blood pool began to churn, and the central portal became increasingly clear at a visible pace. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered a system task successfully. Upon completion, you may receive the following rewards. 50 years of Corpse Chi, Corpse Technique Lottery Gift Pack 1. The familiar sound of the system task echoed in Jiang Chu's mind. A Corpse Technique Gift Pack? Jiang Chu's eyes lit up. This is indeed a valuable treasure. He withdrew his thoughts and gazed into the manor. The estate was not exceedingly large, yet certainly not small either as they ventured deeper. The stench of blood intensified. Damn it! How many lives have these wretched creatures taken to produce such a foul odor? Tang Shuang gripped her unfamiliar blade, growing increasingly agitated. He is not an ordinary practitioner. Jiang Chu remarked suddenly. Tang Shuang paused, perplexed. What do you mean? Jiang Chu pointed towards several buildings within the estate that were not far from them. There are entities within those rooms, and they number quite a few. They are not living beings. No sooner had Jiang Chu's words left his mouth than the doors of those rooms burst open with a resounding crash, and the darkness, pairs of blood-red eyes emerged, resembling lanterns peering toward Jiang Chu and Tang Shuang. What are those? Tang Shuang's complexion shifted. Her grip on the blade transitioned from one hand to two. At that moment, the figures finally materialized. Upon witnessing these forms, Tang Shuang's eyes widened in shock. Under the moonlight stood several young maidens. However, they could no longer be deemed human. They crawled on all fours, displaying various grotesque mutations. Some possessed scorpion-like tails, while others boasted spindly legs sprouting from their abdomens. Akin to spiders, their mouths dripped with saliva, greedily eyeing Jiang Chu and Tang Shuang. Grafting technique? Tang Shuang recognized the origin of these monstrosities. Her previously icy demeanor turned even more fearsome. This beast, it has actually employed human grafting. Grafting? Upon hearing this term, Jiang Chu experienced a moment of clarity. The so-called grafting technique is a peculiar method from the Xiang region, renowned for 3 things: corpse driving, grafted insects, and the women of the Falling Blossom Cave. This method involved implanting grafted insects into the bodies of other beings. Naturally, humans could also serve as vessels for this purpose. Such a technique is a taboo among practitioners of the Xiang region. After all, using humans as vessels is akin to murder, and it is the most brutal form of killing. The grafted insects would consume the victim's organs, ultimately replacing them entirely. In ordinary circumstances, they could assume human form, but when it came time to feed, their true forms would manifest. It seems this individual from the abyss is indeed a grafting practitioner from the Xiang region. Just then, a unique melody resonated. Not good. This is the means of controlling these grafted beings. They are about to attack. As soon as the words left Jiang Chu's lips, a chorus of hisses erupted from the once observant maidens, their auras turning feral as they lunged toward Jiang Chu and Tang Shuang. Surrounding Tang Shuang, a surge of energy erupted, enveloping her unfamiliar blade in a milky white glow. Her aura transformed dramatically, and the seemingly frail girl now resembled a valiant warrior. She leaped gracefully, evading a scorpion tail aimed at her, and swung her blade toward the nearest grafted being. Clang! Contrary to her expectations of the blade sinking into flesh, the sound of metal clashing resonated instead. Nevertheless, Tang Shuang's blade succeeded in repelling the grafted being. What formidable flesh! Jiang Chu, be cautious. They are not ordinary grafted beings. Their ranks are exceptionally high. Tang Shuang couldn't help but warn Jiang Chu. However, scarcely had she spoken when a thunderous explosion erupted nearby. Tang Shuang froze, turning to see that two piles of shredded flesh had inexplicably appeared before Jiang Chu. His figure flickered, reappearing before another spider-grafted being. With no flourish, he delivered a punch aimed at the creature's head. The spider-grafted being sensed danger. From its rear, a web shot forth, as tough as steel and laced with a virulent green liquid. Without needing to guess, it was clear that the liquid was poisonous. Crash! The grafted being that had seemed invulnerable before Tang Shuang was pulverized under Jiang Chu's punch. The web, too, was seized by Jiang Chu, its toxic substance quickly corroding his sleeve. Yet, upon contact with Jiang Chu's arm, it melted away as if ice meeting fire. With a slight exertion, Jiang Chu tore the web apart as if it were mere cloth. Chapter 53. A snap to annihilate the entire clan. All grafts submit. Consider yourself unfortunate. Jiang Chu frowned at the corrosive damage to his sleeve. Damn it, a bunch of worthless creatures have ruined my clothing. This cost several hundred at a boutique. A flicker of crimson light flashed in his eyes as he unleashed a hint of the zombie king's aura. Boom! In an instant, this aura swept through the vicinity. The grafted beings that had been fierce just moments ago suddenly appeared dazed, their eyes clearing as they beheld an overwhelming adversary. They all collapsed to the ground, trembling, devoid of even the strength to resist. Jiang Chu showed no mercy as his figure flickered. With each punch he delivered, a grafted being was obliterated in the span of mere breaths. Every last one of the grafted insects was eradicated, leaving only pools of shredded flesh in their wake. Host has slain 17 grafted beings, earning 3,800 corpse chi points. The familiar notification from the system echoed in Jiang Chu's mind. 3,800 points? Not bad. Consider it compensation for my clothing. Tang Shuang, watching from the side, was nearly entranced. She knew Jiang Chu was formidable, being a practitioner of the 4th tier, yet his strength was almost beyond reason. He had not even summoned the power of vengeful spirits to effortlessly obliterate those Gu practitioners with bare hands, and yet, in the end, they did not dare to resist, allowing Jiang Chu to slay them without a fight. Surely, one would not behave like this even in the presence of their own father? It is utterly incomprehensible. Nonetheless, Jiang Chu remained unfazed. These Gu practitioners were likely merely testing the waters. His gaze shifted towards the depths of the manor, where he sensed a peculiar power beginning to permeate the air. It was a terrifying force, reminiscent of the sinister energy that had pervaded the forest before the sealing. It appeared that the old wretch had no intention of leaving, fixating on this location. Had I not arrived, he might have succeeded in his schemes. What a stroke of misfortune for him. Jiang Chu addressed Tang Shuang, urging her to press on. She nodded hastily, stowing her unfamiliar blade upon her shoulder. The two hastened deeper into the manor, spotting several vehicles along the way, indicating that numerous individuals had ventured here. Jiang Chu, ahead lies the core of this manor, yet I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. After walking for 6 or 7 minutes, Tang Shuang pointed towards a two-story building shrouded in darkness. The structure was expansive, covering at least 1,000 square meters. Upon reaching this point, Tang Shuang too sensed an unusual aura. As the entire building appeared visible to the naked eye, yet felt as though it existed in a different time and space altogether. This inexplicable sensation filled her with dread and unprecedented trepidation. Should we pause? I sense great danger here, she voiced her concerns. In contrast, Jiang Chu remained indifferent, asserting that no location could claim his life. He was beyond death and annihilation. Being reckless seems quite reasonable. Does it not? If you are afraid, stay here and wait. I shall pacify this place, and then you may come take a look. With that, Jiang Chu strode forward without hesitation. Watching his retreating figure, Tang Shuang stamped her foot in frustration. What a reckless fool, she muttered, hastily following suit. Inside the secret chamber, as Jiang Chu and Tang Shuang entered, Wu Mo had already sensed their arrival. So soon, Wu Mo's expression darkened. The portal within the blood pool had manifested significantly, yet a portion remained hidden. He needed to stall them for some time. His gaze flickered as he retrieved the flute he had previously produced. With a sudden clap of his hands, he shattered it into powder. Casting the remnants into the blood pool, the already roiling blood began to bubble violently as if oil had been introduced, and numerous blood bubbles surged forth. Upon bursting, they revealed a swarm of venomous goo worms. Wu Mo struck his chest with force. A torrent of blood erupted from his mouth, yet before it could touch the ground, it was absorbed. Emerging from the crimson liquid was a grotesque insect. Adorned with tiny pincers and a pair of wings, barely the size of a fingernail. This creature, hideous and ghastly, resembled a corpse insect, its body marked by 4 shimmering lines. After consuming Wu Mo's blood, it suddenly opened its eyes and emitted a roar that belied its size, exuding a terrifying aura. Upon hearing this cry, the goo worms that had risen from the blood pool prostrated themselves as if in the presence of a sovereign. This was Wu Mo's life goo. As a goo master, one selects a goo worm as their life goo from a young age to nurtured. It can be said that the majority of a goo master's power derives from this singular entity. Though Wu Mo's complexion turned pale after unleashing his life goo, he still commanded, "Go! Slay all living beings that enter this place." With his command, the life goo flapped its wings, and a dense mist began to rise. Any corpses or vegetation that came into contact with this mist withered instantaneously, as the swarm of goo worms surged forth towards the exit of the secret chamber. At that moment, Jiang Chu was swiftly traversing the grand hall of the 2-story building. His eyes scrutinized the surroundings, while Tang Shuang continuously glanced around. "Jiang Chu, why do I feel as though this place resembles a vast grave pit?" She sensed something amiss and whispered to him. Jiang Chu nodded in agreement, recognizing the peculiarity of the location. Despite being obscured by the structure, the layout had not significantly changed. Suddenly, a faint mist began to materialize around them, entering their nostrils with each breath. "This is bad. It's poison mist." As soon as Tang Shuang encountered the mist, she reacted swiftly, releasing her yuan qi to envelop herself. The sound of scuttling filled the air, and the sheer number was overwhelming. As goo worms converged from all directions towards Jiang Chu and Tang Shuang, "It seems we have unwelcome company. Our demise will be tragic," a ghostly voice echoed from within the poison mist. And 3 blood-soaked figures emerged. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that they were not human but rather a mass of goo worms amalgamated into a humanoid form. Chapter 54. The Zombie King Conquers the Abyss. The gates of the 18 layers of hell swing open. As it opened its mouth, it unleashed a horde of densely packed goo worms. Those with a fear of clusters would surely be terrified upon seeing it. A 3rd transformation goo. It was on par with a late-stage practitioner of the 3rd tier. Such a technique could only be wielded by a master among goo practitioners. Tang Shuang's expression shifted drastically as she beheld the amalgamated goo worm figures. These entities were far more formidable than those she and Jiang Chu had previously encountered. Late-stage 3rd tier. Even she might not be able to handle them one-on-one. He aims to delay us. Buying himself time, Jiang Chu deduced, having grasped the Dark Old One's intentions. Tang Shuang, stunned, quickly understood as well. Taking a deep breath, she gripped her unfamiliar blade tightly. "Jiang Chu, I'll hold one back while you finish this quickly." Jiang Chu shook his head, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. That won't be necessary. These things cannot hinder me. Tang Beauty, step back a bit. Tang Shuang was taken aback, unable to react in time as Jiang Chu charged towards the three goo worm figures. His hand transformed into that of a zombie king as he struck down at one of the goo creatures. Boom! With a single punch, the goo creature, comparable to a late-stage third tier, was instantly obliterated. Tang Shuang's eyes widened in shock. Another punch. What the hell did I ask this guy truly a necromancer? Whose necromancer has such extraordinary strength? Could it be that the bride ghost also enhances physical prowess? In a mere 2 seconds, Jiang Chu unleashed 2 more punches, and the 3 goo-shaped figures exploded. Yet Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow in surprise. The shattered forms did not perish. Instead, they transformed into countless goo worms, rapidly reconstituting into 6 new forms. Such an ability? Jiang Chu was astonished. With such a peculiar method, even an ordinary 4th-tier practitioner would find it challenging to deal with these 6 entities. And this was merely the first instance of division. Who knows how many times these creatures could split? If they were to divide 2 or 3 more times, even a 4th-tier elixir cultivator might meet their demise here. However, such tactics would be futile against Jiang Chu. He had no need for such embellishments. A flash of light glimmered from his wrist, and in the next moment, the Zombie King hammer appeared in his grasp. Jiang Chu moved again, wielding the hammer with one hand, unleashing a surge of corpse energy, infusing it with the power of the 4th tier. The bone hammer struck down, death. The 6 goo worm figures had no time to react before they were utterly crushed. Along with the swarm of goo worms that exploded into a torrent of blood, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a vibrating sound emanated from within the remnants of the goo worm figures. Jiang Chu was taken aback as he spotted a corpse-like insect. Its wings trembling furiously. As it flapped its wings, a unique force radiated from it, prompting the previously exploded goo worms to regenerate at an astonishing pace. This was the life goo, a life goo of the 4th transformation. This fellow has actually revealed their life goo. Tang Shuang exclaimed in astonishment. The life goo was fundamental to any goo master and would not easily manifest if a life goo were to sustain damage or perish. The goo master, though not dead, would be rendered incapacitated. A 4th transformation life goo? Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. The levels of goo worms are comparable to those of practitioners, classified from 1 to 7 transformations. A 4th transformation corresponds to a 4th-tier practitioner. And no wonder they are so resilient. It was all due to this little creature's interference. A smile crept onto Jiang Chu's face. Now that he had identified the source, resolving the matter would be straightforward. Let us see how you fare against another blow from me. Without holding back, Jiang Chu activated the abilities of the Zombie King hammer. A layer of terrifying scenes began to manifest upon the hammer surface, revealing a series of hellish gates swinging open. However, these portals were suppressed beneath the weight of a colossal hammer, as though this hammer possessed the power to guard the 18 layers of hell. It came crashing down upon the 4th transformation life goo. The creature, still flapping its wings, suddenly sensed the aura of the Zombie King hammer. Its entire form froze momentarily, but soon after, a raspy cry erupted from the life goo. Its entire being was enveloped, and the 4 luminous rings began to flicker. They unleashed 4 layers of light barriers, emitting a terrifying aura in an attempt to thwart Jiang Chu's strike. However, it was evident that the might of the Zombie King's hammer far exceeded its expectations. Coupled with the release of the prison technique, in a mere instant, those 4 light barriers were torn asunder. Boom! The Zombie King's hammer crashed heavily upon the 4-turn life goo, causing the very ground to erupt with a resounding blast. The sheer force rendered the buildings tremulous. The 4-turn life goo was utterly crushed, and an unseen phantom merged into the copper coin on Jiang Chu's wrist. Host has slain the 4-turn corpse frog goo, gaining 800 corpse chi points. As the system notification echoed in Jiang Chu's mind, he glanced at his panel. Name: Jiang Chu. Identity: Purple Robe Zombie King. Unique: Zombie level 4th stage hairy zombie. Evolution degree: 59 treasures. Corpse Purple Robe. Corpse 5 Emperor's Money Shield. Zombie King S Prison Hammer. Innate Divine Ability: Zombie King Ascension. First Calamity. Corpse Demon. Beginner. Corpse Techniques: Control Corpse Technique. LV3 Minor Accomplishment. Corpse Spirit Summoning. LV3 Minor Accomplishment. Corpse False Tidal Wave. LV3. Corpse Chi Points: 6,300. available for purchase in System Shop. In a brief moment, the corpse chi point surged to 6003. Jiang Chu felt quite satisfied. With the demise of that self-propagating life goo, the previously condensed blood goo seemed to lose all vitality and fell into silence once more. At this moment, Tang Shuang hurried toward Jiang Chu. Her gaze fixated on a singular direction, tinged with a hint of panic. Jiang Chu, snapping back to reality, followed Tang Shuang's gaze and noticed that it pointed toward a room deep within the second floor of the small building. Within that chamber, layers of black mist were continuously billowing forth, carrying a damp, muddy, and decayed scent. Furthermore, the entire room began to fade, as if it were on the verge of disappearing from this world. Simultaneously, a pulse of unsettling energy emerged. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chu hastened toward that room. In just a few strides, he stood before the door, kicking it open with a forceful blow. Chapter 55. The Underworld's Spirits. The Entombment of Deities. Yet upon reaching this threshold, Jiang Chu did not pause. Instead, he approached a wall within the room. Another hidden chamber? Beyond this secret passage lies the lair of that dark abyss dweller. Never mind, Jiang Chu, you must exercise caution. Tang Shuang's expression was grave as she addressed Jiang Chu. Judging from the earlier 4-turn life goo, this time's target would undoubtedly be of the 4th tier as well. Moreover, the fact that he would rather unleash his life goo to obstruct their path and by time suggested that what they were about to confront could be even more formidable than the 4-turn life goo. This was beyond her capacity to engage. If not for Jiang Chu, that mere 4-turn life goo would have sufficed to end her. Thus, she understood her place. Jiang Chu nodded in reassurance. Do not worry. With that, he thrust his palm against the concealed wall of the hidden chamber. Billowing black mist enveloped them, and in an instant, his gaze landed upon a figure. That figure was none other than Wu Mo. However, at this moment, Wu Mo's lips were stained with blood, and his form appeared withered. His aura diminished significantly. Although he had not perished outright upon the demise of his life goo, he was evidently gravely weakened. Yet, Jiang Chu's attention was drawn not to Wu Mo, but rather to the blood pool beside him. Within that blood pool, a portal began to materialize from thin air. This portal stood in stark contrast to its surroundings. Though stationary, it felt as if it belonged to another realm entirely, exuding a decayed, dark, and eerie aura. This aura was familiar to Jiang Chu, as it permeated the entire building. However, this was its source. Beyond that portal, he could discern vague silhouettes. They radiated madness, repression, and extreme frenzy, as if yearning to breach the portal and invade reality. This is the land of spirit binding. Tang Shuang's pupils constricted upon sighting the portal, and goosebumps erupted across her skin. Even her grip on the unfamiliar blade became slick with sweat, revealing her profound fear. The land of spirit binding. Also known as the tomb, ordinary graveyards entomb the living. Hence they are yang tombs. Yet this tomb is aptly named. It is the burial ground of the deceased, a resting place for vengeful spirits. Any malevolent entity that enters the land of spirit binding is doomed to be forever ensnared. Eternally buried within, in such a place, even ghosts are driven to madness. The malevolence, resentment, and ghostly energy they exude are far more potent than that of ordinary vengeful spirits. Should an unsuspecting mortal stumble into the land of spirit binding, their fate would be no better than descending into the depths of hell itself. Even cultivators would scarcely dare tread here, for the land of spirit binding is a one-way passage. None can ascertain how many malevolent beings it harbors. It is aptly deemed a forbidden zone for the living. However, the formation of such a place is exceedingly stringent, and to date, there is no consensus on its origins. Some speculate that the land of spirit binding is a unique domain where the magnetic fields influence vengeful spirits, preventing their escape. Yet the most ancient tales suggest that it is the graves of spirits from the underworld that have fallen to the Yang realm, their inherent underworld laws permeating this realm, thus creating the land of spirit binding. You are aware of the land of spirit binding? Swish. At that moment, Wu Mo's gaze shifted toward Jiang Chu and Tang Shuang. Upon locking eyes with Jiang Chu, his expression shifted dramatically. You are the one who killed that waste, Lu Ming. He sensed the lingering aura of the curse goo he had bestowed upon Lu Ming emanating from Jiang Chu. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Jiang Chu's face. Indeed, that was I, old man. Surprised? Good, good, good. I never expected you to deliver yourself right to my door. Wu Mo's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Then let you be the first sacrifice when I open this land of spirit binding. Wu Mo, you have lost your mind. Once the land of spirit binding is opened, the vengeful spirits within will flood into the realm. Do you comprehend the consequences of such an act? Moreover, those spirits possess no consciousness. You will perish along with them. Tang Shuang's voice was frigid as she scolded him. The peril of the land of spirit binding is immeasurable, and the vengeful spirits therein are exceedingly fierce. Driven solely by slaughter, intent on annihilating any living being in their sight. Should they be unleashed, it would spell disaster for the entire Jiangbei region. Wu Mo, unfazed by her words, allowed a frenzied smile to spread across his lips. The Yellow Springs Bureau? You remain as naive as ever. Rest assured, I would not dare to open this place if I lacked the means to control the spirits within. As soon as these words left his lips, before Tang Shuang could retort, Wu Mo's palms slammed down toward the portal within the blood pool. Creak, creak, creak. As Wu Mo's hands descended, the once tightly shut portal finally emitted a sound. The grating noise from the door sent shivers down their spines, and a crack began to widen. In that instant, the entire chamber trembled. Not only the chamber, but the entire estate was engulfed in a temporal shift. Jiang Chu distinctly felt the laws of their original world dissipate, replaced by an atmosphere that was murky, frenzied, and oppressive. This aura is simply too intoxicating. Jiang Chu couldn't help but emit a soft hum of approval. Jiang Chu, this is truly dire. A calamity is upon us. You are powerful. You must flee. Leave this estate. Contact our Yellow Springs Bureau. This incident is beyond our capacity to manage. We must ensure the complete sealing of the area. Otherwise, should anything from the land of spirit binding escape, the repercussions would be unimaginable. Tang Shuang grasped the unfamiliar blade tightly, resolutely addressing Jiang Chu. They needed to report this incident. Naturally, her chances of surviving this ordeal were far less than Jiang Chu's. In this critical moment, it was imperative that the one with the greatest hope of survival make his exit. You wish to leave? Wu Mo's expression grew even more menacing. His palms exerted force once more. Striving to fully push open the portal, through the widening crack, they could already see countless vengeful spirits within the land of spirit binding, their crimson eyes glaring as they howled incessantly. They pressed against the door, some half-formed bodies already squeezing through. The entire second floor of the small building gradually became entirely isolated from reality as the portal creaked open. Now, the laws of the land of spirit binding had overshadowed reality. You shall not escape. Chapter 56. Jiang Chu Unleashed. I have killed quite a few, fear not. Wu Mo's icy voice echoed once more. Tang Shuang hurriedly attempted to pull Jiang Chu back, for the land of spirit binding required time to fully manifest. The farther they retreated, the better their chances of escape. However, Jiang Chu merely raised an eyebrow at that moment. A wisp of corpse chi emanated from his palm, and he suddenly sliced through the void. Sizzle! The air erupted with a sound akin to tearing fabric. The laws of reality illuminated the space. This sudden noise rendered both Wu Mo and Tang Shuang momentarily speechless. Subsequently, Jiang Chu's voice resonated. You should leave now and inform your bureau. Leave this to me, but tell them to hurry, or I might end up killing quite a few. Tang Shuang. Before Tang Shuang could even react, Jiang Chu had already pushed her towards the passage to reality. Buzz, the rift sealed shut. Within the entire space, only Jiang Chu and Wu Mo remained. You can actually leave. Wu Mo's eyes widened. This secret chamber was nearly at the center of this trapped spirit realm. Even though this realm had not fully activated, the leaked power was something that even an ordinary fourth-tier condensing pill cultivator could not break through. Yet, Jiang Chu effortlessly drew a line dot and opened it. Jiang Chu stretched lazily, finally revealing a smile. Old man, someone earlier had you acting all tough. Come on, hurry up and open this trapped spirit realm. I can hardly wait. Wu Mo, witnessing Jiang Chu's audacious demeanor, momentarily stunned, was soon engulfed by fury. This brat, is he really this arrogant? Young man, your tone is quite bold. If you seek death, I shall oblige. Trapped spirit realm. Open. His palms surged with power once more. Crash. The portal standing above the blood pool finally opened a gap wide enough to pass through. In an instant, terrifying fog erupted from that portal. Sinister ghostly figures emerged without hesitation, their bodies diving into the blood pool. Within the pool, waiting goo worms instantly merged with those ghostly forms. Upon witnessing this scene, Wu Mo was nearly speechless with excitement. It worked. Above his head, a goo worm with 8 claws suddenly appeared. This goo worm exuded a similar aura to the previous corpse frog goo. Kill him, Wu Mo commanded. The first dozen ghostly figures controlled by the goo swiftly turned their gazes toward Jiang Chu, then roared as they charged at him. Dual life source goo? Jiang Chu immediately recognized the origin of the 8-clawed goo. In fact, when the corpse frog goo was slain, Jiang Chu had already suspected that Wu Mo must possess more than one life source goo. For if there were only one, then the demise of the goo would also mean the death of its master. Now, he fully comprehended Wu Mo's scheme. That 8-clawed goo, just like the previous corpse frog goo, was capable of manipulating other goo worms. Wu Mo chose to open the door to the trapped spirit realm here precisely because the spirits there were devoid of consciousness. Once they appeared, they would inevitably plunge into the blood pool. Upon entering the human realm for the first time, even though the laws of the trapped spirit realm would envelop them in advance, they would undoubtedly experience a moment of disorientation. Just these few seconds were enough for Wu Mo to control the ghosts. He could thoroughly dominate all the spirits in this region. One must admit, this was indeed a brilliant plan. If he succeeded, it was likely that this fellow would ascend to become a formidable force able to manipulate countless terrifying spirits. At that point, not even 4th-tier cultivators, let alone 5th-tier grandmasters, would necessarily be his match. However, this did not include Jiang Chu. At this moment, Jiang Chu's eyes sparkled. So many vengeful spirits. Just how many corpse points would that yield? If he could eliminate them all, his 4th-tier shop might just open up directly. It would be a sure path to overnight wealth. In Jiang Chu's hands, the Zombie King hammer appeared. Without Tang Shuang around, Jiang Chu no longer held back. Unleashing his full power, control the spirit and dispatch the generals. Boom. An invisible aura emanated from him, enveloping the ghostly entities directly. Although his corpse technique could only control corpses and spirits, its effectiveness against vengeful spirits was not as exaggerated as with the other two types. But now, with his mastery at a small success, it naturally exerted a suppressive effect on the ghosts. Then, Jiang Chu moved. His entire being surged with corpse energy as he swung the Zombie King hammer. Subdue the underworld. An extraordinary scene materialized, and hell manifested. With a single swing, boom! The ground trembled violently, creating a pit several meters deep. Under this strike, more than half of the dozen ghostly beings were smashed to pieces. Host eliminated trapped spirit soul 7, gained corpse points 2700. The system notification echoed in Jiang Chu's mind. 2700 points from a single strike. This was truly a windfall. Without hesitation, Jiang Chu activated another technique. Waves surged forth as if a dragon coursed through the tempest. Boom! Another explosive sound erupted. Host eliminated trapped spirit soul 6, gained corpse points 2300. In just 2 strikes, the first wave of vengeful spirits was completely annihilated. Outside the 2-story building, Tang Shuang dashed out rapidly. Her eyes glistened with moisture as she absent-mindedly glanced back at the building. With the complete activation of the trapped spirit realm, the entire structure was enveloped in a peculiar halo. Appearing hazy in reality, akin to a mirage, Jiang Chu. She whispered his name, unable to forget how Jiang Chu had pushed her out, granting her the chance to survive. Once entering the trapped spirit realm, it was akin to a death sentence. This time, it seemed, would be their eternal farewell. Jiang Chu, rest assured, our Huangquan Bureau will surely avenge you. Tang Shuang's gaze hardened. She took out her phone and directly dialed the number for the Huangquan Bureau headquarters. Hello, this is Jiangbei branch of the Huangquan Bureau, Keeper of Shadows. Tang Shuang speaking. The voice of a receptionist came through. Taking a deep breath, Tang Shuang continued, a trapped spirit realm has been opened in the eastern suburbs of Jiangbei. Please inform the captain. Urgent assistance required. Her succinct words left the receiver momentarily stunned. What? A trapped spirit realm? Chapter 57. I give you time. Call for help. The corpse demon awakens. He abruptly rose from his seat, unable to contain his astonishment. This exclamation instantly captured the attention of all other personnel, including numerous keepers of shadows, who turned their gazes toward him, their hearts sinking. Whoosh! A figure darted past. Xiaofeng had already appeared. He grabbed the communicator. "Hello, Tang Shuang. Where are you right now?" 5 kilometers east of the suburbs, in a newly constructed manor. This manor was built by the Dark Abyss bandits. They have opened the trapped spirit realm hidden within these mountains. Jiang Chu is currently obstructing them, but has already fallen inside. Tang Shuang spoke rapidly. Xiaofeng's face darkened like water, yet he hurriedly replied, "Understood. I'll head over immediately. You must ensure your own safety. Do not let the supernatural spread." He then hung up the communication and swiftly contacted all members. "Gather in the eastern suburbs." "Yes." Inside the 2-story building, Wu Mo's eyes nearly bulged out. His throat quivered in disbelief. 2 strikes. Just 2 strikes. Those dozen spirits on par with third-tier entities, just like that, vanished? This terrifying combat power truly emerged from the hands of a mere youth, even though he already knew Jiang Chu was undoubtedly at the 4th tier. But which 4th-tier condensing pill cultivator could be this formidable? Even those at the pinnacle of condensing pill could not possibly eliminate a dozen 3rd-tier vengeful spirits in just 2 blows. Could they? Jiang Chu hoisted the hammer. "Hurry up, I give you time. Continue. Today, we shall not leave without a clean slate." Wu Mo. Wu Mo's elderly face turned crimson. The flush of an elder surpassed all others. Of course, do not misunderstand. It was not shyness, but rather a mix of embarrassment and rage. He felt humiliated. "Onward. I refuse to believe you can single-handedly breach this trapped spirit realm." Wu Mo waved his hand, summoning another dozen ghostly entities that roared forth. However, the outcome remained entirely predictable. Under Jiang Chu's nearly monstrous combat prowess, those vengeful spirits had no chance to even approach him, being crushed entirely beneath the subduing underworld hammer. His 5 Emperor's money shield continued to glow, absorbing the shattered remnants of those spirits. Host eliminated trapped spirit souls 17, gained corpse points 5,600. Jiang Chu glanced at his attributes. Name: Jiang Chu. Identity: Purple Robe Zombie King. Unique: Zombie level 4th tier hair zombie. Evolution level 59%. Treasure: Corpse Purple Robe. Corpse 5 Emperor's money shield. Zombie King subduing underworld hammer. Life source technique: Zombie King Ascension. First calamity: Corpse Demon. Beginner. Corpse technique: Control Corpse technique. LV3 small success. Corpse Control Spirit and Dispatch. LV3 small success. Corpse False Tsunami. LV3. Corpse points 17,800. Available for purchase in the system shop. His corpse points had surged, nearing the 2,000 mark. Damn it. This place truly offers exhilarating experience. Wu Mo's expression darkened further. Boom. Suddenly, the door to the trapped spirit realm erupted with chaos. A few entities with a much more terrifying aura than before violently squeezed through from the depths of the trapped spirit realm. The other vengeful spirits scattered in panic. Although the spirits within the trapped realm lacked consciousness, they instinctively feared higher-level entities. 4th tier. Both Jiang Chu and Wu Mo chuckled simultaneously. Finally, something of an even higher tier was arriving. Indeed, as those auras rapidly approached, 5 formidable malevolent spirits, each significantly larger than their counterparts, emerged from the portal. With a thunderous roar, these entities announced their arrival. Wu Mo, sensing the urgency of the situation, swiftly formed seals, commanding a swarm of cursed insects to surge towards the 5 vengeful spirits. However, these spirits proved far more challenging to control than previous entities. It appeared they sensed impending danger and sought to flee. Yet the abrupt shift in the laws of the realm rendered them powerless in a fleeting moment. The cursed insects infiltrated their bodies, causing each spirit to tremble violently. Wu Mo could no longer contain his maniacal laughter. His gaze fixed upon Jiang Chu, brimming with animosity. "Aren't you quite formidable? Let us see if you can maintain your strength. Go, tear him apart. I want his soul to scatter into oblivion," he bellowed at the top of his lungs. The spirits echoed his fury as 5 4th-tier spirits, accompanied by a dozen other malevolent entities that had emerged moments earlier, surged menacingly towards Jiang Chu. The spirits within the realm of confinement were undeniably stronger and more vicious than their counterparts of the same tier. These 5 4th-tier spirits could rival a late-stage nascent soul expert. Even if they could not slay Jiang Chu, they could at least delay him. Given enough time, he could muster a small ghostly horde. And at that juncture, even Jiang Chu, no matter how powerful, would be overwhelmed and perish. Jiang Chu regarded the approaching spirits, greedily inhaling. What a formidable feast! I shan't be polite. Corpse wraith, rise, with a resounding roar, a terrifying ghostly light erupted from Jiang Chu. And as it manifested, layers of corpse mist swiftly enveloped the realm of confinement, shrouding the entire space in an eerie fog. This was the domain of Jiang Chu's corpse wraith, a realm belonging to a purple-robed corpse king. In his domain, even the confinement zone could not impede his power. Wu Amo immediately sensed the transformation around him, his eyes widening in disbelief. The corpse wraith was not a power of the living. It was a domain that could only be unleashed by malevolent entities. You are not human. Wu Amo trembled, realizing the truth. Correct, Jiang Chu smiled broadly. Within the mist, his form began to shift, purple light soaring. Unleashing a terrifying aura of death in Wu Mo's horrified gaze, he beheld a familiar figure. A purple-robed corpse king, obscured by a coin-like mask, radiating an overwhelming malevolence. Behind him, countless vengeful spirits materialized, along with a deity emanating divine light. Gazing indifferently into the void, a suppressed growl reverberated through the air. The purple-robed corpse king, Chapter 58. Break through the confinement zone, slay, slay, slay. Jiang Chu's crimson gaze fixed upon the charging malevolent spirits, who had once appeared frenzied but now resembled frightened prey. While lesser spirits may have feared Jiang Chu's true form, those emerging from the confinement zone were gripped by unparalleled terror. They lacked consciousness, driven only by primal bloodlust and madness. However, upon witnessing Jiang Chu's emergence, the aura of the purple-robed corpse king enveloped them, shaking their very souls as if he were a sovereign of all. Run. The vengeful spirits retreated in a frenzy, preferring the safety of the confinement zone over facing Jiang Chu. Yet he would not grant them the luxury of escape in an instant. He unleashed the terrifying aura of death, condensing it in his hands before striking down upon the approaching spirits with a thunderous impact. The aura surged forth, annihilating the spirits before they could even muster the courage to resist. A chilling scream echoed as they disintegrated into wisps of blue smoke. Host has slain a spirit of the confinement zone, gaining 4,000 death aura points. Jiang Chu disregarded the voice in his mind, delivering another strike that fully opened the partially ajar portal. Billowing malevolence poured forth from within, revealing a void devoid of light. Not a single spirit remained. No, they were not absent. Rather, the spirits that should have gathered behind the portal were now retreating in sheer panic, some even daring to peek out before hastily retreating upon seeing Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu stood in shock. Wait, my friends, were you not boasting of your ferocity and fearlessness? Why do you flee? The portal was ajar. Had they not dreamed of escaping? Jiang Chu's expression darkened, realizing he might have revealed too much too soon. He should not have manifested his true form. Otherwise, the grand feast of points would not have concluded so abruptly. Beside the portal, Wu Amo was rendered speechless, his mouth agape. No, this cannot be. This is absolutely impossible. A deception. All of it. The spirits of the confinement zone, how could they fear him? Come out. You must emerge, he shouted desperately, yet his calls fell on deaf ears as the spirits fled faster than rabbits, showing no signs of response. After a prolonged moment, Jiang Chu finally grasped the harsh reality. The spirits were truly gone. Old fool, you are truly pathetic. After all this effort, you conjured only a pitiful lot. You got me all riled up for this? Jiang Chu seethed with frustration, feeling the sting of disappointment akin to a warrior prepared for battle only to find a mere pretender by his side. Wu Amo, hearing Jiang Chu's words, felt his face flush with humiliation. The combination of this insult and his failed scheme momentarily eclipsed his fear of Jiang Sichu. This my fault. This is the confinement zone. Do you understand? If not for you, I would have already commanded the 100 spirits within. At that point, the heavens and earth would be mine to dominate. This is all because of you. I will have your life. Wu Imo roared in fury, wishing to rend Jiang Chu to pieces. Jiang Chu was taken aback. Had he inflicted such damage upon Wu Imo that he dared to retort? Such hatred? Very well. He had no intention of letting Wu Imo escape unscathed. The terrifying aura of death erupted from him once more, enveloping Wu Imo without restraint. Wu Imo shuddered, awakening to the reality that this being was beyond his capacity to confront. Did he not see how even the mindless spirits of the confinement zone cowered before Jiang Chu? In a desperate attempt, Wu Mo's eyes darted, seeking escape. Above his head, the eight-legged cursed insect emitted a piercing shriek. In an instant, the blood pool erupted, unleashing a torrent of blood curses toward Jiang Chu while Wu Mo seized the opportunity to flee. Jiang Chu, however, had long anticipated this move. He shook his head slightly. "Tio, flee before me? You truly are delusional. Begone!" Jiang Chu commanded, and the entire realm of the corpse wraith surged into motion. Countless spirits within the mist opened their eyes, turning toward the encroaching blood curses, while the hitherto dormant incense deity erupted with divine light. A cataclysmic force swept through, as if countless deities had unleashed their wrath. The blood curses shattered instantaneously, scattering blood across the sky. Jiang Chu moved, embodying mastery over all within his realm. Wu Mo, in his frantic flight, felt a sudden tightening around his neck. In the next moment, a colossal hand formed from death aura lifted him effortlessly. Even as his life force struggled against the grip, his eyes wide with terror. Yet, no matter how fiercely it fought, the power of the curse was as ineffective as an ant attempting to shake the heavens. A suffocating sensation enveloped Wu Mo. "Please, don't kill me. I can reveal a great secret. It concerns the Dark Abyss's plan." Wu Mo gasped desperately. "A secret?" Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow. "Apologies, but I am uninterested." With that, he exerted force, and Wu Mo's entire being exploded, along with the cursed insect on his head. Outside the manor, vehicles from the Underworld Bureau sped toward the scene, their lights flashing in the distance. Accompanied by a fleet of medical units and armed soldiers, the vehicles came to a halt. Xiaofeng leapt out, followed swiftly by other members of the Underworld Bureau, their presence no less formidable than during their prior search for Jiang Chu. The emergence of a confinement zone signified immense danger. A single misstep could unleash a catastrophic tide of spirits capable of obliterating a city. This was no mere hyperbole. Historical records indicated that in a remote area, the emergence of spirits from a confinement zone had once decimated 5 or 6 villages, claiming thousands of lives. It is fortunate that this is a remote area. Had it been in the bustling city, this number could have easily multiplied tenfold. The spirits in the realm of confinement are devoid of humanity, exhibiting only the most primal forms of madness and ferocity. They have been classified as extremely dangerous by the Department of the Underworld. Thus, upon hearing the term realm of confinement, Xiaofeng dared not to show any signs of negligence. He hurried over with utmost urgency. Chapter 59. The Descent of the Underworld. "Do not stop me. I shall vanquish it, Captain." Tang Shuang's voice resonated from outside the manor. Xiaofeng and the Shadow Guardians swiftly approached Tang Shuang. "What is the current situation? Have any spirits emerged from the realm of confinement?" In response to Xiaofeng's inquiry, Tang Shuang shook her head. "Not yet, but there has just been an upheaval in the realm of confinement. The entire manor has been completely engulfed within it. Currently, only Jiang Chu remains inside. I suspect he is desperately holding back those malevolent spirits." As Tang Shuang spoke, her gaze dimmed slightly. Hearing this, Xiaofeng turned his attention towards the manor, where the entire estate appeared like a dream, constantly overlapping between reality and illusion. He patted Tang Shuang on the shoulder. "I shall ensure that Jiang Chu's contributions are remembered by the Department of the Underworld. His selflessness in guarding the living is commendable. Once this incident concludes, I will personally relay his deeds to headquarters. However, we must delve deeper and seal the entrance to the realm of confinement." Tang Shuang understood the gravity of the situation. She nodded vigorously. "Captain, follow me. I will lead you there." Host has slain the abyssal evil cultivator, earning 600 corpse chi points. Host has slain the 4th transformation life goo, earning 800 corpse chi points. The system's voice echoed in Jiang Chu's mind. Pathetic, the living are worth less than goo. Jiang Chu spat disdainfully, yet he remained unfazed. For him, Wu Mo had never been a priority. His focus lay solely on the entrance to the realm of confinement. Did he truly believe that by hiding within, he could remain unscathed? Jiang Chu licked his lips, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. "If that is the case, then I shall simply enter." As he spoke, the corpse mist around him erupted violently. A thick fog surged forth, swiftly enveloping the portal that stood resolutely above the blood pool. Clearly, he intended to single-handedly eradicate the entire realm of confinement. The collision of the corpse mist and the realm's unique powers resulted in a deafening explosion, causing the very void to tremble. seemed that Jiang Chu's brazen approach had provoked a counterattack from the realm of confinement. What is happening? Wasn't it said that one could enter the realm of confinement? Why is it that when I release the corpse mist to scout, it resists? Jiang Chu furrowed his brow. Having forgotten that others typically entered the realm by accident or were ensnared within it, while he was forcefully manipulating his domain to invade. Could it be that this so-called realm of confinement was indeed a manifestation of fallen deities from the netherworld, retaining remnants of their consciousness? If that were the case, he was even more compelled to venture inside. Capturing a deity from the netherworld could significantly enhance his power. Jiang Chu's expression brightened. He unleashed his full fourth-tier power, having never fully released all his strength since his breakthrough. The corpse mist began to surge, and the spirits he had captured within the corpse mist, along with the incensed deities, reopened their eyes, channeling their power into the mist as they crashed towards the realm of confinement. Along with Jiang Chu's entire being, he aimed to penetrate the realm. Buzz, buzz. At that moment, the realm of confinement seemed to sense the impending danger and emitted a low hum. Retreat! From the depths of the realm, a commanding voice erupted, and the entire realm began to glow. In that dark world, a shadow of light burst forth, radiating a force that was distinctly foreign to anything Jiang Chu had encountered before. Extending from within the realm to block his invasion. What is happening? The members of the Department of the Underworld, who were steadily advancing towards the center of the manor, also noticed the changes. They could distinctly sense the power of the realm of confinement intensifying at an alarming rate. In a mere few seconds, it reached a level that sent shivers down their spines. This place is undergoing a transformation. Tang Shuang, accelerate. At this moment, Xia Feng could no longer afford to be cautious. Tang Shuang, heeding his words, hastened her pace, her figure darting forward. Xia Feng and the others quickly followed in her wake. Within a minute, they had entered the central two-story building. Captain, this is the location of the entrance to the realm of confinement, Tang Shuang said gravely, pointing to the wall of the secret chamber she had exited. Upon hearing this, Xia Feng inhaled deeply. Everyone, I need not elaborate on the dangers of the realm of confinement. To halt the spirits from the realm, it is inevitable that many among us shall find eternal rest here. However, since we have joined the Department of the Underworld, we have long since placed life and death aside. As I have stated before, anyone who trespasses upon our land shall meet their end in the underworld. Xia Feng raised his hand. Prepare for battle. Instantly, everyone unleashed their auras. He approached the concealed wall of the secret chamber and forcefully pushed it open. In that instant, a thunderous explosion resonated throughout the chamber. The terrifying force compelled all to instinctively shut their eyes. Ah! A scream followed, piercing through the ears of everyone present. Before they could react, the previously erupting phenomena of the realm of confinement retreated at an extreme speed, returning the ground beneath their feet to reality. Finally, Xia Feng and the others beheld the situation ahead. They saw a young, handsome figure standing defiantly at the threshold of a portal constructed of laws, clutching a fragment of unknown origin, while simultaneously shouting into the portal, "Hey, don't leave! Come on out! I can give you a couple more rounds. Being a ghost shouldn't be this cowardly. If word gets out, you'll be the laughingstock." Yet, despite his calls, the darkness within the portal remained silent and unresponsive. Only the power emanating from within rapidly receded. Bang! The door that had opened slammed shut at a speed several times faster than when it had been opened. As if fearing that even a moment's delay would allow the outside intruder to enter, boom! The door shattered, scattering countless runes. Within mere seconds, the entire secret chamber reverted to its original state, devoid of any further anomalies. Xia Feng, Tang Shuang, members of the Department of the Underworld, who am I? Where am I? What on earth is happening? Chapter 60. Jiang Chu, a figure of terrifying might. He must not be your enemy. Silence enveloped the entire secret chamber, descending into a deathly stillness. All eyes widened in disbelief as they gazed at Jiang Chu, suspended in the void. The entrance to the realm of confinement exploded just like that. And why does it feel like that door was destroyed by something within the realm of confinement itself? What on earth transpired here? Ding! Congratulations, host has acquired a fragment of an unknown incomplete LAW in Jiang Chu's mind. The system's notification sounded. Jiang Chu was taken aback. An unknown incomplete law? Just a fragment. Ding! This incomplete law, corpse mist, can be devoured. No suitable environment for devouring detected. Devouring temporarily halted. At this moment, the system notification chimed again. Jiang Chu nodded. Indeed, this was not the time for fusion. He had already sensed the approach of others. Jiang Chu, outside, Tang Shuang was the first to react, calling out his name. Jiang Chu snapped back to reality, turning towards the source of the voice, where a large group of shadow guardians from the Department of the Underworld stood not far away, gazing at him as if he were a monster. With his own strength, he had forcefully halted the invasion of spirits from the realm of confinement. No, not only did he halt them, this fellow had rendered those spirits completely self-destructive. Even the passage was destroyed by the spirits within. It was only at this moment that everyone finally comprehended the situation. Xiafeng hurriedly instructed, Team 1, Team 2, quickly assess the surroundings. Check for any lingering spirits. Yes, the personnel receiving the order did not dare to delay. Dispersing to survey the area, Jiang Chu shook his head. There's no need to waste your efforts. There won't be a single intact spirit here. Residual? Am I someone who would waste corpse chi points? Xiafeng's lips twitched, yet he bowed respectfully to Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu, on behalf of the Department of the Underworld and the living of Jiangbei, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you. We shall remember your favor. And should you ever require assistance, you may request it from the Department of the Underworld at any time. Xiafeng's words were sincere. The formality in his address transformed it was needless to say. Had Jiang Chu not blocked the entrance to the realm of confinement, the area within several kilometers would likely be teeming with malevolent spirits. Moreover, this place is situated in the outskirts of Jiangbei, merely 20 to 30 kilometers from the city center. The consequences of losing control are something they cannot bear. Furthermore, Xiafeng cast a complex glance at Jiang Chu. Tio single-handedly subdue a spirit confinement site. What immense strength that must be! It is worth noting that even in the weakest recorded spirit confinement sites, there are at least dozens of malevolent spirits. Yet, judging by the final scream from deep within the spirit confinement site and the lingering ominous aura in the air, this site is undoubtedly not the weakest. The more it is the case, the more it accentuates Jiang Chu's terrifying nature. Although Jiang Chu has already attained the rank of a fourth-order spirit tamer, it is truly remarkable which fourth-order spirit tamer possesses such formidable power. It is important to remember that Jiang Chu is still under 20 this year. Such combat prowess, not to mention Jiangbei, even within the entire Bureau of Yellow Springs and among the major factions, there are probably few who could rival him. Jiang Chu, however, remained unfazed and smiled. Captain Xia, there's no need for formality. After all, I am part of Jiangbei. Slaying demons and eliminating evil is a shared responsibility. Xiafeng was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, slaying demons and eliminating evil is a shared responsibility. All right, Captain Xia, the subsequent tasks here will be handled by you. Tang Shuang is already aware of the situation, and I have classes tomorrow, so I shall take my leave. After speaking, Jiang Chu turned to Tang Shuang. Your aunt should have woken up by now, so I won't be visiting. Tang Shuang nodded vigorously. Great. Once my aunt recovers, I will definitely express my gratitude in person. Jiang Chu waved his hand, a ghostly shadow flickering across his figure as he turned to depart. It was only after Jiang Chu's silhouette vanished that Xiafeng let out a long breath. He turned to Tang Shuang. Tang Shuang, recount everything that transpired tonight to me. Upon hearing Xiafeng's inquiry, Tang Shuang did not hold back and relayed all the information from the sanatorium to the estate. After listening, Xiafeng furrowed his brows. You mean that Yang Jin fellow actually sought him out to deal with the 7 arrows of the nail head? This brat. He didn't even report it. Yet even with the 7 arrows of the nail head, it had no effect on him. It seems Jiang Chu's secrets are far more numerous than I had imagined. The infamous reputation of the 7 arrows of the nail head is not without merit. It has emerged through the annals of history as a true threat. Anyone afflicted by this technique, unless there is a significant disparity in cultivation, has never been known to survive. Jiang Chu not only survived, but was also unaffected. This is entirely unprecedented. Captain, we have already swept the battlefield. A shadow keeper approached from a distance, his expression rather extraordinary. The statistical results have somewhat exceeded our expectations. Xiafeng waved his hand bluntly. Quit the pleasantries. What kind of grand scenes haven't we witnessed? Speak. Only then did the shadow keeper begin to speak. We detected countless traces of goo worms, preliminarily estimating no less than 100. Additionally, there are 58 third-order malevolent spirits, 7 fourth-order ghostly entities, all of which are mid-level ghostly beings, as well as the corpse of a fourth-level member from the abyss, Wu Mo him. Xiaofeng initially tried to feign calmness, but upon hearing this, his eyes widened in disbelief. 58 third-order malevolent spirits, 7 fourth-order ghostly entities. Good heavens, he swallowed hard, glancing at the personnel around him. This fellow effectively annihilated an entire municipal bureau of Yellow Springs in a mere instant. Moreover, from Tang Shuang's report to their arrival, only 20 minutes had passed in total. In just 20 short minutes, he had slain dozens of malevolent spirits. Even fifth-order entities would not necessarily possess such terrifying speed. I understand now. After contemplating for a moment, Xiaofeng declared, from now on, whenever our personnel encounter Jiang Chu, they must show respect. If we happen to cross paths during future supernatural incidents, we absolutely must not engage in disputes. Disputes? The corner of the Shadow Keeper's mouth twitched. With such strength, do we even dare to dispute? Indeed. Chapter 61. Gaining the unparalleled divine ability, Corpse 5 Thunder Method. Oh no, I am truly about to become invincible. Jiang Chu, of course, remained oblivious to the events unfolding here. At this moment, he was lying comfortably at home. Ding, congratulations, host, for successfully completing the system task and receiving the reward, 50 years of Corpse Chi, random lottery pack for Corpse Techniques 1. The system notification echoed in Jiang Chu's mind. As the sound faded, 50 years' worth of Corpse Chi erupted from his body, beginning to enhance his physique, causing his form to radiate with light. After several breaths, all the Corpse Chi vanished completely. Jiang Chu glanced at his attribute panel. Name: Jiang Chu. Identity: Purple Robe Zombie King. Unique: Zombie level: 4th Order Hairy Zombie. Evolution level: 76%. Treasures: Corpse Purple Robe, Corpse 5 Emperor's Money Shield, Zombie King S Suppression Hammer. Inherent Divine Ability: Zombie King Ascension, First Tribulation, Corpse Demon, Beginner, Corpse Techniques, Control Corpse Technique, LV3 Minor Success, Corpse Binding Spirits and Commanding Generals, LV3 Minor Success, Corpse False Flooding, LV3, Corpse Chi Points, 26,000, available for purchase in the system all, this time. Absorbing 50 years of Corpse Chi has elevated his evolution level in the Hairy Zombie tier to 76%. According to classification, he is already at the late stage of the 4th Order Hairy Zombie. He is merely a step away from entering the 5th Order Flying Zombie tier. The Flying Zombie. This signifies the beginning of a zombie's transformation. Even ordinary zombies at this tier can soar through the skies. Not to mention Jiang Chu, as the Purple Robe Zombie King. Jiang Chu is quite eager for this realm. The only regret is that his Corpse Chi points have just reached 25,000. He had hoped that this time he could directly unlock the 4th level mall, but this batch of malevolent spirits was rather disappointing. Jiang Chu sighed, vexed at having revealed his true form too early. He vowed that next time he encountered such a favorable location, he would certainly restrain himself. Feigning weakness and employing bait and switch tactics is the way to go. Otherwise, if he frightened his good brothers, who would deliver Corpse Chi points to him? Alas, one must not be too greedy in the pursuit of becoming a zombie. He decided to use the second reward first. Jiang Chu looked towards the random lottery pack for Corpse Techniques mentioned in the system task. This reward had appeared for the first time. Random lottery pack for Corpse Techniques contains a multitude of Corpse Techniques classified into 5 levels: Black Iron, Silver, Gold, Diamond, and Unparalleled. Upon use, one may randomly obtain a Corpse Technique of any level. The description was concise and clear. 5 levels. Huh? It is time for the lottery. Without hesitation, Jiang Chu decided to use it. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully using the Corpse Technique lottery pack and obtaining the unparalleled divine ability. Corpse 5 Thunder Method. Would you like to claim it? What the hell? Corpse 5 Thunder Method. Jiang Chu's eyes widened in astonishment. He never expected that this lottery would yield such a grand prize. An unparalleled level Corpse Technique. Moreover, it is the legendary 5 Thunder Method. This is the foundational technique of Longhu Mountain. It is also the only divine ability in the world capable of commanding heavenly thunder. One understands the terror of thunder better than Jiang Chu, because he has truly experienced being struck by lightning. Just from its level classification alone, It is evident how formidable the Corpse 5 Thunder method is. I have been to Longhu Mountain, and the purple robe is already on me. Now that I have obtained the 5 Thunder method, who would be able to distinguish me from the Grand Master of Longhu Mountain in the future? Jiangchu wore a peculiar expression. He couldn't even imagine how cool it would be to be surrounded by crackling thunder in the future. But why does it feel so strange? Jiangchu suddenly recalled what Qin Miaoyi had mentioned to him about the Grand Master being in his presence earlier, and the way that old fellow from Longhu Mountain looked at him with interest before he left. Never mind, why overthink it? After all, I have already drawn it. Let us give it a try. He called out, "Claim." With that command, boom! The memories regarding the Corpse 5 Thunder method began to rapidly surface in Jiangchu's mind. This memory inheritance was far more intricate than the divine abilities Jiangchu had acquired afterward. And of course, it was also far more terrifying. It took a full 10 minutes for Jiangchu to completely absorb the Corpse 5 Thunder method. At the same time, he realized that this corpse technique differs somewhat from the 5 Thunder method practiced by living beings. The 5 Thunders correspond to the body's innate 5 energies, which are the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. The primordial energy erupts from these 5 organs, merging them into the 5 Thunder method. Within the 5 Thunder method, there are both Yang 5 Thunder and Yin 5 Thunder. Those of pure body can practice the grand and expansive Yang Thunder, while those who have lost their purity can only cultivate the mysterious and transformative Yin Thunder. However, Jiangchu is different. His Corpse 5 Thunder method, forged by the system, can merge both Yin and Yang 5 Thunders. Furthermore, while Jiangchu possesses 5 organs, he does not condense primordial energy. Rather, he generates corpse qi. Thus, the thunder he unleashes can also be termed as Corpse Thunder. Corpse 5 Thunder method. LV0, Heaven and Earth separate Yin and Yang. 5 Thunder wields heavenly punishment. Corpse Yang 5 Thunder. LV0, next level, 5,000 corpse qi points. Note: remind the host that Yin and Yang 5 Thunder can only be cultivated separately. Corpse Yin 5 Thunder. LV0, next level, 5,000 corpse qi points. Upon seeing the series of data, Jiangchu's cheeks twitched violently. All right. Although he had long since sensed that the cultivation difficulty of the Corpse 5 Thunder technique should be significantly greater than the previous corpse techniques he had acquired, he never anticipated that it would commence with a staggering 5,000 corpse energy points. Moreover, this was merely one form of Thunder Law cultivation. Cumulatively, it demanded tenfold more than one of the 8 extraordinary techniques. The spirit binding and commanding technique, nonetheless, regardless of the additional corpse energy points required, Jiangchu would never consider giving up. System, add points, increase it vigorously, Jiangchu exclaimed. Beep, congratulations to the host for consuming 5,000 corpse energy points. Successfully enhancing Corpse Yang 5 Thunder, current level, LV1, novice. Beep, congratulations to the host for consuming 5,000 corpse energy points. Successfully enhancing Corpse Yin 5 Thunder, current level, LV1, novice. After investing a total of 10,000 corpse energy points, he received 2 system notifications. However, just as the system's voice faded, Jiangchu suddenly felt a terrifying power surging within him. Lightning began to flicker around his body, and one could faintly see the thunder dancing upon his flesh. Yang 5 Thunder, with a wave of his hand, a violent bolt of lightning manifested in his palm. Yet, the usual lightning should appear as a milky white with a hint of purple, while the lightning in his hand was a ghastly white. It was so pale that it seemed almost eerie, as if it had been dead for many days. Nevertheless, the aura it emitted was still breathtaking. Even though Jiangchu's current Thunder Law was merely at the entry level, he could sense its latent power was far superior to any technique he had encountered before. After a moment's contemplation, Jiangchu extended a finger to touch the lightning in his palm. Ziz, Jiangchu shuddered. Damn it, even I can be electrocuted? Chapter 62. A Thunder Law that rises 3 levels. Power surges. Jiangchu shook his hand. The current state of his purple robe zombie king body was undoubtedly astonishing. The greatest strength of a zombie lies in its corporeal form. According to Jiangchu's estimation, while his current combat power was roughly equivalent to that of a 5th-tier cultivator, should he encounter an existence beyond the 5th tier that could overpower him, he would discover true surprises, for his physical form was not something an ordinary person could breach. And this was merely the novice level of Yang 5 Thunder. It was enough to make him tremble. Illustrating the power of this Thunder Law, truly formidable, It lives up to its reputation as a foundational technique of Taoist ancestry. A smile spread across Jiang Chu's face. With a sudden motion of his other hand, an unimaginable aura surged forth from his palm. A mass of black substance, akin to viscous black water, danced upon his hand. This black water was thick and slippery. Just a glance felt as though one were plunged into a mire of the netherworld. Yin 5 Thunder, Water of Filth. Although Yin 5 Thunder lacked the ferocity of Yang 5 Thunder, the power it contained was equally terrifying. Furthermore, Jiang Chu felt that this Yin 5 Thunder seemed to suit him even better than Yang 5 Thunder. As if this thunder was inherently meant to be wielded by him. Excellent. The power of this thunder law is hardly inferior to my innate divine ability. Jiang Chu's spirit soared. He retracted the lightning from his hands and once again gazed at his attribute panel. Corpse 5 Thunder Technique. LV1 Novice. Heaven and Earth distinguish Yin and Yang. 5 Thunder punishes the heavens. Corpse Yang 5 Thunder. LV1. Next level. 10,000 Corpse Energy Points. Note. The Yin and Yang 5 Thunder can only be cultivated separately. Corpse Yin 5 Thunder. LV. 1. Next level. 10,000 Corpse Energy Points. As expected, the required Corpse Energy Points had indeed doubled. Fortunately, Jiang Chu still had 16,000 Corpse Energy Points remaining, sufficient to elevate one form of Thunder Law by a level. System. Upgrade Yang 5 Thunder. Jiang Chu felt no hesitation. After all, this divine ability would undoubtedly be raised to its maximum level. It mattered little which was raised first. Beep. Congratulations to the host for consuming 10,000 Corpse Energy Points, successfully upgrading Corpse Yang 5 Thunder, current level, LV2, proficient. With the sound of the system's notification, a familiar surge of memories and insights flooded Jiang Chu's mind. Once he fully absorbed it, he exhaled a breath of turbid air. With this thunder law, my attack power will greatly increase, enhancing my strength by several folds. Now, even against an average 5th-tier Grand Cultivator, I have no fear, Jiang Chu mused to himself. After completing the enhancement of his corpse techniques, he did not forget the so-called unknown fragment of law he obtained at the end of the night. This item was forcibly extracted from an unknown entity deep within the spirit-binding ground during his invasion of the place. Now that he had time, he naturally wanted to study it thoroughly. Her unknown fragment of law can be absorbed and integrated into the host's innate talent, corpse goo, to elevate its level. It can be absorbed? Jiang Chu's interest was piqued. He took out the so-called fragment of law. Absorb? The law trembled slightly before transforming into a wisp of flowing light that directly entered Jiang Chu's body in the next moment. The corpse goo around him began to unfold autonomously as the law fused. It began to boil, and one could witness the ethereal forms of numerous spectral beings emerging. Furthermore, those spectral beings' forms were solidifying, seemingly attempting to come to life and manifest. Simultaneously, the aura of the corpse goo grew even more profound and terrifying. Enveloped by this corpse goo, the reality around him began to blur, akin to being pulled into another dimension. After more than 10 minutes, all anomalies gradually subsided. Beep, congratulations to the host. The innate talent corpse goo has successfully evolved. Current level, intermediate. Corpse goo, intermediate. Ability. Upon activation, it can envelop everything within a radius of 3 kilometers. Isolating reality. Moreover, the spectral entities within the corpse goo can revive to regain 10% of their former strength, additionally enhancing the host's corpse energy by 100%. Special skill. Temporal Veil. Before Jiang Chu's eyes, the interface of the corpse goo appeared. Originally only an entry-level domain, it had advanced to intermediate. The coverage area of the corpse goo had tripled, and it could now revive the spectral entities within it. Although they would only regain 10% of their former strength, it was still commendable. Additionally, the corpse goo acquired a special skill, Temporal Veil. Having organized all of this, overall, tonight's harvest was undoubtedly the most substantial Jiang Chu had reaped in a long time. After completing all these tasks, Jiang Chu did not retire to rest but instead glanced at the system shop. It was now past midnight, and the shop had already refreshed. He still had 6,000 corpse energy points remaining, enough to purchase 2 items from the Tier 3 shop. Let's take a chance. Item 1. Christmas Elf. Description. A special Christmas little elf. Using it grants a single Christmas elf blessing. Increasing fortune by 10 for the next month. Corpse energy points. 3,000. Fortune 10? That sounds decent. Although it's unclear what a mere 10 in fortune would yield, Fortune is elusive and cannot simply be increased at will. However, as a zombie, I'm uncertain of its efficacy. I'll hold off for now. Item 2. Universal Peeping Eye. Item 3. Exquisite Female Zombie Bodice. Jiang Chu scanned through the options and ultimately lingered on one item. Item 8. 100% Accuracy Stone. Description: an unremarkable stone that boasts a 100% hit rate against any enemy. Of course, the damage inflicted by the stone may not be substantial, but the insult it carries is quite delightful. Corpse Energy Points. 3,000. Ignoring the system's superfluous descriptions, 100% accuracy? Upon seeing this figure, Jiang Chu was momentarily stunned. Anything that guaranteed a 100% success rate is undoubtedly extraordinary. I never expected such a thing could be found in a Tier 3 shop. Impressive. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Chu clicked to purchase. In an instant, he felt a weight in his hand. Looking down, he discovered a stone the size of an egg had appeared in his palm. The stone was smooth, resembling a river pebble, devoid of any patterns. It truly appeared to be an utterly ordinary stone. Jiang Chu held it in his hand, scrutinizing it intently, even as his pupils glimmered with a crimson light, seeking to discern what made this stone unique. Yet after straining his eyes, he could find no distinguishing features. It was indeed a plain and unremarkable stone. Chapter 63. Astonishing Reward. Blood Tai Sui. Consuming it grants longevity. Red and white collision. Jiang Chu weighed the stone in his hand for a moment before suddenly opening the window, gazing at the distant signal tower of the city center. I will hit that signal tower. After speaking, Jiang Chu waved his hand and hurled the stone into the air. According to his calculations, that signal tower was at least 10 kilometers away. If it weren't for his zombie king's eye, he wouldn't even be able to see that FAR'd at such a distance. Not even a thrown stone would likely hit its target, let alone a sniper rifle then. Jiang Chu watched in astonishment as the stone he threw, upon leaving his hand, did not fall due to inertia. Instead, it transformed into a streak of flowing light, traversing the 10 kilometers in an instant. Boom. A dull sound echoed as the signal tower was struck, creating a massive dent and sending sparks flying. Oh my! It truly strikes with precision. Immediately after, Jiang Chu witnessed the stone alter its trajectory following its impact on the signal tower and swiftly hurtling towards him once more. Mere seconds later, the stone returned to his grasp, filling Jiang Chu with elation. The ability to automatically retrieve it was indeed splendid, making the expenditure of that corpse energy worthwhile. Just as he contemplated selecting another target, he noticed the signal tower he had previously struck beginning to blink with ominous red warning lights. A twitch formed at the corner of Jiang Chu's mouth. Damn. I nearly forgot that everything is under surveillance nowadays. Furthermore, the object I struck seems to belong to the state. He hurriedly closed the window and drew the curtains tight. This has nothing to do with me. Much like the legendary divine stone, it could serve well for hunting a few wild fowl. Jiang Chu stowed away the stone with perfect accuracy, stretched lazily, and noted that he was still a tad short on evolution points. With a bit of effort tomorrow, he aimed to break through to the 5th tier when he and Chan Miaoi ventured into the graveyard of the confused the day after. He couldn't shake off the feeling that during his transformation into a zombie, something had indeed cast a glance in his direction, surely not an ordinary occurrence. Reflecting on the changes he experienced amidst the graves, he recalled that at the time, he had just perished, his mind solely fixated on vengeance, leaving little room for other considerations. Yet, even so, the ability to evade his senses could only be accomplished by something extraordinary. Since he was set to enter that place soon, Jiang Chu resolved to remain vigilant. He retrieved his phone, preparing to randomly select a fortunate soul from the Huangquan Bureau app for his morbid endeavors the following day. However, upon opening the app, a notification pinged through. Ding! Esteemed 4th-tier ghost tamer Jiang Chu, greetings. You have successfully completed the pinnacle task of the 4th tier within the Huangquan Bureau, suppressing the trapped spirit. As you accomplish this independently, you are entitled to a 100% reward. Rewards issued: 1,000 points, a chance to exchange for any treasure below 1,500 points, and a 3rd-tier honor medal from the Huangquan Bureau, which grants you 3rd-tier honor privileges. Presenting the medal allows entry into any area of spiritual unrest below the 5th tier. Additionally, the app synchronizes with the medal, bestowing the title of Ghost Terminator. Such generosity! Jiang Chu was taken aback upon reading the message. 1,000 points equated to a tangible sum of 10 million. Moreover, While converting points to cash is relatively easy, the reverse is not, particularly since some prominent families are never short of money. If sold on the black market, it could fetch no less than 12 million. The opportunity to select any treasure below 1,500 points is also enticing, as items within the Huangquan Bureau are invaluable to practitioners. Ordinary individuals, regardless of their financial capacity, could never acquire such items, let alone even catch a glimpse of them. These rewards alone could easily be valued at around 30 million AS for the Huangquan Bureau's third-tier medal. Jiang Chu glanced at the description, third-tier honor medal. The medals within the Huangquan Bureau are categorized into special sequences and levels 1 to 6, with 6 being the highest and 1 the lowest. There are only 100 special sequence medals, which require the unanimous recognition of the Bureau's 10 titans for issuance. Other medals are awarded based on contributions. This third-tier medal allows the host to receive 100 Huangquan Bureau points monthly, granting access to certain special regions and priority for tasks. The classification is straightforward. While it may not hold tremendous utility, one should never refuse free benefits. After all, it amounts to a monthly salary of 1 million. Making him the first zombie to earn a six-figure income. As for the title of Ghost Terminator, Jiang Chu shook his head in disbelief. The Huangquan Bureau undoubtedly harbors avid gamers of considerable status, which explains the creation of such whimsical titles. He proceeded to claim the rewards and nodded at his homepage. Indeed, under his title, a charming Ghost Terminator subtitle appeared alongside a gilded label indicating the third-tier sequence. It resembled relics of the non-mainstream era from 2 decades past. Judging by this, the upper echelons of the Huangquan Bureau were likely comprised of those youthful individuals from that time. Aside from these, his points had accumulated to 1,900, thanks to the previous task and the recent rewards. For Jiang Chu, this figure represented a substantial amount. He decided to save it for the time being, intending to gather enough for a 2,000-point expenditure later. As he had little use for the points otherwise, Jiang Chu then turned his focus back to his primary task and scrolled through the available missions. His eyes quickly landed on a particularly suitable one. The sole grandson of the Xie family, Xiao Qi, of the Zhongbei Nanhua group, had been frail since childhood. In pursuit of prolonging his life, Xiao Qi had once paid an exorbitant sum for a blood taisui to nourish his grandson's health. Yet, just recently, on the day of his wedding, the grandson had suddenly perished, along with his wife, transforming joy into despair, while the blood taisui he had nurtured vanished without a trace. More alarmingly, in the days that followed, eerie occurrences emerged around the Xie household at midnight, with reports of terrifying scenes of red and white colliding, resulting in 58 deaths and 37 mysterious disappearances. The task was exceedingly perilous, advising the recipient to form a team for careful handling. Blood taisui? Red and white collision? The mention of these two terms left Jiang Chu momentarily stunned. He was certainly familiar with taisui, known also as the meat spiritual fungus. Current scientific studies indicate that taisui is merely a product of large fungi amalgamating. Yet such explanations are often dismissed as mere folklore. According to popular belief, taisui is reputed to grant immortality, consistently regarded as a treasure. Chapter 64. The Emergence of the Ghost King. A Call from the Netherworld. Even the Empress cannot compete. However, the origins of taisui remain shrouded in mystery, and acquiring it is purely a matter of fortune. Additionally, there are tales suggesting that taisui does not always signify good fortune, but rather ominous signs. Most narratives linking unfavorable circumstances to taisui are indeed connected. The mention of blood taisui, however, was entirely unfamiliar to him. As for the red and white collision, it was even more intriguing. This phenomenon is rooted in feng shui, representing the extremes of joy and sorrow. The occurrence of such a collision, especially on the wedding night of the bride and groom, could very well herald the birth of a ghost king. Jiang Chu murmured to himself, pondering how this ghost king would compare to his own zombie king. It is said that the female spirits involved in such collisions are strikingly beautiful. He couldn't resist the temptation to find out. Jiang Chu clicked to accept the mission and then lay back in his coffin, preparing to drift off to sleep. Ding ding ding. The phone suddenly rang. Jiang Chu was taken aback. Who would choose such a witching hour to call? He glanced at the screen. It was Lin Wei. That rascal. I was just about to sleep. If you can't provide a good reason, next time, I won't hesitate to ignore you. Jiang Chu answered the call with an irritable tone. Chu Dad, it's urgent, I need help. I'm going to die. Jiang Chu detected a sense of urgency in Lin Wei's voice, raising an eyebrow. he decided to spare this foolish boy for the moment. What happened? I'm being haunted by a female ghost. Chu Dad, hurry. If you don't come, I'm going to die in this female ghost's bed. The information bombarded Jiang Chu, leaving him momentarily bewildered. His brain processed the information for a moment. Are you sure it's a female ghost? Absolutely, and this female ghost is here to seek vengeance against you. Remember that old fool from the Feng Shui Association you beat up at my place? This female ghost was sent by him. He doesn't know your address, so he found me and wants me to lead him to you, planning to use this female ghost to seduce you. I thought to myself, what sort of person is my Chu Dad? Not to mention a mere female ghost. Even if it were the Empress, you'd surely reject her, so I thought I'd give you a heads up. But I overestimated my combat abilities. Now she's the one torturing me. Young Master Wei, stop hiding in the bathroom. I'm coming for you. A sultry voice echoed through the phone, causing Lin Wei to shudder. Chu Dad, save me. I'm at Hilton Room 888 on Baihua Road. Wait, I can walk myself. Don't pull my leg. Beep, beep, beep. The call was abruptly cut off. Jiang Chu was taken aback. Young Master? He's even playing a role now. Goodness, are today's male college students so daring? Knowing full well it's a female ghost, he still engages in such antics. Yet, it is indeed in line with the Wei's foolish character. Ding! A system task notification sounded in his mind. Jiang Chu's eyes lit up, propelling him out of his coffin. A task has been triggered. As for this so-called revenge? What revenge? Have you ever seen a vendetta that also grants experience points and corpse energy? These are merely benevolent spirits, aware of my need for tasks, refreshing them randomly for my amusement. Nighttime is inherently lively for Jiang Chu. Whether he sleeps or not is of little consequence. He searched for the Hilton's address on his phone. It was a bit of a distance away, but that posed no issue for Jiang Chu. With a swift motion, he flung open the window, activated the map, and with a single step, vanished from the spot. In Jiangbei, at a private tea house. This is the gathering place of the Jiangbei Feng Shui Association. At this moment, two elderly men in their 50s and a middle-aged man are savoring their tea with evident delight. In their midst, amidst shimmering water reflections, the scene from room 888 is cast. One of them is none other than Mao Qing. Dressed in his Feng Shui robe, Mao Qing wears a smile on his face. This lad, truly a waste, yet he has persevered until now to call for help, which speaks volumes of brotherly affection. Beside Mao Qing, another elder with slanted eyes remarked nonchalantly, "Don't let him die on you. We still need to extort money from his father. Lin Dali has only this one son, whom he dotes on excessively. He has long wished to take action against this fellow, but unexpectedly, he has provided Mao Qing with such a splendid justification. This time, we must extort him for 3 to 5 billion. We should aim for something grand." Mao Qing instantly nodded in agreement. Lin Dali's luck has been astonishing. Everything he buys has turned a profit over the years. Many have coveted his fortune. 3 to 5 billion is merely trivial, at least 10 billion. Not a penny less, of course. This 10 billion will be shared between me and Sue. He glanced toward the middle-aged man with a goatee. His eyes filled with respect. And the president shall share in the spoils as well, as a token of gratitude for the two of you willing to stand up for your younger brother. It was only at this moment that the middle-aged man finally smiled darkly. No worries. Since they dare to offend the Jiangbei Feng Shui Association, they certainly cannot be let off lightly. The Jiangbei Feng Shui Association. A name that sounds grand, is merely a civil organization at its core. Its members come from all walks of life. Anyone with money can join by paying the membership fee. However, not all within the association are charlatans. There are indeed some individuals with genuine skills. These include ancestral shamans, or those who practice under the tutelage of certain esteemed figures. Additionally, there are outer disciples from various sects who are often just talkers, with their true capabilities remaining unknown. Those with real lineage are mostly found within the Huangquan Bureau app. The formation of the Feng Shui Association is simply a means for mediocre masters to band together for mutual support. With this title, they can attract some business, and even wealthy individuals with urgent matters will seek their assistance. Mao Qing had indeed spent several years atop Maoshan but was expelled due to his poor character. He originally did not bear the surname Mao. After being cast out, he adopted the name to present himself as more legitimate. With this surname, coupled with the skills he learned at Maoshan, he has thrived within the Jiangbei Feng Shui Association, mingling with many influential figures. Over the years, his reputation has soared, and he has amassed considerable wealth, naturally fostering an arrogant disposition. Chapter 65. President of the Feng Shui Association. Today, I shall sweep away your Feng Shui Association. That day, Lin Dali approached him with a business deal worth millions, only to be intercepted by a young upstart and publicly humiliated. This was an affront Mao Qing could hardly endure. For days he pondered revenge. But the incident with Jiang Chu left him with a significant shadow of doubt. He understood that relying solely on his own strength to deal with Jiang Chu was precarious. Thus, he contacted these two individuals. The elder with slanted eyes, known as Su Guanshan, was an outer disciple, originally from the north, who later moved to Jiangbei, where his family worshipped a long-cherished spirit. Within the Feng Shui Association, his strength is considered formidable. The middle-aged man, addressed as Vice President Lv Ping by Mao Qing, though the youngest among the trio, possesses unfathomable strength, surpassing the other two by a considerable margin. It is said he was born with the yin-yang eye and had once apprenticed under a master of the Yinshi sect. His skills in exorcising spirits are formidable, though he has not followed the righteous path. Most members of the Yinshi sect practice in desolate mountains or graveyards, leading a harsh life. Lv Ping, after a chance encounter with his master in the city, became enamored with urban life and began secretly accepting business deals, amassing wealth. Once affluent, he could no longer endure the hardships of living among graves, spending all his time indulging in the city's pleasures. However, the truth cannot remain hidden forever. His master soon discovered his transgressions and was furious, threatening to strip him of his powers and expel him from the sect in a state of panic. Lv Ping understood that his wealth was entirely dependent on his master's teachings. Without those skills, he would be relegated to the lowest ranks in the city. Thus, he vowed never to leave the mountains again. But his heart had already been ensnared by the allure of the city. After enduring for a few months, he could no longer bear such a life. Fearing his master would discover his disobedience and strip him of his powers, Lv Ping decided to take matters into his own hands. He stealthily attacked and killed his master, even refining his master's soul into a vengeful spirit to serve him. It is through his master's spirit that he attained the position of vice president. The lecher who entangled Lin Wei is his puppet. The three of them are indeed a nest of snakes and rats, none of them virtuous. After about 4 to 5 minutes, the image reflected in the water suddenly trembled. Lv Ping raised an eyebrow. Here they come, quite fast. Inside room 888, Lin Wei sits on the sofa, his eyes glazed and a smile dancing on his lips. Beside him, a young woman, approximately 25 or 26, heavily made up and dressed in a revealing manner, is continually pouring him drinks. With every smile and frown, she exudes an intoxicating charm. It is clear that only years of experience in the trade could yield such skill. However, the woman is puzzled. Strange, an ordinary living person, after being drained by me, should have lost 10 lives by now. Yet this fellow, how does he seem to possess an endless supply of yang energy? Even I am struggling to keep up. She is a third-generation spirit of a courtesan, having perished in brothels for 3 lifetimes. And has absorbed the yang energy of countless men. This is the first time she has encountered such a situation. The music plays on, and the dance continues. Lin Wei, in high spirits, exclaims, "This segment is splendid. The angle is quite unique. Let me record a video to send to old Jiang later." His gaze has been completely captivated by this courtesan spirit, and the scene before him resembles a brothel. Outside the hotel, Jiang Chu stands at the entrance, observing the swirling yin energy emanating from the room. This yin energy carries a peculiar fragrance, seemingly capable of stirring the deepest desires within the human heart. Jiang Chu sniffs the air. The scent is rather pleasant. He had initially thought it was just an ordinary female ghost. Yet, this one possesses some skills. That dog Wei, he wouldn't have been drained to death. Would he? Ghostly beings are an enigma to ordinary people, especially female ghosts, who can easily drain a living person's yang energy in an instant with just a bit of skill. However, recalling that Lin Wei had been in high spirits a few minutes ago, he should be fine. With a crash, Jiang Chu kicked open the door. His vision blurred momentarily, and the scene before him transformed. The air was thick with fragrance, and a throng of girls flitted about. In particular, on the central stage, 5 or 6 young women danced in sheer veils, their movements seductive and captivating, often striking alluring poses. Excellent! Such splendid dancing. Generous rewards await. Make sure to clean them up and send them to my room. An excited voice echoed. Jiang Chu's expression darkened. Without needing to look, He knew it was that scoundrel Lin Wei. You seem to be having quite the time. Welcome, esteemed guest. What would you like to drink? We have everything here. Just then, a voice whispered in Jiang Chu's ear. Hearing this, Lin Wei froze, then erupted in fury. Damn! Is this place not booked by me today? Who dares to intrude? He turned around. And upon seeing Jiang Chu, his anger dissipated, replaced by joy. Old Jiang, you've finally arrived. Quick, come enjoy the ghostly dance. I was just about to record a video to send to you. Jiang Chu did not hesitate. Plopping down beside Lin Wei, he raised an eyebrow. Knowing she's a ghost, yet you're still so engrossed? Lin Wei shrugged. What can I do? I can't overpower them, nor can I escape. Since I'm here, I might as well enjoy it. Besides, I've seen women dance before, but a ghostly dance, that's a first. Quite novel, isn't it? Ah, so you've come to partake in the spectacle? You weren't bewitched? The moment Jiang Chu stepped into the room, he sensed it was an intoxicating illusion. Not just ordinary people, even cultivators could easily fall prey to it. Wine, lust, and fortune. Men struggle the most with the allure of women. Yet Lin Wei surprisingly remains lucid. If it weren't for my poor health, I could easily duel with him for 300 rounds. You're really playing with fire, aren't you? As for why Lin Wei was not affected, Jiang Chu did not delve deeper. He merely observed the illusory realm before him. All right, time to get down to business. Chapter 66, The Koi Swallowing the Heavens. Swallowing the heavens? I am that heaven, he exclaimed, pressing his palm against the table. A surge of corpse energy erupted. With a crash, the entire illusion shattered, restoring the room to its original state. However, the ghost let out a wail. This illusion was the manifestation of her own energy. Tearing it apart was akin to ripping her essence asunder. Yet the ghost remained unfazed, exuding an air of confidence. With a venomous glare, she shot a look at Jiang Chu. You wretched man. You finally made it. Someone's been waiting for you. After saying this, she turned and fled. Jiang Chu stood there, astonished by the audacity of the female ghost. How could such a mere trash be so bold? It truly was as amusing as an old lady crawling into bed. Before the ghost could dissipate into mist, a hand swiftly grasped her hair, yanking her down. The sharp pain elicited another piercing scream from her. She looked up to see Jiang Chu gazing down at her with an indifferent expression. No need for you to guide me. I will find them after I take care of you. Fear finally began to creep onto the ghost's face. However, Jiang Chu wasted no time, delivering a punch that shattered her skull. A notification rang in his mind. Host has slain a prostitute ghost, gaining 300 corpse energy points. He paid it no mind, instead directing his gaze toward the mirror in the hotel room. He flashed a grin at his reflection. Mirage? Don't bother looking. Soon, I'll send you all to the afterlife. The mirror shattered. A droplet of water fell from its remnants, which Jiang Chu caught in his hand. Once he completed these actions, Lin Wei clung to Jiang Chu's leg, exclaiming, Old Jiang, you're amazing. I really like you. Jiang Chu kicked him aside with an eye roll. Get lost, as far away as you can. You'll compensate for the door and the mirror later. I have business to attend to. Lin Wei waved his hand dismissively in no need. This hotel belongs to my family. You can tear it down, and it won't matter. Caught off guard, Jiang Chu proceeded to the window, flinging the water droplet into the AI-R.IT transformed into a streak of light as Jiang Chu leaped in the same direction, swiftly departing. Mirage, a low-level technique, uses water as a medium and mirrors as eyes to observe desired locations. However, those with profound cultivation can see through the reflections to discern the true nature of the mirage. Not far from the hotel, in a private tea house, the water curtain before Lu Ping and his companions had shattered, splashing tea all over them. Liu Ping wiped his face, his expression darkening further. They've really gone too far. President, that brat has come knocking? Mao Qing swallowed hard, recalling the fear he felt when faced with Jiang Chu earlier. He had barely had the strength to resist. Liu Ping snorted dismissively. What is there to panic about? We were looking for him. And now he has come to USIT saves us effort. Exactly, Brother Mao. He is just a young lad without any backing. Even if he has some talent. So what? With the three of us, unless he's a fourth-tier alchemist. We can handle him, Liu Ping continued. If our president brings out his trump card, even a fourth tier can be dealt with. You don't think that brat can reach fourth tier, do you? Ha ha ha. Beside them, Su Guanshan laughed heartily. his slanted eyes glinting with malice, resembling a venomous snake. Hearing their words, Mao Qing felt somewhat reassured. Indeed, no matter how outrageous this young man was, he couldn't possibly reach the 4th-tier level. All right, let us treat our guest well. Let us have our Feng Shui Association meet this brat. Summon everyone. Set up the formation and seal off the tea house. Not even a mosquito shall escape tonight, understood? The night in Jiangbei was chilly, with temperatures dropping significantly after the earlier downpour. Under the midnight red moon, the streets were eerily quiet, occasionally disturbed by the sounds of stray cats and dogs. Jiang Chu walked down a secluded street, his footsteps echoing dully against the ground. His gaze focused on a 4-story tea house not far ahead, named Listening to the Wind. The earlier droplet had flown toward this location. Inside the tea house, the lighting was relatively bright, though it felt as if viewed through a sheer curtain, obscuring a clear view. Oh, there's even a formation. Old Zameo has prepared quite thoroughly. No need for me to conceal myself. Jiang Chu nodded in approval as he stepped through the formation and entered the Listening to the Wind tea house. The establishment appeared to be upscale. While the exterior was unremarkable, the interior boasted lavish and retro decorations. This modest tea house featured artificial hills, flowing water, and charming bridges, with 2 golden koi darting about in the corridors below. The moonlight illuminated the water's surface, making it shimmer brilliantly. Feng Shui? Jiang Chu didn't know much about it, but he discerned some principles. Feng Shui required both wind and water, and it must conceal the wind while harnessing the water, symbolizing fortune. The better the Feng Shui, the more favorable the fate of those dwelling within. While it might not guarantee wishes fulfilled, it certainly ensured smooth sailing. This was known as the koi swallowing the moon formation. A faint voice emerged from behind the artificial hill, yet no figure was visible, clearly employing a technique akin to a mirage. Koi swallowing the moon can yield a celestial dragon. This is a high-level Feng Shui arrangement that requires boundless water and celestial mountain koi. Anyone entering this formation, even a 3rd-tier cultivator, cannot escape. The voice seemed pleased with its Feng Shui arrangement, unable to resist explaining. Once finished, however, it turned icy. You must be Jiang Chu, correct? Jiang Chu nodded. The voice continued, you have harmed members of my Feng Shui association. Now, I offer you a chance. Apologize at our association, bow 3 times, and compensate for all damages. Leave Jiangbei, and we may spare your life. Biffed. Jiang Chu couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. A bunch of rotten tomatoes and filthy eggs truly thought themselves significant? Spare my life? Rest assured. I'm here to wipe out your pathetic association and save face for those who study Feng Shui. Upon hearing this, the surrounding atmosphere stilled momentarily before a furious voice erupted from behind the artificial hill. Seeking death. Wipe out my Feng Shui association? Let us see if you have the ability. Set the formation. With that command, the once calm water surface erupted violently. The stream, initially only a few meters wide, transformed into a vast river in an instant. The stars shone brightly above, while the river below surged tumultuously. The winds howled furiously along the banks. Feng Shui converged. From within the water, 2 colossal figures leaped out, revealing themselves to be the 2 koi. Chapter 67. One hand sweeping across 3,000 states. Summon the immortal technique. Long Immortal Lu, however, at this moment, the koi had grown to over 10 meters in size, their scales glistening like ancient behemoths. They roared and howled at the sky as if they truly intended to swallow the moon. Yet their target was Jiang Chu, who stood unfazed on the water's surface, displaying a hint of disdain. Using Feng Shui against me? Do you know that wherever I am, the Feng Shui is always ominous? Zombies embody extremine. Wherever extremine resides, even the finest Feng Shui will be tainted. Moreover, Jiang Chu, the purple-robed zombie king, is no joke. Wherever he has been, it's a path of extreme een surrounding him. No matter how magnificent the Feng Shui arrangement, it will instantaneously transform into a deadlock. Jiang Chu's eyes flashed a crimson light. Get lost? His low growl resonated like thunder, akin to divine retribution, sweeping through the void. In an instant, the great river ceased to flow, and the fierce winds stilled. The colossal koi, filled with boundless fear, exploded into fragments. Time felt both extended and fleeting. The stream returned to its previous state, appearing unchanged, but the once clear water visibly darkened. The koi, which had been swimming just moments ago, now lay belly up, utterly lifeless. Jiang Chu casually picked one up and hurled it at the artificial hill, koi swallowing the moon. Swallow your mother, boom. The artificial hill shattered. Jiang Chu didn't even glance back as he made his way to the rooftop. Inside the top-level private room of the tea house, Mao Qing, along with Lu Ping, suddenly widened their eyes, shock evident on their faces. The formation has been broken. So soon. This koi swallowing the sky formation was meticulously crafted by their feng shui association, capable of not only absorbing wealth but also resisting formidable foes in the past. It had ensnared numerous third-tier experts, but now IT had been dismantled in an instant. No, this isn't merely a broken formation. He must possess a great ominous treasure that can counteract feng shui. Otherwise, the water below wouldn't have turned black. Lu Ping furrowed his brow, piecing together the situation. A treasure. Su Guanshan's eyes lit up. Anything considered a treasure was undoubtedly extraordinary, far more valuable than ordinary magical artifacts. Lu Ping's expression turned greedy. This fellow has more than we anticipated. He's worth my effort. You two, take the others and hold him off for a while. I will summon the ghosts. Hearing Lu Ping's words, Su Guanshan and Mao Qing exchanged glances, their faces alight with excitement. Summon the ghosts. This was the most formidable technique of their vice president, capable of driving back even a fourth-tier initial-stage alchemist. It was precisely due to this skill that he had ascended to the position of vice president of the Feng Shui Association and was likely to inherit the presidency. Yes, Mao Qing and Su Guanshan nodded, not hesitating for a moment as they rose and exited the private room. Once they were gone, Lu Ping abruptly closed his eyes. His hands began to weave intricate seals, and a chilling wind erupted from within him. Outside the private room, a gathering of over a dozen members from the Feng Shui Association had already assembled. These individuals donned various attires, some in Taoist robes, others clad in yin-yang garments, and even a few bald monks. Each possessed their own unique skills, having been taken under the wing of L Ping in his earnest efforts to defend Mao Qing. He had exerted considerable effort. Upon seeing Su Guanshan and Mao Qing emerge, their gazes converged. Su Guanshan confidently waved his hand and declared, President L is preparing to unleash a decisive strike. We merely need to stall that brat for a moment. You all return to your positions and reinforce the formation. Once that brat enters the array, it will be up to me and my brother Mao Qing to handle him. Understood? The crowd nodded in agreement. However, before they could disperse, a rhythmic sound of footsteps resonated from the staircase. The pace was unhurried, yet it seemed to echo the very heartbeat of a person. Su Guanshan, who had been brimming with confidence just a moment ago, inexplicably felt a surge of anxiety. Have we finalized our strategy? A calm voice inquired. All eyes turned to see a young figure appear in the corridor, exuding a casual demeanor, as if he had single-handedly surrounded the opposition. Jiang Chu, Mao Qing gritted his teeth, spitting out the name. Jiang Chu smiled faintly and replied, Old rag, I let you off lightly last time at Boss Lin's place, but you won't be so fortunate this time. How would you like to die? I can provide you with a most satisfactory demise. Mao Qing's face twitched violently, and Su Guanshan patted him on the shoulder. Brother Mao, calm down. He then turned his attention to Jiang Chu. You insolent brat, daring to act recklessly on the territory of my Feng Shui Association. Today, you shall find no escape. Open the formation. This master will personally deal with him. Swish, one by one, the others retreated, swiftly disappearing into the private rooms of the tea house. Soon, intricate runes began to flicker within the room, enveloping the entire floor. The brilliance coalesced at Su Guanshan's feet, significantly enhancing his aura. In contrast, Jiang Chu appeared to be under some form of suppression from the array, an extravagant display. Yet, Jiang Chu paid it no mind. This level of suppression posed little threat to him. Given his strength, it was almost a mockery to be pitted against these third-rate practitioners. However, Jiang Chu relished this. Wasn't the purpose of enhancing his power to facilitate better killings? You arrogant junior. You deserve to be devoured by the Long Xian. Su Guanshan, feeling the surge of power from the array, grinned sinisterly. He produced 3 sticks of sandalwood incense, which ignited with a quiver, sending wisps of blue smoke spiraling upward. Su Guanshan's expression grew grave as shadows began to rise from his form, while he chanted incantations. Heavenly blue, earthly spirit, fragrant offerings illuminate the 10 directions. Today, I, Su Guanshan, beseech the Long Xian, Lord Lu, Come forth. As he shouted the final words, the incense that had been burning steadily suddenly diminished by more than half, and thick smoke swirled around him. Su Guanshan's once triangular eyes transformed into long, eerie slits, revealing the faint outline of an enormous serpent merging with his body. With a sudden inhale, the incense morphed into two serpents that slithered into his nostrils. Head, a satisfied, sinister grin spread across his face as he muttered to himself in a shrill voice. Brat, whom shall this master slay? His voice shifted, reverting to Su Guanshan's original tone. Long Xian, it is him. Chapter 68. Summoning Spirits and Dispatching Generals. Let me show you what a true deity is. Su Guanshan pointed at Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu yawned. Had it not been for this brat's mention of summoning a deity, he would have already dispatched him multiple times by now. Upon seeing Jiang Chu, the Longxian's previously sinister grin vanished, and its narrow eyes widened in shock. Why do you carry the aura of my Longxian clan? With a clink, the 5 emperor coins on Jiang Chu's wrist collided. Is this what you mean? Boom, behind him. A colossal python soared into the air. The Longxian, already shaken, felt its pupils constrict in terror. A python. You possess a python. Not all serpent demons could transform into pythons. Pythons were an anomaly. They required both bloodline and fortune, both indispensable. Their power far surpassed that of ordinary serpent immortals. Thus, upon witnessing this python, the Longxian was consumed by dread. No, this python is already dead. You have refined its demon core. The Longxian grasped the implication, its eyes glinting with greed. Excellent. If I consume you, perhaps I too could transform into a python. Hiss. It raised its head and let out a piercing cry. More black mist surged into Su Guanshan's body from all directions. In an instant, Su Guanshan's clothing tore apart, and his flesh began to undergo a grotesque transformation as patches of serpent scales emerged upon him. Master, you cannot absorb any more power. My body cannot withstand it. Su Guanshan, horrified by the changes within him, screamed. He had summoned the Longxian, only to find its power forcibly flooding into his being. Yet, despite his desperate pleas, the Longxian paid him no heed. This unfolding spectacle left Mao Qing and all the Feng Shui Association members utterly dumbfounded. What is happening? Why are we turning on each other before even engaging the enemy? Then, they beheld Su Guanshan, amidst a gathering of demonic energy, scream in agony as his body exploded. From within him, a massive python emerged. It is here, brat. I sacrificed one of my disciples for you. Prepare to pay with your life. The python spoke in human tongue, a tempest of demonic winds swirling as it lunged towards Jiang Chu with eager ferocity. Jiang Chu grinned widely. Finally, here it comes. The advancing python trembled violently, its heart racing. What is happening? Its gaze clouded with confusion, yet before it could comprehend, a voice rang out. Summon spirits. The Longxian felt a blur before its eyes. Jiang Chu, who had previously appeared as an ordinary youth, now radiated the presence of a deity, a god addressing it. No, this cannot be real. It attempted to retreat but found its body utterly unresponsive. Simultaneously, the divine might emanating from this god bore down upon it. Dispatching generals, boom. The sound thundered like a bell in the Longxian's ears. In that instant, its consciousness shattered completely. The demon soul within it was extracted and crushed into a small orb, which fell into Jiang Chu's hand. Jiang Chu opened his mouth and swallowed it whole. A moo, ding. A notification echoed in Jiang Chu's mind. Host has devoured the entire cultivation of the Longxian, increasing 8 years of corpse energy. Could it enhance corpse energy? 8 years of it surged within him, only to be refined in an instant. Jiang Chu glanced at his system panel. Name: Jiang Chu. Identity: Purple Robe Corpse King. Unique. Zombie level: 4th stage Hairy Zombie. Evolution degree: 80%. Treasures: Corpse Purple Taoist Robe. Corpse 5 Emperor Money Shield. Zombie King Suppression Hammer. Innate Divine Ability. Zombie King Ascension. 1 Tribulation. Corpse Demon. Intermediate. Corpse Techniques: Controlling Corpses. LV3 Minor Success. Corpse Summoning Spirits and Dispatching Generals. LV3 Minor Success. Corpse Pseudo Overturning the River and Sea. LV3. Corpse 5 Thunder Rites. LV 1.5. Corpse Energy Points. 3,000. Available for purchase in the system shop. His cultivation had risen by 4%. An unexpected delight. Initially, he had merely wished to test the power of his divine ability, and yet this occurred, truly deserving of being called summoning spirits and dispatching generals. Such a late-stage third-tier immortal could be slain without lifting a finger. And he could even consume the soul. Jiang Chu's eyes sparkled. He would have to visit the old forests of northeast China soon. Wouldn't he be invincible upon his return? Thud. A dull sound jolted Jiang Chu from his thoughts. And he turned to see Mao Qing trembling, collapsing onto the ground, a large puddle forming beneath him. He was on the brink of a breakdown. If the explosion of the feng shui array had seemed like an accident, witnessing Su Guanshan's own summoned Longxian burst apart was beyond absurd. What was even more outrageous was that Longxian had not even touched him and had been devoured alive. Not just him, but the surrounding members of the Feng Shui Association were equally dumbfounded. Who am I? Where am I? Was what I just saw real? Did Master Mao just wet himself again? Jiang Chu smiled. Mao Qing desperately retreated, repeatedly pleading, Jiang Chu, Senior Jiang, it's all a misunderstanding. I bear you no grudge. Truly, I concede. I am a coward. Spare me. I am willing to offer all my assets to you. Jiang Chu, that you have got to be kidding me. How has this old ding become so timid? Resembling a frightened bird, does he truly have the audacity to call himself a master of feng shui? Initially, Jiang Chu had intended to linger a while longer, but upon witnessing Mao Qing's cowardice, his interest completely dissipated. Zila, his fingertips suddenly flickered with a flash of thunder. Though it was merely a wisp, the sheer brutality of the thunders might exploded in the air. Go. Without even a glance, Jiang Chu pressed down towards Mao Qing. Mao Qing's trembling body abruptly stiffened. Thunder. Thunder magic. No, brother. You dare to use thunder magic against me? Bang. The thunder pierced through Mao Qing's body, causing it to explode into irretrievable fragments. Dead as can be, Host has slain a peaked second-tier cultivator, gaining 200 corpse energy points. Chapter 69. Breaking through the peak of the zombie. The terror of Yin 5 Thunder. Total annihilation. Happy New Year. The system prompt echoed in Jiang Chu's mind. In the hall, the remaining feng shui masters were left dumbfounded. Their throats moved slightly. For the first time, they felt a sense of bewilderment. They had been dealing with someone capable of employing thunder magic. Thunder magic, one could say, represents the pinnacle of techniques within the cultivation world. Regardless of the lineage, such magic was beyond the reach of these third-rate sorcerers. Senior, we were deceived by Mao Qing. We had no idea of the grudge between you. You cannot kill us. We are also citizens of the Great Xia, protected by the law, protection by the law. That presents quite a dilemma. Jiang Chu furrowed his brow. He retracted the thunder magic. The feng shui masters rejoiced, about to exhale a sigh of relief, only to see Jiang Chu's palm move once more. The previous violent thunder vanished, replaced by a pool of black water. He smiled warmly. Well then, I shall turn your bodies to dust. Ensuring that even the gods could not restore them, and that would suffice. This even human speech. The members of the Feng Shui Association had yet to react when Jiang Chu had already made his move. His fingers splayed wide. He swept his hand around. The black water in his palm was flung outward. Yin 5 Thunder Technique. Contaminated water. Touching it feels like having one's bones extracted and marrow sucked. Dissolving everything. Just a palm-sized amount of black water fell upon those sorcerers in an instant. They were horrified to discover that their entire bodies became numb and soft the moment they came into contact with the black water. Their internal vital energy obliterated. They could only watch helplessly as the mass of black water expanded at a visibly rapid pace. In the blink of an eye, it entirely enveloped their bodies. Boom! Jiang Chu snapped his fingers. Bang! The black water emitted a muffled sound. Once the noise subsided, the lives that had just been vibrant moments ago had vanished entirely from this world. Not even a trace of bone remained. Host has slain 13 low-tier cultivators, gaining 2,100 corpse energy points. The system prompt resounded once more. So ruthless? Jiang Chu was also taken aback by the power of Yin 5 Thunder. Though he had anticipated such a result, he did not foresee that under the Yin 5 Thunder, not even bones would remain. Is there another? Suddenly, Jiang Chu sensed something. His figure flickered. Bang! The door to the box where Su Guanshan and Mao Qing had emerged exploded into splinters. Within sat LV Ping, shrouded in black energy. The moment the door shattered, he opened his eyes in shock, staring at Jiang Chu. How did you get in here? Faced with such a question, Jiang Chu was momentarily taken aback. Walked in? Are you blind? LV Ping seemed to have guessed something, hastening his hand movements to cast spells. Summoning this ghost was far more challenging than inviting a deity, especially since the ghost he was summoning was his former master, who had harbored deep resentment towards him. Each attempt to forcibly control it required immense time. Now, in a critical moment, he couldn't help but shout at Jiang Chu, "If you have the ability, wait for me for 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, we shall have our life and death battle." Jiang Chu nodded vigorously. "No problem, hurry up. It's unthinkable not to wait for you." Confronted with such a fierce vow, LV Ping exhaled in relief, quickly centering his thoughts. However, just as his spell was about to activate once more, he felt a chilling wind blow towards him. Instinctively, he opened his eyes. Poochie. An arm had already pierced through his heart. LV Ping stared wide-eyed in confusion at Jiang Chu, who was so close. You swore you would wait for me." Jiang Chu grinned. "That was just a ruse. I didn't expect you to be so easy to deceive." LV Ping's expression shifted dramatically, but the intense pain left him unable to utter a word. Damn. Jiang Chu did not wait for him to finish and crushed his heart. LV Ping's head tilted. Dead beyond recovery. Host has slain a peak 3rd-tier cultivator, gaining 500 corpse energy points. Jiang Chu wiped the blood from his hands and spat. Such a fool could reach the peak of the 3rd tier? Judging by cultivation level, LV Ping was indeed the strongest member of the Feng Shui Association in this tea house tonight. But he certainly seemed to lack intelligence. Ding. Host has completed the system task, receiving rewards, 30 years of corpse energy, 2,000 corpse energy points. The prompt for completing the system task resonated in Jiang Chu's mind. Rumbling. Within him, 30 years' worth of corpse energy surged forth, illuminating his entire being. Once he absorbed all the corpse energy, Jiang Chu felt as if he was nearing a bottleneck. The breakthrough was just around the corner. Name: Jiang Chu. Identity: Purple Robe Zombie King. Unique. Zombie level: 4th tier Mao Zombie. Evolution degree: 94%. Treasures: Corpse Purple Robe, Corpse 5 Emperor's Gold Shield, Zombie King Suppression Hammer. Innate ability: Zombie King Ascension, First Calamity. Corpse Spirit, Intermediate. Corpse Techniques: Control Corpse Technique, LV3 Minor Success. Corpse Summon Spirits, LV3 Minor Success. Corpse False Tidal Wave, LV3. Corpse 5 Thunder Justice, LV1.5. Corpse Energy Points, 6,800, available for purchase in the system mall. The degree of evolution had astonishingly reached 94%. Just 6 points short. Hopefully, tomorrow's event will not disappoint. If I can trigger even a trivial task, I will undoubtedly achieve a complete breakthrough to the flying zombie. Heading home. The next day. Early in the morning, Jiang Chu crawled out of his coffin. He stretched lazily and freshened up briefly. Today was already Friday. Just one more day, and he would no longer have to rise early as a zombie. His roommate, Su Warner, who likely had no classes that morning, was still asleep, as Jiang Chu could faintly hear her gentle snores upon entering the living room. So clear? Jiang Chu glanced in the direction of the sound. His eyes widened slightly. The door was unlocked. Damn. Living under the same roof with a blossoming beauty who had just transformed into a zombie 5 days ago, she dared to be so reckless. Sooner or later, I will have my way with you. Is this really appropriate? It feels like I'm peeping. Jiang Chu considered retracting his gaze, but then thought again. This is my home. Peeping is absolutely unacceptable. But if I observe openly, that should be permissible, right? With that thought, Jiang Chu became bolder. Through the crack in the door, he saw a pair of snowy white jade legs sprawled across the floral bedsheets. These legs, slender and long, could surely provide entertainment for years. Moreover, Su Warner was wearing a nightgown. With Jiang Chu's at least 8.0 vision, he could vaguely see some things that should not be seen. Pink with a bowed, exquisite taste. Jiang Chu subtly straightened up, giving a thumbs up in his mind, feeling quite pleased. Out he went. Chapter 70. The Secret of the Purple Robe. My dear junior sister, you wouldn't want others to know your secret, would you? Nibbling on his zombie-kin food, Jiang Chu entered the university. The morning weather was rather chilly, and the female students bustling about were bundled up warmly. Not ideal. Fortunately, at that moment, a group of female students, presumably from the aviation program, passed by Jiang Chu. Chattering away, Jiang Chu found their presence quite comforting, especially since they were wearing black stockings. Jiang Chu. Just as he passed by the cafeteria, he heard a familiar voice calling out. Turning around, he saw a tall girl with a high ponytail. Even wrapped in a down jacket, her exquisite figure shone through as she cheerfully waved at him. Zhuge Ling? Jiang Chu recognized the girl immediately. Zhuge Ling quickly approached him, her face lit with joy. Jiang Chu, I didn't expect to run into you here. Jiang Chu smiled back. Indeed, it's quite a coincidence. Aren't you from the art academy next door? What brings you to our school? Zhuge Ling replied with a bright smile. My good sister is at your school. I have no classes today, so I came to keep her company. After saying this, Zhuge Ling winked at Jiang Chu. My sister is the campus beauty of your school. Do you want me to introduce you? Campus beauty? Jiang Chu's expression turned peculiar. You must be referring to junior sister Chen Miaoyi, right? To be acquainted with Zhuge Ling, the young lady of the Zhuge family, she must also be a cultivator, and coupled with the title of campus beauty, it was almost a foregone conclusion. Zhuge Ling was astonished. You know her? Jiang Chu nodded with a smile. Indeed, I just met her a couple of days ago. In fact, I met her a few hours before you. Zhuge Ling seemed to have realized something, her eyes suddenly brightening. Jiang Chu, could it be that you are the one who inherited the purple robe of the esteemed celestial master? As Miaoyi mentioned? Indeed, Jiang Chu openly acknowledged this. Before Zhuge Ling could utter a word, her phone rang with a voice call. Zhuge Ling quickly glanced at her screen. It was Miaoyi calling. Jiang Chu, I must take my leave. Jiang Chu nodded, saying little more, and made his way towards his classroom. Zhuge Ling answered the call, and moments later, Chen Miaoyi's figure appeared beside her. Clad in a simple white outfit paired with loose trousers, her face devoid of any makeup, she remained stunningly beautiful. Miao-yi, look at you. I bought you a plethora of cosmetics, yet you choose not to use them. Otherwise, you'd be the one and only among the 4 school beauties. Zhuge Ling pulled Chen Miaoyi's hand. Pouting playfully, Chen Miaoyi smiled lightly, seemingly unconcerned. I'm just not accustomed to it. Zhuge Ling, well aware of her sister's temperament, then spoke in a conspiratorial tone. Miao-yi, guess who I just ran into? Chen Miao-yi, as if impervious to external influences, replied calmly. Who? Zhuge Ling fixated on her exquisite face and exclaimed. Jiang Chu. Upon hearing this name, a flicker of color ignited in Chen Miaoyi's eyes. Her tone slightly more emphatic. Senior Jiang? Zhuge Ling nodded vigorously, boasting, moreover, I mentioned your matter with Longhu Mountain. A faint blush suddenly graced Chen Miaoyi's fair cheeks. Linger. You? Zhuge Ling laughed heartily. I was just teasing you. Look at our enchanting Chen Miaoyi, renowned as the frost and snow fairy of the cultivation world, getting all flustered. I thought you wouldn't blush over a man. Chen Miaoyi's handsome face grew increasingly flushed, and she bit her lip, retorting angrily. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll expose your little secret. Zhuge Ling glanced down at her chest, instantly losing her amusement. After a playful exchange, Zhuge Ling quietly inquired, Miao-yi, isn't it true that your Ling sect's cultivation method is only accessible to those in the purple robes of Longhu Mountain 4? Yin-yang harmonization? Haven't you discussed it with Jiang Chu? Given your beauty, he would undoubtedly agree. Chen Miaoyi's face reddened once more, shooting her a fierce glare. I haven't agreed yet, Hyo. Just as Jiang Chu entered the classroom, he sneezed. Rubbing his nose, he muttered, Damn, who is talking about me behind my back? If you have the guts, confront me face to face. During the morning classes, Jiang Chu settled into a window seat at the back, skillfully pulling out his phone to engage in 3 rounds of intense gaming. Today's traditional Chinese medicine consultation event was still ongoing outside. Compared to yesterday, more seasoned practitioners had arrived. Through conversations among the students, Jiang Chu learned that these consultations were being conducted at various schools. He wondered how the country determined whether ordinary individuals possessed cultivation potential. Jiang Chu didn't dwell on it. After a full day of classes, he didn't return home but instead rested his head on the desk for a brief nap. Just as he was drifting off, he suddenly caught a whiff of 2 delicate scents. Pleasantly fragrant. He abruptly opened his eyes to find 2 young ladies standing before him, having appeared without his notice. Chenzua's sister, Zhuge Ling, what brings you here? Jiang Chu looked at the 2 girls in surprise. Zhuge Ling giggled, handing him a cup of milk tea from behind. Miaoyi said you enjoy this. So we brought it for you. Are you touched, Jiang Chu? Jiang Chu glanced at the taro bubble tea, with less ice and half sugar. His spirits lifted. He unreservedly took a sip. Thank you both. Make yourselves comfortable. As if at home, Jiang Chu patted the space beside him. Chun Miao-yi and Zhuge Ling took their seats. Once seated, Chun Miao-yi appeared to be in good spirits, smiling at Jiang Chu. Senior Jiang. Tomorrow marks the time we enter the Wasteland Mountain, so don't forget. Jiang Chu nodded and turned to Zhuge Ling. Are you going too? Zhuge Ling proudly nodded. Of course. It was my grandfather who deduced the timing of the great calamity at Wasteland Mountain. Jiang Chu recalled that on the day Chun Miao-yi mentioned this event, it was indeed prophesied by a senior from the Taoist sect. Zhuge Ling's grandfather must be the head of the Zhuge family. From the Huangquan app, Jiang Chu had seen that the Zhuge family was a prominent force within the cultivation community. Their family's esoteric arts had maintained a top rank for over 1,000 years. A testament to their prestige, Zhuge Ling's expression then turned serious as she added, however, my grandfather informed me that there seemed to be new developments regarding Wasteland Mountain. Besides us, others may also be involved. So we must exercise caution. He is currently deducing the identity of the ominous presence lurking in the dragon vein of Wasteland Mountain, and he will inform us as soon as he has results. Ah, with such backing, how truly delightful. Chapter 71. Giving birth to a zombie, seeking dragons and dividing gold. Head of the southern faction. As the three conversed, time passed swiftly, and with Zhuge Ling's lively presence, their camaraderie deepened. Jiang Chu keenly noticed that both Chun Miao-yi and Zhuge Ling regarded him with peculiar glances, indescribably familiar yet strangely unsettling. Surely these two girls aren't coveting my corpse, are they? Jiang Chu stroked his chin, unconcerned. After all, he had nothing to lose. He merely wondered if there were any biological restrictions after becoming a zombie. If he were to become pregnant, would the offspring be human or undead? In the afternoon, Jiang Chu refrained from continuing his gaming session, primarily due to his underwhelming performance earlier, finishing 8th in 3 consecutive rounds. He nearly felt compelled to reach through the internet and eliminate the 21 players ranked above him. Instead, he opened his phone to search for the location of tonight's task, while also investigating who exactly this 7th Master Xie was. To his astonishment, he discovered that the Nanhua Group, located on Jiangbei Shannon Road, was among the top 5 corporations in Jiangbei and even Jiang Province, handling an immense volume of business, including large shopping malls and real estate. However, Jiang Chu stumbled upon some underground information indicating that the Nanhua Group originally started with antiques and that the Xie family had once been local practitioners in the southern faction a century ago. 7th Master Xie was a standout descendant of the family at that time. His real name was Xian, now in his 70s, and he was known as 7th Master Xie among the martial arts community. It was said that his skills in geomancy and divination were nothing short of miraculous. By simply standing atop a mountain and gazing into the distance, he could discern where concealed tombs lay. The Xie family rose to prominence under his leadership, ultimately establishing the Nanhua Group as it stands today after successfully washing their reputation clean with the passage of time. Seeking dragons and dividing gold? A grave robber, it seems. Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow, understanding now how he managed to acquire such items as the blood Tai Sui. It's no wonder he has connections. Engaging with the dead, especially with tombs spanning hundreds or thousands of years, makes such occurrences unsurprising. Tomb robbing is undoubtedly a practice steeped in darkness, harming one's virtue. Even if one escapes unscathed in youth, a dire fate often awaits in old age. Yet, one cannot entirely fault this line of work. It is indeed a craft. Existence carries its own rationale, and any consequences they face are their own affair, bearing no relation to Jiang Siju. AS school was about to end. Jiang Chu's phone suddenly rang. A call from the Huangquan Bureau app came through. Without needing to guess, Jiang Chu knew it was someone from the Xie family. Hello. Jiang Chu answered the call. Hello, may I speak with Master Jiang Chu? A slightly weary yet authoritative voice resonated in Jiang Chu's ear. Despite its weariness, the voice exuded an unmistakable gravitas. It is I. Jiang Chu affirmed. The Xie family's ancestral home. A rather short and frail elderly man was dialing the number. From his aura alone, it was clear that this elder held a prominent position. He was none other than the head of the Nanhua Group, Xian, known as 7th Master Xie. At that moment, Xian rubbed his brow, a troubled expression momentarily replaced by a smile. Master Jiang, when would you be able to pay us a visit? I would like to welcome you personally. Xian's tone was exceptionally respectful, providing Jiang Chu with ample regard. As a family of tomb raiders, Xian was well aware of many things unknown to ordinary folk. The tasks on the Huangquan app were privately assigned by him, When Jiang Chu received the task yesterday, Xian had already noted Jiang Chu's level and title on the app, a 4th-tier Ghostmaster. Furthermore, he possessed a 3rd-tier badge from the Huangquan Bureau in the title of Ghost Terminator. The implications of these 3 elements were not lost on Xian. Just the title of Ghost Terminator indicated that Jiang Chu must have slain at least 100 malevolent spirits. Moreover, Jiang Chu's possession of the badge implied significant contributions. With Xian's experience, he quickly deduced that perhaps during a certain incident, the esteemed individual from the Bureau had eliminated 100 evil spirits, thus earning such honors. To achieve such a feat was a record that demanded his utmost respect. He could not afford to be anything but respectful, and no need for that. Just send me the location, and I will arrive around 7 o'clock. Jiang Chu declined Xian's courtesy. After all, he was a man in his 70s. Sending him on a trip would be quite bothersome. Very well, I appreciate your assistance. Master Jiang, Xian promptly nodded, ending the call. He sent a location on the app. Jiang Chu glanced at it. It was a place called Huxin Mansion, situated at the southern end of Jiangbei. This area is also known as a gathering spot for the affluent of Jiangbei, where numerous luxurious villas and estates are located. It resembled the place where Lin Wei's parents resided. After 3 classes, Jiang Chu finished school. Being Friday, the popularity around the university town surged. Couples strolled the streets in pairs, occasionally exchanging kisses, which made Jiang Chu feel quite envious. Wishing to poke them in jest, he hailed a taxi at the intersection, heading straight for Huxin Mansion. Upon arrival, Jiang Chu, who had seen his fair share of the world, including Lin Wei's villa and Tang Shuang's aunt's sanatorium, was still taken aback by the grandeur of the Xie family. Before him lay an expanse of at least several dozen square kilometers, all designated as the so-called Huxin Mansion. Moreover, a sign proclaimed, "Private residence, no entry beyond this point." After exiting the taxi, Jiang Chu noticed several figures standing before the mansion's grand entrance. There were bodyguards and disciples of the Xie family. Among them sat an elderly man with a tiger head cane. 7th uncle, who exactly is this person that warrants such a grand reception, making you wait here? Your status in the martial world is such that even a representative from the Underworld Bureau wouldn't dare treat you this way. A middle-aged man with glasses, clad in an exquisitely expensive suit, attempted to ingratiate himself. Another man with a buzz cut chimed in, "Yes, 7th uncle, we can wait here. Please don't catch a chill." Hearing this, Xian frowned. "What do you know?" Silence. Though his voice was low, it immediately silenced both the suited man and the buzz-cut man. "I don't care how much influence you have outside, but today, if anyone dares to offend even a little, don't blame me for using family rules to deal with you." The mention of family rules changed the expressions of everyone present, causing them to straighten up. "Yes, oh, old man, reprimanding your grandson?" Jiang Chu couldn't help but chuckle at this scene. The family rules seemed quite strict. No wonder they had remained formidable for decades. Chapter 72. The Overwhelming Cause and Effect. "Jiang Chu, call me daddy. The corpse is in the coffin." His remark immediately drew the attention of the Xie family members. All eyes turned to Jiang Chu. Upon realizing how young he was, they were initially taken aback, ready to shoo him away. However, they saw Xian, who had been seated calmly, suddenly rise, his previously somber expression transforming into one of delight. Leaning on his tiger head cane, he took 2 quick steps towards Jiang Chu, clasped his hands together in a salute, and inquired, "Are you Master Jiang?" Jiang Chu wrinkled his nose at the overwhelming scent of earth and decay. He nodded. "You are too kind, old Master Xie." Upon hearing this, Xian's face lit up with joy. "I had heard Master Jiang's voice was youthful, but I never expected you to be this young. You truly are an outstanding talent." He did not belittle Jiang Chu due to his age. The Underworld Bureau's certification spoke volumes. Given Jiang Chu's terrifying abilities at such a young age, there was hope for resolving their family's predicament. Flattery aside, let us proceed inside. Xian nodded in agreement. "Master Jiang, please." He then approached a vehicle resembling a sightseeing cart, opened the door, and gestured for Jiang Chu to enter. Jiang Chu couldn't help but smirk. In ordinary households, one could stroll around, yet this old man's residence required a vehicle. He boarded the cart without hesitation. As it started, they entered Huxin Mansion, where numerous standalone villas dotted the landscape, each adorned with white mourning cloth. It appeared the Xie family had suffered more than just 1 or 2 losses. After a lengthy drive of over 10 minutes, they arrived at a vast central courtyard. the residence of Xian. As soon as Jiang Chu stepped out of the vehicle, he raised an eyebrow. The oppressive aura was palpable to the casual observer. This courtyard seemed unremarkable, yet in Jiang Chu's eyes, it was shrouded in a layer of terrifying dark energy. Moreover, there were not just one but two such energies present, indicating that the Xie family's troubles involved at least two malevolent entities. Xie Qi, standing beside Jiang Chu, heard his words and felt a tremor of anxiety. He looked at Jiang Chu nervously. Master Jiang, can you resolve the issues plaguing our family? Jiang Chu smiled gently. Rest assured, I will handle everything. Let us enter. Among the group, only 5 followed Xian into the courtyard, while the others remained outside. Passing through a corridor, Jiang Chu was led into the main hall of the courtyard to take a seat. Once seated, tea was promptly served. Jiang Chu got straight to the point. Old Master Xie, let us cut to the chase. Explain to me the events that have transpired in your family. Upon hearing Jiang Chu's inquiry, the smile that had lingered on Xie Qi's face faded slowly. He sighed deeply, filled with regret. This is all my fault. It is due to my past transgressions against the balance of yin and yang that my grandson has faced such dire consequences. Looking at Jiang Chu, Xie Qi felt a twinge of shame. You must be aware of some of the experiences my family has faced in the past. Jiang Chu took a sip of tea, nodding for Xie to continue. The calamities befalling us all stem from that blood, Tai Shui. That blood, Tai Shui, was something I stumbled upon in an ancient tomb 40 years ago. Due to circumstances in my family, I was well versed in various historical texts from a young age, and in this regard, I could be considered somewhat of an expert. Xie Qi's modesty was evident, for his family had a long lineage of tomb raiders. In terms of identifying the era of ancient tombs, not even true experts could compare to him. However, even with my keen eye, I could not discern the tomb's era, and the entire structure was peculiar. It contained only the remains of a single woman. She lay within a crystal coffin. Even after being buried for who knows how long, she appeared as lifelike as ever, and the blood, Tai Shui, was merely her burial offering. I have witnessed many extraordinary sights, but I had never encountered such a horrifying tomb. I knew that this place was beyond my reach. Therefore, I immediately withdrew from the ancient tomb and restored everything as it was. Initially, I thought that would be the end of it, only to realize that my retribution was just beginning. The incense of my family had always been weak, and by my generation, it had dwindled to a mere 3 generations of single heirs. And I had but one son. Xie Qi recounted this. Weariness washed over him, leaving him devoid of any remaining vigor. Resembling many elderly men, he clenched his fists, hastening his speech as if reluctant to relive those memories. My son, at the age of 20, suddenly passed away without reason. Fortunately, at that time, my daughter-in-law was already pregnant, but the incident took a heavy toll on her. 7 months later, she gave birth to my family's eldest grandson. But she died on the operating table. I named my grandson Xie Ping, hoping for nothing more than for him to lead a safe and sound life. Yet everything went awry, for he was born prematurely, and from the moment of his birth, he suffered from severe health issues. When he reached his first month, he was diagnosed with congenital cognitive deficiencies. Jiang Chu. Indeed tragic. Is this not akin to having a disability? This was a significant blow to me. For those years, I nearly lost my mind, taking my grandson to countless hospitals in search of help, but to no avail. Until the year my grandson turned 3. I unexpectedly encountered a wandering eccentric. This eccentric informed me of a miraculous object. If found and given to my grandson, it could not only restore his intellect but also prolong his life, ensuring he could live to 100. I immediately offered 1,000 taels of gold, pleading with the eccentric to reveal the identity of this miraculous object. After much insistence, he finally mentioned a name: Tai Shui. The events that followed, Master Jiang, you may have heard about. I returned to that ancient tomb, retrieved the blood Tai Shui, and gave it to my grandson, claiming it was purchased at a high price. Indeed, my grandson regained his faculties due to the blood Tai Shui and safely reached the age of 20. Yet this year, I encountered that eccentric again. The moment he saw my grandson, he was taken aback, asking whether my grandson had meddled with something he should not have. I hurriedly recounted everything that had transpired. The eccentric sighed and informed me that although my grandson had obtained the Tai Shui, he had also incurred a monumental karmic debt. Within 3 years, all members of the Xie family, including my grandson, would undoubtedly face death. The only way to dissolve this karmic debt was for my grandson to marry the corpse of that woman from the ancient tomb. Perhaps then there would be a glimmer of hope. Chapter 73. The abyss awaits. In the land of the living, all ghosts retreat. I dared not delay. I personally selected an auspicious day to exhume the female corpse, allowing my grandson to marry her. And then, this tragic situation ensued. I sought to find that eccentric, only to discover that he had transformed into the very corpse from the ancient tomb. All of this is a consequence of my decision to open her tomb years ago. She intends for the entire Xie family to accompany her in death. In just a few short days, dozens of our Xie family members have already perished. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chu was taken aback. To think that merely visiting her grave would necessitate the entire family's burial alongside her. It is indeed a display of sheer tyranny. Jiang Chu felt that the situation could not be so straightforward. Where did the incident occur? Jiang Chu inquired. It happened in Shijia town, located 50 kilometers outside of Zhongbei City. That place is where my ancestors of the Xie family once resided. My grandson's wedding was also held at the ancestral home. Jiang Chu immediately rose. Let us not delay. Take me there. I wish to see what tricks she has up her sleeve. The Xie family's convoy rolled out majestically from Lake Heart Mansion. Jiang Chu learned from Xie Qiyi that these individuals typically traverse the nation, busy with the Xie family's enterprises. It was only due to the recent calamity that they returned hastily. As the convoy exited Zhongbei City, the neon lights faded into the distance, leaving only a vast expanse of darkness ahead. Whether due to psychological effects or otherwise, Jiang Chu sensed that as they distanced themselves from the city, the temperature of the air dropped significantly. The resurgence of the Crimson Moon had little impact on life within the bustling metropolis. However, Jiang Chu was aware from the Huangquan app that the further one strayed from urban areas, the more terrifying the supernatural occurrences became. This was because cities harbored a multitude of living souls. The immense yang energy generated by countless ordinary individuals was sufficient to ward off most malevolent entities, creating a natural deterrent that signified to other species, be they spirits or demons, that this was the domain of the living. After an hour of travel, by 9 o'clock at night, Shijia town came into view from a distance. Once a larger village, it had gradually transformed into a town following the Xie family's rise to prominence. The town was not particularly large, housing only 1,000 families, half of whom bore the surname Xie. As they entered the main road of the town, illuminated by dim streetlights, Jiang Chu observed that most homes were draped in white mourning cloths. At a glance, it resembled a ghostly realm. Here, Jiang Chu could feel the overwhelming presence of negative energy. And the source of this malevolence lay not far within the town. Creak. The sound of brakes echoed. The vehicle came to a halt. The moon hung high in the sky. Inside the Art Academy's dormitory, slender young women flitted through the corridors. On the balcony of room 314, Zhuge Ling, having just finished her shower, leaned against the edge. Suddenly, her phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, her expression lit up with joy. Eagerly, she answered, "Hello, grandfather. Have you deduced what the great evil at the mass grave mountain is?" On the other end, an elderly voice responded, "I have unraveled it. However, the gravity of the situation has intensified." The elder's tone grew solemn. "Linger, the identity of that great evil surpasses our imagination. It is no longer something you should involve yourself with. Inform Miaoyi to withdraw." As those words left his lips, Zhuge Ling's smile faltered. "Grandfather, what exactly is it?" A few minutes later, Zhuge Ling hung up, her expression grave. She hesitated momentarily but ultimately dialed Qian Miaoyi's number, in Zhongbei. Atop the New Moon building, two figures stood still. "MOC is dead?" Xuanji Daoist furrowed his brows. Glancing at the nearby Jingxin monk, Jingxin murmured a Buddhist chant and nodded slightly. The village he inhabited had been razed to the ground by the Huangquan Bureau just days prior. Why telepathic abilities cannot locate him? He is likely dead. Xuanji Daoist snorted. That fool. I instructed him to remain discreet. Even after entering the city, he dared to kill recklessly. His demise is inconsequential, but the mass grave mountain is about to open. Jingxin smiled faintly. Umitba, it matters not. Even without him, we shall merely exercise caution. With the combined efforts of the Taoist and the monk, as long as we do not confront that great evil directly, we still have a fair chance. For the sake of that opportunity, a little danger is trivial. Moreover, The arrival of the head is imminent. This opportunity is crucial to his grand scheme. There must be no room for error. Upon hearing this, Xuanji's expression shifted, revealing deep apprehension regarding the mention of the head. He nodded slowly. In that case, we shall meet at Mass Grave Mountain tomorrow. Ding! The host triggered a system task, red and white collision. Upon completion, rewards include 60 years of corpse chi, 5,000 corpse chi points. Within Xiejiao town, Jiang Chu disembarked from Xiaolao Qi's vehicle. The system task's announcement echoed in his mind. A satisfied smile graced Jiang Chu's face. 60 years of corpse chi could be regarded as the most substantial reward he had received thus far. This bounty would surely enable him to achieve a complete breakthrough into the flying corpse realm. Energized, he focused his gaze ahead, where a chilling fog enveloped the road. The negative energy surged, and it seemed many malevolent entities lurked within. Around the perimeter of this fog, a number of individuals had gathered, members of the Xie family. Upon seeing Xian, several of them hastened towards him, bowing in respect and whispering urgent reports into his ear. Xian's expression grew increasingly grim. Once the report concluded, he returned to Jiang Chu's side. Jiang Chu scrutinized him. Is there trouble? Xian nodded vigorously, not daring to conceal the truth. Yes, Master Jiang. Just an hour ago, thick fog suddenly enveloped the ancestral hall of the family home. The mist spread from the ancestral house all the way here. Thankfully, some noticed early enough to escape, but a few residences were shrouded before anyone could react. Their fates remain unknown. Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow. Such a commotion indicates that the entity indeed seeks to annihilate your family. Xian, now visibly shaken, bowed deeply to Jiang Chu. Master Jiang, we are counting on you. Chapter 74. 60 years of corpse chi, 5th stage flying corpse, the Yin soldiers borrowing paths, 100 ghosts roaming at night. Jiang Chu waved his hand dismissively. How far is it from here to your ancestral home? Approximately 1 kilometer. Very well, find 2 individuals to guide me. I shall visit the ancestral home and confront this entity. Upon hearing Jiang Chu's words, Xian did not hesitate, immediately summoning 4 or 5 people, then turning to Jiang Chu. Master, I wish to accompany you. Jiang Chu nodded indifferently. Fine. With that, he stepped into the layer of fog. In just a few strides, the temperature plummeted significantly, indicating a dense presence of negative energy. Jiang Chu remained unfazed, while Xiaolao Qi and the other Xie family disciples shivered. However, the Xie family, having a background in tomb raiding, possessed greater courage than most. With Jiang Chu present, they felt a sense of reassurance. Master Jiang, this way. Xian pointed towards a road within the town, leading Jiang Chu toward the ancestral home. Although Xiejiao town was merely a town, it served as the family's visage, thus the entire area was constructed quite lavishly. Ancient trees of considerable value lined the roads. The air was so still that one could hear a pin drop. Save for the footsteps of the few present, the Xie family members cast wary glances around, their fear palpable. After all, not long ago, they had witnessed this place engulfed in negative energy. Such supernatural phenomena were beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. We are doomed. At the end of the road, as they rounded a corner, a sound suddenly pierced the silence. It was a haunting, resentful voice, laden with an indescribable malevolence. That moment, every hair on their bodies stood on end, and goosebumps erupted along their skin. Even Xian's eyes widened in alarm. The group turned their gaze to the end of the road, where they spotted 2 figures standing at the intersection. A man and a woman, both of advanced age. The couple squatted in the middle of the road, beside a fire pit burning with eerie green ghost flames. Within the flames, an image flickered, a portrait that depicted them, their own likenesses. They are the couple of my third uncle. The Xie family members recognized them instantly, but they were supposed to be dead. Upon seeing the elderly couple, the Xie clan members were struck with recognition. Suddenly, the 2 elders seemed to have heard their conversation. Their eyes turned towards the group, and eerie smiles crept across their faces. Their gazes swept past the ordinary Xie family members, landing squarely on Xian. Xian, we met a tragic end. Come down and join us. The ghostly whispers echoed in his ears. In an instant, Xian's body became unresponsive, as if compelled to step towards the elderly couple. The others, witnessing this, felt as though their very souls had fled in terror. It is evident that Xian has encountered the legendary ghostly obstruction. The wailing of the spirits profoundly affects the human soul. Master Jiang Damam, They hurriedly turned their gaze towards Jiang Chu, seeking his assistance. However, as soon as they opened their mouths, they were left in stunned silence. They beheld that the spot where Jiang Chu had been standing was now completely empty. With only fleeting shadows darting through the darkness of the road in the blink of an eye, he had arrived before the elderly couple. "Old man, you meet such a tragic end and yet still roam the night to frighten others? Come, come, I have a treasure for you." With that, Jiang Chu revealed a massive hammer forged from bones, its head shimmering with a ghostly light, and he swung it down upon the two spectral beings. The ghostly couple was momentarily taken aback. "You dare to call this sinister object a treasure?" They stood there, utterly unresponsive. With a resounding crash, the Bone King hammer struck the ground, causing a tremendous tremor. Even the fire pit and the two ghosts erupted in a violent explosion, emitting a chilling scream before vanishing into nothingness. Host has slain vengeful spirits X2, gaining 300 corpse energy points. The system's notification echoed in Jiang Chu's mind. Only 300 corpse energy? Pathetic. With the demise of the two specters, Xian shuddered, finally halting his advance. Sweat dripped from his forehead. Although his body had been beyond his control moments ago, his consciousness remained intact. And he instinctively understood what had just transpired. He hastily expressed his gratitude to Jiang Chu. "Thank you, Master Jiang." Jiang Chu waved dismissively. "No need for thanks. I take joy in assisting spirits. It is only natural." Xian opened his mouth to speak but glanced at the bone-crafted hammer in Jiang Chu's hand, noting that the handle seemed to glimmer with ghostly light, resembling a segment of a human spine. His lips twitched. Truly a master. Even his weapons differ from those of ordinary mortals. Yet at the same time, he felt a measure of reassurance, with a single strike capable of vanquishing two phantoms. Although uncertain of their strength, it was enough to demonstrate Jiang Chu's prowess. "Let us continue, old man." Jiang Chu had no time to waste. The sooner he completed his task, the sooner he could return to his breakthrough. Xian nodded eagerly. "Very well." Aside from the initial encounter with the two specters, the subsequent journey was surprisingly smooth, with not a single ghostly figure appearing for over 10 minutes. This left Jiang Chu astonished. It was known that the malevolence within this fog was alarmingly dense, and the number of deceased within its grasp was substantial. Yet now, the absence of other spirits was a troubling sign. The only explanation was that these malevolent beings were gathering thud, thud, thud. As they approached the ancestral home of the Xie family, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed ahead. Someone was coming. Upon hearing the sound, the group's hearts raced. For in such a place, the likelihood of encountering the living was exceedingly low. No, Jiang Chu suddenly shook his head. Just as they were about to speak again, a figure came stumbling towards them. Panic evident in their demeanor, a yellow talisman glowed upon their neck, enveloping their body. It was precisely this talisman that allowed them to escape the grip of the malevolent energy. Yet behind them trailed 3 or 4 wretched beings clad in tattered armor, brandishing spears. Soldiers. These are soldiers. The passage of soldiers. 100 ghosts on the march. Chapter 75. A joyous day for marriage, a day of mourning. This female corpse seeks to defy the heavens and reverse the yang. This is the most direct account of soldiers found in the records, for they never appear alone. When they manifest, it is always in swarming numbers. Xie An's aged face turned a deep shade of crimson. Having come from a background of tomb raiding, how could he possibly be unaware of what soldiers signified? Where they tread, nightmares for the living follow. Even in the ancient texts, they are but legendary entities. Yet he never expected to encounter such a being within his ancestral home today. How increasingly intriguing. Jiang Chu was equally cognizant of this. A faint smile graced his lips. "Master Jiang, I sincerely apologize. I had not anticipated the appearance of soldiers here. You should leave first. We can deliberate further outside." Once he regained his composure, Xian hurriedly addressed Jiang Chu. However, upon witnessing Jiang Chu's expression, he faltered. For Jiang Chu displayed no signs of panic, rather, there was an unmistakable hint of excitement. What was happening? Jiang Chu was indeed thrilled. For others, the appearance of soldiers signaled an almost certain death. Yet Jiang Chu had nothing to fear. Why be afraid? Moreover, a throng of soldiers provided an excellent source of corpse energy nourishment. He was in urgent need of corpse energy points, His Corpse 5 Thunder method had stagnated at level 1, barely inching towards level 2. If he could slay them all, not only would his strength surge, but he would also add a remarkable piece to his background tapestry. He licked his lips. Deliberate further? Just a bunch of rubbish. What need is there for deliberation? Jiang Chu's entire being flickered, and his figure vanished from sight. When he reappeared, the Bone King hammer was already raised, a tempest brewing. The hammer was enveloped in the power of the ocean, waves crashing and rolling beneath Jiang Chu's activated corpse energy, swiftly engulfing the Yin soldiers. Only then did the soldiers react, however, upon sensing the aura emanating from the Bone King hammer. Their faces paled drastically. With a thunderous impact, the hammer struck the ground, and the Yin soldiers were instantly obliterated. Host has slain Yin soldiers X4, gaining 1,200 corpse energy points. The system's voice resonated in Jiang Chu's mind. A single wave granted him a 4-digit sum of corpse energy points. Exhilarating, meanwhile, the figure that was desperately fleeing from the pursuing Yin soldiers, along with Xian and the others, had their eyes nearly bulging out. One strike. Another strike. These truly are the legendary Yin soldiers. Xie Qinnan. At this moment, Xian recognized the identity of the fleeing figure. Upon hearing Xian's words, the man snapped back to reality from his earlier shock. Head of the family. His face lit up with joy, tinged with the relief of having survived. For an ordinary person to experience being hunted by Yin soldiers was something they would scarcely dare to dream of. Now, upon suddenly encountering a familiar face, he disregarded everything else and rushed towards Xian. Xie Qinnan. Did you escape from within? Xian inquired. The middle-aged man, Xie Qinnan, nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with terror. Head of the family, the ancestral home, we cannot go there. We must flee. It is filled with ghosts. At this moment, Jiang Chu approached. Xian glanced at Jiang Chu, who gestured for him to continue questioning. Xian cleared his throat, speaking hoarsely. Aside from this, what else is there? Why are those malevolent beings gathering in the ancestral home? I do not know. I was sleeping soundly at home when suddenly I felt my body being uncontrollably compelled to stand up. Then I walked into the ancestral home. Thankfully, this yellow talisman from Maoshan is what freed me from that control. In my terror, I seized the opportunity while those vengeful spirits were distracted and fled. However, I vaguely saw the young master dressed in a bright red wedding robe as if he were preparing for a wedding. Grandson at a wedding. Xian's pupils dilated, and his heartbeat quickened. Master, he struggled to articulate his thoughts, but found himself at a loss for words. Jiang Chu nodded. I understand your meaning. Very well, ahead lies a place where you and your companions cannot tread. I shall investigate personally. However, Xia old man, your grandson has already perished. Do not harbor too many illusions. Upon saying this, Jiang Chu felt his words might be somewhat cruel to an elder. He pondered for a moment and added a comforting remark. Rest assured, when I resolve this supernatural occurrence, I will do my utmost to ensure your grandson remains whole. Xian. Xian was acutely aware that Jiang Chu was being considerate of his feelings. After all, the malevolent entities encountered earlier had been reduced to mere fragments beneath Jiang Chu's hammer. Scarcely leaving any semblance of a whole, I entrust everything to you, master. With Xian and the other ordinary individuals no longer in the picture, Jiang Chu's pace quickened significantly in the span of mere seconds. He beheld a colossal mansion rising amidst the fog. The plaque adorning the entrance bore the elegant character for Xia. There was no need for speculation. It was undoubtedly the ancestral home of the Xia family. At this moment, within the ancestral home, there was no eerie silence as one might expect. Instead, it was festooned with vibrant decorations. Bright red lanterns adorned the entire estate. From a distance, Jiang Chu spotted a young man, who bore a striking resemblance to Xian, seated upon a white horse, clad in a wedding robe, seemingly preparing for a wedding. Moreover, within him, Jiang Chu not only sensed a formidable malevolent energy but also detected a pulse of vitality. He was still alive. Jiang Chu's eyes narrowed slightly, as even he had not anticipated that Xie Ping still possessed life. The Yin soldiers guarding the path, the clash of red and white. Jiang Chu's mind raced back to the case files he had previously perused. Initially, he thought that the grandson of Xian had perished on the day of joy. The joyous occasion has turned into a funeral, resulting in this peculiar feng shui. However, upon witnessing Xie Ping alive, Jiang Chu realized that he had previously been mistaken. This place is indeed evolving this feng shui scenario. The stark contrast of red and white signifies extremes. On a day of great celebration, marrying someone of great mourning, this phenomenon seeks to defy heaven and return to the light. Yet, Jiang Chu could not help but smile wryly. Alas, your misfortune has led you to cross paths with me. It seems fate has dealt you this calamity. I am eager to witness whether this real-life feng shui configuration can truly harm me. Lift the sedan. The wedding procession is underway. At that moment, the welcoming party ahead finally sprang into action. With a sharp cry, the large red sedan in the center of the procession was raised. An eerie smile adorned the faces of all participants. Perfectly synchronized, as if mechanically programmed. Clad in wedding robes, Xie Ping led a white horse towards the ancestral home. The sound of the suona echoed ominously. This extraordinarily bizarre procession began to move. Chapter 76, Where I Reside. All laws are nullified. Thunder Law. Northern Realms. Tsong Tan. Head of the family, listen. There is the sound of the suona. The group, including Xian, who had already reached the periphery of the ominous aura, halted in their tracks and gazed into the depths of the gloom. However, the path they had traversed earlier was now obscured. A thick fog enveloped the area, yet within this mist, melodic tunes resonated, utterly strange. Xian sighed. It should be the wedding procession moving. I wonder if Master Jiang can resolve the crisis facing the Xie family. He fell silent for a moment. We should depart from here. If Master Jiang encounters danger, we shall resign ourselves to fate. The pace of the wedding procession was not rapid. After a good 10 minutes, they finally exited the bounds of the Xie family ancestral estate, merging into a dense forest. Almost simultaneously, a blood-red glow began to emanate from the wedding party. The crimson light spread ominously, and deep within the forest, a haunting sound of the suona emerged. Compared to the joyous notes of the wedding, this melody was profoundly sorrowful. In that direction, a pale light surged upwards. This light was of an extreme whiteness. Layers of paper money cascading from it. Within this luminescence appeared a group of individuals, all donned in white robes and hats, in stark contrast to the smiling faces of the wedding attendees. Their expressions were filled with profound grief. At the center of their procession, a massive crystal coffin was unveiled. These two extremes of light, upon their emergence, did not shy away from one another but slowly began to converge and collide. Red and white, a clash of calamity, had commenced. Rumble. The previously calm sky abruptly darkened, winds swirling ominously. The surrounding malevolent aura began to stir. Jiang Chu observed the unfolding scene above and could not suppress a yawn. Such a commotion! It is time for my hunt. His surroundings erupted with corpse mists, now elevated to an intermediate level, far stronger than before. The rolling mist spread almost instantaneously from his presence. Even in this realm of overwhelming evil, the mist enveloped the area, revealing ghostly figures that flitted through the fog, as if this place were a true underworld. Jiang Chu stepped forward, his figure shrouded in the corpse mist, almost imperiously crashing into the arena of red and white collisions. Buzz! The red and white light screens within the old forest began to tremble in an instant. Both the wedding and funeral processions halted, all eyes turning towards Jiang Chu. Their icy, penetrating gazes seemed capable of piercing through all. Yet upon seeing Jiang Chu, they all froze in astonishment. For the aura emanating from Jiang Chu was even more bizarre and fearsome. He appeared to be but a single individual, yet behind him, within the dense fog, pairs of ghostly eyes opened wide, dozens of yellow-skinned creatures glimmered with green light, scurrying across the ground. Additionally, two enormous serpents, each several dozen meters long, slithered through the mist. Following these serpents, a being radiating golden light began to ascend. Boom! The white malevolent aura surrounding the coffin trembled violently, as if it sensed an ill omen. A woman's ethereal voice resonated from within the crystal coffin, carrying an air of supreme authority. Who dares intrude upon my domain? Jiang Chu's gaze fixated on the coffin. He smiled widely. Red and white collide, defying heaven and seeking light, a commendable notion, yet you have taken so many lives. This karma is one you cannot bear. Upon uttering these words, the crystal coffin quaked violently. The voice from within turned frigidly chilling. Karma. In my domain, all karma must recede. You, a being neither human nor ghost, Do you dare interfere with my affairs? What do you amount to? Her words were fierce, yet it was evident that she harbored trepidation towards Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu chuckled, unwavering. What do I amount to? I am your retribution. Today, here, you shall not survive. As these words fell, the coffin erupted with a terrifying aura, seemingly completely incensed by Jiang Chu. You seek death. No one can thwart me. Kill him. I shall use his head to celebrate my return to the mortal realm. Yes, with the woman's command, the spectral soldiers escorting the bridal sedan and carrying the coffin responded in unison. In an instant, a terrifying malevolent aura erupted from all the spectral soldiers, clad in armor and wielding spears. They surged towards Jiang Chu in squads of 10. Compared to ordinary malevolent spirits, these spectral soldiers were significantly more formidable. Their weapons and armor were imbued with dark energy, their strength eclipsing that of their peers. Even possessing knowledge of battle formations, this squad of 10 was sufficient to delay a fourth-tier cultivator. Yet, to counter Jiang Chu, they were still far from enough. Jiang Chu raised the Wangzhuang hammer. The corpse mist instantly enveloped all the spectral soldiers. His figure flickered as he swung the hammer down upon the foremost spectral soldiers. Jiang Chu unleashed his full power. Shun Yu. The skill of the Wangzhuang hammer activated. A horrifying phenomenon emerging from the hammerhead. Boom. The bone hammer struck the ground, creating a massive pit over 10 meters deep. Within the pit, 6 or 7 spectral soldiers were obliterated without a trace. Host has slain spectral soldiers X7, gaining corpse energy points 2400. The familiar system notification echoed in Jiang Chu's mind. Jiang Chu paid no heed. He raised the bone hammer and swung it towards another direction. Ziz, the hammer's bone chain erupted, transforming into a multitude of spikes, carrying terrifying corpse energy as it swept through in an instant. The remaining spectral soldiers from the first squad were cleaved in half. Yet more spectral soldiers had gathered not far away, forming a defensive array to block Jiang Chu's path. Rumble. The clash of red and white malevolent energy erupted in the skies. Jiang Chu glanced up and saw that the spectacle of red and white collision had not diminished but rather intensified. Clearly, the corpse within the coffin was intent on forcing the calamity. In the wedding procession, the groom, Xie Ping, continued forward, the coffin trailing behind. I told you, you shall not succeed today. Jiang Chu's gaze turned icy. Summon spirits and dispatch generals. An inexplicable aura surged around him, pressing down upon the spectral soldiers. Simultaneously, a dark water began to pulse in the palm of his hand. Not only that, torrents of dark water enveloped his entire being. Swiftly spreading outward, a chilling, damp energy erupted. Everything touched by the dark water was submerged. The spectral soldiers seemed to sense the peril of the dark water. One by one, they unleashed their inner powers, launching their spears in an attempt to shatter the dark water. However, they were horrified to discover that the moment their spears made contact with the dark water, they began to dissolve silently. Moreover, the dark water surged forth like a parasite, creeping along the spears towards them. Terrified, the spectral soldiers hurriedly discarded their weapons, attempting to retreat. A glimmer of murderous intent crossed Jiang Chu's face. Attempt to flee? In 5 Thunder Law, Northern Realms Tsongtan. Jiang Chu slammed his palm down upon the dark water, directly activating the In 5 Thunder skill. Boom. In an instant, the In 5 Thunder exploded, engulfing all spectral soldiers within a radius of nearly 30 meters. Those ensnared by the thunder became rigid, their expressions frozen in place. The entire world seemed to still at that moment, with only the flickering light of In 5 Thunder persisting. Bang! Jiang Chu snapped his fingers. Bang! All the spectral soldiers enveloped by the dark water burst apart at that sound. Within a radius of 30 meters, everything was cleared away as if harvested like wheat. Host has slain spectral soldiers X34, gaining corpse energy points 8800. The system prompt resonated. 8800 corpse energy points. A look of delight spread across Jiang Chu's face. A single wave nearly breached the 10,000 mark. When it comes to mass attacks, the In 5 Thunder Law is indeed formidable. He glanced at his system panel. Name: Jiang Chu. Identity: Purple Robe Zombie King. Unique. Zombie level: 4th stage Hairy Zombie. Evolution degree: 94%. Treasures: Corpse Purple Robe. Corpse 5 Emperor's Money Shield. Zombie King's Prison Hammer. Innate Divine Ability. Zombie King's Ascension. First Calamity. Corpse Manipulation. Intermediate. Corpse Techniques. Control Corpse Technique, LV3 Minor Achievement. Corpse Spirit Binding and Summoning, LV3 Minor Achievement. Corpse False Flood and Cataclysm, LV3. Corpse 5 Thunder Rites, LV 1.5. Corpse Chi Points. 20,400, available for purchase in the system store. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Chu's corpse chi points had once again surpassed the significant threshold of 20,000. His gaze settled upon the last remaining few spectral soldiers. Those once fearless phantoms were now utterly horrified, gazing at Jiang Chu with palpable terror. How frightening! It was truly terrifying. They were oblivious to the nature of that black water, which could silently claim so many lives in an instant. It was simply appalling. Yet, it was evident that Jiang Chu would not let them escape. As the Zombie King's hammer swept through once more, the last few obstructing spectral soldiers were utterly annihilated. Chapter 77. The true form of the purple robe materializes. This seat is the sovereign of 10,000 corpses. Retreat, red and white, boom. The red and white malevolent spirits surged forth. The terrifying red and white aura continuously merging. Layers of eerie light ascended into the sky. Amidst this red and white radiance, the wedding and funeral processions drew ever closer, and the same power erupted from those individuals. The sound of gongs and drums resonated, seemingly oblivious to everything beyond, lost in their own world. The great corpse fusion. Jiang Chu could discern that the red and white malevolent spirit formation had reached its final stage. Once that bridal sedan and coffin intertwined completely, the clash of great malevolent and great auspicious energies within the coffin would mark the moment of the female corpse's defiance against fate. A cold smile graced Jiang Chu's face. He hoisted his Zombie King's prison hammer, and in an instant, the corpse mist collided with the red and white malevolent energy. Jiang Chu's figure arrived. Let me see if your formation can hold with half of it missing. Jiang Chu swung his Zombie King's hammer, unleashing the aura of a fourth-stage pinnacle. The dreadful corpse chi erupted from his being, fully activating the power of the Zombie King's prison hammer. Prison! With a low cry from Jiang Chu, the corpse chi surged from his body into the massive hammer. The Zombie King's hammer emitted a terrifying hum. Layers of phenomena erupted, far more pronounced than before. Jiang Chu stepped forward and swung the hammer down toward Xie Ping. Though there was still a spark of life within Xie Ping, Jiang Chu knew he had already perished. His soul had been refined. The vitality within him stemmed from that blood-soaked Tai Sui. His body was manipulated by the blood Tai Sui. As for his earlier promise to Xie Ping to leave his grandson with an intact corpse, he had merely said he would try his best. If it could not be preserved, smashing a piece later would suffice to ensure the old man wouldn't recognize it. With Jiang Chu's current strength, even without unleashing the true form of the Zombie King, the force of this hammer could undoubtedly be deemed the limit of the fourth stage. Even an average fifth-stage Spirit Sea cultivator would not withstand it. Boom! The sound of a thunderous collision erupted from beneath Jiang Chu's hammer. The terrifying force shattered nearby trees over a 10-meter radius into splinters. Dust and smoke billowed. However, once the haze dissipated, Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow. His hammer strike did not inflict a single scratch upon the red and white malevolent aura. It merely quivered slightly before falling silent. Cackling, a laugh echoed from within the crystal coffin. Do not waste your efforts, little man. I truly underestimated your strength. However, this red and white malevolent spirit formation is born of the Earth's energy. I have plotted for decades. How could you hope to break it? I now offer you a chance. Submit to me. When I return to the realm of the living, I shall grant you the title of Grand Consort. What say you? The voice dripped with unspeakable mockery and derision. Jiang Chu's eyes narrowed. He retracted his Zombie King's hammer and replied coolly, Submit to you? You wretched woman. You have truly been buried too long in your coffin. Your mind has rotted. Do you truly believe that this phenomenon of earthly energy can save you? I shall show you. Before anyone could react, Jiang Chu transformed. A purple robe materialized out of thin air, draping over him. Ethereal purple energy surged into the sky. His teeth elongated wildly, and the imperial coins that hung from his wrist morphed into a mask. Almost in an instant, the living aura surrounding Jiang Chu vanished, replaced by a terrifying figure clad in a purple robe, wearing a copper coin mask, manifesting in the realm. He became the sole hue in existence, with the previously swirling red and white light appearing as mere backdrop. The female corpse within the crystal coffin naturally beheld this scene. Her once slumbering eyes snapped open, reflecting unimaginable stillness and disbelief. How could this be? She felt the once surging earthly energy cease its flow at the moment Jiang Chu revealed his true form. The entire earthly energy visibly withered as if it dared not release any further energy. Ignoring the female corpse's shock, Jiang Chu's eyes gleamed with a blood-red ferocity. He bellowed at the sky, "Disperse!" Boom! In the next moment, the purple robe Jiang Chu wore erupted with unimaginable purple light. Within the purple energy, twin dragons danced. Almost instantaneously, it crashed into the red and white aura. Boom! A deafening crack tore through the heavens. The two previously terrifying scenes were violently ripped apart beneath the overwhelming purple light, transforming into two red and white energy spheres that exploded like fireworks in the void, vanishing in an instant. Silence. The entire realm fell into unimaginable silence. The red and white malevolent spirit shattered. Crack, crack. Within the red and white malevolent spirit formation, the figures of those in the wedding and funeral processions began to show signs of cracking as the heavenly radiance dissipated. Even Xie Ping, mounted on a white horse, began to fracture. Within the fissures of his body, a mass resembling a tumor was visible, spreading throughout him. Bang! All the phantoms exploded simultaneously. Only the blood-red Tai Sui and the crystal coffin remained on the ground. The female corpse within the coffin finally displayed terror on her face. Only at this moment, as the power of the red and white malevolent spirit ended, did she perceive the utterly terrifying corpse chi emanating from Jiang Chu, the purple-robed zombie king, sovereign of 10,000 corpses. Previously shielded by earthly energy, she could still speak. Now, under Jiang Chu's suppression, she lacked even the strength to utter a word. But Jiang Chu paid no heed to such matters. As he moved, his entire being stood before the crystal coffin. This crystal coffin was undoubtedly a rare treasure. Even Jiang Chu felt a warm aura emanating from it. Through the coffin, he could see a woman in a green phoenix robe lying within. Jiang Chu vividly recalled how this female corpse had spoken with arrogance earlier. With his temperament, would he indulge such insolence? Without a second thought, Jiang Chu flung open the lid of the crystal coffin and, with a swift motion, pulled the female corpse out, delivering a resounding slap across her face. Speak. Chapter 78. Slaying the female corpse, task complete. Terrifying gains. The female corpse stared at Jiang Chu with wide, fearful eyes. She attempted to flee, yet before Jiang Chu, she possessed no capacity for resistance. Emerging from the crystal coffin, the skin of the female corpse began to visibly age at an alarming rate in the blink of an eye. She transformed from a woman in her 30s to an old hag in her 60s or 70s. Witnessing this, Jiang Chu became even more invigorated. Initially, he had considered her somewhat attractive and thought to merely slap her a few times to vent his frustration. But now, the mere thought that this old hag had dared to claim she would make him her consort enraged him further. How dare you? Bang! He pummeled her for a full 10 minutes. And only upon hearing her wretched scream did he finally crush her skull with a kick. The 5 Emperors' money shield shimmered, and everything transformed into nourishment absorbed by Jiang Chu. Within the corpse mist that enveloped him, new scenes began to flicker into view. A procession adorned in bright red wedding robes intertwined with a procession clad in funeral garments, moving in eerie harmony, intensifying the horror of his corpse mist. The host eliminated a 4th stage pinnacle corpse ghost 1, gaining corpse chi points 1200. In Jiang Chu's mind, the system notification chimed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chu was momentarily stunned. He understood that corpse ghosts were entities formed from the spiritual possession of corpses, not zombies, yet they were far more terrifying than ordinary zombies. Yet this old hag was also a 4th stage pinnacle. It must be noted that Jiang Chu himself was only at the 4th stage. Even if his strength could not be compared to those of the same tier, a 4th stage pinnacle corpse ghost could still present a challenge. From beginning to end, that object was in his grasp, and he did not even dare to resist. He was brutally shattered. It must be the suppression of the purple robe zombie king. Jiang Chu recalled the introduction he received when he transformed into the purple robe zombie king, the head of 10,000 corpses. No matter the level of any corpse, as long as the disparity was not outrageous, they could not act recklessly in his presence. Quite convenient indeed. He thought to himself about finding a few ancient zombies from the past few thousand years to recruit as subordinates. Jiang Chu murmured to himself, retracting his true form. His gaze fell upon the crystal coffin and the blood tai sui. Both of these items were undoubtedly treasures, and likely not ordinary ones. The blood tai sui was as large as a basketball. After exploding out from Xie Ping's body, it seemed to still be alive, writhing as if attempting to burrow into the ground to escape. But Jiang Chu would not grant it such an opportunity. With a single palm, he seized the blood tai sui. Ding! A system prompt sounded. Congratulations, host, for discovering a rare treasure, Millennium Blood Tai Sui Wand. Millennium Blood Tai Sui? This thing has lived for 1,000 years? Jiang Chu was momentarily astounded. He had not anticipated that apart from zombies and specters, there truly existed entities capable of such longevity. Eagerly, he began to examine the attributes of the blood tai sui. Millennium Blood Tai Sui. Formed from ordinary tai sui over long ages, absorbing the essence of blood. Ordinary individuals consuming it, without the assistance of cultivators for refinement, may achieve longevity, but will gradually lose their sanity. Becoming puppets of the tai sui, cultivators who consume it can refine the blood essence, enhancing their physique and extending their lifespan by 100 years. For zombies, the first consumption can increase their corpse chi cultivation by 50 years. Upon reading this, Jiang Chu's eyes lit up. What the hell? This is so impressive. Whether for ordinary people, cultivators, or zombies, it possesses miraculous effects. Not only can it extend life, but it can also enhance strength, truly worthy of being called a legendary treasure. This was a significant windfall. Just the value of 50 years of corpse chi was equivalent to a system mission. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chu stored the blood tai sui into his spatial ring to keep it for later. Perhaps to nibble on occasionally and savor its essence. After securing the blood tai sui, Jiang Chu turned his attention to the crystal coffin. It was indeed quite an attractive coffin. Had the space not been a tad cramped, he would have been tempted to lie down and take a nap. System, check attributes. Jiang Chu was not shy and directly examined the panel of the crystal coffin. Special corpse artifact, crystal coffin, description. A coffin designed for high-level zombies to rest in, not only aesthetically pleasing, but also exceptionally comfortable. Only those who lie within can truly appreciate it. Note: the host can gift it to a female zombie to gain 30 affection. No female zombie could refuse a coffin crafted from crystal. Jiang Chu. What an absurd description. What on earth do I need a female zombie's affection for? Although I am a zombie, how could I possibly pursue a zombie? Bah. Jiang Chu spat and continued reading. Abilities, spatial expansion, do not be fooled by its single-person capacity. It can comfortably accommodate a game of 5 against 5, can accelerate the absorption of celestial and earthly essence by zombies, maximum acceleration of 100%. Other functions are yet to be developed. What a splendid coffin! Jiang Chu couldn't help but give a thumbs up. This item far surpassed his own golden Namv coffin. If he were an ordinary zombie, he would immediately wish to lie down inside and find a place to rest for a few hundred years. But alas, he sought strength, and he had no need for such a thing. Moreover, when not transformed, he preferred the life of a living person. The old zombie lifestyle was not for him. He decided to store it away for now. After all, it was his. Jiang Chu caressed the crystal coffin, and the spatial ring shimmered momentarily. Instantly, the crystal coffin was also drawn into the space. Having completed these tasks, Jiang Chu surveyed his surroundings, confirming that Xie Ping had been reduced to powder. Utterly unrecognizable. He then picked up the Zombie King hammer and turned to leave. As night deepened, the midnight air was not particularly pleasant. The red moon was obscured by a layer of dark clouds. Within Xie family town, all the disciples of the Xie family gathered in silence beyond the veil of mist. At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed upward, wide-eyed and slack-jawed, staring towards the depths of the ancestral home. Even Xian, an elder who had grown up among ancient tombs in the southern sect, felt goosebumps rising all over his body. The red and white light emanating from deep within the ancestral home was visible despite the distance. Yet, even that paled in comparison to the final beam of purple light shooting skyward, which was utterly shocking. Beneath that vast expanse of purple aura, they felt as though deities had descended. Under that power, they all seemed like mere ants. What on earth was happening here? Xian's lips trembled slightly. He knew that his family's situation might be dire, but he never expected it to reach such an extreme. Master of the family, look quickly. At that moment, a reverberating voice reached Xian's ears. The ancestral home. The mist surrounding the ancestral home is dispersing. Chapter 79. Breakthrough to Flying Zombie. Let me end this era of the supernatural. As soon as those words were spoken, everyone, including Xian, rubbed their eyes in unison and looked back towards the ancestral home. Indeed, the mist that had long enveloped the ancestral home began to slowly dissipate after the red and white light faded. The streets, which were previously discernible only within a few meters, now opened up in mere moments. The entire Xie family town came into view. At the end of the street, a youthful figure could be faintly seen casually approaching them. It was Master Jiang. Upon seeing this figure, many recognized him. After an initial moment of surprise, Xian finally reacted, his face alight with joy. Since Jiang Chu had emerged, then the incident concerning their family was surely concluded. He hurriedly stepped forward. Master Jiang inside. Jiang Chu nodded. It has all been resolved. Xian anxiously inquired. Then, what about my grandson? Jiang Chu glanced at him and patted Xian's shoulder. Your grandson has long since perished. What manifested earlier was merely an illusion controlled by the female corpse within that coffin. Though not worry, I have avenged your grandson. He departed, without suffering. Jiang Chu told a small lie. After all, although this old man held a high position, he was still a pitiable figure. At his age, apart from himself, his son, daughter-in-law, and grandson were all deceased. Xian's body trembled violently for a moment. That is good. That is good. Fortunately, he had already accepted the death of his grandson beforehand. After a moment of calming himself, Xian fell to his knees before Jiang Chu, and all the disciples of the Xie family followed suit in the ways of the martial world. A life-saving grace must be repaid. Henceforth, should Master Jiang ever require anything, our Xie family will undoubtedly spare no effort, Xian declared. Jiang Chu waved his hand, and a spectral light lifted Xian back up. You are too courteous? Old sir, since you posted a task on the app and I accepted it, you are essentially my employer. It is no great favor. Xian shook his head. Master Jiang, while that may be true, you have saved the lives of my entire Xie family. A life saved is a life saved. It is not something that can merely be dismissed as a task. However, now that my Xie family has endured such great calamity, once I have addressed the family's affairs in the next few days, I will certainly come to express my gratitude. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chu did not press further. This old man from the Xie family had emerged from the martial world. Their era was different from the present. In any case, he stood to lose nothing. It was of little consequence. After chatting with Xian for a bit longer, Jiang Chu did not linger at the Xie family any further. He directly entered one of the Xie family's vehicles, heading towards the city of Jiangbei. The midnight roads were increasingly somber. The red moon was completely obscured by dark clouds, casting a faint crimson glow upon the earth, rendering the world eerie. The driver was Xian's chauffeur, a robust man in his 40s. According to Xian's earlier introduction, he was a retired member of a special forces unit. A few ordinary people would stand no chance against him. Jiang Chu sat in the passenger seat as the driver offered him a cigarette, a soft Zhonghua, 70 yuan a pack. It was evident that even the Xie family's driver earned far more than the average person. He treated Jiang Chu with utmost respect. Having previously been an atheist, he held no reverence for the supernatural. However, the events he had witnessed in the Xie family over the past few days had reshaped his worldview. The roads at midnight were sparsely populated. Only occasionally did a few vehicles pass by. The world was cloaked in darkness, illuminated only by the car's headlights. As the two chatted idly, time passed relatively quickly. Master Jiang, do you think there are increasingly more monsters and spirits in this world? The driver inquired curiously. Jiang Chu took a deep drag from his cigarette and nodded. Yes, in this current world, malevolent spirits are rampant. When one has the chance, they can seek talismans from renowned mountains and temples. It can be somewhat helpful. The driver chuckled awkwardly. Those things are precious. As a mere driver, I cannot afford to seek such items. I can only leave it to fate. His words were filled with helplessness and profound fear. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chu was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, although the driver before him was affiliated with the Xie family, he ultimately remained within the realm of an ordinary individual. It was evident that for a common person, acquiring the elusive and treacherous means to confront such supernatural entities would prove exceedingly challenging. Only now did Jiang Chu begin to grasp why the Huangquan Bureau had persistently suppressed the dissemination of paranormal information. He was already aware that after each of his mission events, the Bureau would dispatch specialized personnel for subsequent handling. The outcome of this follow-up was the utilization of extraordinary methods to erase the memories of ordinary people who had survived at the heart of supernatural incidents. Only those of sufficient status or individuals recorded by the Huangquan Bureau could avoid such fates. Jiang Chu had previously harbored some confusion regarding this, especially considering the severity of current supernatural events. It seemed more prudent to allow information to flow freely rather than stifle it. However, a single statement from the driver illuminated the reality. The vast majority of this world consisted of ordinary individuals like him. When confronted with malevolent spirits and apparitions, these common folk had no recourse but to pray for favorable fortune. Hoping to never encounter such horrors, if the supernatural were to be made public, it would likely instill a profound sense of despair in everyone, much like the driver. The most effective method to eradicate these malevolent forces was to entirely sever the ties with the supernatural. Jiang Chu gazed through the car window at the crimson moon hanging in the sky. Sooner or later, I shall ascend to that realm, to either bring an end to this era of the supernatural, or to command the entire expanse beneath the blood-red moon. Upon entering his room, he found Sue Warner still awake. She had prepared a large pot of chicken soup. One could not help but remark that after several days of cooking, her culinary skills had not improved in the slightest. Gazing at the murky contents of the soup, he was relieved that he was a zombie. Otherwise, even a living being would find it unpalatable. "Jiang Chu, you're back," Sue Warner exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she turned toward the door, resembling a small calf eagerly awaiting its owner's return. Jiang Chu chuckled in response, moving to the table and grabbing the chicken soup, drinking it down in hearty gulps, quenching his thirst with what might as well have been cold water. After finishing the entire bowl, Sue Warner's south eyes narrowed into crescent moons as she proudly patted her chest, stating, "Jiang Chu, how does it taste? Surely it's much better than before. I believe my chicken soup rivals that of any hotel." Jiang Chu nodded vigorously, genuinely praising her. "Indeed, it's far more fragrant than before." With his compliment, Sue Warner beamed with satisfaction. "Well then, I'll head to bed. I bought 2 new bath towels today. Yours is black, mine is pink, so remember not to mix them up, OJBK." After bidding farewell to the little calf, Jiang Chu quickly washed up before eagerly returning to his room. Breakthrough, Chapter 80. Transformation. 100-fold increase in power. Old Master, this brat has ruined the purple robe. Ding. The host has completed the system task. Red and white collision. Upon completion, rewards received. 60 years of corpse chi, 5,000 points of corpse chi. In Jiang Chu's mind, the system notification chimed at that moment. Almost instantaneously, a terrifying burst of corpse chi erupted from his body, unleashing an unimaginable force. Jiang Chu hastily opened his eyes, his entire being shimmering with an ethereal glow. The purple robe manifested, sealing all presence within the confines of the room. Then, he embarked on a frenzied transformation. 2 sharp zombie fangs emerged, and his eyes ignited with a fierce crimson light. "I am the realm of zombies." A layer of fur typically enveloped ordinary zombies. Yet Jiang Chu was devoid of such a covering. At this moment, he sensed a burgeoning power around his scapula, where 2 streams of warmth began to converge. His entire skeletal structure underwent a continuous metamorphosis during this evolution. He even vaguely perceived that all the meridians within him, which only the living could use to cultivate their vital energy, were now being infused with corpse chi. Alas, I am truly destined for invincibility. Jiang Chu's eyes swept across the scene. Zombies ascending. 2nd rank description. The purple robe zombie king's innate celestial ability activates, enveloping the body in 2 divine runes, enhancing strength by 300%. Duration, 10 minutes. Passive. The Zombie King's Ascension talent can suppress all living beings within 100 meters, with the suppression's intensity diminishing as strength increases. Jiang Chu's eyes sparkled with brilliance. The 2nd rank Zombie Ascension has once again doubled his power, and the duration has also increased by a factor of 2. Not only that, but an additional passive talent has been granted. When activated, it can suppress all life forms within 100 meters. An augmentation, an unconditional suppression. Unbelievable. Truly extraordinary. And this is merely the 2nd rank. Should he ascend further, Even Jiang Chu could scarcely imagine the possibilities. Ding, detection of host's breakthrough to flying zombie, awakening of the third innate talent. Ding, detection indicates host's current level is too low. The third innate talent temporarily attaches to the hands. In Jiang Chu's mind, two notifications echoed once more. Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow. What is this? Level too low. Half of it awakened and lost. Damn. Yet suddenly he felt warmth at the region of his shoulder blades. In an instant, two streaks of light erupted from his back. They then spread to his hands, causing his arms to feel as if they were ablaze in the blink of an eye. Jiang Chu sensed a transformation in his hands. Though his left hand remained, it felt as if it traversed through infinite time, as if it existed in a different dimension from reality. His right hand extended into the void, as if with a gentle tremor. It could transcend the barriers of space. The host's flying zombie physique gains the blessing of the innate celestial ability, capable of manipulating time and space. Current manipulation level, extremely weak. The power of time and space is beyond the host's current control. The abilities, space manipulation, extremely weak. Time manipulation, extremely weak. Manipulating time and space. Jiang Chu's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow. He knew this third innate talent was formidable, but he never imagined it to be this powerful. The ability to grasp the very fabric of time and space. No wonder the system stated his level was too low. In the face of such temporal and spatial manipulation, the flying zombie indeed seemed rather inadequate. Jiang Chu's mind stirred slightly. Traverse, whoosh, Jiang Chu vanished from his original spot. This was not a disappearance due to excessive speed, but rather as if he had never existed at all. When his figure reappeared, he found himself hovering in the air outside his room. Teleportation? Jiang Chu's pupils brightened. Although the distance was merely a few dozen meters, which seemed insignificant for a fifth-rank flying zombie like him, it was but a mere breath of time. Yet this distance allowed him to disregard all constraints of space. Did this not imply that in this world, nothing could possibly restrain his defense? He then experimented with his manipulation of time. His wings behind him flickered once more, and Jiang Chu suddenly felt that everything within a 50-meter radius of him was slowing down. Even a bat flying above him, not far from his position, appeared to be moving at a normal speed outside of that 50-meter range. However, upon entering this zone, the bat's speed decreased to 1/3 of its original pace. No, it cannot be said that its speed diminished by 3 times. Rather, the time within this area had slowed by 3-fold. Only Jiang Chu within this space remained unaffected. He waved his hand, and the temporal field vanished. The bat's speed returned to normal. One hand could control time, and the other could manipulate space. Incredible! Jiang Chu gazed at his palms, his face adorned with a hint of delight. He could not help but wonder how long it would take to fully awaken this talent. Manipulating time and space, a fiery passion ignited in Jiang Chu's eyes. The ability to control time and space was undoubtedly a terrifying prospect. However, he also understood that he was still far from mastering these powers. Never mind. His figure flickered once more, returning to his coffin, concealing his true self. He then turned his attention to the final item of his breakthrough, a fragment of the vertebra. Yet compared to the previous transition from green zombie to hairy zombie, the aura contained within this vertebra was incomparably stronger. If this were to leak out, Jiang Chu was certain it would not take long to incite a terrifying supernatural calamity. Even a mere fraction of his power was far beyond what ordinary supernatural entities could contend with. Jiang Chu retrieved his Zombie King's hammer. Buzz, buzz. The moment the hammer appeared, it emitted a resonant hum, causing the vertebra to vibrate. Ding, detection of the host's original Zombie King bone. Fusion possible. Shall fusion proceed? The system's voice emerged. Without hesitation, Jiang Chu responded. Fusion. As his words fell, the vertebra seamlessly integrated into the Zombie King's hammer. The already formidable hammer transformed into something even more fearsome. It vibrated with a crackling sound, and spikes continuously erupted from it. And this time, a dark flame surged upon these spikes. These flames resembled magma, flowing along the length of the hammer, ultimately converging at its head. In just a few breaths, the fusion of the Zombie King's hammer was complete. Its appearance dramatically altered. The entire hammer was now adorned with magma-like patterns, and its aura surged immensely. With a single strike, Jiang Chu felt a power no less than that of a 5th-rank. Zombie King's Hell-Subduing Hammer. Flying Zombie Level Innate Corpse Artifact. Attached abilities. Hell-Subduing 1. upon activation, can unleash the hell-subduing power of the Purple Robe Zombie King, capable of manifesting the first layer of the 18 layers of hell. Dark Flame Eruption. The 9 Nether Dark Flame attached to the Zombie King's bone burns all targets. The hell-subduing skill now had a 1, and it could also manifest the power of the first layer of hell. Previously, the hell-subduing skill merely summoned the 18 layers of hell. Clearly, its power had received a significant enhancement, along with the addition of the Dark Flame Eruption skill. Although Jiangchu had yet to activate it, he could sense the sheer terror of this skill from its description. It might even surpass the hell-subduing skill. Indeed, every advancement I make is a comprehensive metamorphosis. My current strength is sufficient to annihilate nearly all 5th-rank beings. Even if I encounter a 6th-rank entity that has established a Fate Palace, I am not without the capacity to fight. The Fate Palace is the pinnacle of realms acknowledged in the current cultivation world. Though it is certainly not the limit, it is undoubtedly a rare level. With the ability to rival such a tier, combined with his undying passive, Jiangchu felt that he could afford to be a bit more audacious when venturing out. Much like a crab. Chapter 82. Drought Demon. 1,000 miles of scorched earth. Consuming blood Tai Sui. Mastery of the 5 Thunder Rites. Yes. There's also the blood Tai Sui. Jiangchu retrieved the blood Tai Sui he had previously acquired from his spatial ring. This thing seems to have withered a bit. Jiangchu observed the blood Tai Sui with surprise. Compared to before, it appeared to have shrunk visibly. Tai Sui must be a unique life form, right? I recall it requires nurturing as well. Jiangchu stroked his chin. Never mind. Let me try a piece first. He believed that as a precious item, it should not be overly finicky. Since it was still alive, he would test its flavor. Gathering a wisp of corpse energy at his fingertip, he sliced a corner of the Tai Sui. The Tai Sui immediately curled up, as if in pain. However, Jiangchu was indifferent. The pain was not his own. He seized the small piece of Tai Sui flesh, sniffed it at his nose. It bore no particular scent. It should be safe to consume raw. Jiangchu opened his mouth and swallowed the piece of Tai Sui flesh directly. After chewing a couple of times, he found it rather unpalatable and lacking flavor. It would surely benefit from some stir-frying. Jiangchu smacked his lips, offering an honest evaluation. However, barely 2 seconds after swallowing that piece of Tai Sui flesh, he suddenly felt an exceptionally unique energy emanating from it. This energy seemed capable of directly affecting the depths of his body, enhancing one's lifespan. Yet Jiangchu had no need for longevity. Perhaps realizing this, the energy began to surge wildly around Jiangchu. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 1,000-year-old blood Tai Sui flesh, acquiring 50 years of corpse energy. As the system's voice sounded, the energy transformed into corpse energy, circulating around Jiangchu's body. Jiangchu closed his eyes, refining all the power, greatly enhancing his aura. Jiangchu glanced at his system panel. Name: Jiangchu. Identity: Purple Robe Zombie King. Unique: Zombie level 5th rank flying zombie. Evolution progress 17%. Treasures: Corpse Purple Robe. Corpse 5 Emperor's Golden Mask. Zombie King's Hell-Subduing Hammer. Innate celestial abilities: Zombie Ascension, 2nd Calamity. Corpse Manipulation, Intermediate. Time and Space Manipulation, Extremely Weak. Corpse Techniques: Control Corpse Technique, LV3 Minor Completion. Corpse Summoning Spirits, LV3 Minor Completion. Corpse Pseudo-Overturning Rivers and Seas, LV3. Corpse 5 Thunder Rites, LV 1.5. Corpse Energy Points, 27,700, can be used to purchase in the system shop. 50 years of corpse energy only increased his evolution points by 9 at the level of Flying Zombie. Jiangchu raised his brow at it. Seemed that the amount of corpse energy required to ascend from Flying Zombie once more was considerably greater than before. However, it is not surprising. After all, as the flying corpse ascends to a higher realm, it becomes a wandering corpse. Wandering corpses are recorded as entities capable of devouring the essence of the sun and moon, possessing the ability to soar through the skies and traverse the earth. Among the fierce spirits, they rival the Ghost Kings. For me, this is already sufficient. My realm has been elevated. Next, I shall focus on the corpse energy points. This time, along with the task, I have a remaining total of 27,000 corpse energy points. Undoubtedly, this is a considerable sum in ordinary circumstances. However, upon seeing the number of points required for the 5 Thunder Corpse technique, Jiangchu fell silent. Never mind, I shall first master the 5 Thunder technique completely. Small accomplishments can wait for next time. System. Upgrade the EN5 Thunder technique. Jiang Chu spoke decisively. Ding. The host consumes 10,000 corpse energy points. Upgrade of the EN5 Thunder technique successful. Current level. Proficient. Next level. 20,000 corpse energy points. The system's prompt resonated in Jiang Chu's mind. With this statement, a thunderous wave surged through his consciousness. After spending over 10 minutes absorbing all the insights, Jiang Chu opened his eyes. In his palm, a pitch-black lightning bolt suddenly manifested. Compared to the initial learning phase, the proficient level of the EN5 Thunder was significantly more powerful. The aura it carried was even more terrifying. Gazing upon it, it felt as though one were staring into an abyss. Its strength had increased 6 or 7-fold. The initial learning phase could easily slay foes of the same level, while this proficient state was utterly invincible. No wonder the old heavenly master from my previous life dealt with others with a mere flick of his wrist, Jiang Chu mused. Only by practicing the 5 Thunder technique can one comprehend the true terror of that old man. With such a divine ability, it is indeed difficult to find a rival among immortals. Looking at the remaining 16,000 corpse energy points, Jiang Chu chose not to further enhance other corpse techniques. At this moment, his current strength rendered most corpse techniques of little USE.IT would be wiser to reserve the points for upgrading the 5 Thunder technique. Before going to bed, Jiang Chu strolled through the corpse energy marketplace once more. The items available were fairly standard, yet none were of use to him. Consequently, he decided to forego any purchases, closed the coffin, and drifted into slumber. The following day, Saturday. No classes, a blessing for the undead. Jiang Chu slept soundly until the sun was high in the sky. By the time he crawled out of the coffin, it was already 1 in the afternoon. Upon opening the window, his spirits were lifted. As Jiang Chu opened the window, the sun shone brightly, warming his body. However, his smile quickly faded. Damn, what a fierce sun. It's making even a corpse feel hot. Terrible. Ding ding ding. Before Jiang Chu could wash up, his phone rang. Who could be making a video call so early? Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Zhuge Ling, who had already called several times. Unfortunately, there was no signal inside the coffin. Jiang Chu casually pressed the accept button. In an instant, 2 exquisite faces appeared before him. Besides Zhuge Ling, Chen Miaoi was standing beside her. Jiang Chu, you're awfully late getting up. It's already afternoon, Zhuge Ling chattered. Jiang Chu yawned. Zhuge Beauty, it's the weekend. What else is there to do but sleep? After exchanging a few words, Jiang Chu noticed that both Zhuge Ling and Chen Miaoi looked rather grim. What's going on? Is there a problem with the wandering grave mountain? Jiang Chu surmised. Upon hearing his question, Zhuge Ling nodded gravely. Indeed, my grandfather has deduced what exactly is buried in the wandering grave mountain. That thing is beyond our imagination and incredibly dangerous. He advised us to abandon this expedition. Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow. What on earth could be so fearsome that your grandfather is wary of it? Zhuge Ling remained silent for several seconds before finally speaking. According to my grandfather, in the dragon vein of wandering grave mountain, what lies buried there is likely a recently transformed Hanjia. Hanjia. What the hell? Chapter 83. The ancestor of zombies. Earning 1 billion in a day. How delightful. Jiang Chu was all too familiar with the concept of Hanjia. Known as the ancestor of zombies, whenever a Hanjia emerges, it can devastate the land, and if not for his identity as the Purple Robe Zombie King, Jiang Chu would undoubtedly have been fearful of such a being. After all, the terror of Hanjia is not something to be trifled with. In mythology, they can even devour dragons. However, now he stands as the true lord of the 10,000 corpses. Even the deities must bow before him. A mere Hanjia seems insignificant. Moreover, Jiang Chu was curious to see whether this Hanjia could still pose a threat in his presence. So, are you both planning to back out? Jiang Chu glanced at them. At this moment, Chen Miaoi also spoke up. No, Linger and I still intend to go, but we must prepare for the dangers of this incident. Before she could finish, Jiang Chu interrupted. If that is the case, then it's settled. What time shall we gather tonight? 8:30. All right. After hanging up the call, Jiang Chu paid no mind to the so-called Hanjia. He pushed open his door and glanced at Su Wanner's room across the hall. It was empty. She must have gotten up and gone out. Jiang Chu thought nothing of it, took a shower, and pulled out a can of zombie food, eating while browsing his phone. Your bank card ending in 7288 has received a transfer of 100,000,000. Current balance, 109,000,000. 582.2. A message popped up, and Jiang Chu's eyes widened in disbelief. Holy smokes! So many zeros, he counted. 1 billion. Shortly after, he received a message from Xian, stating that this was just a small token of appreciation, and further discussions would take place after he dealt with the Xie family matters. Jiang Chu's mouth twitched. 1 billion? A token of appreciation? Such a strange phrase. What does a zombie need so much money for? Scratching his head, he didn't dwell on it. Although he didn't know how to spend it, at least it looked pleasing. Earning over 1 billion effortlessly. What a delight! Ding dong. Emergency news in the city. Due to a chemical plant leak, the section from Nanhua Road to Fanlin Road in Jiangbei City has been urgently sealed off. All vehicles and pedestrians are prohibited from passing. Violators will bear all consequences. At that moment, another news alert popped up. Jiang Chu glanced at the location and narrowed his eyes. The two road sections were precisely where he had previously gone to the Wandering Grave. However, the area was much larger. It seemed the anomalies at Wandering Grave Mountain had begun. Jiang Chu felt no anxiety, only anticipation. After all, he had just broken through to the 5th level of the Flying Corpse. He was eager to discover how strong he had become. Hopefully, this Hanjia could hold out a little longer against him. Jiang Chu wore a warm smile. In the afternoon, Su Wana returned home. Jiang Chu then learned that their department had been assigned to conduct traditional Chinese medicine consultations that midday. Jiang Chu, that old doctor took a drop of my blood. It won't cause any issues, will it? Su Wana asked, somewhat puzzled. Did he take your blood? Jiang Chu was taken aback. The last person he knew to have their blood taken was that foolish Li Wei. Jiang Chu speculated that anyone whose blood could be collected must meet the criteria for cultivation in the Huangquan Bureau. You needn't worry. You should be congratulated instead. You might become what you consider a superpower user. After contemplating, Jiang Chu decided to share some truths with Su Wana. Upon hearing this, Su Wana looked baffled and scratched her rosy-cheeked. A superpower user. Like those magical fairies or Ultraman? Jiang Chu. Such a naive thought. Definitely not. With a wave of his hand, a crackling sphere of lightning materialized in his palm, emitting a series of explosive sounds. The ferocity of the thunder surged throughout the room in an instant. Su Wana's eyes widened as she fixated on the lightning in Jiang Chu's hand. Thunder. Jiang Chu was quite pleased with the effect. He waved his hand, causing the lightning to dissipate. Did you see that? It's like this. Su Wana was stunned for a moment, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she eagerly pulled Jiang Chu's arm. Wow, Jiang Chu, you can do magic. That's amazing. Please tell me how you did that. Jiang Chu's cheeks twitched, however, seeing his arms squeezed in a soft, comforting embrace, he abandoned the idea of explaining. Never mind. Time to squeeze some milk instead. By 7 in the evening. Jiang Chu stepped out of his home. The night sky was not as clear as during the day. As darkness fell, large clouds began to gather, indicating an impending downpour. A strong wind swept through, ruffling Jiang Chu's clothing. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, he spotted a brand new Maybach parked at the door. As he approached, the car window rolled down, revealing a crisp voice from within. Jiang Chu. Over here. Jiang Chu walked to the car door and got in. Naturally, the front passenger seat was occupied by Zhuge Ling and Chen Miaoi. Both women had shed their bulky down jackets for fitted athletic wear, making Jiang Chu's eyes light up, especially at the sight of Zhuge Ling. Impressive. The scale of this is hardly inferior to that of the milk cow Su Wana. However, Jiang Chu merely cast a glance before diverting his gaze. It was their first meeting, and maintaining a sense of modesty was paramount. Let's go. It's time for dinner, Zhuge Ling exclaimed, pressing down on the accelerator. The car roared to life and sped towards a nearby destination. Dinner? Jiang Chu felt an overwhelming urge to decline. After all, he was but a zombie. What use did he have for a meal? Yet, at this hour, it was indeed the time for the living to dine. The trio did not venture far, merely seeking out a renowned stir-fried chicken restaurant in the commercial street of the university town. Jiang Chu had dined there during his living days. It was quite famous in the vicinity, and the flavors were undeniably delightful. The chicken served in the establishment had been raised for 2.5 years, resulting in exquisite meat quality. They found a private room and ordered several signature dishes. In the astonished gazes of the two women, Jiang Chu poured an entire bowl of vinegar. It was only by dousing his food in the thick vinegar that he could manage to eat anything at all. Jiang Chu, why do you eat in such a peculiar manner? Zhuge Ling finally could not restrain her curiosity after observing him for a while. Peculiar, Jiang Chu calmly replied after taking a sip of vinegar. You wouldn't understand. This is a sophisticated way of eating. The essence lies in authenticity. Zhuge Ling, half convinced, decided to give it a try. Her lovely face immediately contorted into a mask of anguish. She patted her chest vigorously before swallowing hard. Glaring at Jiang Chu with indignation, fraud. The dinner concluded, and at 8:05, the vehicle finally set off towards Luanzong Mountain. Chapter 84. Drought Demon? Capture it as a pet. I wish to indulge in its essence daily. The journey proceeded with scarcely any vehicles in sight, only Jiang Chu and his companions moving against the flow. After half an hour of travel, a faint silhouette of a mountain peak began to emerge in the distance. Suddenly, a deep rumble reverberated from the heavens as thunderous roars echoed through the sky. Dark clouds descended, enveloping the shadowy mountain peak. Jiang Chu rolled down the car window and took a glance. Even at this considerable distance, he could still sense a terrifying aura of death. The quality of this deathly energy was exceptionally potent, invigorating Jiang Chu's entire being. Truly, it was the drought demon, fragrant and alluring. He longed to capture it and savor its essence daily. Jiang Chu took a deep inhale, a look of pleasure crossing his face. This was the first time he had detected a fragrance emanating from anything other than the living, and it was tantalizing. The drought demon was about to be born. Chen Miaoyi and Zhuge Ling naturally witnessed this terrifying scene, their expressions turning grave with concern. The drought demon was a legendary entity, even if it had just begun to materialize. It was far beyond their capacity to confront. The wrath of the drought demon could desolate the land for miles. This was no idle threat. It was a genuine calamity, capable of draining the very essence of water from the earth. Moreover, this drought demon had absorbed the dragon energy of the earth's veins, possessing an aura so formidable that even truly terrifying beings dared not show themselves at this time. Should they be caught in the backlash of the dragon energy? Death would be the lightest consequence. The more severe fate would entail dragging their entire lineage into perdition. After a brief halt of several minutes, the car finally stopped at an intersection. Jiang Chu recognized this place well. It was near the Luanzong tomb where he had once transformed into a zombie king. The entrance was now cordoned off with warning tape, indicating that vehicles could no longer proceed. The trio disembarked without delay, crossing the red line and stepping into the Luanzong tomb. Observing the familiar graves around him, Jiang Chu felt a sense of nostalgia, akin to meeting a fellow countryman. He could not help but greet some of the restless souls nearby. Yet, upon seeing Jiang Chu, they screamed in terror and fled, as if encountering a ghost. Why run so fast? We are from the same burial ground, Jiang Chu grumbled, displeased. Jiang Chu, don't be so arrogant. Exercise caution. Zhuge Ling, now alert and on guard, admonished Jiang Chu for his reckless demeanor. Dio, you really think this Luanzong tomb is your home? What is there to fear? They are merely wandering souls, Jiang Chu retorted nonchalantly. However, Zhuge Ling shook her head, speaking in a hushed tone. It's not that simple here. Just a week ago, a zombie king of comparable might to the drought demon manifested from this very spot. Even the Yellow Spring Bureau was alarmed, searching for days without success. I even heard that they reported this matter to their headquarters, where a 6th-tier sorcerer personally attempted divination to locate that zombie king. Yet to no avail. Moreover, that sorcerer suffered backlash from the heavenly secrets and asserted that the entity had likely transcended the 6th tier, perhaps rivaling a king. Is that so? Jiang Chu's eyes widened in astonishment. Zhuge Ling, pleased with his reaction, smirked with pride. Of course, I wouldn't deceive you. The Yellow Spring Bureau sought my grandfather's assistance in deducing the situation, which is how I learned so much. Now you're frightened. Aren't you? Indeed. I'm terrified. Jiang Chu nodded vigorously. By the way, did the Yellow Spring Bureau mention anything else? Perhaps praising the zombie king for its strength and handsomeness, or claiming it is a monstrous prodigy of unparalleled terror? Zhuge Ling? Zhuge Ling's face darkened at his words. What on earth? Are you suggesting that a zombie could be both handsome and powerful? Do you think they're complimenting you? Their pace quickened as they traversed the eerie Luanzong tomb, which, for ordinary individuals, would be an absolute no-go zone. Yet for them, it was akin to walking through an ordinary forest. Within merely 10 minutes, they had completely crossed through the area. Beyond the Luanzong tomb, Jiang Chu beheld a shimmering barrier resembling a mystical veil. This barrier effectively sealed off the area beyond the Wanzhong tomb, rendering it inaccessible to ordinary people. The barrier has been activated. Is there someone else? Could other factions be aware of the opportunities here? Qin Miaoyi suddenly frowned, breaking her silence. Zhuge Ling was taken aback as well. How could this be possible? This was personally deduced by my grandfather. No one else could know, and the Yellow Spring Bureau also stated that we should first collect the dragon veins here. They only intended to tidy up afterward. Zhuge Ling had complete faith in her grandfather, who was renowned as the most closely aligned with the esteemed Zhuge Wuhou among their lineage. His mastery of the Zhuge's unique methods was unparalleled in the realm of the Daxia's supernatural beings. Few could compare with him in this regard. Let us proceed inside. The barrier has only just been activated, and the drought demon 1T fully transform until midnight when the realms of Yin and Yang converge. We still have time, Qin Miaoyi advised, her demeanor steady, prompting Jiang Chu to regard her with newfound respect. She was indeed a product of the old man's teachings, exhibiting a temperament that was not easily matched by ordinary cultivators. The trio hastened through the barrier. As they stepped inside, Jiang Chu's eyes narrowed. Beyond the barrier lay a series of undulating mountains. Such a barrier could conceal an area of this magnitude. It was evident that the one who cast this spell possessed extraordinary power, likely a sixth tier or even a transcendent being. Upon fully entering, the overwhelming aura of death intensified, now infused with an inexplicable heat. The moisture in the air seemed to evaporate rapidly. Xiao Ling, locate the position of the drought demon. Qin Miaoyi instructed Zhuge Ling. Zhuge Ling nodded in response, retrieving a tattered yellow bagua copper mirror from her bosom. The mirror was inscribed with ancient runes, and as it was revealed, it emanated a formidable aura. On its reverse side were two prominent characters. Wuhou, Chapter 85. The purple robe of the Tao establishes Yin and Yang. One robe is sufficient to suppress all. What a remarkable artifact, Jiang Chu remarked. Raising an eyebrow at the bagua copper mirrored, it was evident that as a disciple of a prominent family, she possessed such impressive items. Even in its incomplete state, it wielded considerable power. One could only imagine its might if whole. After producing the treasure, Zhuge Ling called out with determination, Zhuge Qimen, activate. With a swish, the familiar diagram of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams appeared around her. Subsequently, the bagua mirror burst forth with brilliant light, merging into the 9 palaces diagram beneath her feet. Buzz! The Zhuge Qimen beneath her quaked violently. Originally covering only a short distance, the range of the 9 palaces diagram expanded exponentially under the mirror's influence, enveloping everything around them. Yet, curiously, in the spot where Jiang Chu stood, the radiance of the Zhuge Qimen seemed to plunge into an endless abyss, allowing the Tao's resonance to diffuse, yet failing to penetrate that particular area even a fraction. It appeared as if his position existed in an entirely different dimension. Qin Miaoyi, position closest to Jiang Chu, noticed this anomaly first. Though she wasn't particularly knowledgeable about the Zhuge Qimen, she understood that whenever it was activated, it encompassed the celestial 8 trigrams. This, however, was not the power of the Zhuge Qimen itself. Rather, it was the natural division of Yin and Yang and the 8 trigrams of the heavens. The Zhuge Qimen merely harnessed the rules of the universe to establish its layout. But Jiang Chu, what is going on? He clearly stands within the realm of the Qimen. Yet, he is able to exist independently of the world. In the distance, Zhuge Ling naturally sensed the deficiency in her Qimen formation. A missing piece. This fellow remains as enigmatic as ever. Zhuge Ling's heart tightened. It is important to note that her treasured artifact is no ordinary talisman. It is the ancestral treasure of the Zhuge clan. The Wuhou mirror, once wielded by Zhuge Wuhou himself. Even in its incomplete state, its enhancement to the Zhuge Qimen is unimaginable. Now, her Qimen is on par with some of the elders within her clan. Yet, even so, she is unable to draw Jiang Chu into her Qimen formation. However, having learned from previous experiences, she can accept this. Jiang Chu, keep your distance. Your presence disrupts the integrity of my Qimen formation. Zhuge Ling called out helplessly to Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu shrugged. This flawed Qimen can't even lend me a little strength. Do you think I wish to expose my uniqueness? If it falters, it has no one to blame but itself. With a decisive step, he swiftly exited the boundaries of Zhuge's Qimen. The formation was sliced through as if by a sharp blade wherever Jiang Chu passed. Only when he stepped out did the luminous curtain of the Chiman reassemble. Now thoroughly complete, Zhuge Ling let out a soft exclamation and, with a sudden stomp of her foot, declared, Zhuge Chiman, Qian character, steadfast heaven's journey, buzz. The Zhuge Chiman trembled violently for a moment. At the position of the Qian character, a radiant light suddenly burst forth. Qian represents the heavenly position. It possesses the power of dragon-seeking and aura-gazing. Steadfast heaven's journey can stabilize the dragon veins. This is a profound secret technique within the Zhuge Chiman, requiring the practitioner to reach a certain level of cultivation to wield it. Zhuge Ling had been unable to utilize it before. Only with the enhancement of the Wuhou mirror could she achieve such a feat. Indeed, as the radiant light erupted, the mountains before them seemed to transform in that instant. Eye in the sky, a dragon shape gradually began to materialize. However, at that moment, boom, an unimaginable aura surged from within the mountains. The brilliance of steadfast heaven's journey began to tremble uncontrollably under this aura, and the manifested dragon vein shadow threatened to dissipate. Not good. Something within the dragon vein is interfering with my stabilization. Zhuge Ling's expression changed drastically. Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow. Having witnessed this scene, a flicker of corpse energy emanated around him, and a purple robe materialized on his body. Jiang Chu deftly unfastened the robe and hurled it towards the area where the dragon energy spread. Go! In an instant, the purple robe began to shimmer with light. A stream of purple energy surged forth, directly intercepting the space between the dragon vein and the void. The purple light, at that moment, seemed capable of overshadowing the sun. The purple robe, a treasure born of the system, also served as the ceremonial robe of the celestial masters of Longhu Mountain throughout the ages. The power it contained was not only a symbol of status, but also a vessel of the countless fortunes of Longhu Mountain, far beyond the reach of a mere half-formed drought spirit. Almost as soon as the purple robe billowed, the power erupting from the mountains was completely severed. Upon seeing the purple robe, Chen Miaoyi was momentarily stunned, her eyes reflecting a complex mixture of emotions. Zhuge Ling let out a sigh of relief. The light of the dragon vein began to solidify once more under steadfast heaven's journey, and then suddenly fell from the void, landing upon the earth. The entire mountain range lit up with a resplendent glow where the light from steadfast heaven's journey descended. If viewed from above, it would be unmistakably a dragon vein, and at the location of the dragon's reverse scale, an unfathomable darkness extinguished the light of steadfast heaven's journey. Found it. Zhuge Ling's eyes brightened. With that, she retracted the Zhuge Chiman and landed on the ground. Jiang Chu also followed suit, donning his purple robe once more. The location was now confirmed. However, the drought spirit still lingered at the reverse scale. Let us first follow the dragon vein and see if we can gather any residual dragon energy. It would be best to wait until the drought spirit departs before we continue our exploration of the reverse scale. Chen Miaoyi calmly analyzed the situation and proposed the most prudent plan. Yet this plan was evidently not to Jiang Chu's liking. He had come here not for the so-called dragon energy, but for that drought spirit. He waved his hand dismissively at the two women. No need for such trouble. Let us head straight there. There is no place with more dragon energy than at the reverse scale. Upon hearing Jiang Chu's words, both women were taken aback simultaneously. Chen Miaoyi appeared somewhat astonished. Senior Jiang, isn't that a bit too dangerous? The drought spirit's manifestation would attract all ghostly entities within 100 miles, especially those corpses buried here. They had likely already transformed into zombies under the drought spirit's corpse energy, devoid of intelligence but bound to guard the vicinity of the drought spirit. The closer they approached the drought spirit, the higher the level of those zombies would be. Moreover, those practitioners who had entered this place before would undoubtedly be drawn by the dragon energy. They were likely also at the reverse scale. Chapter 86. The Mass Grave Mountain of 10,000 Zombies Kneeling. Jiang Chu. Here, I am the king. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Even better. My intuition tells me that those who came this time are likely not virtuous individuals. We can capture them all at once. As for the zombies, what zombies dare to be rampant before him? A pure corpse energy bounty. With that, Jiang Chu stepped forward. Observing Jiang Chu's retreating figure, Chen Miaoyi and Zhuge Yu exchanged glances. Zhuge Yu couldn't help but smirk. This guy truly lives up to being the disciple chosen by the old celestial master. His reckless demeanor resembles exactly what my grandfather described about the celestial master's abode. especially that old celestial master who nearly toppled the world of the extraordinary in his time. Chen Miaoi also recalled something and smiled. Indeed, every celestial master emerging from the celestial master's abode is the strongest presence in the world of the extraordinary. What may require caution for us might not even register as a challenge for Jiang Chu. Let's follow him. Deep within the mass grave mountain, an eerie silence prevailed in a valley. Two figures appeared, adorned in a peculiar cloak that seemed to conceal their presence. The two men gazed greedily at the increasingly heated air not far ahead. A drought spirit. There truly is one here. The gaze of the Xuanji Taoist was filled with palpable excitement. Beside him, the Jingxin monk also wore a smile. Indeed, Master Shou has made significant sacrifices for this mass grave mountain, even inviting a godly king from the west who foresaw the treasures hidden within the mass grave mountain. Initially, we only aimed to seize the dragon energy, but now he spoke, producing a massive bronze nail, over a foot long, square at the base and narrower at the top. The nail, covered in dried blood, exuded a strong earthy scent. Clearly having been buried for ages before being recently unearthed, Jingxin's eyes glimmered as he continued. With this nail capable of restraining the drought spirit, perhaps we can even capture this legendary drought spirit. Once we obtain this item, Dark Abyss plan's most crucial element will be accomplished. With this merit, the two of us shall soon attain the position of Master Shou. The Xuanji Taoist nodded but warned against complacency. Master Shou will personally arrive in Jiangbei tomorrow. We must resolve everything before then. Let us hasten our pace. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the system task, the Wrath of the Drought Spirit. Upon completion, rewards include 70 years of corpse energy, random zombie technique lottery pack 1, and 5,000 corpse energy points. As Jiang Chu stepped into the mountains, the system's prompt resonated in his mind. The Wrath of the Drought Spirit? What does that mean, however? Upon seeing the subsequent rewards, a satisfied smile spread across Jiang Chu's face. 70 years of corpse energy, and a random zombie technique pack. My previous 5 thunder technique came from such a pack. I am quite looking forward to this. Ahead lies the tail end of this dragon vein. After 6 or 7 minutes of walking, Zhuge Ling observed the dense forest ahead, now shrouded in a layer of corpse mist. Along the way, they had encountered numerous tombs that showed signs of having been disturbed, with the bodies within mysteriously vanished. Clearly, those corpses had already transformed into zombies, lying in wait within this dragon vein. Exuding a terrifying pressure, Chen Miaoi nodded cautiously at this revelation. The three entered the corpse mist, having finally reached the location of the drought spirit. A wave of heat swept over them, rendering the air exceedingly dry, causing even the ground beneath their feet to crack. Heavenly mysteries, the root of all energies. Suddenly, Chen Miaoi commanded, and a radiant golden light enveloped her, extending to encase Zhuge Ling and Jiang Chu entirely, completely isolating them from the external heat. The golden light spell? Upon witnessing the golden radiance enveloping Chen Miaoi, Jiang Chu was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't the golden light spell a technique exclusive to Longhu Mountain? To his astonishment, Chen Miaoi too possessed this skill. Noticing Jiang Chu's bewilderment, Chen Miaoi smiled and explained, the golden light spell is merely a fundamental incantation from Longhu Mountain. It was imparted to my master by the venerable Dao Xian, who also passed it on to me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chu suddenly understood. It was indeed that ancient figure who had taught it. As the trio continued on their path, a sudden series of beeping noises emerged from the Wu Hou mirror held by Zhuge Ling. A sense of danger loomed. Zhuge Ling's expression shifted, prompting her to halt abruptly. Chen Miaoi turned to Zhuge Ling and suggested, Linger, could you attempt to discern the safest route through this dragon vein? Let us take a detour. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhuge Ling prepared to activate the Wu Hou mirror. Observing the cautious demeanor of the two women, Jiang Chu couldn't help but smirk. All right, enough of that. If you trust me, then follow my lead. There is no possibility of taking a detour. Ahead lies nothing but the ghastly aura of countless corpses. How could we let that slip by, for others? This place was fraught with peril. Yet for Jiang Chu, it was akin to returning home, as for the so-called zombies assigned to guard the path against the drought demon. Were it not for the fear of alarming Chen Miaoi and Zhuge Ling, Jiang Chu would have mounted the backs of 2 petite female zombies, allowing them to carry him forth. Jiang Chu, slow down. Behind him, Zhuge Ling and Chen Miaoi hurried to catch up. However, The moment they stepped into this treacherous area, both women were left speechless as their pupils dilated. Before them, dozens of tombs stood sentinel under the moonlight. Suddenly sensing the presence of the living, a low growl erupted from within the graves. Following this, a chorus of growls echoed, relentless and ominous. With a resounding crash, a coffin burst open, and a figure sprang forth, covered in white fur, some of which even bore a greenish HUIT was none other than a peak-level white zombie. The emergence of this white zombie triggered a chain reaction. Coffins began to explode one after another in the blink of an eye. 20 to 30 zombies appeared before the trio, all of them unmistakably peak-level white zombies. Prepared for battle, Chun Miaoi and Zhu Galing, disregarding everything else, felt their vital energy surge within them. Yet, they had yet to make a move when, thud, all the zombies fell to their knees, their heads pressed firmly against the ground.